In the final confrontation, the elite esports player Yu Luosheng faced defeat, honoring his promise to withdraw from the game. Transitioning to amateur status in League of Legends, he showcased his extraordinary reflexes and cunning positioning amidst intense battles devoid of smoke and blood, yet rich in fervor, perseverance, and indomitable spirit, earning the reverence of fervent esports devotees worldwide. At the Dota esport competition in London, the arena dazzled with vibrant neon lights, and various colored LED halos illuminated the podium. 5 British competitors, beaming with excitement, raised their trophy high, while a leggy woman sprayed champagne to celebrate their victory. At the center stood a handsome young man with brown hair, flashing a captivating smile that dazzled the surrounding girls, fixated on another youth in the crowd. He was the undisputed champion, the core of the team, merely 17 years old, a true prince of British esports. "I've learned a Chinese idiom," the champion declared, not giving a victory speech but instead addressing the youth below. "It is said, a promise is as heavy as 9 tripods. Please uphold your commitment to withdraw from Dota." The youth below, with dark hair and eyes, slender in build, could only nod silently in response to the esports prince's imposing smile. "Come on, genius player Eagle, smile for us and create a memory," a photographer approached the dark-haired boy, speaking in standard Chinese. The boy faced the camera and forced a smile, yet it felt like a knife twisting in his heart. In that moment, he comprehended the harsh truth. Often, second place garners no reward. To him, esports was akin to a battlefield void of gunpowder and blood, yet a loss felt like a lifeless body buried in the sands, destined to decay. In the realm of esports, as in any fiercely competitive field, few remember the runner-up. His name was Yu Luosheng, gaming ID, Eagle. However, he must step away from his beloved Dota professional stage, not solely due to the wager with the British prodigy. 1 year later, on a humble apartment balcony, vibrant philodendrons swayed gently in the river breeze. If only the wind did not carry the stench of sewage, it would be a perfect, bright morning for Yu Luosheng. With black hair, a white tank top, baggy shorts, and flip-flops, he epitomized the typical underachiever. Thankfully, his handsome visage, complemented by an affectation of melancholy, lent him a certain charm. Yu Luosheng held an English book, leisurely jotting down vocabulary. His English skills were commendable, particularly in phrases and words for greeting relatives, a talent he possessed. After all, in England, one cannot resort to expletives in their native tongue. I'm sure Xiaosheng can catch up with his studies. He ranked in the top 30 in the mock exams. He is a genius in every aspect. A woman's voice emanated from the kitchen, tinged with pride. "Humph. If it weren't for you encouraging him to play that useless game, his grades would be much better. Getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would be a breeze." 30? He is far from it. If he dares to settle for an ordinary key university, he'll smash his computer. A man's voice replied, filled with fury. "You dare? If you do, they'll toss all your cigarettes and alcohol into the trash." The woman shot back angrily. "And what if I take responsibility? You've spoiled him. If he has no future, the blame lies with you." "What future does gaming hold?" the middle-aged man retorted. "And what my responsibility? What will you do about it? I can't be bothered to argue with you." The incessant bickering of the elderly couple filled the air. Yu Luosheng often woke not to an alarm but to their daily quarrels. The modest apartment, merely around 80 square meters, offered no refuge from their voices. The woman was Yu Luosheng's mother, Li Yun, a quintessential doting mother. The man was his father, Yu Jing, whose stern tone was typical of a concerned parent. "Mom, Dad, I'm heading to school," Yu Luosheng announced, putting away his English book, donning his unflattering school uniform, and heading to the door to put on his shoes. "Take care on the road," Li Yin called from the kitchen. After watching her son leave, she returned to wash the dishes. Once the kitchen was tidy, Li Yin headed to her son's room to clean. Upon entering, she noticed his computer screen still flickering, clearly forgotten. This child, sneaking a game so early, she chided softly. Closing the door quietly to avoid her husband's wrath, she approached the computer and found the game window still open with League of Legends prominently displayed. "What game is this?" she wondered aloud. Then, noticing the rank of 1900, she clicked to close the game, shutting down the computer without further thought. Achievements in Olympiads, academic competitions, and provincial sports events garnered extra points, but a second-place finish in international esports brought no accolades. The principal might even question if such a child should be admitted. Yu Luosheng had played many games, claiming championships in casual games like Bubble Trouble and kart racing during middle school, later becoming enamored with Warcraft and then Dota, amassing trophies that could overshadow those of so-called academic geniuses. However, It is known that regardless of the glory one achieves in gaming, most parents and elders will label them as indulging in frivolous pursuits. The high school Yu Luosheng attended was a prestigious institution in the city, a purchase made from years of family savings. His previous school had been inadequate, granting him ample time to indulge in his aspirations as a professional player during his first 2 years of high school. In June of his second year, he participated in the Dota International Championship, but after that, he returned to being a diligent student. The first-place prize for the Dota International Championship was 300,000 yuan, yet there was no reward for second place. As for the reason, one might inquire with the British Esports Association. After nearly 2 years of academic neglect, his family still spent considerable sums to enroll Yu Luosheng in a prestigious high school. The family's financial situation was not ideal, and Yu Luosheng could not bear to see his father's sullen expression, so he resolved to work hard for a year. Talent exists in many fields, studying also requires aptitude. Yu Luosheng was undoubtedly talented and, within a year, not only caught up with his studies but surpassed many top students, evidenced by his excellent mock exam results. Of course, being a good student did not mean he relinquished his passion for gaming. For some in this era, gaming was akin to a second life. As Garen would say, as long as the tower stands, so shall I. Some things are worth defending with all one has, including competitive gaming. Yu Luosheng upheld his promise to the British prodigy, refraining from Dota, yet the emergence of League of Legends revitalized his spirit. If he could not be a professional player, being an amateur would suffice. Chapter 2. The Internet CAF Quintuplets. After placing his backpack down, with a few minutes remaining before morning study, Yu Luosheng leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest, feeling somewhat drowsy. There was no remedy with studies to pursue and ranked games to play. Sleep was a luxury he could not afford. Why heavens, I can't believe we actually lost to that bunch from class 3 last night. A coarse, unruly voice erupted from behind Yu Luosheng. This voice was all too familiar. It belonged to his deskmate, Wang Qin, whose gaming ID was Beast. Deeply engrossed in League of Legends, he claimed to be the foremost mid-laner at Shueilon High School, and those in class who played the game looked up to him. Zhao Kesong, why are you being such a coward playing top lane? Go take down their backline. If you keep this up, we might as well call you Zhao Kesong the coward. Wang Qin berated him. Playing competitive games is akin to basketball. Having one teammate who plays poorly can lead to inevitable defeat. Boss, have you even looked at their top laner? He's level 27, while I'm only just hitting level 20. How can you expect me to go toe-a-toe with him? Zhao Kesong replied, feeling aggrieved. Then why did you give away first blood so quickly? Don't you know they could be ambushing in the bushes? Wang Qin snapped back. Zhao Kesong was timid by nature, and putting him in a role that required a bold top laner was rather ill-suited. And you guys in the bot lane, what were you thinking? 3 deaths within 10 minutes. Wang Qin redirected his ire towards the 2 boys next to him. Can you really blame me? Sun Yang, that fool, always engages as soon as he hooks someone with his blitzcrank, and I end up dying every time, the delicate-looking boy named Zhong Xiaoying explained. I don't know what happened yesterday. I hooked the enemy every time, but somehow it was always us who ended up dead. Sun Yang grumbled, visibly frustrated. Sun Yang had an affinity for using blitzcrank, often carrying the game, yet they had faced a loss yesterday. Yu Luosheng remained slumped over his desk, listening to the group behind him dissect their defeat from the previous day. He, too, enjoyed playing his blitzcrank and was certain that Sun Yang had indeed snagged the enemy's tanky supports like Janna, Alistar, or Leona. Utilizing the rocket grab was beneficial, but targeting those champions was tantamount to sacrificing his teammates, akin to leading a fierce wolf to them while ignoring their vulnerability. This was a lesson that players of support champions around level 30 should heed, but Sun Yang had yet to grasp it. Of course, there were times when it was strategic to engage with such crowd control champions, but that was a more advanced tactic. Yu Luosheng did not feel compelled to enlighten Sun Yang about the bot lane's collapse. Their struggles were beneath the notice of a higher power. I've arranged for those rascals from Class 3 to face us again next Saturday, embedding my entire living expenses for the month on this, Wang Qin declared. Boss Wang, don't be so impulsive. We can't possibly defeat them, Zhao Kesong cautioned. Who said that? Wang Qin glared, prompting Zhao Kesong to fall silent immediately. Upon hearing Wang Qin's declaration, Yu Luosheng finally opened his eyes, squinting in his direction. You're willing to risk your living expenses for this? Betting money was serious business. Seeing his lethargic deskmate finally speaking, Wang Qin eagerly leaned in and whispered, Yang Qianqian is also playing. She's looking for someone to carry her. I was in competition with Lin Su from Class 3, and losing yesterday in front of her was utterly humiliating. I have to redeem myself. This is all due to these useless fools. Yang Qianqian, oh, the stunning beauty from class 4 with the long legs? Yu Luosheng recalled. Whenever the boys around him caught sight of her, they were quick to wipe their drool. Indeed, she was quite the sight, especially her long, shapely legs, which swayed enticingly as she walked. Even loose-fitting school uniforms could not conceal her allure. Yu Luosheng, you play too, right? Your skills might not be top-notch, but since you're not playing, just come along to support me. Wang Qin urged. Forget it, I have other matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves, Yu Luosheng replied, shaking his head. What a joke. I have a ranking of 1900 to uphold. Why would I waste my time watching you little brats play 5v5? I'd rather accompany my partner to reach 2000. The weekends in senior year are precious. Do you have any idea what a 1900 ranking means? It signifies that if Yu Luosheng were son Wukong, then Wang Qin and his crew would be but minor demons under the reign of the Bull Demon King, a significant gap in skill. You love studying? Dare you claim you cherish the archaic nuances of classical literature? Would you assert your fondness for the convoluted expressions of English? Can you genuinely say you enjoy the maddening symbols of mathematics? If you can truly declare your love for learning, what else could I say but that you are hypocritical? Yu Luosheng despised these subjects, yet he recognized he had no alternative. For the sake of his parents and his uncertain future, he must attentively absorb every lesson, diligently taking notes from Monday to Saturday. In this numbing routine, a week slipped by unnoticed. After the final class on Saturday, the homeroom teacher made it a point to remind everyone by pointing to the board where it boldly stated 120 days until the college entrance examination, sounding a somber alarm akin to a funeral. However, the moment the bell rang, the glimmering eyes of the students betrayed their excitement. Let's go eat. We'll hit the internet CAF later to strategize. Wang Qin shouted hoarsely to his teammates. Wang Qin, have you really put money on the line against those guys from class 3? Yu Luosheng casually asked as he packed his belongings. Is there any doubt? Money can be lost but not face. I even told Yang Qianqian. Wang Qin replied earnestly. All right, good luck then, Yu Luosheng said, aware that once he committed, it would be as futile as trying to restrain a bull upon seeing red. Are you really not coming to cheer us on? Wang Qin inquired. I have plans Saturday night. I might drop by if I have time. Are you heading to Longsheng Internet CAF? Yu Luosheng asked. Absolutely. You must come and witness me dominate them. Wang Qin beamed with pride. With that, Wang Qin gathered Zhao Kesong, Zhong Xiaoyun, Sun Yang, and the others to head out for dinner, likely to form the legendary invincible team at the Internet CAF, a team that had never tasted victory. In the final duel, the top esports player Yu Luosheng faced defeat, adhering to his promise to withdraw from the game. Transitioning to amateur status in League of Legends, he showcased his extraordinary reflexes and exquisite maneuvers. Within this realm devoid of gunpowder and bloodshed, yet rich in fervor, perseverance, and indomitable spirit, he became an object of reverence for the fervent disciples of esports worldwide. At the Dota esports competition in London, the arena dazzled with vibrant neon lights, as varied LED halos illuminated the podium. 5 British players, their faces radiant with joy, held aloft the trophy, while a tall woman uncorked champagne to shower them with celebratory blessings. At the center stood a handsome young man with chestnut hair, flashing a captivating smile that made the girls swoon, his gaze fixed on another youth in the audience. He was undoubtedly the core of the champion team, merely 17 years of age, hailed as the true prince of British esports. I've learned a Chinese idiom, the champion declared, not delivering a victory speech but rather addressing the youth below. It is called 1 word is worth 1,000 gold. Please honor your promise of defeat and withdraw from Dota henceforth. The young man in the audience, with black hair and dark eyes, slender in build, could only nod silently in response to the champion's imposing smile. Come, genius player Eagle, please smile for us. Let us capture a memory. A photographer approached the black-haired youth, speaking in flawless Mandarin. Facing the lens, the young man forced a smile, yet it felt like a dagger piercing his heart. In that moment, he understood. Often, second place garners no reward, much like a battlefield. In his eyes, esports was akin to war void of smoke and blood, yet defeat rendered one akin to a lifeless body buried in the yellow sands, awaiting slow decay. This truth held for esports and any competitive field. Few remember the second place. His name was Yu Luosheng, game ID, Eagle. Yet, he was compelled to step away from the stage of Dota he cherished, not merely due to the wager with the British prodigy. A year later, On a modest balcony of an apartment, the vibrant foliage swayed gently in the river breeze. Had it not been for the stench of sewage wafting through the air, it would have been a perfect morning for Yu Luosheng. Clad in a white tank top and baggy shorts, his appearance was that of an average youth, yet his face retained a certain charm, enhanced by an affectation of melancholia, the allure of the brooding handsome. Yu Luosheng held an English book, leisurely memorizing vocabulary. His proficiency in English was commendable, particularly in phrases and words pertaining to familial greetings. In England, resorting to vulgarities was not an option. I am certain that Xiao Sheng will catch up on his studies. He ranked within the top 30 in the mock exam. He is a genius, excelling in every domain. A woman's voice emanated from the kitchen, brimming with pride. Humph. Were it not for your encouragement to indulge in that wretched game, his grades would be far better. Getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would be a cinch. 30? That's still a long way from those institutions. If he dares to settle for an ordinary key university, just watch as I smash that computer of his, came the frustrated voice of a middle-aged man. Should you dare to smash it, I will toss all your cigarettes and alcohol into the trash. What's wrong with gaming? At least he had a chance to study abroad. Have you ever left the country? The woman retorted fiercely. How is it my fault? You coddle him. If he has no future, the blame lies with you. What prospects does gaming hold? The man fumed. And what of your blame? What do you intend to do about it? I have no desire to argue with you. Amidst the bickering of this elderly couple, Yu Luosheng rose each morning not to the sound of an alarm clock, but rather to their incessant quarrels. Their modest apartment, a mere 80 square meters, could not contain the volume of their voices. The woman was his mother, Li Yun, a quintessential doting mother, while the man was his father, Yu Jing, whose stern and angry tone was typical of every concerned parent. Dad, Mom, I'm off to school, Yu Luosheng announced, stowing his English book, donning his unflattering school uniform, and heading for the door. Be careful on the way, Li Yin called from the kitchen, watching her son leave before returning to wash dishes. After tidying up, she entered his room and noticed the screen of his computer still aglow, clearly left on. This child, sneaking in a game so early, she murmured reproachfully, quietly closing the door to prevent Yu Jing from seeing, lest he erupt in anger. Approaching the computer, she discovered the game window, still open, prominently displaying League of Legends. What game is this? She wondered aloud, noticing the rank of 1,900 points, though unsure of its significance. She casually clicked to close the game window and then shut down the computer. Acquiring accolades in Olympiads, academic competitions, and provincial athletic meets brought rewards, yet achieving international second place in esports offered no accolades whatsoever. The principal might even reconsider admitting such a child. Yu Luosheng had dabbled in many games, claiming victories in various style competitive games since middle school. He later became enamored with Warcraft, eventually gravitating towards Dota, accumulating awards that could overshadow those of so-called academic geniuses. However, it is well known that regardless of achievements in gaming, the majority of parents and elders would label one as directionless. The high school Yu Luosheng attended was a prominent institution in the city, a purchase made with the family's years of savings. His previous school had been subpar, allowing him ample time during his first 2 years of high school to pursue a career as a professional player. In June of his second year, he participated in the Dota International Championship, but afterward, he returned to the role of a diligent student. The first prize of the Dota International Championship awarded 300,000 RMB, yet there was no reward for second place. As for the reasoning, one might inquire with the British Esports Association. After nearly 2 years of neglecting his studies, his family still invested heavily to enroll Yu Luosheng in a prestigious high school. The family's financial situation was not robust, and Yu Luosheng could not bear to see the dark cloud on his father's face, so he resolved to strive diligently for a year. Many individuals possess talent in various fields. Academic success also relies on innate ability. Yu Luosheng was indeed talented, and within a year, he not only recovered his lost studies but surpassed several diligent students, as evidenced by his mock exam results. Of course, being a good student did not imply he abandoned gaming. For some in this era, gaming was akin to a second life. As Garen would say, as long as the tower stands, the person endures. Certain things are worth defending at all costs, including competitive gaming. Yu Luosheng honored his commitment to the British prodigy and refrained from touching Dota again, yet the rising phenomenon of League of Legends invigorated him. If one cannot be a professional player, being an amateur is still quite commendable. Chapter 2. The 5-Seat Internet CAF. Placing his backpack down, Yu Luosheng leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment as he awaited the start of morning reading. With a few minutes to spare, fatigue washed over him. It was a struggle to balance studying and competing in ranked matches. Sleep was a luxury he could scarcely afford. Why heavens, I can't believe we lost to that bunch from Class 3 last night. A rough and unrestrained voice echoed from behind Yu Luosheng. This voice was familiar. It belonged to his deskmate, Wang Qin, whose gaming ID was Beast. Deeply engrossed in League of Legends, he claimed to be the premier mid laner of Shu'Ailon High School, with his classmates regarding him as the leader among those who played the game. Zhao Kesong, why are you cowering as a top laner? Go take down their backline. If you keep being timid, we might as well call you Zhao Kesong the coward. Wang Qin berated. Playing competitive games is akin to basketball, with one teammate akin to a pig among five. Defeat is nearly unavoidable. Boss, have you looked at their top laner? He's level 27 while I'm barely at level 20. How can you expect me to face him? Zhao Kesong explained, feeling aggrieved. Then why did you so hastily give away first blood? Don't you realize others might be lurking in the bushes? Wang Qin shot back. Zhao Kesong was timid and easily frightened. It was indeed inappropriate to have him play a robust top laner. And you two in a bot lane, what's going on? 3 deaths in 10 minutes. Wang Qin redirected his ire towards the 2 boys nearby. Can you blame me? Sun Yang, that idiot, keeps grabbing people with his robot the moment he initiates. I'm dead. Explained a refined boy named Zhong Xiaoyan. I don't understand what happened yesterday. I managed to catch their players with my flying claws each time. Yet when it came to fighting, we ended up dead. Sun Yang, somewhat indignant, remarked. Sun Yang had a penchant for playing the robot character and was known for often carrying the game. However, yesterday's defeat was a different story. Yu Luosheng remained slumped over his desk, listening to the group behind him dissecting their loss. He too enjoyed playing Blitzcrank, the steam-powered robot, and was certain Sun Yang had indeed caught the opposing bot lane's tanky supports like Janna, Alistar, and Leona. Using Blitzcrank's skill to hook opponents is commendable, but targeting those champions often leads to sacrificing one's own teammates, akin to drawing a ferocious wolf closer to one's fragile allies. This was a lesson for supporting robotic characters around level 30. Sun Yang's Blitzcrank had yet to grasp it fully. Of course, sometimes it is possible to catch those hard CC champions, but that requires a higher level of play. Yu Luosheng chose not to enlighten Sun Yang about the reasons for their bot lane's collapse. Their skirmish was far beneath the attention of a true master. I've arranged for those brats from Class 3 to have a rematch next Saturday, embedding my entire living expense for the month on it, Wang Qin declared. Wang, don't be so impulsive. We can't possibly win against them, Zhao Kesong cautioned. Who says we can't? Wang Qin retorted, raising his eyebrows, prompting Zhao Kesong to fall silent immediately. Upon hearing Wang Qin's words, Yu Luosheng finally opened his eyes, bleary yet focused as he gazed at Wang Qin. Are you planning to forego this month's living expenses? Betting money indicated serious intent. Wang Qin, noticing his half-conscious deskmate had finally spoken, leaned in and whispered, Yang Qianqian is also playing. She's looking for someone to carry her. I was competing with Lin Su from Class 3, and to my dismay, we lost yesterday. Yang Qianqian was watching, and I couldn't hold my head up. Don't you think I need to save face? Alas, it's all due to this bunch of useless fools. Yang Qianqian? Oh, the stunning flower of Class 4 with the long legs? Yu Luosheng recalled the beauty, knowing that whenever the boys around him saw her pass by, they were preoccupied with drooling. Indeed, she was quite the sight, particularly her long, shapely legs that swayed enticingly as she walked, her figure so alluring that even loose school uniforms couldn't conceal her sensuality. Yu Luosheng, you also play, right? Your skills may not be top tier, but it doesn't matter since you won't be in the game. Just come and lend some support next Saturday. Wang Qin urged. Forget it. I have other matters to attend to. You all carry on. Yu Luosheng shook his head. What a joke. I'd rather spend my time aiding my partner in climbing to 2,000 points in rank than watch you little brats play 5v5. The weekends of my senior year are far too precious. Do you not understand what 1,900 points in rank signifies? It means if Yu Luosheng were Sun Wukong, Wang Qin and his crew would be mere little demons beneath the Bull Demon King, a vast difference in tiers. Do you cherish learning? Would you dare claim a fondness for the archaic and convoluted language of classical literature? Would you assert an affinity for the English language's convoluted emphasis? Would you profess a love for the maddening symbols of mathematics? If you genuinely dare to proclaim your passion for learning, what can I say about your hypocrisy? Yu Luosheng detested such things, yet he understood he had no choice. For the sake of his parents and his uncertain future, he must diligently attend each class, meticulously taking notes from Monday through Saturday. Unwittingly, a week passed in this stupor. After the final class on Saturday, the homeroom teacher took to the podium, pointing to the blackboard where the words 120 days until the college entrance examination were inscribed in bold colors, ringing an alarm for all, making it feel as heavy as a funeral. However, the moment the bell rang, every student's spirited eyes betrayed their true feelings. Let's go eat. Tonight, we'll head to the internet CAF to practice. We need to strategize. Wang Qin shouted hoarsely to his teammates. Wang Qin, did you really bet money against those guys from class 3? Yu Luosheng casually inquired as he packed his belongings. Is there any doubt? Money can be lost, but not face. I've even told Yang Chanqian. Wang Qin replied with a serious demeanor. All right then, good luck, Yu Luosheng acknowledged, aware that once he decided to take things seriously, it would be like a bull seeing red underwear, impossible to restrain. Are you really not coming to cheer us on? Wang Qin pressed. I have plans on Saturday night if I have time. I might stop by. Is it at Longsheng Internet CAF? Yu Luosheng asked. Hey, you better come. Watch me annihilate them. Wang Qin said with an air of triumph. With that, Wang Qin had already led Zhao Kesong, Zhong Xiaoyan, Sun Yang, and others out to eat, likely forming the legendary unbeatable 5-man team at the Internet CAF, a team that had never tasted victory. Chapter 3. Just one word, fight. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, Yu Luosheng powered on his computer. He launched the League of Legends client. And as the exhilarating interface appeared, a spark ignited in his otherwise listless eyes. His passion for competitive gaming was deeply ingrained, impossible to conceal. He entered the game, selecting the Freljord server. Opening his friends list, he stumbled upon a familiar ID, Shui Yi. This name carried a somewhat feminine vibe. And Yu Luosheng often wondered if this online companion, whom he had partnered with for so long, was indeed a girl. Yet, he could not be entirely sure. In today's digital age, one could not ascertain gender without a face-to-face meeting, and even then, certainty was elusive. The depths of society were indeed profound. Yu Luosheng paid little mind to whether Shui Yi was male or female. All that mattered was having a partner for gaming. Although this partner was not his most synchronized teammate, they shared a unique rapport. Are you waiting for me? Yu Luosheng sent a message. Yes. I knew you would be online at this time on Saturday. I know you are a student, came the swift reply, as if Shui Yi had been anticipating him. Let us get started. Let us aim to reach 2,000 points this weekend. Without further ado, Yu Luosheng delved into the matter at hand. All right. League of Legends is a tower-pushing game, with each side comprising 5 players, the objective being to destroy the opposing team's nexus. One might liken it to 2 rival cities, each with 3 lanes, where equally matched soldiers are deployed, and players assume the roles of commanders. Victory is achieved by defeating the opposing commander and subsequently obliterating their city center. The game consists of both normal matches and ranked matches. Normal matches involve the system randomly pairing teammates and opponents for practice, while ranked matches are more formal, with results recorded. Higher scores signify greater skill, serving as a tangible measure of prowess. A score of 1,900 in ranked matches indicates high-level competition, while players like Wang Qin typically engage only in normal matches. To participate in ranked matches, one must reach level 30 and possess at least 16 champions, a feat beyond Wang Qin and his classmates. Which is why Yu Luosheng found little motivation to associate with them. Their skill levels were simply not comparable. When Yu Luosheng and Shui Yi played, they typically took the bottom lane, with Yu Luosheng playing support and Shui Yi as the primary damage dealer, ADC. They worked together seamlessly, achieving victory after victory in their matches, both of them climbing to the coveted 2,000 points tier. A rank of 2,000 is regarded as a significant milestone, a testament to elite League of Legends players. For a high school senior to attain such skill was indeed remarkable. I have to go. Take care, Shui Yi said after their second match. Not playing anymore? Yu Luosheng inquired, puzzled. They usually played late into Saturday nights, reluctant to stop. So it was unusual for Shui Yi to suddenly log off. I won't have time to play tomorrow either. Let us continue next week, she replied. All right, then I'll play some normal matches on my own, Yu Luosheng said. You could play ranked matches by yourself, Shui Yi suggested. Without you, I fear I might be let down, he admitted. So you do rely on me. Although our teamwork isn't perfectly synchronized, there are times I struggle to keep up with you, Shui Yi confessed, acknowledging Yu Luosheng's adeptness in playing support. Haha, get yourself a microphone, and let us voice chat. Yu Luosheng teased. I know what you're after. I'm worried my rough, uncle-like voice will scare you off, and you'll block me, Shui Yi playfully retorted. Hee. Yu Luosheng chuckled. While he didn't concern himself with Shui Yi's gender, he couldn't help but feel that if she were indeed a girl, That would be quite delightful. All right, I'll buy a mic. We'll voice chat next week, Shui said. Really going to voice chat? Yu Luosheng wondered if he had misheard. He had known Shui for quite some time, initially chatting on QQ before she introduced him to League of Legends. Despite her online persona suggesting femininity, her reluctance to video or voice chat left Yu Luosheng anxious, fearing she might actually be a middle-aged man. And now, the moment of truth was approaching. Would she sound like a coarse-voiced uncle or a sweet, innocent girl? Next week would reveal all, and for some reason, Yu Luosheng felt a flutter of excitement. I'm off now. Okay, goodbye. As Shui's 3 names faded from the screen, Yu Luosheng felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. After she logged off, he refrained from playing normal matches and instead logged into another account. Truthfully, he did not enjoy playing normal matches. As someone who had once competed at a professional level, the casual nature of such games felt tedious. Just as he was about to click on solo ranked matches, his phone rang. With no one home, Yu Luosheng answered the call. Luosheng? A voice inquired. It's me, Wang Qin. Aren't you busy battling with your classmates? Yu Luosheng recognized Wang Qin's unmistakable, rugged voice immediately. Sigh, Sun Yang got dragged back home by his mother to study. There is no one to play support. I can't let those 2 level 12 rookies, Xiao Ji and Guanzi, take the position, right? The third class 1T let me recruit outside help. So here I am, Wang Qin explained rapidly. Then just don't play, Yu Luosheng suggested. How can I? The third class said that if we don't play today, it counts as a forfeit. Plus, Yang Qianqian is here, and she asked wearing a skirt today. You wouldn't believe how fair her legs are. In short, we have to play. Please, just tell me your League of Legends level, and if you can handle this support position, Wang Qin pleaded. How much did you wager? Yu Luosheng asked. 1,000. Are you crazy? 1,000 is 2 months' living expenses for a boarding high school student. Yu Luosheng knew Wang Qin's family was not well off, and losing that amount would surely lead to severe consequences at home. Lin Su tossed in 1,000 without a second thought, saying he didn't care about money. I couldn't let that slide, so I threw in my 1,000 too. Yang Qianqian must think I'm quite the gentleman for doing so. She probably just thinks you're a fool. Fine, I'll come help you out with support, Yu Luosheng conceded. But you haven't told me your level. If you're not even level 15, don't bother coming. I'll find someone else. Beep, beep. Damn it, why did he hang up? Anyone with a modicum of experience in League of Legends knows that when assessing someone's skill, you don't ask about their level, you ask about their ranked points. After all, level 30 is the cap, and only at that point can one begin to shed the label of novice. Yu Luosheng had reached level 30 long ago, and he suspected that someone like Wang Qin, who lingered in the mid-20s, wouldn't even know what rank points were, so he decided against explaining it. At this moment, Yu Luosheng felt a twinge of displeasure. Lin Su from class 3 comes from a wealthy family, and he tosses around 1,000 yuan as if it were mere pocket change. In stark contrast, for Wang Qin, that same 1,000 yuan constitutes his entire living expenses. Lin Su appears to take delight in provoking Wang Qin, intent on making him suffer. While minor skirmishes might be overlooked, Yu Luosheng cannot stand idly by while Lin Su deliberately bullies his brother. What gives Lin Su the right to act so arrogantly? Is wealth truly a justification for such disdain? I shall gladly accept your 1,000 yuan. It will serve perfectly to purchase skins and runes for your father. Just one word, done. Chapter 4. A beautiful encounter. As Yu Luosheng stepped outside, he traversed a rather boisterous street. Unfortunately, 2 familiar figures approached him, one being a mother, the other a student. The student, with his head hung low, was being vociferously chastised by his mother, as if he had committed the most egregious of wrongs. The boy dared not retort, merely shuffling along the pavement. Yu Luosheng recognized the student. It was Sun Yang, the support player, who, as Wang Qin had predicted, was being dragged back by his mother. You worthless child, all you do is play. Do you think the internet CAF is a place for you? Do you have any idea how much your father and I have spent to provide for your sister and you? Do you think this money grows on trees? And yet, you squander it on gaming. Oh, you enjoy gaming, do you? Just wait until I tell your father. He will break your legs. The slightly portly middle-aged woman shouted, her voice carrying across half the street. Sun Yang felt as though he were a thief, not daring to lift his head, completely oblivious to Yu Luosheng passing by. Listening to the tirade from Sun Yang's mother, Yu Luosheng could only pretend not to notice. There are few parents in this world who understand esports. In fact, anything unrelated to academics is typically dismissed by them. After crossing the street and navigating a dim alley, the neon-lit Longxing Internet CAF came into view, offering a sense of relief akin to a sudden ray of light breaking through the gloom. As he ascended the stairs, the sounds of mouse clicks and keyboard strokes mixed with the strains of rock and metal music and the excited shouts of players greeted him. Upon reaching the second floor, A relatively fresh scent wafted through the air. This internet CAF was quite reputable, featuring designated smoking and non-smoking areas. The smoking section was usually a gathering spot for adults or unruly youths, while the non-smoking area was predominantly occupied by students, women, and those pretending to be respectable. Internet CAFs are often a mix of characters. In the days when his family lacked a computer, Yu Luosheng had spent countless dull evenings here. Back then, as a primary and middle school student, the CAF was loosely regulated, and with his family often preoccupied, he found solace in the lively atmosphere. With limited pocket money, he could not afford to play. Instead, he would stand behind others, quietly observing and learning. Of course, he often witnessed others making foolish moves and longed to push them aside to take control of the characters himself, imagining himself dominating the game. Upon entering the non-smoking area, the air was significantly more pleasant, and one was less likely to encounter dyed-haired youths or disheveled men. With a stroke of luck, one might even catch a glimpse of a couple of attractive women. Who are you cursing at? Who's the coward? Suddenly, a roar pierced the air. Who asked the coward? If you can't handle losing, just admit it. What's with the stalling? A voice with an unmistakable mockery chimed in. Can't handle losing? Spare me the nonsense. Even 4 against 5, we can crush you like dogs. Wang Qin bellowed. Oh, 4 against 5? I wonder who lost like a dog last week. Finishing in under 30 minutes. If it's 4 against 5, I bet you'll be hiding in the fountain within 10 minutes. The mocking voice laughed, with several others chiming in to escalate the verbal sparring. The rivalry between Class 3 and Class 8 was fierce. They had been bitter enemies since the second year of high school, their animosity deep-rooted. This contention had now extended into the realm of League of Legends. For in the eyes of students, competitive gaming held a status equal to that of traditional sports, offering a chance to showcase their masculine valor. Enough with the bickering. A clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out. Though not loud, it effortlessly commanded attention, and all the boisterous young men fell silent, seemingly wary of leaving a poor impression on the owner of that voice. Hey, Qianqian, you saw last time's match. They were no match for me. Tomorrow on Sunday, I'll take you to play. I guarantee a 100% win rate. Lin Su from Class 3 said with a charming smile. Lin Su possessed a fair complexion, so pristine it seemed almost floral. However, his eyes betrayed a less than pure intent, often reflecting disdain or scorn, except when he gazed at Yang Qianqian, where his eyes appeared genuinely sincere and friendly. Yang Qianqian's reputation had spread throughout the senior year. She was known for her charming demeanor and vibrant energy. She had a wide range of interests, including those typically associated with men, and recently, she had developed a fascination for League of Legends. Upon learning this, numerous skilled players from the senior class flocked to the CAF, some even practicing overnight, desperate to impress her through their gaming prowess. Oh, if a beautiful woman enters the male-dominated sphere of competition, her allure transcends that of other beauties in different fields, igniting a unique fervor. This is a truth universally acknowledged. What boy would not wish for a girlfriend who could join him in gaming, especially one who is both stunningly attractive and possesses an alluring figure? No, if such a girl existed, she would not merely be a girl, she would be a goddess. Since no one else will, I shall take on the role of support. It's just a match, after all, Yang Qianqian remarked, casting a glance at the agitated men around her. That's out of the question. Wang Qin and Lin Su protested vehemently. They had clandestinely placed bets, and having Yang Qianqian as support would render the match uninteresting. This contest was about showcasing beauty first and foremost, with any semblance of camaraderie or integrity cast aside. Hey everyone, I'm here. Yu Luosheng decided it was time to make his entrance. Wang Qin, Zhong Xiaoyan, Zhao Kesong, and Chao Sheng turned to face him, while Yang Qianqian stood amidst the crowd from Class 8, her beautiful eyes curiously scanning Yu Luosheng. Buddy, you finally made it. What would you like to drink? It's on me. Wang Qin exclaimed excitedly. A cola, please, Yu Luosheng replied without hesitation. All right. With that, Wang Qin dashed off to fetch a bottle of cola. Who is this guy? He doesn't look familiar. Is he a temporary recruit? Niepeng from Class 3 pointed at Yu Luosheng. Yu Luosheng had recently transferred to Class 8 in his senior year, rarely interacting with students from other classes, so the members of Class 3 naturally did not recognize him. He is from Class 8, Yang Qianqian interjected confidently. How do you know he is from Class 8? But even if you brought in a ringer, it doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of useless players. Besides being loud, they're hardly capable. Lin Su feigned indifference. Yu Luosheng found it curious how Yang Qianqian could be so certain of his class. Aside from occasionally stealing glances at her lovely legs while mingling with Wang Qin and the others, he had not exchanged a single word with her. It was puzzling how this goddess in the eyes of senior students could possibly remember his plain face. Could it be that she saw beyond his ordinary exterior to the unique charm and essence within? Ah, what was that saying? Some men, no matter how despondent or concealed, have an innate aura of melancholy and charisma that inevitably shines through their eyes. This natural allure is bound to be captured by a woman with discerning taste. Much like a firefly in the night, striking and extraordinary. Chapter 5. You two go top lane. Let's get started. I'm getting impatient. Lin Su from Class 3 declared. It seemed Lin Su held a certain status in this internet CAF, as their table of 10 computers was reserved exclusively. Each computer flickered with the interface of League of Legends, a blend of ancient solemnity and metallic deep blue. Usually, everyone faced the drabness of textbooks, but upon seeing this vibrant interface, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Luosheng, you sit next to Zhong Xiaoyan, Wang Qin instructed, pointing to the vacant seat beside her. Wang Qin took the central position, indicating he would play the mid laner. To his right sat Chao Sheng and Zhao Kesong, while Yu Luosheng and Zhong Xiaoyan occupied his left, undoubtedly ready to dominate the bottom lane. Behind their quintet stood several brothers from Class 8, regulars of the internet CAF, there to cheer them on. Numbering around 7 or 8, one of whom was a girl. Let's crush them. Huang Yu, the vice-class leader of Class 8, exclaimed. Indeed, we lost in basketball. We cannot afford to lose in LOL. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold our heads high in front of these Class 3 folks, the basketball team's captain added. If you win, I'll reward each of you with a kiss, Xiaomei said with a smile. Ah, Yu Luosheng, step aside, let me play. Get out of here. You haven't even reached level 10, just sit this one out. Wang Qin removed his headphones and turned to the cheerleaders, saying, don't worry, we won't lose. With that, everyone logged into their accounts. Entering the telecom area, Steel Sunday Lin Su from Class 3 created a custom game. Custom games differ from ranked matches. They are commonly used for internal battles, where teammates face each other, while ranked matches randomly pair players from the network. Wang Qin's ID was predictably Beast. Zhong Xiaoyan's was Cloud. Zhao Kesong's was I am Arrogant. Chao Sheng's was I am the Lord. And Yu Luosheng's ID, Sky Soar Codefall, was a haphazard choice. Difficult to pronounce, hence its adoption. Yu Luosheng's main account, with a ranking of 2,000 points, was in the Netcom region of Freljord, while Steel Sun was a secondary account created for playing with an old friend, not high in level. Seriously? You're only level 13. While my partner Sun Yang is at level 24. It seems our bottom lane is doomed again. Zhong Xiaoyan glanced at Yu Luosheng's account, her heart sinking. Last time they faced Class 3, she and Sun Yang had been utterly overwhelmed, and now she was to partner with a level 13 player. Was there any hope for survival? Yu Luosheng is just 3 levels above me. How about I take the lead? Wang Tao was eager to prove himself. Wang Qin glanced at Yu Luosheng and asked, brother, are you up for this? Don't worry. Yu Luosheng smirked confidently, a brazen smile gracing his face. In this era, when it was time to show off, one must do so with audacity. If you possess the skill, why not flaunt it? Soon, a flurry of invitations arrived. Lin Su from Class 3 added Yu Luosheng as a friend and pulled him into the custom game interface. Upon entering, Yu Luosheng noticed a row of IDs on the opposing side, all beginning with Mad. To Yu Luosheng, it seemed rather glitched. Scanning quickly, he noted that all 5 opponents were above level 25, with Mad for Life nearing level 30. Looking back at his own side, aside from Wang Qin at level 26, the others were 21, 22, and then there was his glaring level 13. They really couldn't find anyone else, and ended up with a level 13 newbie to fill in. Our bottom lane will have an easy time, laughed Feng Xiaoqing from Class 8. They'll surely be worthless against us. At that moment, Lin Su chimed in with a grin. No worries, we can split the winnings based on kills. If you manage to take down 20 of them, that $1,000 is basically yours. Now I'm really pumped. I thought they were too weak. I'll use my best hero for the kills. Piped up Ma Xiaoqing from the opposing team, excitement evident in her tone. Hearing the taunts and confronted with the blatant fact of Yu Luosheng's level, the atmosphere grew tense. Finally, Wang Qin shouted, stop the chatter. Let us get started and leave you all searching for your teeth. With a nod from Lin Su, the 5 computers instantly transitioned to the champion selection screen. Let us ban their strongest champions first. That should give us an advantage, Yu Luosheng suggested. What do you mean by ban? Zhong Xiaoyan asked, looking perplexed. Yu Luosheng merely made a casual remark, but noticed everyone was staring at him quizzically. Upon glancing at the selection screen, he felt a chill. This was a custom pick mode, where players select their champions without seeing the opponent's lineup, and there was no banning process. Alright then, I overestimated you all, Yu Luosheng reassured himself. What champion will you play? Wang Qin asked, turning his gaze. I'll go with Blitzcrank. I have that hero on this account, Yu Luosheng replied. Blitzcrank has a certain intimidation factor. Wang Qin nodded in agreement. Zhong Xiaoyun, however, wore a distressed expression and murmured, "Last time, Sun Yang played blitzcrank, and we were utterly annihilated." Ignoring Zhong Xiaoyun's lament, Yu Luosheng glanced at their team composition. Wang Qin selected the dark child, Annie. Despite her appearance as a cute, pink-haired girl, Annie was a fierce champion known for her explosive damage. Who would have thought Wang Qin was a fan of Lolis? Zhong Xiaoyun mused. She chose misfortune, a charming and seductive character known for her flirtatious quips. Zhao Kesong opted for Garen, a classic champion well known in League of Legends, while Chao Sheng picked Master Yi, a character often found in lower-tier matches. Yu Luosheng assessed the lineup through a professional lens, deeming it a poor composition, but guessed they likely lacked proficiency with other champions. Is he jungling? Why not take Smite? Yu Luosheng suggested to Chao Sheng. Jungling? What's that? Chao Sheng responded, puzzled. It's about farming jungle monsters. But let us skip jungling. I'll have to face 2 opponents alone in top lane. Zhao Kesong interjected. It turned out they were employing a rather rudimentary 2-1-2 formation, prompting Yu Luosheng to roll his eyes. Well then, this is a low-tier match. Yet, Yu Luosheng found himself perplexed. Clearly, it was a 212 formation. Why, then, did Wang Qin introduce the concept of a top laner during class discussions? Was this not reminiscent of the frequent occurrences in lower-tier matches where the two of you would assume the role of a top laner? Chapter 6. Not playing ADC like this. Yu Luosheng, accustomed to ranked matches, had not participated in such games for a while. In League of Legends, players above level 20 typically formed a 2-1-2 lineup. Yu Luosheng, you're only level 13 and lack runes. Play cautiously in the bot lane, Wang Qin remarked. Indeed. Their runes are nearly full, Yu Luosheng replied, relieved they were aware of such details. He feared that if he suggested they adjust their runes and talents, they might look at him in confusion and ask, what are runes? Alright, everyone, let us play seriously. Wang Qin assumed the role of captain, rallying the team. As the hero selection interface began its countdown, they transitioned to the loading screen. Yu Luosheng glanced at Wang Qin, noticing his tense and serious demeanor. Betting 1,000 yuan. It was understandable for him to feel nervous, especially with the rare opportunity to impress Yang Qianqian. Zhao Kesong also appeared uneasy, as he had the smallest courage among them. Chao Sheng remained quiet, focused intently on the screen. Yu Luosheng, feeling somewhat lax, unconsciously glanced sideways and caught sight of Yang Qianqian's long, shapely legs. Noticing his gaze, she shot him a glare. How stingy. Just a glance 1T cost you anything. However, those legs were indeed enticing. He mused about how they might feel to touch. Meanwhile, Lin Su rested his chin on his crossed arms, a smile gracing his face. They surely don't know that Brother Lin is trained by a master. My skills exceed level 29, and I can easily handle those at level 30 or above, a pale-faced student whispered beside him. Fool, the cap in League of Legends is level 30. Lin Su chuckled in reprimand. Oh, so there's no level beyond 30? Then what happens? The student inquired. You can play ranked matches, Lin Su explained. What are ranked matches like? The others, having never played ranked themselves, were curious. In ranked matches, there are many experts. The gameplay is quite formal. Anyone who has played ranked can easily dominate us. In short, those who can play ranked are not at your level, Lin Su elaborated. The classmates envied him, wishing for a chance to be mentored by his master to witness true skill. Once we get the opportunity, I'll have my master take you all along to show you what a true expert looks like. Now, let us get started. Play hard, and I'll treat you all to a feast later, Lin Su declared. All right, if Brother Lin says so, we're in for a feast. The classmates from the 3rd class were all thrilled, knowing Lin Su came from a wealthy family. Most gravitated towards him, eager to trample on their long-standing rivals in the 8th class. It was a gratifying prospect. Welcome to League of Legends. The familiar synthesized voice of the female announcer floated through, pleasant but bearing an air of solemnity and rigidity. Yu Luosheng selected the champion Blitzcrank, understanding that in this match, the concept of early team fights and jungle monsters was irrelevant. He promptly maneuvered Blitzcrank to the lane. Be cautious, both of you in the top lane. Wait until the minion wave passes before entering the brush to avoid ambushes, Wang Qin cautioned Zhao Kesong and Chao Sheng. The two nodded in agreement. Why does that statement feel so awkward? Newbies have a habit of hiding in the brush before the minions reach the lane, either to ambush others or, more annoyingly, out of sheer curiosity to see if enemies are lurking within. Peeking into the brush invites disaster, Yu Luosheng thought, urging his teammates to value their integrity. Standing under the turret, Yu Luosheng controlled Blitzcrank, shifting his perspective to the top lane. Chao Sheng's Master Yi and Zhao Kesong's Garen were carelessly wandering around the brush, far from the turret's safety. If 5 opponents were lurking there, they would surely be caught off guard. The 3rd class had no one with Smite, forming a similar 2-1-2 lineup. Since there was no jungler, Yu Luosheng, as support, brought only a ward, estimating that roaming would be minimal in this match, making the ward an unnecessary expense. He positioned Blitzcrank at the edge of the first brush, assigning his first skill point to Q, rocket grab. Zhong Xiaoyan's misfortune stood slightly behind him. At this moment, the minion wave arrived. The melee minions clashed, while the ranged minions, draped in what resembled skirts or capes, slowly made their entrance to join the fray. The melee minions quickly fell to half health when a man clad in black and red emerged from the opposing brush, wielding a long spear and effortlessly dispatching a minion. Meanwhile, Misfortune remained composed behind Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank, exuding an air of I won T act unless you do. What are you doing? Last hitting minions. Yu Luosheng urged Zhong Xiaoyan. Aren't you going to catch someone? I'm waiting for you to initiate, she replied. Yu Luosheng, with tears in his eyes, watched as the opposing melee minions fell one by one, while Zhong Xiaoyan neglected to last hit. An ADC who doesn't T last hit? With such teammates, how could they avoid defeat? Finally, Misfortune darted out from the brush, swaying her waist and flaunting her curves, firing her first shot. Take that, she exclaimed. The fireball striking the first minion before accurately bouncing to another yet not killing a single one. The initial wave of minions was swiftly cleared, and Yu Luosheng pressed the tab key, speechless as he observed Misfortune's last hit count of 1, a wave of frustration coursing through him. Is this the so-called casual last-hitting technique? Brother, this is not how we play ADC. My boss taught me last week. Wait until the minions are low before striking, and you can secure the gold more effectively. I didn't expect it to work so well. I just cleared 7 minions in one wave, while that fool Misfortune only got 1. Feng Xiaoqing from the 3rd class boasted with a voice like a duck's quack. Feng Xiaoqing, previously unnoticed, had garnered attention since starting to play League of Legends, with classmates below level 20 now flocking around him, feeding his vanity. Today, he claimed he would secure over 20 kills as ADC. Playing as Graves, he demonstrated a far superior skill set than Zhong Xiaoyan, adeptly using abilities to poke at her health while last hitting minions. By level 3, Misfortune had consumed all 3 of her health potions. Yu Luosheng remained hidden in the brush, aware that an opponent was lurking there as well, a robust Garen from Demacia. Yu Luosheng could easily snag him with his grab, but if he pulled Garen in, Garen would thank him with a swift blow from his massive sword, followed by a retaliation from the alluring Misfortune. Wait, did that fool Graves just waste his mobility skill? Yu Luosheng's eyes lit up, seizing the opportunity. Excellent. You're finished now. Chapter 7. Hooked again. I am his grandson. Those who have played the outlaw gangster, Graves, are well aware that his E-skill, Quick Draw, is a minor displacement ability. Yu Luosheng understood that Zhong Xiaoyan's skills were rather lackluster. Despite numerous opportunities to engage, he refrained until Graves activated Quick Draw. It was then that Yu Luosheng's golden blitzcrank emitted a mechanical sound, signaling the impending doom of Graves. As the minion wave vanished, Yu Luosheng decisively activated Blitzcrank's W skill, Overdrive, which granted a burst of speed. Zhong Xiaoyan attacked Graves, Yu Luosheng commanded. Unlike the usual strategy of using Blitzcrank's Q skill, Rocket Grab, to pull enemies back, he surged forward with the acceleration, boldly charging at the mispositioned Graves. Graves, caught off guard, was unable to evade as Blitzcrank's E-skill, Power Fist, sent him flying. Misfortune, albeit slightly delayed, quickly followed suit, unleashing a barrage of attacks, and with all her abilities activated, Graves' health plummeted to half. At that moment, the lurking Garen from Demacia finally emerged from the brush. This Garen, displaying some cleverness, charged directly at Misfortune, landing a silence with his decisive strike. Ignore him. Continue attacking Graves, Yu Luosheng instructed. By this time, Graves' health had dwindled to a third, prompting a hasty flash to escape. At a distance of approximately 800 yards, Misfortune was unable to reach him, and even the melee Blitzcrank could not engage. As it seemed Graves would flee, no one noticed Yu Luosheng's keen eye. The instant Graves used his flash, his fingers danced nimbly over the Q key. The electrified mechanical claw sliced through the air in a yellow arc, precisely snagging Graves' retreating form. Graves was yanked back from a supposed safe distance, landing right beneath Blitzcrank. Impressive hook, exclaimed both Feng Xiaoqing and Zhong Xiaoyan in unison. Even if Zhong Xiaoyan were lacking in skill, there was no way this duck would escape. After a few clicks, Graves' remaining health was swiftly extinguished. First blood. The golden 400 appeared above Misfortune's head, much to the delight of Feng Xiaoqing and his team. Haha, we secured first blood in the bot lane, cheered their supporters. Fool, it was the enemy who got it, retorted a teammate, as they realized Feng Xiaoqing's Graves had been slain. How is this possible? That idiot Zhong Xiaoyan actually got a kill? The group huddled around Feng Xiaoqing's computer, confirming the screen was grayed out, their faces painted with disbelief. What happened? Captain Lin Su furrowed his brow, sounding somewhat displeased. I was careless, Feng Xiaoqing admitted with a wry smile. Stay focused, Lin Su advised. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, for it was merely first blood and would not alter the tide of the game significantly. Lin Su was playing mid lane, wielding the Void Reaver, commonly known as Kha'Zix, against Wang Qin's Dark Child, Annie. While Kha'Zix had a challenging start, he managed to secure 5 more minion kills than Wang Qin, and with health potions still in stock, Lin Su's prowess was evident. Meanwhile, Wang Qin, the captain of Class 8, beamed upon learning that first blood belonged to his teammate. Well done, Zhong Xiaoyun, he praised. Nice kill. Zhao Kesong chimed in with a grin. I need to run. I'm out of health. Zhong Xiaoyun, feeling triumphant, chuckled. Wang Qin, Chao Sheng, and Zhao Kesong remained focused on their lanes, only glancing down at the bot lane when first blood was announced, witnessing misfortune claim Graves' life. They instinctively attributed this to Zhong Xiaoyun's burgeoning skill. However, Zhong Xiaoyun was acutely aware that without Yu Luosheng's timely hook yanking Graves back from his flash, she would never have secured that first blood. She merely executed her role of attacking Graves without any significant maneuvering. The spectators from Class 8, still novices at around level 10, likely could not comprehend Yu Luosheng's intricate sequence of actions. He had waited for the enemy to expend their displacement ability, then, as they faltered and the minion wave vanished, he charged in to incapacitate them. After calculating that Graves would inevitably flash to escape, Yu Luosheng then unleashed Blitzcrank's pivotal Q skill. Despite Graves using his flash, he could not evade his demise. Yu Luosheng had meticulously envisioned this sequence in his mind, a level of foresight unattainable by lesser players. The inexperienced onlookers could only appreciate the style of Yu Luosheng's final hook that pulled Graves back from the brink of safety. Recognizing that first blood was indeed his accomplishment, yet unable to grasp the underlying finesse. The only one captivated was the enchanting Yang Qianqian, who observed Yu Luosheng's screen for an extended period, then discreetly admired his profile. This guy is quite impressive, she mused, recalling how her brother had used E to lift enemies before pulling them back with Q. Even if he plays well, he's still an annoying brat for not recognizing me. Yang Qianqian pouted. Oblivious to the attention, Yu Luosheng noticed the solitary Garen from Demacia still lingering before him. He promptly darted into the second brush, circumventing the minion wave. Following the same tactic, he approached Garen, utilizing E to send him airborne. Then as Garen attempted to flee, he used Q to reel him back. Unfortunately, Zhong Xiaoyun was a beat slow, failing to keep pace, resulting in Garen escaping with a sliver of health. Yu Luosheng bore no ill will towards Zhong Xiaoyun for her delay. Having forced Garen to retreat, he anticipated that Graves would soon be left alone on the lane, making it easier to secure another kill. On the opposing side, Feng Xiaoqing, controlling Graves, cautiously advanced towards the lane. Xiaoqing, I'm waiting for my longsword. Be careful not to get hooked, warned a classmate controlling Garen. Noticing Blitzcrank retreating into the shadows, Feng Xiaoqing scoffed. He must be hiding in the brush. I'll wait it out under the tower. If he hooks me, I'll be his grandson. In summary, caution was advised. Chapter 8. They must be annihilated in the bottom lane. On the other side, after consuming a replenishing potion, Yu Luosheng's robotic Blitzcrank was nearly at full health. He glanced at the minion wave, which had already reached the enemy's turret, and calculated that the opposing misfortune should be returning to lane around this time. Thus, Yu Luosheng feigned a retreat into the brush. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy lacked vision, he moved towards the river, circled around to the triangular brush near the river, and positioned himself behind the horizontal wall above the enemy's first turret on the left side of the bottom lane. The golden-hued Blitzcrank pressed closely against the wall, lying in wait like a stealthy leopard. Oh, for his prey's arrival. A little trivia. All walls without wards or allied minions provide no vision. Zhong Xiaoyun, move a bit closer to me, Yu Luosheng instructed. Zhong Xiaoyun complied, supplementing minions while inching towards Yu Luosheng's position. Just a few moments later, misfortune indeed appeared. Yu Luosheng's gaze sharpened. Through the vision granted by his minions pushing under the enemy turret, he could see misfortune's silhouette, due to the wall obstructing her view. She was completely unaware of Yu Luosheng lurking behind it. A low-health ranged minion. Misfortune aimed to secure that minion. Adjusting his angle, he unleashed his mechanical hook. As Misfortune stepped forward to last hit, a crackling yellow hook suddenly emerged from behind the wall. She was yanked over the wall like a startled rabbit, only to be met by Blitzcrank's electrifying fist, striking her in the abdomen. Immediately afterward, Misfortune was sent flying through the air, clutching her injured self. At that moment, Zhong Xiaoyan's misfortune unleashed a barrage of abilities, raining down bullets and dealing substantial damage. However, despite the onslaught, Misfortune's health plummeted to 0. Having fallen victim to death, her level was now a notch below both Blitzcrank and Zhong Xiaoyan. Such meager health could not withstand the brutal assault. As Misfortune activated her escape ability, Zhong Xiaoyan's explosive shot coincidentally struck her from behind. With a heart-rending scream, Misfortune gracelessly collapsed to the ground, her legs in the air. "Damn it!" exclaimed Feng Xiaoqing in frustration. The onlookers from Class 3 were equally astonished. "What happened? You died again. Didn't I tell you to be careful?" One disgruntled Garen from Class 3 reprimanded. "How was I to know she was hiding behind that wall?" Feng Xiaoqing's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly irritated. Dying twice in a row was a significant blow to his pride, especially with everyone watching and his hopes of racking up kills dashed. "This robot is quite formidable. No, it's extraordinary. It can pull people from under the turret." Several members of Class 3, who had been observing the bottom lane, were utterly amazed by Yu Luosheng's skillful hook. "Which side are you supporting?" Feng Xiaoqing glared at the group behind him, prompting them to hastily fall silent. "Well done. That was beautiful in the bottom lane," Wang Qin shouted again. This was crucial for a 1,000 yuan wager and the competitive honor of their Class 8. 2 kills signified a growing advantage in the bottom lane. "Yu Luosheng, that hook was impressive. I never knew one could hook like that," remarked a level 17 player, known for his dark demeanor. He often mingled with this group but was regrettably average in skill. "Hey, did you hear what someone just said? If you get hooked again, you'll be their grandchild." "Haha, yes. Yu Luosheng, you have a grandchild now." The brothers from Class 8 seized the opportunity to mock him, unleashing a wave of banter. Feng Xiaoqing turned pale, unable to utter a word, suppressing his frustration as he begrudgingly purchased a vampiric scepter. "Double kill." Suddenly, this striking phrase appeared on the computer screen. Yu Luosheng had just returned to base to buy equipment when the camera switched to the top lane, revealing that both their Demacia and Master Yi had met a tragic fate on the main road, their bodies trampled by minions. "Oh no. Lin Su's Kazakhs just claimed 2 kills. Wang Qin shouted. Wang Qin's Annie had been dueling Kazakhs in the mid lane, but after Lin Su returned home, he had not returned to lane. Instead, he had descended upon the top lane, teaming up with the 2 there to eliminate Zhao Kesong and Chao Sheng, claiming all the kills for himself. A void reaver like Kazakhs becomes an extremely terrifying presence once he accumulates kills. Just as the bottom lane celebrated victory, the top lane suffered a significant setback, leaving Wang Qin furrowing his brow once more. "You think you can act so arrogant? Just wait until Lin Su descends upon your bottom lane. Misfortune, prepare to get wrecked." Lin Su's entourage immediately began to echo his boastful taunts. Yu Luosheng switched the camera back to himself and returned to lane with Misfortune. This time, he opted for a sightstone, ensuring he would maintain excellent vision control in the bottom lane, without fearing Lin Su's Kazakhs. Moreover, Kazakhs had yet to evolve his wings, rendering him less of a threat. "Play cautiously in the top lane. This time it's my fault for not warning you," Wang Qin advised. "Understood." Zhao Kesong and Chao Sheng nodded in agreement. "You two did well in the top lane. At least you weren't killed before Lin Su arrived," Wang Qin remarked. "Hee, the boss told us to play cautiously, right?" However, Yu Luosheng did not fully agree with Wang Qin's assessment. Although the top lane had not been slain prior, their levels in gold were severely lacking. The 2 of them had only last hit a mere 20 minions after 7 minutes. Their economy paled in comparison to the enemies, rendering their situation no better than if they had been killed. It seemed they needed to adopt a more aggressive approach. The top lane was likely beyond salvaging, so he must ensure the enemy's bottom lane suffered a similar fate. Examining the situation, Yu Luosheng felt that the outlook was not particularly optimistic. Once more back in lane, after securing a few minions, Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank and Zhong Xiaoyan's Misfortune both reached level 6, while the unfortunate Misfortune remained at level 5. Yu Luosheng calculated that she would require 5 more minions to reach level 6. Misfortune's ultimate ability was powerful, and Garen's ultimate at level 6 was even more ferocious. Should both reach level 6 simultaneously, their explosive potential would far surpass that of Blitzcrank and Misfortune. Hence, Yu Luosheng needed to strike before Misfortune attained her 6th level. "Zhong Xiaoyan, stay close to me," Yu Luosheng advised. "Got it." Zhong Xiaoyan nodded eagerly. From previously doubting Yu Luosheng's abilities, she now trusted him unconditionally, a subtle change she was unaware of herself. Chapter 9. An assured victory in the bottom lane in the heat of battle. One must pay meticulous attention to the minion waves while remaining acutely aware of the enemy's skill cooldowns. Yu Luosheng, considering Zhong Xiaoyan's lack of proficiency, chose to wait until the crucial Q skill of the gangplank had been expended before striking. To ensure a certain kill, he boldly flashed over the minion line, his golden form standing defiantly before Gangplank, who was taken aback and hastily retreated. Feng Xiaoqing, clearly startled, inadvertently played into Yu Luosheng's hands by backing away further. The robotic champion Blitzcrank initiated the assault with his Q ability, the mechanical hook, pulling Gangplank towards him. Given the angle, the likelihood of Gangplank evading this was minimal, and Yu Luosheng was confident in this. Ideally, Gangplank should have sidestepped to the left or right, instead of merely retreating. Could he really outrun Blitzcrank's hook? For the third time, Gangplank found himself ensnared, and to prevent him from using his E-ability to escape, Yu Luosheng unleashed his ultimate, silencing Gangplank for half a second. Once the silence lifted, he followed up with a mechanical fist that sent Gangplank flying. Zhong Xiaoyun, alerted by Yu Luosheng, reacted swiftly, launching Misfortune's devastating ultimate barrage. Amidst her wild, enchanting laughter, a high-damage cone of bullets rained down upon their foe. Yu Luosheng's combination of skills reduced Gangplank's health by half, and after the barrage, Gangplank's life swiftly dwindled, culminating in his demise within mere seconds. At that moment, the Dalmatian champion arrived late to the fray, his sword crashing down upon Misfortune, interrupting her ultimate. Alas, your ally Gangplank has already fallen. The early game damage from Dalmatia, coupled with minion attacks, prompted Yu Luosheng to calculate that if Dalmatia ignited Misfortune, she would meet her end at Garen's execution. Without hesitation, he cast weakness on Dalmatia, diminishing both his speed and attack power. Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank stayed close to Garen, relentlessly pursuing him with basic attacks, and awaited the cooldown of his E-ability to once again send Garen airborne. Garen shot upwards as if electrified, receiving several hits from Misfortune, leaving him with only half his health. However, Garen displayed wisdom, opting not to flee blindly. Instead, he decisively ignited Misfortune, and with his second Q ability ready, he charged forward to unleash Dalmatian justice upon her. With only a third of her health remaining and still burning from Ignite, Garen's Sword of Justice could certainly claim Misfortune's life. Yet, Zhong Xiaoyun, unaware of the health calculations, remained stationary, continuing her assault on Garen. Die! Shouted Xue Ben, controlling Garen, convinced that this time he would secure the kill. If he failed, he would be forever known as Misfortune's grandson. Yu Luosheng, however, smirked. The cooldown for his Q ability had just expired. As Garen approached the range to unleash his ultimate, he raised his arms, only to be seized by a yellow hook from behind. The hook latched onto Garen's cape, forcibly yanking him away from Misfortune. You wish to kill her? You must first contend with my mechanical claws. Garen was pulled back, and Misfortune seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks, her advantage in kills allowing her to deal significant damage. Garen, undeterred, pressed forward but fell before he could reach her. Oh! Garen's anguished cry echoed as he failed to unleash his golden sword. Double kill. Misfortune, the harbinger of misfortune in League of Legends, exuded a regal aura as she stood over the fallen bodies of Garen and Gangplank, triumphantly declaring, "This feels rather delightful." The sensation she referred to was far from what one might presume. It was the exhilarating thrill of obliterating foes with explosive gunpowder. With 2 more kills and over 500 gold in her coffers, Zhong Xiaoyun gazed at the screen in disbelief. A double kill. Just last week, she had been on the receiving end of continuous double kills, but now, she had claimed them herself. The euphoric feeling was indescribable, and her hands trembled with excitement. Wow. Down here, Zhong Xiaoyun and Yu Luosheng are completely dominating the opposition. Little Mei exclaimed, nearly bursting with joy, eager to embrace Yu Luosheng and Zhong Xiaoyun in celebration. Who knew our ADC and support in Class 3 were so formidable? They've already claimed 4 kills. Indeed. Who was it that boasted so confidently last week? Feng Xiaoqing exclaimed. Return that bravado to the bull. It has had a tough week. This double kill significantly bolstered Class 8's morale, with a kill count of 4-2, all secured by Misfortune. As a champion known for her high burst damage and team-fighting prowess, having acquired 4 kills early on was a monumental advantage. It was primarily Luosheng's exceptional hooks. Zhong Xiaoyun humbly acknowledged the praise, feeling a bit bashful. Yu Luosheng, you sly one, hiding your talents. If I had known you were this capable, I would have enlisted your help last week to show those fools in Class 3. Yu Luosheng smiled with feigned innocence. A promise to dominate must be fulfilled. The chatter among the group left Feng Xiaoqing and Xue Ben from Class 3 with sullen expressions. What happened to the assured victory in the bottom lane? What of the promised 20 kills? Feng Xiaoqing and Xue Ben were nearly livid, having been humiliated by a so-called novice Misfortune who had claimed 4 kills in under 10 minutes. You two, play cautiously. Wait for my support, Lin Su advised them. Lin Su had not anticipated such a rapid collapse in the bottom lane. He felt the urge to lash out, but restrained himself. Two turtles up top. He cursed. He had attempted to secure kills in the top lane multiple times, only to find his opponents too timid to engage, leaving him with no openings. Gazing at the bottom lane, Lin Su resolved to intervene, for if he delayed any longer, they would surely be overwhelmed. A loss of 1,000 gold was inconsequential. However, he had made many confident proclamations, especially after Yang Qianqian had vouched for their victory. Losing to the inept Class 8 would be a considerable blow to his pride. And more importantly, it would jeopardize his chance to bond with Yang Qianqian through the game. Chapter 10. In a surprising turn of events, the ambush led by the leader unfolded. Feng Xiaoqing skillfully maneuvered the male gunslinger back to the lane. This time, he had learned his lesson. No longer would he brazenly flaunt his presence before the robotic blitzcrank. Instead, he awaited the arrival of Lin Su's Void Reaver, Kha'Zix, who lay in wait. Don't rush. Let them come a bit closer, Lin Su commanded. Kha'Zix concealed himself behind a wall at the edge of the triangular brush, clutching a flash spell, ready to leap upon the enemy as soon as Blitzcrank and the female gunslinger drew near. At last, the minions advanced. Lin Su seized upon a misstep by the gunslinger, instantly flashing over the wall, executing a textbook ambush akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, targeting the gunslinger's ample form. In that moment, Garen and the male gunslinger surged forward, their eyes glinting with avarice as they charged at the slender, alluring figure of the female gunslinger. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiaoyun was startled by Kha'Zix's sudden appearance, her hands fumbling over the keyboard, unsure of which skill to unleash. Activate your shield, flash, retreat. Yu Luosheng urged Zhong Xiaoyun. As he spoke, he hastily maneuvered Blitzcrank towards the female gunslinger, unleashing a decisive ultimate ability that silenced Kha'Zix and the male gunslinger, preventing them from casting their skills. However, the 0.5 seconds of silence was insufficient. After activating his ultimate, Yu Luosheng immediately followed up with his E-ability, sending the explosively powerful male gunslinger flying. Though Yu Luosheng had curtailed the male gunslinger, Kha'Zix and Garen's attacks rained down upon the female gunslinger. Zhong Xiaoyun's reflexes faltered, and she was unable to use her flash before Garen's silence wore off, leaving her vulnerable to the brutal onslaught of both champions. Fortunately, her timely shield mitigated some damage, sparing her from an immediate demise. The female gunslinger, now in a panic, retreated with her waist swaying, while Kha'Zix and Garen relentlessly pursued her, her health plummeting rapidly. At last, the silence lifted, and Zhong Xiaoyun managed to execute her flash just in time, escaping the range of attack with nearly no health remaining. It was Yu Luosheng's timely intervention that prevented the male gunslinger from unleashing his full combo. Otherwise, she would have been eliminated before the silence concluded. The onlookers held their breath, exhaling a sigh of relief only when the female gunslinger reached the safety of the tower. However, in a twist of fate, the robotic Blitzcrank found himself ensnared by the attacks of three champions. Unable to slay the gunslinger, they redirected their efforts towards Blitzcrank. The trio unleashed their skills upon Yu Luosheng's robotic champion, who activated W ability, Energy Overload, to dash forward, yet his resilient form began to succumb to damage, his health dipping below 1/3. Just a little more health. The classmates shouted. He is going for the tower, take him down. Garen, unleash your ultimate. Not enough distance. The male gunslinger missed his ultimate. Lin Su glanced at the skill cooldowns. Already, while Blitzcrank's health dwindled to a mere quarter. A single combo would surely eliminate him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Su commanded Kha'Zix to leap into the tower's attack range, unleashing a full set of skills upon Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank. Just as Blitzcrank's health reached its nadir, a shield unexpectedly enveloped him. Just as it seemed the robotic champion was destined for defeat, the shield saved him from certain demise. Lin Su was momentarily stunned, with Blitzcrank nearly dead. A ignite would have sealed the deal. Yet, so often, it was just a sliver of health that allowed enemies to slip away to safety. Lin Su yearned to land a basic attack, but Blitzcrank moved with astonishing speed, and after using flash just moments ago, Kha'Zix could not catch up. Clang, clang. The aggravating sounds of tower attacks resonated. At this moment, Lin Su had no choice but to retreat. Frustrated, he clicked his mouse, guiding Kha'Zix backward while muttering curses. However, before he could finish his thought, a hook appeared behind him. Yes, it was the electrifying yellow mechanical claw. In an instant, the hook latched onto Kha'Zix's wing, forcibly pulling the blue creature back towards the tower. Ah! The female gunslinger unleashed a barrage of bullets, claiming 4 kills as her formidable power became evident. Watching Kha'Zix's health plummet in an instant, Lin Su stood dumbfounded, Before he could escape the tower's range, his screen abruptly turned gray. The gunslinger's relentless onslaught continued, mercilessly sweeping across the battlefield, her laughter echoing wildly. Kazakh's lifeless body lay pitifully at her feet. Dead. Lin Su's Void Reaver had been annihilated beneath the tower. Was it a case of losing both the lady and the troops? No. Clearly, it was a case of failing to secure a kill and instead being ensnared. Incredible. The members of Class 3 and Class 8 gasped in astonishment. The survival of both Blitzcrank and the female gunslinger was indeed a stroke of luck, yet who could have predicted such a stunning finale? Kazakhs had attempted to secure a kill at the bottom lane, only to be hooked back to his doom. With Blitzcrank drained of health and mana, and the gunslinger equally depleted, the lifeless body of Kazakhs unmistakably signified that in this 2v3 encounter, they emerged victorious. What a spectacle! That hook was unparalleled in its finesse. The legendary counterattack of a nearly dead Kazakhs was an epic display that dazzled all present. That long hook imprinted itself vividly in their minds. Lin Su's eyes widened. His thoughts still trapped in the moment he was yanked back to the tower. How did this player possess such a hook? How could he aim so precisely? Anticipating Lin Su's retreat? Most importantly, where did he find the audacity to pull himself forward with but a sliver of health remaining? The players controlling the male gunslinger and Garen, Feng Xiaoqing and Xue Bin were equally astonished, lingering near the tower, hesitant to engage due to the barrage from the gunslinger's ultimate ability. The male gunslinger was even more unfortunate, dealing no damage at all, yet suffering significant health loss from the barrage. Garen, though in decent shape, dared not approach the tower. The formidable yellow figure loomed ominously, instilling an unexplainable fear that stilled Garen's advance. This was an aura of intimidation. You two useless fools. Didn't you think to charge the tower with me just now? Look at what you've allowed. Fattening up the gunslinger has cost me dearly. Lin Su finally erupted in frustration. Previously, he had refrained from cursing, believing he could salvage the situation at the bottom lane, but after his own demise, his anger overflowed. Feng Xiaoqing and Xue Bin shrank away like ostriches burying their heads in the sand, too ashamed to lift their gazes. Both felt the sting of disappointment. Feng Xiaoqing muttered softly, "Can we really be blamed for being hooked back to the tower? That robot is formidable. I'm unsure how to counter it," Xue Bin admitted. Accustomed to dominating as Garen, he now found himself hesitant, nearly unable to gain any experience due to the pressure. "Formidable, my foot. Just wait until I annihilate him," Lin Su retorted. Having witnessed the prowess of formidable players in ranked games, he dismissed the robotic champion from Class 8 as nothing more than an amateur. Surely one unfamiliar with the very concept of ranked play. The hook just now was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for him. Moreover, Lin Su always believed that the opponent's hook under the tower was rather foolish. Had his mantis possessed the necessary skill, a single thrust could have dispatched both of those low-health adversaries. If Yu Luosheng were to learn of Lin Su's thoughts, he could only chuckle in response. "Did you think I wasn't aware of your skill's cooldown?" Chapter 11. Annie, the Sword Saint, fight him. The situation in the bottom lane had stabilized, with Graves and Garen pressured to the point of fearing to step out for last hits, unable to gain experience, and falling behind by a staggering 3 levels. It was a dire predicament indeed. Lin Su, having learned from previous experiences, wisely decided to abandon the bottom lane due to the overwhelming disadvantage and instead focused on securing kills in the top lane. Remarkably, he demonstrated considerable skill, and with the cooperation of his fellow top laners, he achieved a triple kill, 2 from the opposing team and 1 from Wang Qin's Annie, significantly boosting his resources. Despite Yu Luosheng and Zhang Shaoan establishing a substantial advantage in the bottom lane, their mid and top lanes crumbled under pressure. The triple kill propelled Kazakhs to new heights. Now, with a leap and a few quick strikes, he could eliminate opponents with ease. Yu Luosheng pressed the tab key to assess the damage on both sides. Kazakhs had claimed 5 kills, matching Graves' tally, while amassing 30 more minion kills. In terms of equipment, Lin Su's Void Reaver was indeed superior to Graves' arsenal. Double kill. The announcement echoed, marking Kazakhs' 7th kill. Those 2 kills were decisively earned in the top lane, and fortunately, Zhao Kesong's Garen and Xiao Sheng's Sword Saint managed to take down Kazakhs, netting 500 and 250 gold respectively. This exchange was relatively profitable, as the combined bounty of Garen and Sword Saint's kills did not even reach 500, while Kazakhs alone was worth 750 gold. Before long, an unfortunate announcement echoed that Kazakhs had reached level 11. Those familiar with playing Kazakhs would understand that this level marked the true emergence of the Void Reaver. Prior to this, he was merely a jumping grasshopper, with a plethora of kills under his belt. Lin Su's Kazakhs could now deal enough damage to eliminate all but the likes of Malphite and Garen. If the team remained scattered across the lanes, defeat was nearly inevitable. The power of a fully equipped level 11 Kazakhs was indeed terrifying. With 2 towers down and a kill count of 10 to 12, the advantage still seemed to lie with them. Wang Qin's Annie had also developed well. As Kazakhs collected kills, Annie had similarly secured a kill in the top lane, boasting a record of 3 kills, 3 deaths, and 4 assists, while her minion score had caught up to Lin Su's Kazakhs, making her capable of swiftly eliminating squishy targets. It was time to engage in team fights. Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank, in conjunction with Graves, pushed down the bottom tower and gradually advanced into the mid lane. Due to Kazakhs' frequent excursions to the top lane, the mid tower had taken considerable damage from Wang Qin's Annie. When Blitzcrank and Graves arrived at mid lane, they easily dismantled the mid tower. As they approached the mid lane, a confrontation was imminent. Does this fool dare to flaunt himself before me? Yu Luosheng mused. The one flaunting was none other than Graves. His movements were recklessly bold. After a moment's thought, Yu Luosheng reluctantly chose to forego the opportunity to eliminate Graves. Not because he was aware of Graves' ambush, but rather because killing him would expose his own position. Patience was key. One must fish for larger prey. Indeed, it was not long before the deep blue void reaver appeared, heading towards the 4F area to farm some jungle monsters. Unfortunately for him, Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank lay in wait behind the red buff Elder Lizard. Glancing back at Graves and Garen, Yu Luosheng felt reassured with these 2 allies at his side. Activating energy overload for a burst of speed, Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank lunged from the brush. With a sudden mechanical claw, he reached out for Kazakhs. The angle was such that Kazakhs had nowhere to evade. The hook ensnared him once more, pulling him beneath Blitzcrank's grasp. The follow-up combo sent Kazakhs airborne. Silence for a brief one. 5 seconds, enough time to obliterate him. Wait, where's the damage? How is Kazakhs still standing? As the 5 seconds elapsed, Kazakhs buzzed like a fly and leapt over the red buff wall, slipping into the shadows of vision. Yu Luosheng stood dumbfounded. The prey had escaped. He turned to see Garen and Graves had mysteriously retreated to the bottom lane, elegantly collecting minion waves. What are you 2 doing? Did you not see Luosheng hook Kazakhs? Fortunately, Wang Qin witnessed this and immediately scolded them. Really? I didn't see him. Zhao Kesong replied, bewildered as he switched screens. Having not caught a glimpse of Kazakhs' escape, Zhong Xian added, did a fight just happen? Yu Luosheng was left sweating. These 2 teammates seemed utterly oblivious to his earlier actions. What kind of teammates were these? In such a scenario, one should always be prepared for a 1v9 mindset. Stay calm, stay calm. Meanwhile, Lin Su's Kazakhs was sweating profusely. That robot was exceedingly cunning, hiding there. Thankfully, the opposing Garen and Graves had not followed up, or he would have been finished. Everyone, come over. Let us team up. Lin Su instructed his 4 teammates. Boss, I'll farm a bit more gold before I come. Zhao Xian, the top lane's Darius, responded. He had been defeated by Wang Qin's Annie several times and was now struggling economically. What gold? Get over here. Lin Su exclaimed. His mentor, a seasoned ranked player, often advised him that it was crucial for all 5 team members to gather for fights. Missing even one could spell disaster. Lin Su heeded this wisdom and called his teammates to join him in ambushing the pushing Garen and Graves in the bottom lane. As the 5 of them stealthily advanced towards the river between the dragon and red buff, they crept along the cliff's edge. Hey, where's our 5th? Who's missing? Lin Su noticed a member was absent. It seemed that the Darius, who had mentioned farming, had vanished. Just as Lin Su was about to scold Li Zan for abandoning the team, a sudden crackle of electricity echoed from the direction of the dragon. Boss, Li Zan, controlling Zhao Xian, shouted in panic. Soon, they all realized that Zhao Xian had been hooked into the dragon's cliff. The dragon was already gone. But through Zhao Xian's vision, they saw him being besieged by Blitzcrank, Annie, and the Sword Saint. A scream pierced the air as, in mere seconds, the attack-focused Zhao Xian was obliterated. The other 4 teammates stood helplessly on the cliff, watching in horror as Zhao Xian was dragged to his doom. Just a wall apart, life and death separated them. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. They could hardly believe that Blitzcrank had been hiding beneath the dragon. In truth, Yu Luosheng had been lurking there with Annie and the Sword Saint, having just finished stealing the dragon. Upon completing the heist, he observed the enemy team walking past his strategically placed wards, utterly oblivious. It felt akin to 5 naked maidens parading before him. What could one say in such a moment? Perhaps one should close their eyes and reach out. Whoever they grasp would be theirs. It's Zhao Xian. To his astonishment, Zhao Xian had opted for an aggressive build, neglecting his survivability. Why do you not yet perish? Annie, the Sword Saint, arise. Bottom. Chapter 12. When Garen faces the Sword Saint. After the demise of an adversary, Yu Luosheng led his team to the second tower at the bottom lane, swiftly demolishing it. Upon toppling the tower, the remaining 4 opponents were unwilling to let Wang Qin and his companions escape. Garen, emboldened by his lethal strike, charged fiercely toward the overly exposed misfortune. Even with one less player, they dared to initiate a confrontation. As the saying goes, one word, attack. As a support character, it was Yu Luosheng's sacred duty to safeguard the ADC. With Garen advancing to intimidate the fragile misfortune, he was compelled to confront him with his iron fists. In a swift motion, Yu Luosheng's blitzcrank positioned himself valiantly in front of misfortune, activating his E ability, Rocket Grab. An amusing scene unfolded as the enemy Garen, upon spotting the robot, decisively retreated. Yu Luosheng was momentarily taken aback. Garen had charged in with such fervor, as if seeking vengeance for a grievous wrong. Yet, halfway through his charge, he spotted Blitzcrank and appeared as though he had encountered his father, losing all his bravado. Was this truly Garen? The hilarity of the situation was not lost on the onlookers, who erupted in laughter. Indeed, Garen seemed to be intimidated by the robot. Why are you afraid? Charge! Lin Su from the 3rd class exclaimed, his voice carrying over. Shui Ben, controlling Garen, wore a look of grievance. With Lin Su's shout, he felt compelled to surge forward once more. Just as he glanced at Misfortune, contemplating urging her to attack, Yu Luosheng suddenly spotted a fierce figure bursting forth from their ranks. Nodding in approval, he noted that Zhao Kesung's top lane Garen was displaying commendable courage, charging at just the right moment. However, something seemed amiss. The well-armored Garen was indeed positioned behind Misfortune. Who was this charging forward? Upon closer inspection, Yu Luosheng was nearly startled into submission. At the forefront was none other than Chao Sheng's Master Yi. With remarkable bravery, the diminutive yet valiant Master Yi executed an alpha strike, diving into the fray. To his dismay, he struck the opposing Master Yi. This was a blunder akin to handing over a kill. As anticipated, Master Yi's audacity drew the attention of the 4 opponents, who unleashed a torrent of abilities upon him. Within seconds, after unleashing his alpha strike, he was swiftly felled, obliterated in a hail of concentrated fire. Thus, Master Yi perished having only cast a single ability. One might recall the character's catchphrase in the game, "Let's go." However, it seems some felt inclined to retort, "Go where, you fool? Do you fancy yourself Garen?" The battlefield instantly transformed into a 4v4 scenario. The sole silver lining was that Master Yi had absorbed a considerable amount of damage, and the positioning of the enemy had become precariously advanced in their pursuit of him. This was an engagement that had to occur. Following Master Yi's demise, Annie appeared. Wang Qin's skill brought a slight sense of relief to Yu Luosheng as he unleashed his ultimate ability, summoning a bear that landed squarely on both Misfortune and Master Yi, stunning them in the process. Yu Luosheng aimed to hook Master Yi, but was obstructed by the enemy Garen, ultimately opting to forego his ability and instead charge forward to absorb some damage for Annie, ensuring she would not be swiftly eliminated. Annie unleashed a flurry of spells, reducing Master Yi to critical health. Had he not possessed considerable defenses, he would certainly have fallen. In a panic, Master Yi unleashed a few abilities and hastily flashed backward. Wang Qin showed wisdom in not pursuing further, retreating to await his cooldowns. Oh, the delay of Misfortune's ultimate was almost comical. Had it arrived a moment sooner, Master Yi might have been obliterated. The coverage of her barrage was exceptionally broad, and even a novice like Zhong Xiaoyan could hardly miss. The barrage swept across the battlefield, nearly depleting the health of the opposing Master Yi. In a bold move, he leapt onto Annie, unleashing a torrent of blows. As the team fight erupted, chaos reigned, with each individual targeting a different foe. Yu Luosheng found himself vexed as Zhao Kesung's Garen hesitated for several agonizing seconds before finally charging into the fray, a cowardice unparalleled. To have tamed the once mighty Garen in such a manner was a testament to Zhao Kesung's unique talent. The first to fall was the opposing Master Yi, who, in his final moments, managed to whittle down Annie's health considerably, with Master Yi's abilities also grazing her. Following Master Yi's demise, Annie too succumbed to the claws of the Rengar, who had now claimed a kill. After securing the elimination, Rengar's E ability refreshed, and as his onslaught momentarily subsided, he leapt onto the overly exposed Misfortune. Zhong Xiaoyun's Misfortune retreated, fearing Rengar's potential to eliminate her with a single combo. In truth, Zhong Xiaoyun needn't have been so cautious. His equipment was formidable enough to annihilate Rengar, who had just used his Q ability on Annie, rendering him incapable of executing Misfortune. Throughout the tumultuous battle, Yu Luosheng remained vigilant, closely observing Rengar's movements. Thus, when Lin Su's Rengar lunged at misfortune, intent on delivering a lethal blow, Yu Luosheng decisively cast Exhaust, effectively debilitating Rengar's assault. This weakening effect was catastrophic for Rengar, a champion renowned for high burst damage. Poor Rengar could barely graze the hem of misfortune's attire before his efforts were rendered futile. Yu Luosheng swiftly executed a side hook, pulling Lin Su's Rengar aside, effectively thwarting any further attempts on misfortune's life. Regrettably, Zhong Xiaoyun failed to capitalize on this moment, missing the opportunity to strike at Rengar, who had just been rendered vulnerable. Chapter 13. Why does it feel like fighting a boss? New chapter. Zhao Kesong, go and slay the AD carry. Wang Qin shouted in frustration. During the team fight, Zhao Kesong was utterly oblivious to his surroundings, but upon Wang Qin's outcry, he noticed a critically wounded AD carry lurking in the corner. He hurriedly dashed forward, intending to unleash a decisive blow, only to find a long spear emerging from behind the AD carry. A glimmer of frost struck first, followed by a dragon-like thrust of the spear. Zhao Xian had swiftly arrived from the fountain, just in time to thwart Zhao Kesong's plan to eliminate the AD carry. With limited health, Zhao Kesong was swiftly dispatched by a combination of Zhao Xian's assault and the AD carry's kiting. Witnessing Zhao Kesong's Garen fall in battle, Yu Luosheng finally grasped why his classmates had suffered such a devastating defeat the previous week. The skill gap compared to the opposing team was indeed substantial. The Sword Saint was obliterated under concentrated fire, and Garen merely delayed the inevitable before succumbing as well. In an instant, the battlefield was left with only Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank and Zhong Xiaoyun's AD carry. The silver lining was that the enemy's Garen had also perished. With the opposing Garen down, the enemy was left with 3 remaining champions, a half-health Kha'Zix, a critically wounded AD carry, and a nearly full-health Zhao Xian. The situation was dire. Zhong Xiaoyun, do not retreat. Engage them fiercely. Yu Luosheng understood that it was time to demonstrate his true prowess. Trusting Yu Luosheng, Zhong Xiaoyun boldly charged in to confront Kha'Zix. The AD carry possessed lifesteal, granting her a significant health advantage. Kha'Zix's second round of skills struck Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank, leaving him defenseless against the relentless assaults of the AD carry, forcing him to flash away in desperation. Zhao Xian, charge in, Yu Luosheng urged. Zhao Xian, with ample health and formidable attack power, had set his sights on the AD carry. Yet, Yu Luosheng steadfastly positioned himself in front, denying Zhao Xian any opportunity. After absorbing some damage, Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank found his health dwindling, prompting him to activate W, overload, and create distance from Zhao Xian. Finish him. Quickly, take him down, Yu Luosheng exclaimed, as Blitzcrank teetered on the brink of collapse. With a swift dash, he maneuvered around, timing his skills perfectly to send Zhao Xian flying, then swiftly retreating. Zhao Xian could not even graze Blitzcrank's hem, infuriating Li Zan, who controlled Zhao Xian. Even Kha'Zix, who had been waiting nearby, found himself unable to land a blow on Blitzcrank. Humph, this time you shall surely perish. Lin Su sneered. He maneuvered Kha'Zix to leap from behind a wall, unleashing a barrage of serrated spikes toward Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank. It's over, Wang Qin exclaimed in horror. As Kha'Zix jumped into view, everyone knew Blitzcrank was doomed. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared, and just when everyone thought Yu Luosheng's Blitzcrank was about to be claimed by Kha'Zix, the robot unexpectedly sidestepped, using Flash to evade Kha'Zix's Void Spike. Lin Su was taken aback. His skill had completely missed. As the renowned Piltover enforcer would put it, not dead. How is this even possible? Bang! Before Lin Su could recover from his shock, a bullet from the AD carry struck him squarely in the forehead. With already low health, Kha'Zix was critically hit, and his head rolled away from his body. Blitzcrank survived, yet Lin Su's Kha'Zix lay lifeless. Were it not for the beautiful Yang Qianqian's presence nearby, Lin Su would have unleashed a torrent of curses. How can this be? You two, finish him off, Lin Su commanded. At that moment, Zhao Xian seized the opportunity, lunging toward Blitzcrank. Yu Luosheng's energy fist was off cooldown just in time, and before Zhao Xian could land a second strike, Yu Luosheng sent him flying, then dashed away. Poor Zhao Xian had been toyed with repeatedly, and from full health, he was reduced to a mere third. AD carry, engage. Just one more hit, the students from Class 3 urged excitedly. The AD carry, also low on health, initially intended to play defensively, but upon hearing the rallying cry, realized he was dangerously close to Blitzcrank. Was this not an easy kill? Remembering the humiliation from earlier in the game and his vow for 20 kills, Feng Xiaoqing, controlling the AD carry, furiously raised his weapon and charged toward Blitzcrank. Alright, 20 kills start with you, Blitzcrank. The AD carry felt a surge of determination as he approached the critically wounded robot. As the distance closed, he prepared to fire. But Blitzcrank's yellow electrical claw suddenly shot out. The speed of the bullet versus the mechanical claw was a moot point. Blitzcrank's claw had a far greater reach. Thus, the electrical claw struck the AD carry square in the face. With his health already low, the mechanical claw delivered a swift blow, and the AD carry fell without a chance to retaliate. What the hell? Is this for real? He didn't die and countered. The Class 3 students were speechless. How could this robot be so difficult to kill? It had already taken down 2 of their champions. No, Zhao Xian is also low. The 3rd champion is about to fall. Finally, Li Zan, controlling Zhao Xian, exploded in anger. He pressed the F key, igniting Blitzcrank from the brink. Yu Luosheng knew his robot was doomed as flames engulfed it, and in its final moments, he sought a comfortable spot to meet his demise. At last, the golden Blitzcrank collapsed, transforming into a heap of scrap metal on the ground. Well done. Finally, it has perished. Ah, we did it. Zhao Xian's ignite was beautifully executed. Lin Su, Shui Ben, Feng Xiaoqing, Li Zan, and Yi Guangwen from Class 3 finally exhaled in relief. Blitzcrank had finally fallen. From the very beginning, Blitzcrank had been a terrifying presence, with its deceptive hooks and fearsome electrical prowess casting shadows over the 5 of them. Now, it had finally met its end. That said, why did the battle against Blitzcrank feel akin to an RPG or an online game boss fight? This chapter had minor errors upon upload, and has now been revised with an additional section. Chapter 14. Are we still allowed to play? A piercing scream echoed as Zhao Xian fell victim to a critical strike from the female sharpshooter, taking his life right after the robotic blitz. Double kill. The Mantis and Zhao Xian's heads lay at her feet, marking yet another double kill for the sharpshooter. Ace. The bold letters illuminated every screen, vibrant and flamboyant. A complete annihilation. This round of team combat resulted in the demise of all 5 opponents, with the surviving sharpshooter still brimming with health. The proud queen stood amidst the chaos of the battlefield. A row of corpses sprawled beneath her sharp stilettos. The camera began to rotate, highlighting her confident and radiant smile. Zhong Xiaoyun gazed at the screen, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. 8 kills, 0 deaths, and 5 assists. Just last week, his statistics were 0 kills and 8 deaths. He had performed abysmally before, but this time, he was nothing short of divine. And to achieve this in a match that impacted his class's collective honor and the admiration of beautiful women made it all the more exhilarating. Well done. A robust voice called from behind. Zhong Xiaoyun, you're incredible. The sports committee member, Feng Xiaomei, blushed as she exclaimed in excitement. Zhong Xiaoyun touched his face. Feeling elated as it was the first time a girl had complimented his handsomeness, he felt as if he might burst with joy. Ha. Didn't I say those guys from Class 3 are utterly weak? Oh, Zhong Xiaoyun, hurry and take down a tower, Wang Qin said with a beaming smile. He had wagered 1,000 yuan of his living expenses. Winning was crucial for him. The final outcome was 4 for 5, but the minion waves in the top, middle, and bottom lanes were exceptionally favorable. The sharpshooter pushed one lane while the other minions advanced another, ensuring that the opponents would lose at least 2 towers. After demolishing 2 towers, only the inhibitor tower remained. Yu Luosheng reminded Zhong Xiaoyun that the enemies were respawning, and the sharpshooter dared not push too far, instead finding a bush to pose alluringly while recalling to base. Zhong Xiaoyun knew that his divine performance was entirely due to Yu Luosheng's impeccable support, so he was wholeheartedly devoted to following him. If Yu Luosheng instructed him to charge the enemy base, Zhong Xiaoyun would rush in without hesitation. After returning home, the sharpshooter equipped herself with items, Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, and Whisper. With this ensemble, anyone she targeted would surely be overwhelmed. Yu Luosheng, having revived last, noticed the others farming nearby the red buff, and upon glancing at the map, he realized that the enemy Mantis was collecting minions in the bottom lane. The Mantis' presence in the bottom lane was an obvious indication for him to seize the dragon. Excitement surged within Yu Luosheng. Since the Mantis was the primary source of damage for the enemy team, his absence meant that his teammates could capitalize on the dragon. That said, Yu Luosheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the dragon. It was always besieged by a horde of players determined to do unthinkable things to it. Just when the dragon seemed hopeless, another group would arrive to save it, driving the villains away. Yet, before the dragon could express its gratitude to these righteous saviors, a new wave of aggressors would come to pounce on it. Wasn't this just a case of let go of that girl, let me handle it? Sometimes, it felt like an endless cycle. If the dragon were female, it could adjust its mindset and consider it a privilege. But what if the dragon were a male? Alas, what a sorrowful tale. Have these summoners ever considered the dragon's feelings? Despite his compassion, the dragon still needed to be claimed. Everyone, let us take the dragon. Yu Luosheng initiated a sprint towards the dragon's lair. Are we capable of defeating it? What if the enemy arrives? Zhao Kesong expressed his reservations. What do you know? Just trust Luosheng and hurry over to attack. Wang Qin retorted, splattering soda across Zhao Kesong's face. Zhong Xiaoyan followed Yu Luosheng's commands without hesitation. And after witnessing Yu Luosheng's flawless maneuvers in the team fight, Wang Qin willingly handed over the reins of leadership to him. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Luosheng had effectively taken command of the match. A true sight ward was placed, and astonishingly, the enemy failed to place a single ward around the dragon. Observing the mantis still collecting minions in the bottom lane, Yu Luosheng thought to himself, this dragon truly had no one to call for help. The sharpshooter's ferocious damage allowed the 5 of them to take down the dragon with remarkable speed, hardly losing any health in the process. Each team member received 300 gold, along with the dragon buff. At that moment, the enemy Graves unexpectedly appeared in the mid lane, using his skills to push the wave. The vision around the dragon was completely obscured, and Graves remained oblivious to the fact that the dragon had just been slain, continuing to push recklessly. Follow me. Yu Luosheng activated his speed boost, leading the charge ahead of the team. Just as the dragon had bestowed its bloodthirsty buff, Graves emerged, isolated. Alas, Graves, it's your turn. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoqing was still controlling Graves to farm. At this point, Graves had yet to secure a single kill and had died numerous times. His minion count was also lacking, and as he glanced at the wave in the center, he hesitated about whether to collect it. Feng Xiaoqing, come back, they're not visible on the map. Lin Su urgently called out after checking Graves' position. Oh, Feng Xiaoqing reluctantly abandoned the minion wave and began to retreat. He lamented his misfortune at being unable to perform well with his favorite champion for the first time, fearing to gather any gold. Suddenly, from the brush beside the first tower, a golden figure burst forth. This figure towered over Graves, crackling with electricity, moving with a speed that could only be described as lightning fast. It was the robotic Blitz. Graves' short legs were no match for Blitz's speed. Use your E quickly. Flash. Flash. Lin Su shouted urgently upon witnessing the unfolding events. Feng Xiaoqing was already terrified of the robotic menace, frantically pressing the flash and displacement skills. As he distanced himself from Blitz, he breathed a sigh of relief. Almost to the inhibitor, they shouldn't catch up. But just then, a red aura erupted around Blitz. Shurima's Rhapsody. The entire team accelerated, charging toward Graves. Shurima's Rhapsody, also known as the Crown, is an essential support item. With the Crown's speed boost, Blitz surged forward as if propelled by the wind, leading his 4 teammates directly to Graves. Mechanical Claw. The angle was impossible to evade. The claw snagged Graves' pants, yanking him back just as he was about to ascend the inhibitor stairs. Demacia, my sword is your sword. Master E and Garen lunged at him like 2 rabid dogs, unleashing their skills. Behind them, Annie and the sharpshooter barely had time to unleash their abilities before Graves was obliterated, suffering a fate even worse than Zhao Xian's. With Graves' demise, the enemy's morale crumbled. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoqing, who had dealt the final blow to Graves, was on the verge of tears. This is my 12th death. Will they even let me play anymore? At this rate, he wouldn't be able to avoid dying 20 times, let alone secure a mere 20 kills. Apologies. I acknowledge the update frequency has not been satisfactory. The book has just begun, and the popularity is still low, making it less meaningful to release too many chapters at once. Thus, I can only ask for patience from those currently following along. Once the popularity rises, updates will gradually increase. I kindly request friends who enjoy this book, who is the government in League of Legends, to recommend it generously. Any form of support, be it through collections or endorsements, would be greatly appreciated. Writing competitive literature often lacks brightness, as seasoned readers would understand. Thus this book requires your encouragement. Thank you. Chapter 15. Hooking the enemy from the spring. The sight of the male gunner's dismembered body was already a dreadful omen. When Lin Su and his team from Class 3 beheld the 5 opponents adorned with the dragon buff, their faces turned a sickly shade of green, reminiscent of the buff itself. At this moment, they had no inclination to chastise Feng Xiaoqing. Their sole focus was on defending their high ground. As the storm brewed, the advancing wave of minions pressed towards the mid-lane turret. The presence of the dragon buff empowered champions like Master E, Annie, Misfortune, Garen, and Blitzcrank, overwhelming the 4 opponents with sheer force. Blitzcrank functioned as a battle engine, with their numbers diminished and the dragon buff on their side. There was no reason not to push for the high ground. Yu Luosheng decisively activated his speed boost and charged into the fray, targeting not the Master Yi, nor Garen, nor Zhao Xian, but that insufferable mantis. With your pig-like appearance still trying to flirt with the star of the team, I'll teach you a lesson for your arrogance and insincere flattery. Yu Luosheng plunged into the melee, disregarding everyone else, and boldly extended his mechanical claw towards the mantis. Landing a hook at such close range was no easy feat, as most would sidestep to evade. However, today, Yu Luosheng was equipped with the finest shampoo. Such challenges were mere trifles. The mechanical claw appeared once more, its cunning angle almost sealing off the mantis's escape. At an extreme distance, the mantis failed to activate his E ability in time and was yanked ruthlessly into the clutches of Blitzcrank. The precision was akin to Li Xuanhuan's legendary throwing darts, hitting the mark flawlessly. The cheerleaders behind Class 8 gasped in awe at this dazzling hook. With a swift silence from his ultimate, Yu Luosheng ensured the mantis could not flee, followed by a powerful punch to guarantee control. This brief 5 seconds of immobilization proved fatal for the fragile mantis. Wang Qin's Annie reacted swiftly, unleashing her bear onto the mantis's face. Another stun. Wang Qin, filled with vengeance, unleashed all of Annie's abilities upon the mantis with fervor, reveling in the satisfaction of his revenge. Poor Lin Su's mantis never even had the chance to retaliate before being obliterated. Damn it. Can't you all just block for me? A bunch of useless fools. Lin Su roared in fury, his voice echoing throughout the internet CAF. Yang Qianqian stole a glance at Lin Su, whose rage was palpable, and rolled her eyes. Realizing his loss of composure, Lin Su hurriedly attempted to rein in his emotions. The mantis was the primary damage dealer for Class 3. With him eliminated at the start of the team fight, there was no point in continuing. Misfortune's ultimate barrage sent Garen, Zhao Xian, and Master Yi fleeing for their lives, barely clinging to their remaining health. Leave none alive, let us annihilate them, they shouted. Pursuing Zhao Xian, who was on the brink of death. Triple kill. Zhong Xiaoyan has secured a triple kill. The members of Class 8 erupted in euphoria, their voices raised in exultation, relishing their triumph over Class 3, who had previously tormented them. Master Yi fell first in the mid lane, his body trampled by the 5 assailants. Garen and Zhao Xian scrambled away, barely escaping with their lives. It's akin to a tale of 2 men encountering a bear in the wilderness. Only the slowest would perish. Garen, activating his Q for a desperate escape, could only think, sorry, Xian. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind. Zhao Xian fell beside their base. The 2 towering defensive structures, guardians of the base for years, were enraged, having never been so disregarded. How dare you? We are the strongest towers on the map. They seemed to protest as the enemy advanced towards the fountain. Indeed, under Yu Luosheng's leadership, the team went berserk, determined to hunt down Zhao Xian and Garen. These lunatics. Shueben from Class 3 cursed loudly, hastily maneuvering Garen towards the fountain. Fortunately, Garen's superior escape ability allowed him to slip into the fountain, prompting a sigh of relief from Shueben. However, Lin Su soon realized Garen was still being pursued. Watch out for the hook, he shouted to Shueben. Caught off guard, Shueben barely had time to react when a bolt of yellow with a hook surged towards him. Just as Garen stepped into the fountain, his health barely replenished, the terrifying hook yanked him out of the safety of the fountain. With Blitzcrank and 3 allies following, Garen, now critically injured, was bombarded with skills once more. Thud! His forehead struck the steps leading to the fountain, blood mingling with the water, his expression frozen in disbelief. Oh my god! They even dragged him out of the fountain. Shueben stared at his screen, utterly dumbfounded. This was merciless. If there were to be an award for the most tragic hero this match, it would be Master Yi and Zhao Xian, but Garen, having reached the fountain, was still dragged out and slain. Only the experience of the dragon could compare to Garen's demise today. Wow, my titanium alloy eyes are dazzled. Huang Yu, the vice captain of Class 8, exclaimed. Yu Luosheng is magnificent, like a predator, storming the high ground with ferocity. A chorus of praises erupted behind Yu Luosheng, with some even exclaiming, I want to have your children. If those words came from Yang Qianqian, he would gladly accept. If from Fang Xiaomei, it would be tolerable. But hearing such a declaration from a lecherous old man was utterly revolting. Ace. Total annihilation. Another spectacular team wipe. This time, it wasn't merely a 4-for-5 exchange. Their sole champion, Master Yi, had been struck down by the tower, yet the others remained unscathed. In all his time playing League of Legends, Zhong Xiaoyan, Wang Qin, Zhao Kesong, and Xiao Sheng had never experienced such a complete obliteration of the enemy, while their towers still stood firm. The sensation was akin to invading Lin Su's home and thoroughly humiliating his female relatives before leaving triumphantly. Wang Qin felt an immense release of all his pent-up anger, resentment, and negativity. Meanwhile, the timid Zhao Kesong savored the feeling of masculinity. As for Zhong Xiaoyun, achieving consecutive super kills was akin to experiencing multiple climaxes. She was utterly overwhelmed. This was pure ecstasy, charging the towers, invading the base, slaying enemies beneath the fountain, and utterly annihilating the opposition. In stark contrast, Lin Su, Xue Bin, Feng Xiaoqing, Li Zan, and Yi Guangwen wore expressions twisted in disbelief. Lin Su had promised Yang, the beautiful lady, that victory was assured. Now, faced with such humiliation, he could not bear to look at her. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoqing, who had boasted of achieving 20 kills, found himself with not a single one to his name. Resurrecting alone in the fountain amidst the corpses of his teammates while the victorious enemies sauntered away. Alas, he might as well have dashed his head against the fountain in despair. Xue Bin need not be mentioned further. He had never encountered such a dismal Garen. The deepest anguish stemmed from the recent humiliation of being mercilessly dragged from the fountain and slain. He had reached the fountain. After all, it was the fountain. How could this happen? Just last week, they had mercilessly tormented Class 8. It was utterly tragic. I could scarcely bear to watch. The opposing robot was simply formidable. The supporters from Class 3 spoke in hushed tones. Their previous bravado evaporated. Indeed, I have never witnessed such an extraordinary robot. As Lin Su and his companions wallowed in the agony of their defeat and disbelief, the conversations behind them served as a wake-up call. Yes, it was the robot. The opposing robot was overwhelmingly powerful. Before this blitz, their champions resembled mere chicks, utterly defenseless. Moreover, whenever the robot advanced, an undeniable aura permeated the air, rendering all within 1,000 yards paralyzed with fear. Who was piloting that robot? I do not recognize him. I heard the others call him Yu Luosheng. Lin Su suddenly recalled. That was indeed Yu Luosheng, who replaced Sun Yang in the support role and was only at level 13. This individual hardly resembled a novice at that level. Yu Luosheng. Lin Su firmly etched this name into his memory, never to be forgotten. Previously, he had not perceived anything remarkable about these three characters, but from this day forth, they would symbolize Lin Su's disgrace. Chapter 16. Beasts Lower Than Animals. The ensuing battle was nothing short of a complete rout. Class 3 suffered a crushing defeat, each member rendered as limp as a spent eggplant. In stark contrast, Class 8 erupted in jubilant cheers. Just the week prior, they had faced a humiliating loss against Class 3, leaving them utterly dejected. However, today, they emerged victorious, inflicting an even more devastating defeat on their opponents, finally venting the pent-up frustration of the past week. Splattering it all over the faces of those arrogant individuals from Class 3. You have lost. Wang Qin's grin was ear to ear. What could be more delightful than witnessing Lin Su's face darken with despair? Lin Su rose from his seat, his expression grim as he extracted his wallet, tossing 1,000 yuan onto the table with disdain. Humph, a mere 1,000 yuan, just my weekly snack money. Wang Qin was aware of Lin Su's wealth, but he also knew that Lin Su was fiercely protective of his pride. When the news of this match spread throughout the school on Monday, Lin Su would undoubtedly be the most humiliated of all. Most importantly, Wang Qin had successfully thwarted Lin Su's attempts to approach their goddess, Yang Qianqian. Swiftly pocketing the money, Wang Qin's gaze shifted eagerly toward Yang Qianqian. The money itself mattered little. What was of utmost significance was that they had won the match, granting him the opportunity to draw closer to the goddess with the stunning legs. Everyone understood the principle of proximity leading to advantage. Since Yang Qianqian enjoyed playing League of Legends, who could guarantee that sparks of flirtation wouldn't ignite during their hands-on guidance? Wang Qin was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the adoration of the goddess akin to that of a hero. Calmness was essential at this moment. He needed to present his most dazzling self, to smile, to radiate charm. In his mind, Wang Qin rehearsed countless scenarios of how to face Yang Qianqian's gaze. Suddenly, what was this? Unable to resist, he stole a glance at Yang Qianqian, only to discover that she wasn't even looking at him, the hero. Who could possibly be more handsome than I? As he followed her gaze, he realized that her sparkling eyes were fixed on Yu Luosheng. In fact, everyone had gathered around Yu Luosheng, either showering him with admiration or vehemently disparaging Class 3. This guy, who had previously refused to come when called, was now the center of attention, effortlessly captivating the crowd. Had it not been for Sun Yang being dragged away by his mother today, Wang Qin would have never known that his deskmate Yu Luosheng was such a formidable player. Most astonishingly, he had even pretended to be a casual player, using a level 13 account to deceive everyone. But, damn it, he had let a wolf into the fold. This arrogant fellow had stolen the limelight. In that fleeting moment, Wang Qin felt that Yu Luosheng posed a far greater threat than Lin Su. Beasts lower than animals. Shall we all go out for late-night snacks to celebrate? Feng Xiaomei was the first to shout. Yes, yes, yes. What the hell? I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Who is it that said we couldn't defeat Class 3? You didn't encourage us before, but now that we've won, you're all eager to feast. Ha ha. 1,000 yuan earned for nothing. Let us go eat late-night snacks. Late-night snacks. The vice-class leader, Huang Yu, was equally ecstatic, bouncing with excitement. A throng of exuberant students burst out of the Luosheng Internet CAF, animatedly discussing the fierce battle they had just witnessed. It went without saying that every recounting featured Yu Luosheng's remarkable hooks, and the admiration for him swelled like an unstoppable tide. After Class 8 exited the CAF, the members of Class 3 dispersed, each one dejected after such a severe loss. With spirits dashed, Lin Su had no inclination to treat anyone to late-night snacks. Even if he did, it was likely no one would have an appetite. Once everyone had left, Lin Su stood at the computer. Seething with anger at the humiliation he had just endured, clenching his fist, he slammed it down on the keyboard. Bang! The keyboard flew off the desk and crashed to the floor. Kid, why the rage? At that moment, a young man with dyed hair and a plaid shirt approached. Lin Su paused, quickly tempering his anger and adopting a somewhat ingratiating tone. Migu, I just heard you guys making a ruckus. What is going on? The young man, referred to as Migu, inquired. We lost. I played against Class 8, Lin Su muttered, downcast. Migu frowned. How could you lose? I usually teach you how to play. With your skills, you should easily dominate those students. I don't know what happened. Suddenly, a guy named Yu Luosheng from Class 8 showed up, and he was incredible with the robot, completely decimating us, Lin Su explained. Beside him, his sycophant, Feng Xiaoqing, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. That robot was so powerful, we were all terrified. You have no idea how amazing his hooks were powerful with robots? Miga chuckled. A hint of arrogance in his laughter. You've never seen the top robot in Lekking, Blitz. I'll show you one day. That's what real skill looks like. It's clear you guys just have terrible positioning, allowing yourselves to be hooked so easily. If I were to play with a robot, I'd de-hook you all with perfect precision. Miga had a point, but I cannot swallow this defeat. Lin Su replied. How about this? Next time you arrange another match against them, I'll join you and ensure they're utterly crushed. No matter how strong that robot is. I'll have him drinking my urine. Miga declared. We all play among classes. We can't enlist outside help, Lin Su protested. Fool, you let them bring in outside help too, Miga retorted. Lin Su nodded, realizing this was a good plan. Both sides could enlist outside help, and they could have a rematch. Lin Su understood that winning Yang Qianqian's favor would be challenging now, but he had to reclaim his pride. But what if they also call in someone formidable? Feng Xiaoqing said. Miga shot a sidelong glance at Feng Xiaoqing, smirking. Let them try. If they can find someone better than me, I'll take his surname. Lin Su shot a glare at the silent Feng Xiaoqing. Don't you know Migu is the captain of the runner-up team in the Lekking League of Legends CAF competition? Oh, then Migu can definitely crush them. Feng Xiaoqing hurriedly exclaimed. Migu looked at the ignorant Feng Xiaoqing, snickering in disdain. A bunch of students. How many of them truly knew how to play League of Legends? Migu genuinely didn't take the opponents seriously. He would show these students what true skill looked like and demonstrate the vast gap in ability. He wouldn't let some mediocre robot-s hook lead them to believe they were formidable. True prowess was something they had never witnessed. He would casually lower himself to demonstrate it for them. Chapter 17. Must practice support. Riverside, open-air food stalls. As students, there's no need to dine in overly extravagant places. Moreover, enjoying delectable dishes and a bit of wine by the river in this season is a true delight. Oh, it's the beautiful Yang. Zhang Shaoan exclaimed in pleasant surprise upon seeing the stunning woman sitting nearby, feeling flattered. Is that a problem? Yang Chanqian retorted playfully. Of course not. It's perfect. Before Zhong Xiaoyan could respond, the men, as if injected with adrenaline, roared in unison, each vying for a seat next to Yang Chanqian. Sitting beside her would allow them to admire her alluring and slender legs. Perhaps they might even brush against them. Experiencing the supple resilience of those shapely limbs, a truly blissful experience. You guys are such wolves, don't act like you're starving. Feng Xiaomei scolded the lecherous group, shielding Yang Qianqian, fearing she might be snatched away by these predators. Feng Xiaomei and Yang Qianqian were close friends. Although Yang Qianqian wasn't in Class 8, Feng Xiaomei associated with these guys, so everyone was somewhat familiar with Yang Qianqian. Of course, Yu Luosheng was an exception. He hadn't spoken a word to this renowned goddess of beautiful legs. Come on, let's all raise a glass. Cheers. The group savored the delightful late-night snacks, and the wine made them even more animated, their conversations primarily revolving around the competition. Yu Luosheng had transferred to this class, and Wang Qin was his closest acquaintance as his desk mate, while he was still somewhat unfamiliar with the others. The competition and this late-night meal had brought him closer to the group. It reminded Yu Luosheng of his early days frequenting internet cafes when he had a large group of friends. They would spend their time together, sharing instant noodles and chasing girls. Unfortunately, they had gradually drifted apart, and before he knew it, he was a senior in high school, unable to be as carefree as he once was. Still, things were pretty good now. He would always meet new friends and girls, wouldn't he? After the late-night meal, everyone was still in high spirits, but the girls had to go home early. The group dispersed. Yang Qianqian, shall I escort you? Wang Qin was the first to offer his services, rushing forward as everyone was leaving. No need. We're not going the same way, Yang Qianqian replied. We are. How can we not be? When escorting a beauty, everywhere is the same way. Even if it's south and north, it's all the same way. Yang Qianqian chuckled at Wang Qin, looking so charming and captivating that Wang Qin was completely mesmerized. Go back to your dorm. Don't think I don't know you're a boarding student. Yang Qianqian directly exposed Wang Qin's lie. I'm going to my aunt's house, Wang Qin said awkwardly. Yang Qianqian ignored Wang Qin's pretense and glanced at Yu Luosheng, who was waiting for the bus, and asked, which bus are you waiting for? I'm not waiting for a bus. My home is nearby, Yu Luosheng replied. Across the river? Yang Qianqian pointed to the other side of the bridge. How did you know? Yu Luosheng was taken aback. I live in that area too. Haven't you seen me on your way to school? I've seen you several times. Yang Qianqian said with a smile. Oh, I don't recall, Yu Luosheng replied. Hearing this, Wang Qin wanted to strangle Yu Luosheng. Did he even know how to talk to people? Let's go, we're going the same way, Yang Qianqian said calmly, tucking a strand of hair that had been ruffled by the river breeze behind her ear. Hearing this, Wang Qin looked miserable. He had offered to escort the beauty home, but she had declined. Yu Luosheng hadn't said a word, yet he was actually going the same way as the beauty. This was absurd. He had brought a wolf into the house. Wang Qin had sensed that Yang Qianqian's gaze towards Yu Luosheng was a bit off during the meal. It was over. A good cabbage was about to be devoured by a pig. It was heartbreaking. Wang Qin now regretted not practicing blitzcrank more. If he had known that Yang Qianqian liked skilled support players, he would never have played Annie, the little lowly. Oh goddess, don't go. Following that heartless beast will ruin your life. I can play support too. I'll support you with Annie. She's really gone. Watching them leave together, Wang Qin felt a profound sense of regret. From now on, I must practice support diligently. Yu Luosheng thought Yang Qianqian was joking with him. But when she followed him onto the bridge, he realized that he was indeed walking the same way as this goddess of beautiful legs. The two walked side by side on the river bridge under the dim night lights. Yu Luosheng was about half a head taller than Yang Qianqian. The slender and curvy Yang Qianqian walked with Yu Luosheng, their shadows stretched and overlapped by the lights, making them look like a young couple strolling on the bridge. Do you play often? Yang Qianqian tilted her head and blinked her eyes as she asked. Occasionally, Yu Luosheng replied. He wasn't a very eloquent person, and he wanted to find something to talk about with the beauty beside him, but he didn't know what to say. You're so good, even though you only play occasionally? Yang Qianqian said. Playing games requires talent, Yu Luosheng said with a smile. TSK, you must be staying up all night to play. Look at your dark circles. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes, not believing Yu Luosheng's words. Okay, you guessed it. I usually sneak in a few games after my parents go to sleep. I spend most of my weekends on it too, Yu Luosheng said. Are you free tomorrow? Yang Qianqian asked. I'm not free, Yu Luosheng replied subconsciously. Yu Luosheng had to play ranked games on weekends and rarely did anything else. If Wang Qin were beside him and heard Yu Luosheng say this, he wouldn't just want to strangle him. He would want to tear him to pieces. When a goddess asks if you're free, you have to say you're free even if you're not. It's the same principle as going the same way, understand? I'll ask you again. Are you free tomorrow? Yang Qianqian looked into Yu Luosheng's eyes, looking slightly annoyed. Yang Qianqian not only had a good figure, but also a beautiful face. When she pretended to be angry, her cheeks were puffed up, not scary at all, but extremely cute. He really wanted to kiss her little cheeks, which must be sweet, smooth, and fragrant. This goddess of beautiful legs was actually threatening him. As a dignified man, Yu Luosheng would not yield to coercion. Since he had said he wasn't free, then he wasn't free. So, he would now righteously tell Yang Qianqian, yes, of course I'm free. It's the weekend, what else would I be doing? Yang Qianqian was satisfied with Yu Luosheng's response and smiled again, saying, then take me to play tomorrow. I like playing ADC. You're so good at support. I can dominate tomorrow. No problem. I guarantee you'll show your queenly style. Yu Luosheng patted his chest and said, like a valiant knight. That's settled then. Yang Qianqian said with a smile. Okay, what's your phone number? I don't have a phone. You can call my house. Okay. Chapter 18. A meal at home as the two conversed. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, they had crossed the bridge. You can drop me off here. I'll take it from here, Yang Qianqian said, pausing at an intersection. I insist on escorting you to your doorstep, Yu Luosheng replied, displaying the gallantry of a gentleman. In his mind, however, Yu Luosheng envisioned a different narrative. He would accompany her to her home, where she would mention that her family was away on a business trip, leaving her frightened and alone. As a man of virtue, he would feel compelled to stay with her, leading to an evening of gaming together until dawn. What a ludicrous plot, he thought, dismissing the notion that they should part ways instead. No need, Yang Qianqian said. My dad often waits around here for me. If he sees me walking back with a handsome guy, he'll interrogate you about your entire lineage. Yu Luosheng felt a warm glow at the compliment of being called handsome, but the latter part of her statement felt somewhat derogatory. Should we chat a bit more? He asked, reluctant to end their interaction. No more talking, Yang Qianqian replied, casting him a flirtatious glance. With a toss of her elegant hair and a playful sway of her hips, she slowly walked into a residential alley. Yu Luosheng watched her depart, his mind lingering on the allure of her long, slender legs. Once she was out of sight, he committed the location to memory and headed home. The hour was still early, and he figured he could squeeze in a few ranked matches. After all, he planned to play with Yang Qianqian tomorrow. Her rank was likely low, making it the perfect opportunity for him to practice his new champion, the Soul Keeper. The light cast a long shadow of Yang Qianqian, accentuating her curves. She walked leisurely to a house adorned with a small fence, pressing the doorbell. While waiting for someone to answer, she pouted, reflecting on her earlier encounter. This guy is so forgetful, always leering at me. It's quite annoying, she mused. However, a mischievous smile crept onto her face as she considered that perhaps it was better he hadn't recognized her. She could toy with him a little. After all, he had teased her about her height before. Yang Qianqian was no longer short. Her beautiful legs gave her a distinct advantage among her peers. Yet, unbeknownst to Yu Luosheng, a fierce and vengeful side of this beauty was about to unfold. Auntie, what brings you here today? It's been ages since your last visit. You used to come over so often. Now that you're grown, we hardly see you. My, you're even more beautiful than before. Look at that radiant complexion and splendid figure. A middle-aged woman beamed as she opened the door. Auntie, please spare me the flattery. I was out with some classmates nearby for a late-night snack, and I'll be staying here tonight, Yang Qianqian replied. Ah, you little rascal, learning to lie now. Are we? The woman teased, casting a knowing glance towards the intersection where Yu Luosheng had just departed. You were clearly on a date with a boy, not just having a snack with classmates. That is not true, Yang Qianqian exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. I swear it's not what you think. Fine, fine. I want to press the matter. Just remember to bring him over for dinner sometime. You know I'm quite open-minded, her aunt chuckled, cutting off Yang Qianqian's protests. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on a pair of yellowed flip-flops beside the bed. What is a man's surprise? A man's surprise is awakening from slumber to discover a delicate lace thong beside his pillow, its elasticity and softness suggesting the allure of the form it encased. Memories of last night's indulgences would flood back, as instinct led his hand to reach out. But do you know what true horror is? It is awakening to find an oversized floral panty at the bedside, only to realize, as you pull it from the covers, that it is a size far too large, even larger than your own waist. At that moment, you would lack the courage to recall the events of the previous night. Yu Luosheng, being a high school student, could not possibly experience such misfortunes. However, he awoke with a heart-racing transition akin to the aforementioned scenario. First, he glanced at the time. Crap, it's 10 o'clock. His expression morphed into one of sheer horror, akin to discovering an oversized panty. But then he remembered it was Sunday, a day free from school. His mood shifted as if waking from a nightmare of oversized undergarments to discover, in reality, a delicate little thong at his side. Phew, thank goodness. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Yu Luosheng went through his morning routine. He had a secret to his success in League of Legends, a pre-game ritual involving a shower, changing clothes, and ensuring his hands were clean and fragrant. In essence, he prepared himself to appear more dashing, believing it would enhance his win rate. There was scientific reasoning behind it. Just then, the phone rang while he was shampooing his hair. Li Yun rushed out of the kitchen, wiping her greasy hands on her apron before answering. Hello, who is this? Hello, Auntie, this is Yu Luosheng. Came a sweet voice on the line. Li Yun's eyes lit up. Who could this girl be, calling for her son on a weekend morning? She glanced toward the bathroom, seeing Yu Luosheng drying his hair. Well, my son is quite handsome and well-mannered. It's no surprise a girl would have an interest in him, she thought, nodding to herself. Hold on, I'll call him, she said, raising her voice to summon Yu Luosheng. Your voice is lovely. You must be a beautiful young lady, she remarked, curious as she caught him in a moment of dropping the towel. Thank you, Auntie. You have a lovely voice too. You must be a young and beautiful mother. The girl replied, making Li Yun smile. If this girl turns out to be Yu Luosheng's secret girlfriend, perhaps he could bring her home for dinner when his father is away. Hello, is this for me? Yu Luosheng asked, unsure of who was calling. It's Yang Qianqian, came a slightly spoiled voice from the other end. Oh, what is up? You weren't online, so I played a couple of matches and lost, Yang Qianqian said, a hint of irritation in her tone. Hearing her slightly upset voice, Yu Luosheng could easily imagine her adorably puffed-up cheeks, making her all the more endearing. I'm really sorry, I overslept. Yu Luosheng suddenly recalled that he could not engage in ranked matches today, as he was to accompany the enchanting goddess with exquisite legs for some leisure. This goddess truly exemplified the petite allure, far removed from the realm of larger sizes. On Monday, at the stroke of midnight, the only aim is to seek. Writing about competition is no simple feat. The support of all of you serves as my motivation to continue. Although I would persist in my writing regardless of support, knowing there are those who appreciate it brings a sense of pride and inspiration. I sincerely request each of you to cherish every in your hands. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 19, The Disaster. Last night, Yu Luosheng added Yang Qianqian as a QQ and gaming friend. Still, within the realm of Steel Sun, Yu Luosheng had to play on that level 13 alternate account. Yesterday, he spent 1,000 yuan, 500 on a sumptuous midnight feast, leaving the remaining 500 to be shared among 5 teammates, each receiving 100. Yu Luosheng converted this 100 into Q coins and purchased the new hero, Soulkeeper Thresh. On his alternate account, Invite Me, Yang Qianqian sent a QQ message accompanied by a playful smiley face. Alright, I will buy the hero. After topping up his Q coins, Yu Luosheng proceeded to the QQ store to acquire the new hero, Soulkeeper Thresh. He frequently watched foreign videos, and this hero had been around for some time. Reportedly developed as a support character, known for being both fierce and impeccable. When playing with his longtime partner, Shui Yi, the two often dominated the bottom lane, with Yu Luosheng assuming the support role. Now that the beautiful Yang also enjoyed playing ADC, he pondered whether he was destined to be a support for beautiful ADCs his whole life. However, he soon realized that many players' ADC partners were burly men. While he was fortunate enough to serve as a guardian for 2 lovely ladies, this thought brought him immense comfort. He was paving the way for a delightful life that awaited him, striving to excel in his support role. Yang Qianqian, at level 23, was not inexperienced and possessed enough knowledge that Yu Luosheng need not teach her. Moreover, she mentioned that she often observed her brother play and occasionally watched videos, which led Yu Luosheng to believe that she should not be a liability at her level. As the selection phase began, a voice prompt from Yang Qianqian's QQ caught his attention. A voice. Yu Luosheng hesitated for a moment. Accept it, Yang Qianqian urged via QQ. Oh, all right. The microphone Yu Luosheng had just purchased was initially intended for his longtime partner Shui Yi, but now Yang Qianqian had unexpectedly entered the scene. Never mind, he thought, reluctantly accepting. Can you hear me? Came her soft voice, enchanting and alluring. I can't hear you, Yu Luosheng replied casually. Huh, let me check my microphone, Yang Qianqian said, and a crackling noise emanated from her end as she seemed to realize the issue, her voice turning irritated. Dare to play tricks on me? You're asking for it. Hee. Yang Qianqian appeared particularly fond of Caitlin, the sheriff of Piltover, and quickly selected her as her hero. Yu Luosheng couldn't help but notice that Yang Qianqian bore a striking resemblance to Caitlin, particularly in her long, slender, and fair legs. Caitlin donned a European-style short dress, and the most eye-catching aspect was how her smooth, fair thighs were accentuated by a leather strap, making them all the more enticing. Yu Luosheng's imagination conjured an image. Yang Qianqian, dressed as the sheriff, standing before him, tossing her long hair and saying sweetly, "Sorry, young man. I left my leather handcuffs at home." What a tantalizing scene that would be. Quickly select your character, Yang Qianqian's voice urged him from the other side. Snapping back to reality, Yu Luosheng hurriedly chose Soulkeeper Thresh. The support role was often undervalued, and one never had to worry about others snatching the position. In matchmaking, the last person to select typically ended up as the support. Interestingly, in ranked matches, there was a peculiar phenomenon. If you called mid lane from the outset and threatened to feed if not given the role, teammates would likely think you foolish for attempting to claim that position. Yet, should you declare support instead, teammates would respond with friendly smiles, finding you humorous and likable. How perplexing. Isn't that the new hero? Yang Qianqian inquired. Indeed. Have you played it before? No, but I want to give it a try, Yu Luosheng replied. Are you familiar with its skills? I'm currently reading the hero's skill introduction. Yang Qianqian fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "Why are you so annoying? I asked you to help me, and you're practicing a new hero instead. At least play a bot game first. No worries. I might just surprise you with my skills." Yu Luosheng quickly reassured her. Yang Qianqian seemed to be annoyed, remaining silent for a while, but ultimately couldn't resist. Her lips curling into a frosty retort, "You disaster. Welcome to the League of Legends." The design of Soul Keeper Thresh was quite impressive, resembling a fusion between the protagonist from Soul Chariot and the Chinese underworld judge. With a skull ablaze in ghostly flames, draped in a gray cloak, wielding a soul-catching chain, and emitting ghostly wails, every hero in League of Legends possesses a unique flair, often inspired by fantastical tales from various cultures or creatures from classic films. After observing for a while, Yu Luosheng found the construction of Soul Keeper Thresh to be rather commendable. "What are you doing?" Yang Qianqian, already positioned on the lane as Caitlyn, found Yu Luosheng still lingering at the fountain and questioned him, somewhat frustrated. "I didn't fully understand the skills earlier. I'm still reading their uses," he explained. "I don't want to talk to you anymore," she replied. "I'm coming now. Be careful of ambushes in the bushes," Yu Luosheng warned. I'm not a child. I want to be hiding in the bushes." Text descriptions may not convey the full understanding, and skills are best comprehended through repeated use. After purchasing his items, Yu Luosheng began his ascent to the lane. With a standard support build, he acquired 1 fairy charm, 1 control ward, 2 stealth wards, and 1 health potion. Upon reaching the lane, minions had just arrived at the center of the bottom lane. Yang Qianqian displayed her wisdom by refraining from rushing into the bushes and calmly last hitting the minions. "Nice, you understand how to last hit," Yu Luosheng complimented her. "I'm quite steady at last hitting." Yang Qianqian beamed. "Really? How many can you secure in 10 minutes? Yu Luosheng inquired. "If there's not much fighting." "Around 50 or 60, she replied. That's quite good," he nodded in approval. For a level 23 player like Yang Qianqian to achieve such a level of last hitting was impressive, at least. Zhong Xiaoyan had no concept of last hitting and relied on a hit-or-miss approach. This method involved standing there and allowing the hero to continuously attack minions without waiting for the final blow. Regardless, if a minion was defeated, it belonged to the player, and if not, it would be claimed by their own minions. Everything was left to chance. "Quite good," Yang Qianqian pouted, questioning him. Oh, Yu Luosheng quickly responded, praising her further. "Your last-hitting technique is exceptional. I remember yesterday, Zhong Xiaoyan only managed to secure 40 minions in 10 minutes. You're far superior to him." "That's more like it," Yang Qianqian smiled contentedly. Clearly, she belonged to the type that enjoyed small bouts of annoyance yet held no grudges, with a mere compliment. She swiftly forgot the earlier incident, now radiating with joy. Chapter 20. The surprising possibility of a double date. A long street was adorned with tables, filled with people. Food stalls, barbecues, taverns, wandering minstrels, flower girls, and busy waitstaff. At this hour, the street was always abuzz with an extraordinary liveliness, permeated by a rich aroma of grilled meats. In the background, towering buildings rose, some dark and imposing, others shimmering like beacons. The stark solitude of these structures contrasted vividly with the bustling, lowly street below. "Daro, perhaps you should drink a little less," Lin Dong advised, grasping Daro's bottle. "What's with the less? It's a rare occasion for us to gather like this. Come, let me fill your glass." Daro, swaying slightly, poured liquor into Lin Dong's cup. His face was flushed, his gaze unfocused, and his speech became somewhat slurred. Daro was genuinely intoxicated this time, or perhaps he merely sought to drown his sorrows. The intoxication provided a fleeting relief from the turmoil and pain that plagued his heart. Alas, this method proved ineffective. Zhou Yin had gathered a general understanding of Daro's situation from Lin Dong's whispered confessions. He had nothing to add. Every young man must traverse such experiences, emerging from them more mature and resolute. "Luosheng, does this mean you won't be competing?" Zhou Yin inquired, glancing at Yu Luosheng. "Indeed. But I will assist you all in training. I will help as much as I can." Yu Luosheng nodded affirmatively. "Then who shall assume the role of captain?" Zhou Yin asked. "Old Zhou, it shall be you," Yu Luosheng replied. Zhou Yin surveyed Lin Dong and the somewhat dazed Daro. Lin Dong showed no objection, yet Daro, in his drunken stupor, muttered to Yu Luosheng, You walked once, do you? Do you not dare to walk again? A real man must." Must. Lin Dong hurriedly supported the stumbling Daro, who was clearly losing control of himself. He quickly led him to the restroom, mindful of the presence of a young lady. After escorting Daro away, Zhou Yin continued the conversation. "Is it very challenging?" "It is not merely a matter of difficulty," Yu Luosheng responded. "That makes sense. You are in university now. There is no need to sacrifice your future for something as ephemeral as past failures. Zhou Yin nodded. By the way, do you remember Wu Sun? Yes, I remember. He was a member of the TCC team. He recently left due to some disputes and is now unemployed. If you don't participate, our team will be one member short. What do you think about bringing him in? He is a professional support player and has been competing since the early days of the American server, Zhou Yin explained. Yu Luosheng had met Wu Sun when he was still with the Wing team, where he was a member of the second team of the Chongkong squad. Wu Sun was a promising and diligent player. After the dissolution of the Wing team, he had the potential to step up as the captain of their first team, but departed alongside them due to the oppressive terms and untrustworthiness of the Chongkong club. The TCC team seems quite renowned, Yang Qianqian remarked, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. Zhou Yin glanced at Yang Qianqian, surprised that she was somewhat acquainted with the league. She was an avid gamer, having played Warcraft, Starcraft, and League of Legends, albeit casually. Yu Luosheng chuckled. Yang Qianqian shot him an irritated glare. She had a brother who was a gaming enthusiast, and initially, she had no interest in gaming. However, after falling ill and being confined at home, she grew bored. Yang Ying began to teach her various games. The TCC team was one of the top teams in the last LP, with all members exhibiting exceptional individual skill. Their pride often hindered their teamwork during major competitions, preventing them from securing a place among the top 4 in the LPL, Zhou Yin elaborated. Zhou Yin had been closely following the developments in the League of Legends scene. He was typically reserved, but when it came to discussing esports, he spoke passionately, reflecting his love and confidence in the industry. To be in the top 8 of professional teams nationwide is quite an achievement, Yang Qianqian remarked. There are countless professional teams in the country, and Yang Qianqian recalled that the most famous team in their city was the Blood team, where Yu Luosheng had previously played. If a city has a professional team dedicated to League of Legends, the journey through thousands of cities across China to reach the LPL and become one of the top 8 is a truly remarkable feat. Now that our roster is nearly complete, we should begin preparing for some professional competitions, ideally focusing on preseason preparation, Zhou Yin stated. What is preseason? Yang Qianqian asked with curiosity. The LPL is the pinnacle of domestic esports, the only pathway to the global esports stage. Yang Qianqian understood that the LPL was undoubtedly the most authoritative event in the country. The preseason serves as the qualifying rounds for entering the LPL. Joining the LPL signifies being part of a first-tier team. Teams that fail to qualify for the LPL will be relegated to the second or third tier. Second and third-tier professional teams typically compete in events like the National Network League, the National University Esports Championship, and the G League, where they may achieve championship titles. In summary, the hierarchy is as follows. The highest tier is the LPL. The first tier comprises the top 2 LPL teams, which lead to the global stage. The second tier includes the TGA, G League, and preseason. These events are well established and authoritative, securing a team's reputation. Teams that achieve championships in the TGA or G League gain direct entry into the LPL. Those excelling in these events are considered second-tier teams. Third-tier teams compete in the National Network League, National University Esports Championship, and other large-scale events sponsored by companies like Mengniu, Ely, and Tencent, aimed primarily at non-professional players. As a team solidifies its formation, it must determine its direction, whether to engage in non-professional competitions for the rewards of large sponsors, or to strive for the highest echelons of esports, competing among formidable rivals. Should we start with local competitions, or dive directly into professional tier matches? After a brief respite, the Luo felt considerably more awake. Jumping directly into the professional arena indeed presented certain challenges, although our synergy was well established. It had been a long time since we had played together. More importantly, the competition had grown exponentially since our days in the TA era. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a veritable forest of formidable players, Lin Dong remarked earnestly. Surely we cannot stoop to participating in non-professional leagues. That would be quite degrading, De Luo stated. If our once glorious Wing team fails to even qualify for the third tier of professional play, it would be the source of ridicule for countless spectators. Lin Dong, since you initiated the formation of the team, you must have a clear vision in mind. Zhou Yin inquired. Lin Dong nodded, responding, we cannot afford to engage in non-professional matches, as that would merely sap our strength. Our foremost objective is to gain visibility within the third tier of professional play, while simultaneously securing a place in the preseason tournament. Access to events like the GTAG League and preseason matches requires a ticket. I recall that only the top team from the recent National Online Professional League earned a spot in the preseason. Yang Qianqian felt a wave of confusion wash over her, and quietly asked, didn't they say the top few from the National Online League could enter the LPL? Lin Dong chuckled and shook his head. That is merely a colloquial notion. The National Online Professional League constitutes the third tier, Here, one might only secure a direct entry to second-tier events. To ascend to the LPL and become one of the nation's top 8 teams, one must at least clinch the championship in a second-tier event. Yang Qianqian's mouth fell agape in surprise. It became clear that the National Online Professional League was separated from the LPL by at least 2 significant barriers. However, the finalists from the National Online Professional League already exuded an aura of formidable strength. How terrifying, then, must the second-tier and even first-tier professional teams be? It was somewhat difficult to fathom. The only team Yang Qianqian was familiar with was the Blood Red team, where Yu Luosheng had previously played. Yet, upon comparison, she realized that the Blood Red team had not even reached the 3rd tier of professionalism, feeling as though they were worlds apart. In such competitions, Yu Luosheng too would experience moments of powerlessness when faced with professional teams that far surpassed the Blood Red team in strength. Could they truly stand out in such a daunting landscape? Even with unwavering faith in Yu Luosheng, Yang Qianqian could not help but feel a sense of trepidation for the future of the team they were about to establish. Chapter 21. Good cabbage should not be constantly prodded by pigs. Laughter often echoed within the room, accompanied at times by the anxious cries of a female voice exclaiming, "Take it off, quickly take it off." Upon the woman's first intrusion into the room, she discovered that Yang Qianqian was merely engrossed in a computer game, which alleviated her concerns significantly. Yet, the occasional suggestive sounds led her to believe that the young couple might indeed have issues, thus strengthening her resolve to invite the young man over for a meal. Testing one's character is essential. As an aunt, it is her duty to safeguard her niece. The day commenced with 3 rounds of play, yielding 2 victories and 1 defeat. In the afternoon, as Yu Luosheng grew more adept with Thresh and his synergy with Yang Qianqian tightened, their win rate soared, only marred by a single loss due to a teammate's disconnection. Yang Qianqian reveled in the game, clearly enamored with League of Legends. Every girl harbors a little devil within, akin to the aggressiveness found in men. In the game, this little devil manifested vividly, as on several occasions, their opponents were reduced to mere fodder. Yu Luosheng, feeling a pang of compassion, wished to spare them. Yet Yang Qianqian resolutely raised her weapon, obliterating the enemies. To witness opponents of formidable prowess being dispatched, as though they were mere cannon fodder, was rather inhumane. After a day of practice, Yu Luosheng had become reasonably familiar with Thresh's fundamental mechanics. He planned to clandestinely refine his skills further during the evenings of the week, hopeful that by the following week, he could coordinate effectively with his old partner in ranked matches. In terms of skill, Yu Luosheng's former partner far surpassed Yang Qianqian in aspects such as farming, awareness, control, and teamwork. Although playing with Yang Qianqian was enjoyable, Yu Luosheng's heart yearned for the challenge of formidable opponents. Entertaining a beautiful girl was merely a pastime, while excelling in ranked play remained his true objective. "I'm so hungry." Yang Qianqian purred softly, her voice reminiscent of a delicate kitten after an afternoon of gaming. "Shall we go eat?" Yu Luosheng suggested, feeling a pang of hunger himself. "But there's no one at home," Yang Qianqian replied. No one at home. Was this a subtle hint? Could it be that, in just a day, this goddess with stunning legs had succumbed to his charm? Did her prior mention of hunger imply? Yu Luosheng grasped the implication instantly. "I'll come to your house," he exclaimed eagerly. "Let me nourish your hungry spirit with my youthful vigor." "What are you thinking? How annoying." "I meant that there's no one to cook for me." Yang Qianqian playfully chastised him. Yu Luosheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly clarified. "I meant I could come to your house and cook for you." He exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding the revelation of his rather lecherous inclinations. "I'll manage on my own. Thank you for keeping me company today. I haven't had so much fun in ages," Yang Qianqian graciously remarked. Yu Luosheng chuckled, unsure of what else to say. He felt that merely chuckling might seem dismissive, so he added, "It is my honor to play with such a beautiful lady. I have homework to do tonight. I can't play anymore. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I'm logging off now." Yu Luosheng wished to converse a bit more with the enchanting Yang Qianqian, but she had already muted her voice chat. As she attended to her studies, Yu Luosheng too had his own homework to complete. During the grueling week of senior year, he could only indulge in leisure on Saturday evenings and Sunday afternoons. The remaining time felt as heavy as a funeral. Endless assignments consumed the 6 hours from dinner to midnight, leaving him utterly exhausted. Lying in bed, as his mind gradually relaxed, he found himself yearning for university life. It was said that in college, one could attend classes freely, pursue romantic interests at will, and enjoy gaming without constraint. If that were true, he could whimsically attend a few classes, then return to his dormitory to comfortably engage in ranked matches. After tiring of that, he could spend his leisure time playing with Yang Qianqian, or even venture out with her for meals and movies, culminating in a harmonious trifecta of experiences. Such a life would indeed bring Yu Luosheng great satisfaction. The more he envisioned this, the more he wished to hasten through the final 100 days of his senior year, yearning to experience the liberating expanse of university life. However, regardless of how splendid the weather or how elevated his spirits may be, the mere realization that it was Monday rendered everything utterly abysmal. Upon arriving at class, Yu Luosheng, as usual, entered the room with sleepy eyes. A casual glance around revealed numerous peers fixating on him with intense interest. Yu Luosheng paused, sensing something amiss. Just as he set down his backpack, a group of individuals converged around him. I heard you decimated the third class. Sun Yang was the first to approach. Indeed, Yu Luosheng nodded. Damn, I missed the spectacle the night before. I've heard they suffered terribly, charging uphill like that. Was it really that brutal? A burly fellow exclaimed, spitting as he spoke. Hey, brother Yu, teach me how to play against bots. I'll cover dinner today. Another novice player chimed in, eager to learn. The crowd buzzed with excitement, recounting the events of the battle against the third class. All right, everyone disperse. Give way. Wang Qin waved his hand, shooing them away. Yu Luosheng was unaccustomed to such attention, so he cast a grateful glance at Wang Qin. At that moment, Wang Qin flashed a mischievous grin. So, did you walk Yang Qianqian home that night? Yes, Yu Luosheng replied. And then? Wang Qin pressed on. What then? Stop playing coy. Tell me her address. Wang Qin slammed his hand on the desk. A chill ran down Yu Luosheng's spine. Was this guy seriously planning to lurk outside her house? With no bushes to hide behind, he would undoubtedly be spotted. Yu Luosheng could not recall the exact address, but vaguely mentioned a location to dismiss Wang Qin. He possessed Yang Qianqian's phone number and would not disclose it, fearing Wang Qin might harass her. As for Yang Qianqian's home address, she had mentioned it was her aunt's house. If Wang Qin wanted to wait outside, he was welcome to do so. Did Wang Qin truly believe Yu Luosheng would divulge such significant information? Good cabbage should not be constantly prodded by pigs. Chapter 22. The essence of esports. Hey, do you still have the audacity to come into our class and act recklessly? After class, Wang Qin glared unceremoniously at Lin Su, who was striding down the corridor. Lin Su's expression was indeed far from pleasant. He could not fathom how his team had suffered such a humiliating defeat to the 8th class that night. Humph, we won one match before, and then you won one. Now, we are essentially at a stalemate, Lin Su remarked with a cold smirk. You're just making excuses. So what do you propose? Wang Qin retorted. Let us have a final showdown, Lin Su declared through clenched teeth. The news of their defeat to the 8th class had spread throughout the grade, and players of League of Legends from other classes were buzzing about it, leaving Lin Su, who had always claimed to be the strongest player from Shuilin High School, feeling somewhat humbled. I knew you wouldn't accept it, Wang Qin sneered, slapping his palm heavily on Yu Luosheng's shoulder, implying that as long as Yu Luosheng was present, they would lose no matter how many rounds they played. Next week, we shall meet again, and this time each team is allowed to invite one external player. The stakes will be doubled. Are you willing? Lin Su proposed. Doubling the stakes meant a wager of 2,000 yuan, which was indeed quite extravagant among students. I'm just a poor person. I can't afford such a sum, Wang Qin said, regaining his composure. Then let's not gamble with money. Let's just play another match, Lin Su suggested. Wang Qin glanced at Yu Luosheng, observing that all the players from the 8th class were now surrounding him, which seemed to be a wise decision. I'm not interested, Yu Luosheng decisively declined. Playing a few more rounds will only lead to their defeat again. I can't be bothered to waste time on those who have already been thoroughly humiliated by me. You so spineless? Lin Su laughed mockingly. Yu Luosheng, uninterested, simply slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked away. Humph, now you're too scared to even connect for a fight? I thought your 8th class had made progress. Was it just luck that you won one match, and now you're all hiding? Lin Su began to taunt. Wang Qin, irritated by the remarks, shouted. Who are you calling a coward? If not, then let us have another match. You choose the time and place. Lin Su challenged. Bring it on. I'll wipe the floor with you. Wang Qin felt unsatisfied with their previous encounter and craved a few more victories. Luosheng, don't you agree? Play on your own. I'm not participating, Yu Luosheng stated plainly. Seriously? Is it really going to be like this? Wang Qin was taken aback. Yu Luosheng saw no point in engaging in such a trivial contest repeatedly. It was utterly meaningless. Lin Su watched as Yu Luosheng briskly left, a flash of irritation crossing his eyes. He had finally convinced Mi Gu to step in, intending to unleash a thrashing on this individual, but now that he had withdrawn, how could he vent his frustrations? Ignoring the two, Yu Luosheng quickly melded into the throng of students leaving school. His pace was swift, seemingly attempting to evade Wang Qin. Yet it appeared as if he was pursuing someone. Ah, what a coincidence! Yu Luosheng smiled brightly at a girl who passed by him. What coincidence? I saw you chasing after me the whole way. Yang Qianqian shot him a disapproving glare. Yu Luosheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. His intentions had been noticed. Earlier, when Wang Qin and Lin Su were squabbling, Yu Luosheng had spotted Yang Qianqian. She usually had other female companions around her, making this rare opportunity too precious to miss, prompting him to disregard the two boys and hastily follow her. In fact, there were quite a few boys walking deliberately beside Yang Qianqian, likely contemplating how to strike up a conversation with the beautiful girl. Little did they know, a rather awkward fellow had intruded, employing a rather lackluster method of greeting. Oh, what a coincidence. Coincidence, my foot. The entire senior grade is here. Once school ends, everyone squeezes into this area. Are you coming this weekend? Yu Luosheng inquired. Today was Friday, and with the weekend approaching, it was a rare chance to unwind. Probably not. My dad is taking me out, Yang Qianqian replied. Oh, that is perfect. I have plans to play ranked matches, Yu Luosheng nodded. Yang Qianqian shot him an annoyed look. Then why did you even ask me? In a couple of months. It will be the college entrance examination. Which school do you plan to attend? She probed. Regardless, the exam was of utmost importance. No matter how skilled one was in gaming, it could not eclipse academic performance. You're asking me? Yu Luosheng replied. If not you, then who? Yang Qianqian found his manner of speaking rather peculiar. She had approached him to initiate a conversation, yet he seemed somewhat distracted. I don't really know, he admitted. Which university do you wish to attend? To be honest, Yu Luosheng felt quite lost regarding this matter. He genuinely did not care which university he attended. His diligent studies were merely to avoid disappointing his parents. Whatever university they deemed prestigious and promising would suffice for him, as he was indifferent. You're such a muddlehead. I've seen you around school several times, and you always look like you haven't slept well. Does school make you this drowsy? Yang Qianqian pouted. You're observing me? Yu Luosheng was somewhat taken aback. Who is observing you? She retorted, displeased. All right, next time you secretly observe me, I'll pretend to be more spirited, Yu Luosheng said with a cheeky grin. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes, thinking how shameless he was. I like Zhejiang University. Yang Qianqian steered the conversation back on track. Oh, I prefer Shanghai, Yu Luosheng responded. Why? Yang Qianqian asked, curious. Yu Luosheng did not answer. Although Yang Qianqian played League of Legends, she treated it merely as a game for entertainment. However, for Yu Luosheng, who had once been a professional esports player, it was challenging to regard it solely as a pastime. He had promised his parents not to pursue professional gaming again, yet deep down, he still harbored dreams of esports. If given a choice, Yu Luosheng would wish to attend university in Shanghai, even if he no longer engaged in professional gaming. Experiencing the vibrant esports atmosphere there would be quite delightful. In Shanghai, he also had a few old friends. A year had slipped by unnoticed, and he missed them dearly, wondering if these veteran Dota players had ventured into the realm of League of Legends. They likely had, considering the current popularity of League of Legends. With its cultural phenomenon of dementia captivating everyone from young elementary students to the elderly. These were naturally gifted esports players, and there was no reason for them not to get involved. Perhaps they had already formed a team, or even become members of a renowned squad. I apologize for the delay in writing. The temperature at home reached 40 degrees without air conditioning, making it unbearable. It was only in the late hours that the temperature dropped, allowing me to feel somewhat comfortable. Thus I hastily penned this chapter to share. Chapter 23. Esports and Iching. Many are familiar with playing games, and even more know about competitive gaming. Yet, how many are aware of the existence of esports clubs, the various professional tournaments, or the most authoritative esports events, with countless gamers and enthusiasts? Why is it that everyone recognizes the NBA and CBA, yet so few understand the significance of the G League, LPL, or INBA? People know of Barcelona, the Lakers, and the Rockets, but can you name the clubs that have triumphed in international competitions for your beloved Dota, LOL, War 3, StarCraft, or Cartwrighter? Hardly anyone knows. Despite the multitude of players and fans, the rise and fall of countless competitive clubs go unnoticed. The heroes who achieve international glory receive nothing more than meager prizes, devoid of the respect and honor they deserve. Has glory become as worthless as integrity? Iching, a planner and commentator for GTV, feels helpless amidst this atmosphere of esports. She ventured into the industry during her sophomore year and has tirelessly worked in esports since graduation. With the advancement of the internet, the field has gradually improved. Yet it remains insufficient. Abroad, esports is becoming increasingly established, with professional players receiving the compensation and accolades they warrant. However, at home, professional players continue to be overlooked. After yet another failed application, a sense of fatigue washed over her. Still clad in her professional attire, she lay on her bed, drenched in sweat. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, her silhouette was strikingly elegant, a rare sight indeed. Her black skirt had slipped to her thighs, accentuating her long, alluring legs adorned in flesh-colored stockings. Perhaps, as her family suggested, with her beauty, she could easily marry into wealth and enjoy a life of luxury without the struggles of the undervalued esports industry. Yet, her passion for esports was genuine. Resting her hands behind her head, she did not close her eyes but stared at the pale yellow wall opposite her bed. On that wall hung a poster that had graced her room for quite some time. The figure on the poster smiled, and for reasons unknown, each time Yiqin beheld that smile, an urge to weep surged within her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone by her bed rang, pulling her from her reverie. Upon seeing the caller ID, her beautiful face betrayed a hint of irritation. "Hello, Dad," Yiqin replied weakly. "Have you packed everything?" Came the cold voice from the other end. "Not yet," Yiqin answered. "Then why haven to you? Do you want me to come help you?" "Dad, I don't want to go abroad," Yiqin stated firmly. "Your mother and I came all the way from America to pick you up, and you tell me you don't want to go? Don't be stubborn. The flight is on Sunday. You need to have everything ready tonight." The man's tone was commanding. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Yiqin tossed her phone aside, her eyes glistening with tears. Why do they always pressure me to do what I don't want? She buried her head in the covers, unable to hold back the tears. They had left for America when she was just 10 and returned only once every year or two. In her solitude, Yiqin found solace in online and competitive gaming, a routine she had maintained. Now grown, she was no longer afraid of loneliness. Yet, her parents began fulfilling their parental duties, insisting she work at a finance company. The daily wages there surpassed her monthly earnings at home. But the thought of spending a day there felt infinitely longer and more tedious than a month. As evening fell, Yiqin lost her appetite for dinner. Exhausted from crying, she retreated to the bathroom, stripped off her clothes, took a shower, and donned a clean, comfortable robe. After slightly adjusting her mood, she picked up her phone and dialed a colleague's number. "Hello, Yiqin. Is there anything else you need me to do?" A young woman's voice came through. "I'll be leaving tomorrow. You will take over the planning for GTVS competitions from now on," Yiqin informed her. You're leaving tomorrow? But I have so much to learn. About the National Internet CAF League you mentioned, sponsored by Coca-Cola, I still don't know how to proceed." The young woman sounded flustered. "I've already finalized the details with the sponsor. It should kick off around mid-June. Just follow the project outline I prepared, and adapt as needed. You're smart, and will learn quickly," Yiqin said with a warm smile. "But Yiqin, we'll miss you. There aren't many outstanding female hosts like you in the esports circle, and now that you're leaving," the young woman lamented. "It's all right. There will always be many girls who genuinely love esports. They will be even more talented, beautiful, and cohesive than I am," Yiqin replied, a hint of bitterness in her voice. "Then let us send you off tonight. We can have a farewell dinner," the young woman suggested. "I have plans tonight. Don't send me off. It will only make me sadder." Yiqin ended the conversation, her heart growing heavier with each word, the air around her thick with melancholy. After years of hard work in the esports realm, was she truly ready to abandon it? Sighing, she pondered how to say goodbye. Yiqin turned on her computer and plugged in her new headset. She usually wore it while working, but found it uncomfortable to wear for long periods. So she never used it at home. Upon opening QQ, she noticed that the person she had been waiting for was online, for reasons unknown. Seeing that avatar lit up always brought a smile to her face. As per their custom, she sent a cheerful emoji. It seemed the other party was also waiting. As they quickly replied with a playful expression, Yiqin smirked and called him a lecher. To avoid any miscommunication, "Shall we use voice chat today?" I forgot to buy a microphone." "No way. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this day? Just give me your home address, and I'll send you one." "Humph, trying to trick me into giving you my address. Planning to sneak into my house and do something bad? Your thoughts are too unhealthy." "No, you're the unhealthy one." "All right then, let us rely on our telepathy to crush the bottom lane." "Just kidding. I bought a brand new one." "You send the voice invite." "Really? Go ahead, send it." In the distant city of Luosheng, Yu Luosheng felt exhilarated upon reading those enticing messages. Finally, he would hear her voice. No, he must remain composed. He needed to prepare himself for the possibility of a male voice on the other end. But what if it were a woman? A beautiful lady with a sweet and soothing voice? Chapter 24. The influx of information was somewhat overwhelming. "Can you hear me?" A melodious female voice emerged. Soft and graceful, devoid of any overt seduction or excessive sweetness, yet imbued with an air of modesty and dignity. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Luosheng felt an involuntary tremor of excitement coursing through his body. The springtime of a recluse. This voice was akin to the gentle breeze that melted the frosty heart of a homebound man. Yu Luosheng had never anticipated that his longtime online friend would possess such a wonderfully enchanting voice. He could even envision the beauty on the other side of the screen, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her expressive eyes sparkling with intellect, her lips rosy and delicately full, exuding a hint of allure with every word. Her hair cascaded in large waves, framing her exquisite features, making her all the more captivating. She was the epitome of a sophisticated woman, blending youthful charm with graceful allure and a touch of wildness that defined the urban beauty. Admittedly, Yu Luosheng acknowledged that these were mere fantasies he had harbored about this virtual friend he had never met. However, upon hearing her voice, he felt as though his dreams and reality were drawing closer together. "Yes, I can hear you," he replied earnestly, nodding eagerly. "Oh, so you can hear me? Why the sudden loudness?" Came a playful giggle from the other end. That laughter was simply enchanting. Yu Luosheng found it hard to believe that this socially awkward recluse was suddenly experiencing such blissful moments. "I'm just excited to finally hear your voice," he confessed. "If you enjoy it, I could send you a collection of my shows," she replied, still chuckling lightly. The distant laughter felt like wandering through a serene forest, where the melodious ringing of laughter echoed from deep within, compelling one to discover what kind of woman could produce such delightful sounds. "Shows?" Yu Luosheng inquired, puzzled. To be honest, after all this time, he still had no idea what profession Shui was engaged in. What kind of shows require a beautiful and seductive voice? Is she a voice actress? Indeed, those programs often feature two individuals, typically a man and a woman, occasionally with a third person. "I can send you an entire series where the female lead is me, a Collector S edition," she said in a teasing tone, deliberately keeping her profession vague. "What kind of movies feature a duo, a man and a woman, with the occasional third person? This is quite a lot to take in." Yu Luosheng pondered, suddenly grasping the implications. "Oh my, is this a blessing from the heavens, or a cruel jest? Would you like to see? Many reclusive men are chasing after my videos. Who knows, you might become part of my fanbase too," Shui suggested, her laughter barely contained. At this moment, it was evident that Shui was amused, attempting to mask her uncontrollable mirth, yet her playful tone still seeped through her words. Despite her seemingly dignified and elegant voice, the words she spoke were undeniably provocative, leaving Yu Luosheng blushing. Could it be that she truly engages in that illustrious profession? Yu Luosheng had indeed fantasized about Shui in ways every man might, but he never imagined he would receive such gratification so soon, and that it would be an entire collection. Even more astonishing was the thought that there were countless others like him who had also received it. The image of Shui in Yu Luosheng's mind should have been one of nobility and purity, an exclusive treasure to him. How could he tolerate the idea of thousands of other reclusive men sharing in this allure? "I was pure, yet the world seems to disdain integrity. Should I persist or succumb to the whims of this world? All right, send it over." Yu Luosheng finally acquiesced, surrendering to the seductive nature of this world. "You lecher, I knew you had ulterior motives," Shui declared, suddenly feigning ignorance as she caught on to Yu Luosheng's interest. "What ulterior motives do I have?" Yu Luosheng replied with a wry smile. "Do I not understand what men like you think about? Humph. Go find those websites yourself, record my voice, and match it to the female lead. Perhaps you'll find someone who resembles me," Shui retorted coldly. If Yu Luosheng had not deciphered the situation by then, he would have been utterly oblivious. "So what is your profession?" he asked. "Guess for yourself." Shui left him hanging. "Enough of this chatter. The other day, I played and lost points. You must help me reach 2,000 points quickly. Count on me. With this voice, I will gain boundless positive energy. Don't mention 2,000 points. Even 2,200 or 2,300 won't be a challenge. Who would believe that? 2,200 or 2,300 points are reserved for professional players. Are you a professional player then?" Shui teased. "I'm just a student," he chuckled awkwardly. "You think I can't tell? Little brother." Shui laughed again. What a curious thing. Why did Yu Luosheng not feel belittled when she referred to him as little brother? Instead, he felt a surge of energy. Oh, how it resonated. Yu Luosheng and Shui had been cooperating for some time, and their synergy in the game had already formed. Whether they spoke through voice chat or not was inconsequential. Yu Luosheng merely sought the experience of being accompanied by a beautiful woman. Considering that Thresh was still a bit unskilled and that ranking up might not be secure, Yu Luosheng opted for a more aggressive support champion that he was familiar with. The supports Yu Luosheng typically played included champions like Blitzcrank, who could control the pace of the game, Leona, a tanky control support capable of dominating the bot lane early, and Alistar, who could turn the tides in team fights. Alternatively, there were also unconventional supports like Zyra and Elise. These supports shared a commonality. They possessed a degree of aggression and crowd control, capable of influencing the bot lane and even the game's overall tempo. While Yu Luosheng could use more mainstream supports like Nunu, Lulu, Janna, and Sona, he did so less frequently. In summary, he was destined to play support, yet his heart yearned for wildness. Yu Luosheng's highest win rates came from playing Blitzcrank, followed by Leona and Zyra. Of course, in high-ranked matches, merely having a high win rate with a champion does not guarantee success. If one neglects to consider their team composition and the enemy's lineup, blindly selecting a champion could lead to disaster. For instance, if the opposing top lane featured a Renekton, mid lane a Cunning, and support a Leona, while the jungle consisted of a Mumu and Ramus at that point, selecting Blitzcrank well, the opponents would genuinely thank you, and your teammates would express their gratitude for generations to come. Chapter 25. The Awakening of the Warrior's Heart. In a ranked match of 2,000 points, a jungler is indispensable. Allow me to elaborate on why the 2-1-2 formation is not particularly reasonable and why it is essential to have a jungler. While we shall refrain from discussing other lanes for now, let us focus on the top lane. Firstly, let us address the issue of economy. The top lane consists of a single minion wave. Thus, regardless of how two players attempt to farm, the available minions are limited. Those familiar with League of Legends should recognize that having two players farm simultaneously results in a singular outcome. Both players suffer economic losses. In such a scenario, it is far more advantageous for one player to farm rhythmically, ensuring that the economic benefits are wholly acquired by either themselves or their ally. The same principle applies to the bottom lane. Next, consider the experience aspect. A single player accumulating experience from an entire lane will undoubtedly gain more than two players sharing it, allowing them to reach level 6 at a swifter pace. If you have one player in the top lane while the opposing team has two, regardless of how they manipulate the minion wave, as long as you are not killed or entirely driven out of the experience zone, your level will surpass that of both opponents. Furthermore, if your team includes a jungler, they will consume experience and economic resources from the jungle, ensuring that they, alongside you, will maintain a higher level than the two opponents in the top lane, especially when starting with double buffs. At this point, your jungler can coordinate with your top laner to execute a gank against the two opponents. Ganking can be understood as ambushing or eliminating foes. Typically, your top laner's level will be higher than that of the two opponents, and your jungler's champion will certainly possess a higher level. In the early game, when no one is returned to base to buy equipment, having two players at level 2 against two at level 1, coupled with the effects of double buffs, can deliver a devastating blow to the opposing champions, often resulting in a double kill. This perspective solely examines the top lane. However, a jungler can also roam to other lanes, frequently creating scenarios where allies outnumber opponents, thereby assisting teammates in establishing advantages. If your team lacks a jungler, it becomes exceedingly challenging to form such advantages, leading to inevitable collapse and an uncontrollable snowball effect. Without delving into further intricacies, it is clear that a 2-1-1 jungler formation is significantly superior to a 2-1-2 formation. Recently, I have observed certain ranks still employing the 2-1-2 formation, which is not a commendable trend. Although I do not wish to delve into these conceptual issues, it is essential to elucidate the reasons for those players who are not yet highly skilled in League of Legends. Welcome to League of Legends. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. Usually, Yu Luosheng hears the noble, cold, and serious voice of the computer announcing this. However, this time it was not the computer's voice. The beautiful and elegant Ichin, Yu Luosheng's companion, astonishingly mimicked the computer's tone almost perfectly as it delivered the line. Rather than mere imitation, it seemed that Riot Games had indeed utilized her voice for the opening voiceover of League of Legends. You're not really the voice actress, are you? Yu Luosheng inquired. Guess, Ichin replied, not disclosing anything further. Yu Luosheng was about 70 to 80 certain and remarked, one day we'll record a video together. I can discern professions just by looks. That's a trick to fool children. Ichin laughed, aware of Yu Luosheng's intentions. Oh, it seems like someone on the opposing team recognizes you. That fellow named SSS is greeting you, Yu Luosheng observed in the chat window. All players in the chat spoke in red text, and Yu Luosheng firmly believed in a truth. Once an advantage is gained, players who enjoy chatting are typically reckless, increasing the chances of a comeback by at least 30. However, encountering familiar faces at the start, exchanging greetings, was purely coincidental. Shwejia. What a coincidence to run into you, the SSS player remarked. Hee, what a coincidence. You're playing ADC, right? You should know what to do. Shui replied. The SSS player quickly responded, of course. I'll willingly put my head in front of Shwejia's gun, ensuring she achieves greatness. This SSS player was amusing, expressing his flattery so candidly. Was he not afraid his teammates would stomp him? Is the opposing ADC a girl? Wow. I've never seen such a high-ranking female player before. Miss, are you in the bottom lane? I'll rush to your turret, and give you my first blood. Get lost, you lewd creature. That S called first blood. Witnessing this entire exchange, Yu Luosheng was left speechless. Others had toiled for months, barely scraping together 2,000 points, even spending their living expenses on various runes and rune pages. Yet they could not compete with the sheer allure of a girl's charm. Do you know that guy named SSS? A friend in real life? Yu Luosheng asked. I've met him a few times. Alas, I fear we are destined to lose this match. Ichin replied with a grimace. How can we lose? They are all sending kills, aren't they? Yu Luosheng protested. They're just teasing me. Who would believe their words? If they're not intentionally toying with me, they're not human. Ichin scoffed, continuing. That SSS was a former Dota professional player, a core member of the Underworld team, ID. Qin Guangwang. He has transitioned to playing LOL and is also a professional player. What bad luck to have him on the opposing team. It's so frustrating. Qin Guangwang. Yu Luosheng was momentarily taken aback. He was all too familiar with that ID. The players known as Chu Jiang Wang, Song Di Wang, Chu Guan Wang, Yin Luo Wang, and the current Qin Guangwang formed the illustrious Underworld team, renowned as formidable members of the Dota scene. They amassed countless honors in Dota, both domestically and internationally, instilling fear in their adversaries. Most significantly, during the domestic selection finals for professional esports, the Underworld team was Yu Luosheng's opponent. His team narrowly defeated them, securing a spot to compete in London. Although the Underworld team lost to Yu Luosheng's squad, he recognized them as both admirable and fearsome rivals, and he still recalls the intensity of that match. At this moment, memories of participating in professional esports competitions flooded Yu Luosheng's mind like a cinematic reel. He vaguely remembered Qin Guangwang as a youthful, handsome 20-year-old. After the finals, he had shaken Yu Luosheng's hand and given him a thumbs up, a gesture of respect. Now he is playing League of Legends, and right now he is on the opposing team. Yu Luosheng felt a surge of excitement welling within him. Yes, he had vowed to steer clear of professional esports. Yet, for someone whose heart burned with passion for esports, even if he no longer played professionally, he could not entirely extinguish the fervor of that warrior's spirit within. It was akin to a master swordsman who, even after laying down his sword, would instinctively grip an imaginary blade upon encountering a renowned opponent, his recently purchased cabbage becoming nothing more than shredded remnants. Qin Guangwang, splendid. Yu Luosheng felt his fingertips tingling with anticipation. His very fingers were eager to engage in battle. What splendidness! How can we ordinary players even compare to professional players? I merely hope not to be crushed and too afraid to step outside. Ichin pouted. Impossible. Yu Luosheng was already aflame with enthusiasm. This is not Dota. This is League of Legends. We once fought fiercely in Dota. This time, let us clash in League of Legends. King Qingguang, come forth with your steed. Chapter 26. The Underworld Battle Team. King Qingguang. Alas, it seems you are quite unaware of the disparity between professional players and ordinary ones. Regardless, even if we are merely practice dummies for honing skills, I hope that one of our extraordinary teammates can utterly annihilate the opposition. Qin optimistically remarked. Yu Luosheng, however, remained indifferent. The outcome of this ranking match was inconsequential to him. His sole desire was for a victory in the bot lane. In this match, Qin utilized Caitlyn, the Sheriff of Piltover, while Yu Luosheng opted for Zyra, the Thorn Chaser. Zyra had enjoyed a period of popularity as a support champion during Season 2, being a rather versatile choice. Her abilities possessed some capability for wear down, with seeds that could be used for vision control, alongside crowd control skills and her ultimate's area effect. Yu Luosheng had a preference for using this champion as a support, as it offered considerable room for maneuvering. When executed well, her grasping roots could ensnare 2 to 3 enemies, followed by her ultimate strangle thorns, inflicting a lethal duration of control on the adversaries. Qin chose Caitlyn, and there existed a slight synergy in their pairing. When Zyra ensnares an enemy with grasping roots, Caitlyn could swiftly position a trap behind the foe. If both crowd control abilities landed, regardless of whether the enemy was a support or ADC, they would likely meet their demise, given Zyra's formidable burst potential. As per tradition, they assisted their jungler in securing the 4 minions and the red buff before proceeding to their lane. Upon arrival, they found that a melee minion had already fallen, leaving both without experience. In high-level play, even the experience from a single minion could be pivotal in determining the outcome of a skirmish. With the opposing team missing experience, it was likely they would reach level 2 faster than their own team. The opposition comprised Ezreal and Thresh, the Chain Warden. Yu Luosheng considered Thresh's substantial defensive capabilities, hence his choice of magic damage dealer Zyra, providing him a slight edge in wear-down potential. However, he understood the critical importance of not being hooked by Thresh. Being ensnared would either force a flash or result in a lost life. Strategically, Caitlyn could exert pressure on the shorter-ranged Ezreal. Yet Thresh posed a lethal threat to both Caitlyn and Zyra. In terms of wear down, Yu Luosheng and Yi Qin held an advantage. But Yu Luosheng's skills could not afford any missteps if they were to contend effectively. Initially, both ADCs focused on last-hitting minions steadily. Yu Luosheng paid close attention to King Qinguang's fundamental operations and positioning. The latter's movements exhibited no discernible pattern, even when securing the final hit. He maintained a vigilant stance, never allowing Caitlyn or Zyra the opportunity to ensnare him. This was undoubtedly a hallmark of a professional player. During the level 1 phase, both sides farmed evenly. Upon reaching level 2, King Qinguang's Ezreal displayed a distinct tendency to press forward. At that moment, Yu Luosheng noticed Thresh, who had been lurking in the brush, was on the move. They aimed to engage. Ezreal at level 2 would unleash a brief surge of power that Caitlyn could not match at this stage, and crucially, both Yu Luosheng and Yi Qin were still a minion's experience away from level 2. They absolutely could not engage. Retreat a bit. They are about to attack. Yu Luosheng immediately instructed Yi Qin. Yi Qin sensed the aggressive momentum from the opposing team and relinquished the chance to secure a minion, guiding Caitlyn further back in the lane. Just call me Sister Yi. Yi Qin asserted seriously. Oh, Yu Luosheng responded, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the computer screen. At that moment, he had no inclination to jest with Yi Qin. His sole focus was on denying the enemy any opportunity to capitalize. In a modest dormitory in Shanghai, a handsome young man adeptly maneuvered his keyboard and mouse with remarkable speed. As a professional player, even though the APM requirement in League of Legends is quite low, one must consistently maintain nimbleness of fingers to ensure the swiftest reactions in critical moments. Beside the striking young man sat another individual, also in his 20s, sporting dyed hair, exuding a rather flamboyant and casual demeanor. Their awareness isn't too shabby, commented the youth with yellow hair. Indeed, King Qinguang replied nonchalantly. In contests among experts, one can often gauge an opponent's skill level from their actions at levels 1 and 2. Just moments ago, the enemy Caitlyn and Zyra retreated wisely, or else they would have suffered significant damage, if not fatalities. Hey, did you two sneak off to queue up together? A jovial voice called from behind them. Hee, just fooling around, the yellow-haired youth replied while controlling Thresh. You two are truly something. It's unfair to bully players with 2,000 points. How many duos in the country could contend with you two? Remarked a man wearing a sports jacket. Both King Qinguang and the yellow-haired youth chuckled lightly, saying nothing further. Indeed, it was rare to find a duo in the country capable of matching their prowess, even in a ranked match of 2,000 points. It was common for them to decimate the opposing bot lane within 10 minutes. Hurry up and finish. The coach is treating us to a meal, and we can't be late. The man in the sports jacket urged. Rest assured, we'll wrap it up in 20 minutes, the yellow-haired lad smiled. And what if the opponents refuse to surrender? The man jested. King Qinguang, gazing at the screen with an unfazed demeanor, replied, in matches like these, sometimes we can deny the enemy even the chance to surrender. The man understood this well. He patted the shoulders of both players before heading off to shower. What are King Qinguang and Judge Cui up to? Another voice echoed from a nearby room. They're just picking on some kids. These two often take pleasure in that. The man in the sports jacket chuckled. Oh, their opponents must be in for a tearful experience. Occasionally, one might encounter skilled players in ranked matches. As you said, it's only occasionally, and even then, they often get crushed. At that point, it's best to delete that ID. Otherwise, if a commentator happens to be recording, and that footage gets released, you might as well give up on League of Legends for life. What a disgrace. Today will feature 2 chapters. The second chapter will be released at midnight, and it should be quite captivating. Chapter 27, A Master of the Game. Why is this guy so annoying? I can never seem to hit him. Yi Qin exclaimed, a hint of frustration in her voice. Patience, take your time. If you can't hit him, so be it. Yu Luosheng replied calmly. In a typical scenario, Misfortune held an advantage over Ezreal with her extended range, allowing her to suppress his farming. However, Yi Qin struggled to seize such opportunities and instead found herself struck by Ezreal's Q skill multiple times, which left her feeling quite discontented. Yi Qin had a tendency in competitive games. Once hit by the opponent, she felt compelled to retaliate. After losing some health, she began to advance slightly, determined that each of her critical hits must land squarely on Ezreal's face. Observing the unfolding battle, Yu Luosheng noticed Yi Qin's impulsive actions and frowned. While he did not oppose her aggressive attempts to harass Ezreal, after all, Misfortune was meant to dominate the lane. Her intentions were becoming overly apparent. Each time she sought to land a critical hit, it was always on the 7th shot. If the opposing Thresh were clever enough to anticipate Miss Fortune's next critical strike timing and bait her into a predictable movement, the likelihood of her being hooked would be significantly high. As Yu Luosheng predicted, Thresh made his move precisely at the moment Miss Fortune was ready to unleash her critical hit. Ezreal retreated, deliberately luring I Miss Fortune away from the minion wave. Just as Yu Luosheng had foreseen, this Thresh was indeed a skilled player. Yu Luosheng quickly assessed the situation. Although I possessed nearly 2,000 points of skill, she failed to recognize that her pattern had been figured out by her opponent and unleashed her critical hit regardless. That critical hit exposed Miss Fortune outside the minion wave. Although it was merely a step or two, a true master would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Yu Luosheng felt a pang of concern. There was at least a 70% chance that I would be ensnared by Thresh's hook. There was no time to warn her verbally, so he swiftly pressed his keyboard. Pressing the Q key, Yu Luosheng cast his skill, Deadly Bloom, before Miss Fortune. The skill had a delay of approximately 0.5 seconds, during which Yu Luosheng quickly pressed the W key twice, planting 2 seeds in the vicinity. Deadly Bloom erupted in front of Miss Fortune, failing to strike anyone. Yet the 2 seeds rapidly blossomed into poisonous flowers. As Yu Luosheng executed this sequence, Thresh's hook was already in flight. The trajectory was perfectly angled at 45 degrees relative to Miss Fortune. This was not the angle for a cute selfie, but rather a lethal hooking angle. I gasped, realizing too late that evasion was no longer an option as the hook approached. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but her movement aligned perfectly with the hook's path. It was a guaranteed hit. Crack. The hook connected. The young man with blonde hair smiled as he controlled Thresh to pull Miss Fortune back. King Qin instinctively moved to control Ezreal, but as he stepped forward, his expression shifted slightly. What the hell is happening? The blonde youth exclaimed. King Qin maintained his composure and replied calmly, "You hooked someone else's poisonous flower." What? The blonde youth stammered, momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had hooked something. Yet, it was not Miss Fortune, but rather a poisonous flower cultivated by Zyra. Those 2 inconspicuous poisonous flowers lay at Miss Fortune's feet, unnoticed even by the blonde youth, who failed to realize when they had been planted. Most importantly, those flowers had perfectly intercepted the deadly chain hook. Can Zyra's poisonous flowers block hooks? The scene unfolding before the blonde youth made it abundantly clear that they indeed could. However, even if one was aware of this technique, how many could execute it under the intense pressures of battle, not just for their own defense, but for their teammates' safety as well? King Qin's realization dawned that their intentions had been detected by the opposing Zyra. His fingers danced across the keyboard, his gaze shifting from casual to intensely focused. He calculated Miss Fortune's positional error, even predicting the angle of your hook. He continued calmly, This is impossible." The blonde youth stared at the screen for a long time, nearly neglecting to control Thresh. Nothing is impossible. At first, I wondered why they dared to pick a short-range champion like Zyra in front of a hook. But now I understand. It was because they knew how to use poisonous flowers to block hooks. Truthfully, few in the country were aware of this technique, and even fewer could successfully employ it in such a critical moment to thwart their intentions. King Qin elaborated. The blonde youth glanced at King Qin, asking, "What are you trying to say?" This individual is undoubtedly a consummate master. King Qin's calm demeanor transformed as his eyes sparkled with excitement. This seriousness, focus, and exhilaration were reminiscent of his demeanor in official competitions. The blonde youth found it hard to believe that the illustrious King Qin displayed such fervor at this moment. Perhaps it was just good luck? The blonde youth remained skeptical. Utilizing poisonous flower seeds to block a hook required meticulous calculations. And how could an ordinary player accomplish such precision? King Qin fell silent, skillfully maneuvering Ezreal, ensuring every last hit was executed flawlessly, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. That was close, I exhaled in relief. Be cautious with your positioning. Avoid predictable paths, Yu Luosheng reminded her earnestly. Got it. But how did you know Thresh was about to strike? I queried. Men's intuition, Yu Luosheng replied coolly. Men? More like a boy, I teased with a laugh. Yu Luosheng offered no response. I opened her mouth to tease him further, but sensed something unusual about him today. Normally, he would be the type to flirt back. But today, he seemed uncharacteristically indifferent to her playful banter. Is he shy over voice chat for the first time? Unbeknownst to her, Yu Luosheng was currently facing a challenge from the professional player King Qin, as after that impressive maneuver, King Qin's Ezreal had repeatedly provoked Yu Luosheng. Your instincts are sharp. Yu Luosheng deduced that King Qin had sensed a worthy opponent, clearly declaring war upon him. Yu Luosheng had not been this focused in a long time. Every pore seemed to expand, his mind heightened to a razor-sharp intensity, fingers trembling with excitement, yet steady in resolve, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. His once drowsy eyes now sparkled with clarity, like a long-dormant statue awakening. A declaration of war? King Qin, let us settle this once and for all. Chapter 28. The wild clash in a mere 8 minutes. The discrepancy in minion kills reached a staggering 15. Under normal circumstances, Misfortune should have outfarmed Ezreal by that margin, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Your last hits are lacking today, Yu Luosheng remarked to Qin. A deficit of 15 minions equated to the loss of a kill. Upon returning to upgrade her equipment, Misfortune would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with Ezreal in one-on-one skirmishes. Indeed, as both champions returned to their lanes, Misfortune had acquired ABF, sword worth 1550 gold, while Ezreal matched her with the same item, and astonishingly, possessed a vampiric scepter as well. Armed with the scepter, Ezreal became increasingly aggressive. Rather than harassing Misfortune, he frequently directed his abilities towards Yu Luosheng's Zyra. King Qin's Ezreal unleashed his mystic shot from angles that were exceptionally shrewd. It often became impossible to evade the skill, even when it was fired directly. After being struck 3 times, Yu Luosheng's Zyra was nearly at half health. Quickly consuming a health potion, he knew that once the minion wave was in position, they would undoubtedly attempt to engage. Yu Luosheng maneuvered Zyra slightly backward, at which point he noticed King Qin's Ezreal shifting toward the edge of the brush. As he walked and attacked, after securing a cannon minion, Ezreal was nearly pressed against the brush's edge. A true master of Ezreal continuously adjusts their positioning while last hitting, allowing them to harass opponents using Mystic Shot without exposing themselves to minion fire. King Qin excelled in this regard. Now, as he approached the brush, it was evident he intended to use a diagonal shot with Mystic Shot to wear down Misfortune and Zyra, both of whom lacked any means of self-healing. Yu Luosheng understood that King Qin was clearly seeking to trouble him. Thus, he positioned himself behind 2 ranged minions to shield himself from Ezreal's abilities. Suddenly, Yu Luosheng sensed something amiss. Under normal circumstances, Ezreal would vanish into the brush and immediately unleash Mystic Shot, then swiftly emerge to last-hit minions. However, this time, King Qin lingered inside for at least 1 second. In the eyes of professional players, even half a second could be fatal, let alone this inexplicable delay. In an instant, a deep yellow arc, shimmering like a crescent moon, erupted forth at breakneck speed toward Yu Luosheng. It was Ezreal's ultimate ability, the precise barrage. The 2 ranged minions could not withstand the onslaught, falling instantly, while the barrage hurtled straight towards Yu Luosheng's Zyra, akin to a golden scythe poised to sever her at the waist. Yu Luosheng's heart raced. This fellow aimed to eliminate him, with only 3/5 of his health remaining. Being struck by Ezreal's ultimate would undoubtedly reduce his health to below 2/5. At that moment, if Ezreal followed up with a basic attack and an ignite, the fragile Zyra would be doomed. Meanwhile, Qin, controlling Misfortune, was bewildered by this sudden ultimate. To expend such a powerful ability merely to whittle down Zyra's health seemed ill-advised. In her estimation, Ezreal could not possibly kill Yu Luosheng's Zyra, for they were separated by 1,000 units, requiring at least 2 flash spells to reach her. Furthermore, Thresh, stationed near the river, was obstructed by minions and could not inflict any damage on Zyra. Qin failed to comprehend King Qin's actions, but Yu Luosheng was acutely aware of King Qin's audacious and reckless intentions. Indeed, Ezreal could only reach him with 2 flash spells. Yet, Ezreal possessed precisely that capability. With a swift motion, Ezreal executed his flash the instant his ultimate was launched. Upon landing, he glimmered with yellow light, activating Arcane Shift. 2 successive movements. This allowed Ezreal and his ultimate barrage to converge upon Zyra almost simultaneously. Qin was left speechless, astonished by this series of flamboyant and confident maneuvers. Tragically, Ezreal's Arcane Shift also struck Zyra. Consequently, Zyra's health plummeted to a mere 1/5. A health pool so minuscule that should Ezreal land 2 basic attacks followed by Ignite, Zyra would surely perish. As danger loomed, Yu Luosheng's mind raced. Should he flee? He could use Flash to evade Ezreal's second basic attack. However, Yu Luosheng believed that even with Flash, he might not escape King Qin's imminent Mystic Shot. The odds of dying even after using Flash were still over 70%. To flee? No, he would fight. This was King Qin's wild challenge. And his 2 flashes underscored his resolve to eliminate Zyra. Having declared his intent to engage this adversary, retreating was simply not an option. Faced with this ferocious attempt on his life, Yu Luosheng remained remarkably composed, his eyes radiating a steely calm. Without hesitation, he pressed the F key, applying weakness the moment King Qin's Ezreal landed. Yu Luosheng did this solely to hinder his movements and buy himself precious time to survive. His fingers danced lightly over the E key. It was Zyra's root ability, grasping roots. Tendrils swiftly extended across the ground, reaching toward Ezreal's feet. Sliding over to the W key, he planted a seed beside Ezreal, allowing the grasping roots to birth a slowing poisonous flower. Yet, Zyra's maneuvers were far from simple. The moment grasping roots was cast, Yu Luosheng pressed the Q key almost seamlessly. Deadly Bloom. He planted a second seed alongside Deadly Bloom. Finally, he pressed R. Zyra's ultimate ability, Strangle Thorns. This series of abilities was unleashed without a moment's pause, showcasing Zyra's maximum output in the shortest span of time. As the health bars plummeted, after releasing all his abilities, the Ignite effect scorched away the last remnants of his health. Zyra swiftly transformed into a colossal flower bud, lifeless. King Qin's Ezreal secured the kill, a bounty of 300 gold floating into the air. Yet, his body was now immobile, his feet ensnared by grasping roots. Deadly Bloom had stripped away his health, and more alarmingly, the astonishing vines, resembling countless entwined serpents, spread outward, dealing high damage while launching him into a state of stun. King Qin's Ezreal's health waned rapidly. However, this was not the end, for Zyra still possessed a passive ability that dealt true damage. King Qin had slain Yu Luosheng, but now he found himself in grave peril. Chapter 29. Masterful Execution, Reflexes, and Awareness. Annoying. I've been afflicted with weakness. Qin exclaimed, visibly frustrated. The aggressive playstyle of Qin Guangwang's Ezreal had undoubtedly placed him within the firing range of Caitlyn. Yu Luosheng's Ensnare and Stranglehold provided a control duration of approximately 2 to 3 seconds, ample time for Caitlyn to eliminate the low-health Ezreal. However, the crippling weakness had reduced Caitlyn's damage output to a minimum, and to make matters worse, Thresh's insidious hook ensnared Caitlyn, rendering her nearly incapable of delivering her full damage. He was doomed. Finally, as Thresh's hook control expired, Qin pressed the Q key, unleashing Caitlyn's skill, the Peacekeeper, aimed squarely at Ezreal's face. With Ezreal's health critically low, that skill would surely secure his demise. Yet, at that very moment, a ghostly green soul lantern descended upon Ezreal, bestowing him with a defensive shield. This safeguard restored a sliver of his health. The Peacekeeper glided past him, shattering the shield without consequence. Not dead. No matter, the next shot would be a headshot, and that would secure the kill. However, Yu Luosheng was not swayed by the imminent kill. He had another card to play, the passive Thorn Spit from Zyra. At this point, he knew that as long as he pressed any key, Ezreal, who was less than 400 yards away, would succumb to his own Thorn Spit. Whether or not Caitlyn managed to secure the headshot, yet, Yu Luosheng chose not to unleash it upon Ezreal. His mouse swiftly pivoted, directing the long-range Thorn Spit straight at Thresh. Attacking Thresh with the passive, Qin was momentarily perplexed by Yu Luosheng's maneuver. Upon reflection, she realized he was likely setting up for a kill of his own. A smile crept onto her face as she maneuvered Caitlyn to deliver a headshot to Ezreal. Farewell, Qin Guangwang. Qin could almost envision the 300 gold popping up as a reward. Yet, just as excitement coursed through her, a shocking scene unfolded. Ezreal suddenly soared into the air. A ghostly green glow enveloped him as he was yanked toward Thresh, escaping Caitlyn's attack range. Qin watched in disbelief as Ezreal flew away, the anticipated headshot slipping away. Stunned, she chastised herself for forgetting that the new champion Thresh could pull allies to his side. The distance was now insufficient. Even if she used Caitlyn's ultimate, Thresh would block it. It was only after witnessing Ezreal's escape that she realized he had eluded capture. Damn it, Qin cursed in frustration. Suddenly, a long, poisonous thorn shot forth. This thorn was aimed directly at Thresh's face, and even more astonishingly, the pulled Ezreal was struck by the venomous projectile. It felt as though Ezreal had recklessly collided with the deadly thorn. Ezreal cried out in agony as the thorn pierced through him, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The 150 gold floated up, marking an assist for Caitlyn. Qin blinked in astonishment at her screen, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. The cooked duck was about to fly away. Yet who could have anticipated that it would crash straight into Yu Luosheng's gun? Her emotions soared. Ezreal had been slain. The player controlling Ezreal was none other than the top-tier professional, Qin Guangwang. If Yu Luosheng were beside her, Qin would have eagerly planted a kiss on his cheek. This younger brother was simply delightful. Had Yu Luosheng been aware of Qin's current sentiments, he would have rushed to the GTV dormitory without hesitation to indulge in her affection. As Ezreal lay dead, Yu Luosheng exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, he had exercised caution. Had he directed the thorn spit at Ezreal, the champion would have evaded his attack after activating Thresh Lantern. He had narrowly avoided allowing Ezreal an elegant escape. Regrettably, if Yi had secured the kill, it would have been even more perfect. At their computer, Qin Guangwang and Judge Cui stared at the screen, their confident smiles frozen in disbelief. How could this happen? This was supposed to be a flawless synergy. Ezreal had dashed into enemy territory, secured a kill, and was just about to activate Thresh's Lantern to escape. Qin Guangwang had placed his complete faith in Judge Cui to timely restrain Caitlyn and provide him with the lantern, allowing him to take such a reckless risk against Zyra. Everything had been calculated. Even Ezreal had anticipated Zyra's Thorn Spit timing and planned to activate Thresh Soul Lantern to evade it. Yet, he could never have fathomed that Zyra would unleash her final Thorn Spit directly at Thresh. This action effectively sealed Ezreal's fate. Should he forego activating the lantern, Ezreal would undoubtedly fall to Caitlyn's headshot. If he activated it, he would collide with Zyra's Thorn Spit. Either way, it was certain death. Gazing at the grayish-white screen, Qin Guangwang felt a wave of turmoil within. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired youth remained stunned for an extended moment. Initially, he had doubted Qin Guangwang's assertions. But the recent flurry of combat left him absolutely convinced. The player controlling Zyra was undoubtedly a consummate expert. In the face of Ezreal's wild aggression, Zyra had calmly countered with precision. A series of seamless maneuvers, devoid of any pause or error, showcased reflexes that rivaled those of professional players. Most impressive was the final Thorn Spit. This flawless execution eradicated their meticulously crafted synergy. Perhaps, high-level players could predict Ezreal's intention to activate the lantern and preemptively respond. Yet, the battle had been so brief and fierce. Executing such a strategy within mere seconds was nothing short of extraordinary. Could this not be deemed the mark of a true master? Underestimating the opponent, Qin Guangwang awaited his resurrection in the fountain, offering a wry smile to Judge Cui beside him. Indeed, this player possesses exceptional reflexes, skill, and awareness. It is rare to encounter such a formidable opponent in ranked matches. Judge Cui nodded gravely. Certainly, anyone capable of partnering with Qin was no ordinary player. It must be a prominent expert playing under a smurf account. Qin Guangwang pondered thoughtfully before regaining his composure. However, if we were to lose to an expert assisting a teammate today, we might as well consider our professional aspirations over. I'll call the coach and let him know we'll be arriving a bit late. Chapter 30. Are you blaming me? You're quite impressive. Yi exclaimed with a hint of excitement. I secured the kill, but it still feels like we've come out at a loss, Yu Luosheng replied, shaking his head. You may not realize the standing of these two individuals in our domestic League of Legends scene. Few amateur players can claim a kill without jungle support. You've performed admirably. Yi praised. Yi had always known that her partner was exceptionally skilled. Without his assistance, reaching a ranking of 2,000 would have been a formidable challenge. Yet, she was astonished at how calm and outstanding he remained in the face of professional players. Had she not met Yu Luosheng online earlier, she might have questioned whether he was still a student. Yu Luosheng chuckled, feeling a surge of warmth from Yi's compliments. It seems I still have my edge. However, reflecting on the earlier unexpected maneuvers of King Qin made him realize that had he reacted just a fraction slower, he might have been eliminated before even casting a skill. This was the first time he encountered such an aggressive and wild opponent in his many games of League of Legends. King Qin had calculated well. The current wave of minions was pushing toward Yu Luosheng's side. Therefore, even if he died and had to wait for respawn, it would be challenging for Caitlyn to push the lane. Moreover, Thresh would undoubtedly assist Ezreal in controlling the minion wave, ensuring that King Qin's temporary death would not result in significant loss of farm. As a support, Yu Luosheng could only buy a few control wards to manage vision. It would be difficult for him to make a more substantial impact. He glanced at the statistics. Ezreal had secured a kill and was ahead in farm compared to Yi, giving him an equipment advantage. This worried Yu Luosheng, as the disparity in ADC equipment would only widen if things continued in this manner. Upon respawning, Yu Luosheng made his way back to lane, contemplating strategies to close the gap. Ya, a sweet voice hummed, reminiscent of a ringtone. Hearing it, Yu Luosheng smiled. Your ringtone is adorable. I recorded it from a little girl I encountered on the road. I thought it was lovely, so I saved it as my ringtone, Yi replied with a grin, glancing at her phone beside her chair. Upon seeing the caller ID, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why don't you answer it? Yu Luosheng asked in confusion. I don't want to. It's a man I find distasteful, Yi stated. Your ex-boyfriend? Yu Luosheng inquired. No, my ex-boyfriend. Yi's mood lightened momentarily as she chuckled at the absurdity of it. Yu Luosheng struggled to count the number of X's, feeling a bit embarrassed. Could this Yi-Chin really be so diligent in changing boyfriends? She chose not to answer, as it was her father calling, merely pushing her to tidy up her things. Yi-Chin was in no mood to engage with him. She merely wished to enjoy this game fully. However, the incessant ringing was becoming increasingly irritating. I'll take the call quickly. Yi-Chin maneuvered Caitlin to a safe spot. All right. Yu Luosheng glanced at the minion wave, feeling a twinge of reluctance. There were over 10 minions in this wave. If Yi-Chin missed them, she would fall behind by about 10 minions, further widening the gap with Ezreal. Unless he could execute a perfect initiation, any ensuing skirmish would likely be unfavorable. Why haven't you tidied up? Are you ignoring me? A stern voice echoed from the phone. Why should I listen to you? As a father, have you ever genuinely cared for your daughter? Yi-Chin retorted angrily. What kind of tone is that? Before the man could respond, Yi-Chin hung up, powered off her phone, and tossed it aside. Taking a few deep breaths, she forcibly subdued her anger and glanced at the computer screen. Not wishing Yu Luosheng to hear about her impending departure, she had deliberately muted her microphone during the call. Returning to her computer, she slowly unmuted herself. Finished? Yu Luosheng asked. The economy has widened, Yu Luosheng noted. Yi-Chin nodded absent-mindedly. Watch out for Thresh's hook, Yu Luosheng warned. Yi-Chin was lost in her thoughts, failing to notice her mispositioning. Thresh's hook struck Caitlin perfectly, leaving Yi-Chin flustered. Using her barrier and flash almost simultaneously as the hook landed. Having burned her summoner spells, Yi-Chin narrowly escaped with her life, while Yu Luosheng's abilities hit Thresh, taking only a fraction of his health. Yu Luosheng sighed. Being unexpectedly hooked-like that could lead to a fatal mistake if more errors followed. Yi-Chin was deeply engrossed in the game, relishing the joy it brought her. Playing together with Yu Luosheng, she momentarily forgot the grayness of tomorrow. Yet, her father's call abruptly yanked her back to reality, reminding her that she would be leaving soon. Feeling numb, she continued typing, her once bright eyes dimming. They're about to engage, Yu Luosheng warned. He called again. Yi-Chin remained oblivious, still focused on farming. Suddenly, a third figure emerged from the brush. It was the opposing jungler. Yu Luosheng had sensed the jungler's potential ambush and had urged Yi-Chin to retreat. Despite his awareness and alert, Yi-Chin seemed deaf to his words. The enemy jungler seized the opportunity to control her, followed swiftly by Thresh crowd control. Ezreal followed suit, unleashing a flurry of auto-attacks and skills upon Caitlin. Her health plummeted. Having already used her flash and barrier, she was left defenseless. Yu Luosheng, desperate, unleashed all his skills to buy Yi-Chin a moment to escape. Regrettably, the opponents were all skilled players and provided no chance for Caitlin to flee. She fell, with Ezreal claiming the kill. Yu Luosheng pressed the tab key to review the statistics once more. Ezreal had widened his lead to nearly 3 kills, leaving the bot lane in a dire state, which filled Yu Luosheng with a sense of helplessness. He was well aware of Yi-Chin's capabilities. She may have been at a disadvantage compared to professional players, but she should not be performing so poorly today. Having finally faced off against a former professional rival and putting in considerable effort himself, it was disheartening to see his allies so distracted. Yu Luosheng felt an urge to remind Yi-Chin. If things continued this way, they would surely lose the battle in the bot lane. I told you to retreat. Why didn't you listen? Yu Luosheng's voice took on a slightly stern tone. Why didn't you listen? Why didn't you listen? The tone mirrored that of the man from the earlier phone call, stirring a tempest of frustration and anger within Yi-Chin. Are you blaming me? Yi-Chin retorted coldly. Yu Luosheng was momentarily taken aback. His tone was merely stern, imbued with a touch of seriousness, as he sought to convey to Yi-Chin the significance of this confrontation for himself. No, I merely wish to remind you, Yu Luosheng replied. You are blaming me. Chapter 31. Leaving without a word, Yu Luosheng felt a profound sense of bewilderment. After receiving a phone call, Yi-Chin seemed to transform into an entirely different person. What could have been said during that call to evoke such a drastic change in her demeanor? Was it truly her ex-boyfriend? Reflecting on his own tone during their earlier conversation, Yu Luosheng recognized that there was indeed an undercurrent of reproach in his words. He felt somewhat justified in his feelings. After a prolonged period of silence and amateur play, encountering a professional player should have been stimulating. Yet, Yi-Chin's distracted play had left him with a tinge of resentment. Deep down, he still identified as a competitive esports player unwilling to accept defeat. After some contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to apologize. In their previous encounters, he had inadvertently expected Yi-Chin to perform at a professional level, but excessive criticism often led to poor performance and heightened frustration among teammates. I was wrong. I took things too seriously, he said. Please don't be silent, he urged. Sister have I offended you? I've acknowledged my mistake. Suddenly, he realized that the voice chat had been disconnected. To his astonishment, a glaring line of red text appeared on the computer screen. What was happening? Yu Luosheng blinked in disbelief and quickly sent a QQ message to Yiqin. What's wrong? He inquired urgently. In her apartment. Yiqin glanced at the QQ notification. The avatar displayed a cartoonish cow with large heart-shaped eyes, a reflection of her past moments of solitude when she felt overlooked and uncared for. Their conversations had always been text-based, yet they had managed to find limitless joy within those exchanges. Many times, Yiqin had laughed heartily at their dialogues. Goodbye, she whispered silently to herself, choosing not to respond to Yu Luosheng and shutting down QQ instead. Oh, dear child, why are you still engrossed in your game? Your father asked me to help you pack your things. You're grown now, yet you still need guidance. A gentle woman entered Yiqin's room. At that moment, Yiqin felt as though she had lost all her friends, classmates, colleagues, confidants, esports companions, and this longtime partner. Tears welled up in her eyes. Xiaoqin, don't cry. The woman rushed to comfort her. It's all right. You'll adapt eventually. You'll make new friends in America. Your uncle, your cousins. They are all there for you. They will take you to New York, Washington, and Los Angeles. And since you love esports, there's an extravagant esports arena in Los Angeles. If you feel attached, you can always visit, she continued, offering her heartfelt reassurance. Yiqin nodded. She consoled herself, thinking that she could still play games, make calls, and chat with her friends in America, even if she couldn't see them. It's only a year or two. I will return with what esports needs most. This is merely a fleeting farewell. All right, let us start packing. Don't provoke your father any further. He merely wishes to provide you with a better environment, the woman said. At Lekang, by the lakeside park, the willows swayed gracefully, their shadows dancing like ethereal figures. Walking beneath the drifting willow branches, watching the leaves float gently on the water's surface, Yu Luosheng's heart was anything but tranquil. What was troubling Yi? Had he truly offended her? He sat on a stone bench, reflecting on how his long-awaited first voice chat had come to such an abrupt end. It felt utterly nonsensical. In the past, no matter how upset Yi was, she would never simply log off without a word. Something was amiss today. I should have noticed her mood earlier, Yu Luosheng mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. The appearance of the King of Hell had consumed his focus entirely. Yet, in hindsight, he realized that Yiqin had attempted to steer the conversation toward herself several times. But he had been too preoccupied with cautioning her about the enemy's impending attack to allow her to express her thoughts. A foreboding feeling washed over him. Perhaps this will pass in time, he reassured himself, slowly making his way home. Upon arriving, he found little desire to play. Lying on his bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling, a sense of confusion enveloping him once more. In Shanghai's night market, the air was thick with the aroma of barbecued delicacies and beer. It may not have been formal, but it offered a plethora of people a cheap yet gratifying indulgence. The affluent savored their coffee amidst soothing melodies, while the ordinary folk enjoyed the evening breeze, relishing in the freshness of beer and barbecue treats. The members of the underworld team were well aware that their coach was not particularly wealthy. Dining out usually meant opting for modest eateries rather than upscale restaurants. Late-night snacks typically consisted of street stalls offering grilled fare, which the players relished after a long day of training. Qin Guangwang and the blonde-haired Cui Pan were the last to arrive at the restaurant, where the rest of the underworld team had already gathered, totaling no more than 8 individuals. Hey, you two are quite prompt. Did you really make the other side forfeit at 20? A man in a tracksuit greeted them with a grin. Qin Guangwang and Cui Pan took a seat, glancing at their young coach. Huang Kong, their coach, was one of the original members of the underworld team. At 28, he had once been a professional player, but as esports favored youth, his declining reflexes had forced him to retire and transition into coaching. Coach, we just faced a formidable opponent. Cui Pan was the first to speak up. As soon as he did, all eyes turned toward him. Being the youngest, Cui Pan took immense pride in his skills and rarely acknowledged others as being skilled. For someone to earn his recognition, they must have outclassed him significantly. Oh, do tell, the coach responded with keen interest. I'll explain, Qin Guangwang interjected. He proceeded to recount the details of their recent battle to the coach, articulating his insights with great clarity. As someone who understood the nuances of the game deeply, he recognized the opponent's strength only by standing on the opposing side. Unfortunately, we only engaged during the landing phase. Afterward, Yiqin logged off, and he followed suit. If only we could have witnessed his performance during the mid-game and team fights. Did you record it? The coach inquired. Yes, we did. Let us review it later. His maneuvers were quite impressive. Cui Pan, take a close look. You play support as well, Qin Guangwang said. Every match fought by King Qin Guang is recorded, a practice mandated by the coach for each player to cultivate, allowing for a more thorough self-examination. After our meal, let us go and take a look. Huang Kong nodded in agreement. The Underworld Battle Team is in need of more professional players, and should any players of potential and talent be discovered, Huang Kong is more than willing to usher them into the realm of professional esports. Chapter 32. The Disappearing ID. In the training dormitory, several members of the Underworld team gathered around King Qin Guang's computer. The duration of the recorded footage was brief, yet the players found themselves captivated, with even King Qin Guang, upon revisiting the video, realizing that the Thornflower Spirit displayed several remarkable maneuvers that he had previously overlooked while focusing on farming minions. As they intently observed the actions of this support character, their initial hypotheses were further validated. This individual possesses the aura of a professional player, remarked Coach Huang Kong. Those who frequently engage in competitive esports can easily discern the subtle movements of their opponents, allowing them to gauge the skill level of the player. As an astute analyst, Coach Huang had already formed this assessment without having witnessed any direct confrontations on the battlefield. Professional players exhibit exceptionally high amp action per minute, instinctively positioning themselves at a 90-degree angle to avoid non-target skills. Each seemingly casual step carries purposeful intent, and the timing of their skill releases is impeccable. This epitomizes the essence of a professional player. Wow, that awareness is impressive. Using toxic flowers to block hooks, exclaimed one of the team members. Indeed, his calculations are spot on. After witnessing the Thornflower Spirit's performance, astonishment spread among the group, even causing the more arrogant and dismissive teammates to take notice. It was rare for a support character to accurately predict both the opponent's intentions and their own teammates' mistakes. Sigh. Qin Guang, your double flash was rather reckless. Coach Huang Kong shook his head slightly as he observed King Qin Guang's aggressive maneuvers. However, when he witnessed the Thornflower Spirit's execution, he fell momentarily silent, his mouth agape in astonishment. This speed, it's astonishingly fast. He cast weakness on you before your first auto attack even landed. Coach Huang exclaimed in surprise. The double flash was itself a sudden offensive move, but the application of weakness seemed almost premeditated, executed almost simultaneously with King Qin Guang's arrival in the game. Though it appeared to be a rudimentary maneuver, Coach Huang understood that such speed was beyond the reach of many professional players. Subsequently, the Thornflower Spirit series of combos and the final, exceptionally perceptive passive attack left Coach Huang deeply moved. This footage, if clipped, could easily be featured in the official top 10 plays. Truly remarkable. Despite the brief 20 minutes of landing, while an ordinary observer might conclude that the Thornflower Spirit merely had some skill, Coach Huang was convinced that this player had undoubtedly undergone professional training. Coach, what do you think? King Qin Guang inquired. Before the coach could respond, teammate Chu Jiang Wang spoke up. I believe this Thornflower Spirit is formidable. You all are aware of Sister Yi Qin's prowess. Under normal circumstances, you two should have easily overwhelmed them. Yet this flower spirit repeatedly thwarted your intentions, never allowing you to gain an advantage in 2 skirmishes. It's a pity that Yi Qin didn't perform at her best. Otherwise, it would be hard to determine who had the upper hand. Coach Huang Kong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Guang, have you added him as a friend? I have, but like Sister Yi Qin, he exited the game immediately. I'm unsure if he received my message, King Qin Guang replied. Remember this ID. I'll seek an opportunity to meet him, Coach Huang stated. Coach, isn't that a bit excessive? Perhaps this player simply had an exceptional day. We occasionally encounter skilled players during our regular ranked matches. I have stated before, this individual possesses the aura of a professional player. With proper nurturing, he could undoubtedly become a talent, Coach Huang asserted earnestly. I will keep a close watch on him. King Qin Guang nodded, sharing the coach's high regard for the player's abilities, despite it being merely a fleeting encounter of several minutes. However, in the days that followed, whenever King Qin Guang played on a Smuff account, he would send a friend request to that player. Unfortunately, the individual never responded. Puzzled, King Qin Guang wondered why such a skilled player would remain offline for several days. He opened the League of Legends client to check the player's match history. Upon examining the records, he discovered that the player primarily duo-queued with Yi Qin. Refusing to give up, King Qin Guang continued to check the player's matches daily. But regrettably, he remained offline for 3 weeks. He even inquired about Yi Qin, but she had traveled abroad and hadn't logged in either, leaving King Qin Guang feeling a sense of regret. Meanwhile, Yu Luosheng was checking the match history of Xiang Yi, who had, in fact, not played for over 3 weeks. That day, Yu Luosheng had thought that Yi was simply feeling down and would return in a few days. However, as the month progressed, Yi never reappeared. Her gaming account was inactive. Her QQ account remained offline, and Yu Luosheng had no way to contact her as he did not possess her phone number. She had inexplicably vanished from his world, leaving no trace behind. For a long while, Yu Luosheng had grown accustomed to logging in weekly to chat with her, playing ranked games together, and sharing humorous stories from the internet, occasionally inquiring about each other's lives, curious yet cautious not to overstep boundaries. As this interaction became a cherished routine, something to look forward to each weekend, Yu Luosheng gradually regarded her as an important friend, despite only hearing her enchanting voice that one day. Then one day, she mysteriously disappeared without any warning. The anticipation that had built up over several weeks turned into a sense of loss, as he continually felt the urge to check her QQ avatar, only to find it still grayed out. Confusion and melancholy enveloped him, leaving a void in his heart. As someone once said, knowledge enriches the mind. In the past month, Yu Luosheng had devoted himself to his studies, witnessing an improvement in his grades. Yet he felt no sense of fulfillment, only growing restlessness. 2 months passed without any sign from her. On the 60th day, the last flicker of hope extinguished. This woman had truly vanished. Her intelligent, melodious, graceful voice had stirred Yu Luosheng's heart, igniting a passion within him, only for her to abruptly hit Alt F4, severing their online connection forever. Yu Luosheng could only accept this reality with resignation. Regardless, he would maintain his habit of logging into QQ, preserving that IDS rank score, awaiting the day E would return, ready to duo with her once more and strive for higher ranks. If she never returned, then playing on that account would hold little significance. He could only hope that she had not departed without reason, perhaps burdened by some unspeakable illness. As he pondered I Chin's hidden struggles, yet upon further reflection, he found this line of thought unsettling. Chapter 33. The Invigilator is just 30 seconds away from reaching the examination hall. Time flies swiftly, and the college entrance examination is looming. For many students, as long as they can dismantle this formidable fortress of the Gaokao, the arduous journey of their senior year, no matter how bleak, challenging, or interminable it may seem, is deemed a perfect conclusion. Over the past 3 months, Yu Luosheng had scarcely touched any games, occasionally indulging in a few casual rounds with Yang Qianqian on weekends, primarily engaging in matches where they overwhelmingly dominated their opponents. Yang Qianqian, who had likely been at the mercy of others or had been the one to lead others astray in the past, had flourished in confidence since teaming up with Yu Luosheng on the bottom lane, often coaxing him into playing a match or two even on weekends. Yu Luosheng found it perplexing that this woman, so enamored with play, still managed to excel academically, consistently ranking above him in monthly assessments. On June 7th, the day was somewhat dim, resembling a pretentious maiden, seemingly pure, yet prone to a torrential downpour with the slightest provocation. Yu Luosheng slung his shoulder bag over him, fastening it securely, and set off with a carefree demeanor towards the capital for the examination. Li Yun hurried out after him, a hint of reproach in her tone. "You child, take an umbrella. What if it rains?" "Oh." Yu Luosheng accepted the umbrella. Truth be told, he had never been in the habit of carrying an umbrella. It was not that he possessed the courage to face the rain, but rather that, like many young people, whenever he took an umbrella out, he invariably returned home alone. "Forget it. I'll ask for a late pass. I'll accompany you." Li Yun felt uneasy and hurriedly dashed back to change her outfit. "Mom, don't be so troublesome." Yu Luosheng was reluctant to have his mother accompany him. It was merely an examination. There was no need to make a fuss over it. In the end, Li Yun accompanied Yu Luosheng to the examination venue. Upon reaching downstairs, a sleek black Audi emerged from a nearby building, rolling past Yu Luosheng's residence. The window gradually rolled down, and a middle-aged man leaned out with a smile. "Li Yun, are you taking Luosheng to the exam?" "Yes," Li Yun replied with a smile. "Get in. I'm driving my son Guijun to the examination as well. The Gaokao is crucial, and if there are delays or any unforeseen circumstances, it would be unfortunate to arrive late." The middle-aged man said. Yu Luosheng was at a loss for words. The exam was still over an hour away, and walking to the capital wouldn't even take half an hour. Was this really necessary? This seemed overly complicated. Li Yun politely replied, "Oh, it's no trouble. It's not a bother. It's on the way," the man insisted. Having someone offer a ride was undoubtedly a blessing, so Li Yun did not decline further. Once inside, they found Zhang Guijun, a quintessential rich kid, in the passenger seat. Although he did not excel academically and could be somewhat arrogant, Yu Luosheng, despite being neighbors, only had a casual acquaintance with him, merely exchanging greetings on the street. "Guijun, Luosheng, you both must do well in the exam. Look at our parents. They worry so much for you," Uncle Zhang said while driving. Yu Luosheng and Zhang Guijun offered perfunctory acknowledgments. Seated comfortably in the vehicle, Li Yun quietly advised Yu Luosheng, "Little Sheng, be sure to take the exam seriously. If you get into a prestigious university, you'll secure a good job. And we could also afford to drive a car like Uncle Zhang's. Just look at your father. He works at the factory every week and has to cram into that overcrowded bus just to come home on Fridays. Sometimes he can't even catch a bus after working late, and he ends up spending the weekend on a hard factory bed. You know how much he enjoys watching television, but there's none at the factory. How miserable it must be to spend an entire week there." Li Yun sighed, glancing at the pristine and comfortable car, expressing a hint of envy. If only he had a car, he could come home whenever he wanted, without having to sleep in the factory dormitory. "Yes, I'll do my best in the exam," Yu Luosheng nodded, uncertain of what else to say. "Your father has had a tough time too. When you ran off to pursue professional gaming without his consent, neglecting your studies for over a year. You have no idea how he struggled during that time. He could hardly eat or sleep. Even now, though he often wears a stern face, he is genuinely pleased you returned and even spent a considerable sum to transfer you from that mediocre school to the best one. Thankfully, your grades have gradually improved." Let us not dwell on that. Realizing she might be adding undue pressure on Yu Luosheng, Li Yun quickly changed the subject. Yu Luosheng listened to Li Yun's words, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand. We know you're very self-disciplined and more mature than other kids." Li Yun smiled, revealing her gentle crow's feet. Yu Luosheng gazed out the window, suddenly catching a glimpse of a familiar figure fleeting past. "I think I saw Dad. He was riding an electric bike," he said, leaning closer to the window to get a better look. "Is he at the factory? How could he have the time? And where did he get an electric bike?" Li Yun pondered. True, Yu Luosheng thought for a moment and concluded it must have been a mistake on his part. As they neared the school, traffic congestion was rampant. Typically, high school students would not easily allow their families to drive them to school, especially in this era of envy towards the affluent. Yet today, a myriad of vehicles graced the streets, each flaunting its splendor. Among them was an eye-catching car painted in silver and blue, which seemed remarkably familiar to Yu Luosheng. Yes, this was the vehicle that, unlike usual, lacked the bold markings of armed escort. The car could barely approach the school gates, and Yu Luosheng, Li Yun, and Zhang Guijun disembarked midway, opting to walk the remaining distance. At that moment, parents on electric bikes appeared far more at ease. Luxury cars like BMWs and Benzes could only watch in dismay as electric bikes whizzed past them with a flourish. "Mom, I'm off now. I'll return to pick you up after the exam," Li Yun said. "Don't trouble yourself. I can return on my own," Yu Luosheng replied. "It's no trouble at all." As Yu Luosheng walked along the wooded path towards the school, he encountered a few familiar faces and exchanged casual greetings. The seating arrangements in the examination hall were chaotic. However, having already been there during a rehearsal, Yu Luosheng confidently made his way to his designated spot. Inside the examination hall, the atmosphere was devoid of the usual lightheartedness and laughter. The majority of students appeared somewhat solemn. Even those few who dared to jest seemed to be putting on a facade, glancing repeatedly at their expensive watches. Yu Luosheng settled into his seat, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, quietly awaiting the commencement of the exam. As he glanced at the time, he noticed it was almost time to begin. Watching the invigilators passing by the window, an amusing thought suddenly crossed his mind. The invigilators will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them. This phrase, which he had come across online, resonated perfectly with his current situation, causing him to chuckle involuntarily, dissipating the tense atmosphere around him. However, the person sitting beside him, a shifty-eyed fellow, caught sight of Yu Luosheng's silly grin and furrowed his brow in contemplation, thinking to himself, anyone who can smile foolishly like that is either a genius or a fool. To be safe, I must avoid copying his answers. All right. My updates may often experience interruptions, so prepare yourselves for potential disappointments. Nevertheless, 2 chapters will be released today, with another chapter arriving at midnight. Chapter 34. That rascal. The score in Chinese resembles the economy of an ADC, relying on the gradual accumulation of daily practice. During the exam, Yu Luosheng found himself writing smoothly, with no mental blocks obstructing his essay. He held a genuine interest in the subject, having been instilled with knowledge by his father throughout elementary and middle school. Despite a year-long hiatus in his studies, Chinese remained the subject that supported him the most. In this examination, the issue of plagiarism scarcely existed. Everyone was absorbed in their work, occasionally glancing at the clock. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the Chinese exam. As the papers were collected, most students rose from their seats, while a few, still engrossed in their compositions, faced reprimands from the invigilator. They hastily ceased writing, yet anxious beads of sweat trickled onto their papers, as if trying to fill in a few final words. As students exited the examination hall, teachers began to organize the papers. The weather, easily provoked, had turned rainy. Upon leaving the classroom, the first words from students were predominantly expressions of disbelief regarding the difficulty of the exam, while the more composed among them simply noted the rain. Yu Luosheng felt indifferent. Hearing others lament the exam's difficulty brought him joy. The so-called challenge in Chinese was merely a matter of perspective if one's ideas resonated with those of the examiner. High scores were virtually assured. He believed his responses aligned perfectly with the examiner's expectations. Upon exiting the classroom, Yu Luosheng did not head straight downstairs but instead walked along the corridor towards another building. Just around the corner, he spotted a graceful silhouette descending the stairs, flanked by a group of admirers trying to gain her attention. He quickly approached, his heart racing, and called out to the enchanting figure, Qianqian. Yang Qianqian had her hair tied back today, cascading elegantly to her chest, exuding an aura of grace and charm that captivated Yu Luosheng. Her arched brows, long lashes, and sparkling eyes, which curved into a radiant smile, delivered an electrifying sensation that pierced the soul. This girl was truly stunning. How did you do? Yang Qianqian slowed her pace, waiting for him to catch up. Quite effortlessly, akin to our usual gameplay in the bottom lane. It was a total annihilation, Yu Luosheng proclaimed with flair. Yet I found it somewhat challenging. Yang Qianqian pouted, a hint of melancholy in her tone. It's raining. Did you bring an umbrella? Yu Luosheng deftly shifted the topic. Of course. Yang Qianqian produced her umbrella from her backpack. I didn't bring one, he admitted, with a roll of her eyes. Yang Qianqian handed him the umbrella, tacitly allowing him to share it with her. Humph. Did they truly believe Yu Luosheng had forgotten his umbrella when stepping out this morning? He was merely orchestrating a grand plan. As they walked and chatted beneath the shared umbrella, their closeness became apparent. Students wielding umbrellas filled the path, and as acquaintances spotted the two together, they began to tease them. After the exam, everyone felt liberated from the usual scrutiny that accompanied school life, allowing for a moment of carefree camaraderie. The umbrella was small, making it a tight fit for the two. Yu Luosheng did not want Yang Qianqian to get wet, so he leaned in closer, their arms brushing against each other, smooth, tender, and pleasantly cool. In this intimate proximity, he caught a whiff of her fragrance, a delightful blend of her body wash and youthful allure, intoxicating him with a yearning to draw even nearer. For the first time, Yu Luosheng wished the school path would stretch indefinitely, allowing them to linger in this ambiguous closeness, with the rain continuing to fall. Yes, let it pour a little more. My dad is waiting for me at the school gate, Yang Qianqian suddenly murmured as they neared the entrance. Oh, it's your dad again. Yu Luosheng realized that every time he and Yang Qianqian shared a moment, her father seemed to appear. It was clear she preferred not to have him witness her intimacy with a male classmate. Understanding her unspoken words, Yu Luosheng reluctantly pulled out his own umbrella from his bag, knowing they still had a distance to cover before reaching the gate. He opened the umbrella and turned to Yang Qianqian, offering a smile. Well, I'll be off then. My mom is probably waiting for me outside. See you this afternoon. With that, he hurried towards the school gate, leaving Yang Qianqian momentarily stunned, unable to regain her composure. What a rascal! Yang Qianqian fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, cursing him silently. This guy is even more infuriating than Timo. He must be stopped. Outside the school gate, a vibrant array of umbrellas filled the air, beneath which anxious faces of concerned parents mingled, their expressions a blend of hope and worry, dew and raindrops adorning their wrinkles. Yu Luosheng quickly spotted his mother in the crowd. Li Yun, filled with concern for her son, insisted on taking a taxi home, but like any parent, she realized that securing a cab at such a time was virtually impossible. Let us walk back and chat, Yu Luosheng suggested nonchalantly. All right, that sounds good. Li Yun simply inquired about the exam, to which Yu Luosheng replied that it had gone well. In truth, he felt confident. But he knew better than to boast too much. Overconfidence often led to disappointing outcomes. Upon returning home, Li Yun began preparing dinner while Yu Luosheng casually perused his books. After about half an hour, the front door swung open, revealing a drenched middle-aged man. Dad, what are you doing back so soon? Yu Luosheng was taken aback, as his father, Yu Jing, was usually at work during this hour. I came to pick you up from school, but I didn't wait long enough, Yu Jing replied, towel in hand, wiping his face. His darkened visage, damp and disheveled, conveyed an air of fatigue. Well, it seems that during these days leading up to the college entrance examination, a child's status can indeed undergo a qualitative shift. For the third-year students, the college entrance exam is your greatest bargaining chip. Whenever you desire something, simply declare your intention not to attend the exam, and your wishes will be effortlessly fulfilled. Seeing his father braving the rain to fetch him, Yu Luosheng found himself at a loss for words. Did you arrive at the school on time for the exam? Yu Jing inquired. How could I be late? I arrived over 40 minutes early, Yu Luosheng assured him. Oh, that's good. That's good, Yu Jing responded, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 35. I speak of you in the afternoon. The torrential rain ceased its embrace with lecking. During this sweltering June, a downpour can be quite refreshing. Especially during a mathematics examination, the post-rain coolness feels akin to bestowing a red buff upon all examinees. However, in truth, Yu Luosheng found himself somewhat beleaguered by the mathematics test. Some questions were exceedingly tricky, leaving him utterly devoid of any clear thought. Others were so convoluted that he felt utterly lost, akin to facing an opponent who had already achieved 6 full gear enhancements while he was still struggling to combine his shoes. All the students in the examination room shared the same furrowed brows, weighed down by the formidable challenge before them. With such a powerful adversary, even a red buff, a blue buff, or a dragon buff would be of no avail. An inevitable defeat loomed large. Time flies swiftly during difficult exams. When the proctor announced the remaining time, panic and astonishment rippled through the room, as though a swordsman had suddenly burst into their ranks. Time's up. The examination has concluded. Under normal circumstances, both candidates and proctors would amicably exchange a GG, good game. However, the students bore expressions that screamed game over, with the word over standing out, glaringly evident. It was indeed a challenging examination. Had it merely been somewhat difficult, students would have emerged from the room cursing and complaining, but when the questions were truly outrageous, they found themselves devoid of the energy to even voice their frustrations. Everyone was suffering. Sigh? Yu Luosheng glanced at the atmosphere and realized he was not alone in his misfortune regarding mathematics. Shaking his head in resignation, he walked down the connecting corridor toward another building. As he rounded the corner, he noticed that most of the students had already departed, except for Yang Qianqian, who stood at the stairway pouting, a picture of discontent. Waiting for me? Yu Luosheng grinned, revealing his pearly whites as he spoke to Yang Qianqian. Who was waiting for you? I'm just texting my mom to tell her I did poorly in math, Yang Qianqian replied. Indeed, the math exam was quite difficult. This paper was significantly harder than our usual practice tests, Yu Luosheng acknowledged, joining her side. What if I fail to get into Zhejiang University because of this damned math? Yang Qianqian lamented, her voice tinged with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't worry, I also left some questions unanswered. I knew you wouldn't do well, so I intentionally left a few questions blank, ensuring our scores would be close, Yu Luosheng reassured her. Yang Qianqian, initially disheartened, huffed at his flippant remark. Given Yu Luosheng's typically lower grades compared to hers, she found it absurd that he would let her score. What a shameless man. Wait a moment. Yang Qianqian suddenly realized something. Had she ever said they would attend the same university? Typically, high school students who promise to go to a university together are couples. Moreover, such couples often end up attending different universities, one in the south and the other in the north. As these thoughts swirled, Yang Qianqian felt a mischievous impulse. Thus, she coyly asked Yu Luosheng, if I flunk the exam and fail to get into a key university, but you do exceptionally well, would you accompany me to a regular university? Upon posing this question, she felt a secret thrill. Let us see how this thick-skinned fellow deals with it. Yu Luosheng glanced at her, and, seeing her pitiful expression, felt a pang of sympathy. He replied earnestly, of course not. One's future cannot be trifled with. Go to hell. Yang Qianqian wished she could transform into a fierce warrior and hurl a giant bear at Yu Luosheng, squashing him. Yang Qianqian was not pleased. Yu Luosheng's answer extinguished her desire to converse further. Recognizing he had offended the goddess, Yu Luosheng suggested treating her to a cup of milk tea. After finishing her drink, Yang Qianqian's smile returned, and she swiftly forgot the earlier incident. As Yang Qianqian transitioned from contemplating the difficulties of mathematics to excitedly discussing League of Legends, Yu Luosheng became increasingly convinced that she was the kind of girl who easily forgave and was exceptionally easy to please. If he could win her heart, he felt his envisioned blissful life might just materialize. With the math exam behind them and both sets of parents absent, the two strolled back, sipping their iced milk tea. Along the way, Yang Qianqian spotted some attractive trinkets and unwittingly deviated from the path, leading them on a shopping spree. Yu Luosheng, seeing that the day was still young, gladly accompanied her. Feeling disheartened by the mathematics test could easily affect their performance in the next subject, and wandering about while chatting certainly served as a beneficial distraction. How does this look? Yang Qianqian tilted her head, holding a silver chain earring up to her ear. With her delicate, fair features, she embodied an alluring blend of innocence and femininity. As she inquired about her appearance, her charm was palpable, stirring something within Yu Luosheng, compelling him to gaze at her longer. Are you asking me? Does it look good? Yang Qianqian pressed. It looks beautiful. Yu Luosheng nodded earnestly. Really? Should I buy these earrings? A smile blossomed on her face. I make you, Yu Luosheng added. Yang Qianqian paused, momentarily taken aback. When she grasped his meaning, a lovely blush crept across her cheeks, quickly spreading like a ripe peach. How much is this? She asked, slightly flustered, pretending not to hear as she hurried to speak with the vendor. 5 yuan, the vendor replied. He was a young man who, while responding, discreetly gave Yu Luosheng a thumbs up. Miss, I haven't received your payment yet. Oh. Yang Qianqian quickly turned back, stuffing the change into her small backpack. Women are usually aware when a man is genuinely flattering or merely offering insincere praise. Through their interactions, Yang Qianqian had come to realize that Yu Luosheng, aside from his serious demeanor while gaming, generally carried a laid-back, teasing attitude. Yet, in that moment, when he had complimented her, she sensed a sincerity in his tone, devoid of his usual playful banter. Chapter 36. National Internet Cafe League. Yang Qianqian wandered about, her mind preoccupied with the words spoken by Yu Luosheng moments ago. Was he genuinely complimenting her? Why would he say such a thing? It was rather annoying, leaving her at a loss for words. She had initially been eager to shop, but the atmosphere had shifted, leaving her struggling to find a suitable topic for conversation. Just as she contemplated what to say, a tall and imposing figure appeared around the corner. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a great sword, he evoked a legendary phrase. The man stands, the tower stands. The power of Demacia, Garen. Yang Qianqian paused, taken aback. Who had erected such a grand advertisement? What astonished her was not merely the advertisement itself, but the fact that behind Garen stood a towering, magnificent Coca-Cola sign. The man stands, Coca-Cola stands. She gazed at the amusing advertisement, tilting her head to read the words aloud. Initiated by GTV, the Coca-Cola Cup National Internet Cafe League was now accepting registrations. If you are a skilled player and a fan of LOL, why not join the competition for a true showdown? Sponsored by Coca-Cola and spanning the majority of internet cafes nationwide. All players above level 30 are eligible to register and claim their glory along with generous prizes. Registration is open from June 1st to June 10th, with the official competition commencing on June 11th, following the 5v5 draft mode. Yang Qianqian placed her index finger to her lips, earnestly reading the contents of the grand advertisement. Yu Luosheng stood nearby, amused by the juxtaposition of Garen with the Coca-Cola slogan. Indeed, the Coca-Cola sign bore a striking resemblance to a defensive tower. What a significant event this National Internet Cafe League is, especially with Coca-Cola as a sponsor. Yang Qianqian exclaimed with excitement. Esports had always thrived in the country, yet it was rare to see a powerful company backing such an event. The sponsorship of Coca-Cola promised substantial funds and enticing prizes, and GTV's involvement signified a level of legitimacy. This was no trivial competition. Yu Luosheng, their essay tournament. Yang Qianqian joyfully tugged at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling. LOL was gaining immense popularity, and a nationwide internet cafe league was indeed remarkable. Only Coca-Cola could afford such a grand sponsorship, and GTV's success in securing it was commendable. Yu Luosheng nodded thoughtfully. Being an esports enthusiast, Yu Luosheng possessed a fair understanding of tournaments. Generally, esports competitions fell into several tiers. The most basic level involved informal contests held by specific internet cafes, schools, or companies, often lacking formal structure and primarily serving as entertainment. A step above were joint tournaments organized by chains of internet cafes in a city, featuring some degree of organization and clear reward systems, allowing players to gain recognition within the community. The next tier involved sponsored leagues, which were more structured and offered richer rewards. Such competitions featured detailed arrangements for registration, judging, and promotions, garnering significant influence. At the highest level, there were official tournaments orchestrated by esports associations, with substantial investment from game developers and sponsors, ensuring a comprehensive and authoritative competition process. Without a doubt, the Coca-Cola Cup National Internet Cafe League stood as a prestigious fourth-tier tournament. In truth, few games in the country could host events of such caliber, and the rapid rise of LOL, coupled with its capability to organize a national league, was truly impressive. Yang Qianqian, however, was not well versed in these matters. She only knew that a competition was available to watch. Yu Luosheng, with his deeper insight, recognized the significance of the Coca-Cola Cup. What are you doing? Registering. Yang Qianqian declared earnestly. Miss Yang, don't be ridiculous. You've just reached level 30. While the registration states that anyone above level 30 can participate, the preliminary rounds will undoubtedly feature numerous ranked experts. You'd only be setting yourself up for disappointment. Yu Luosheng replied. Competitions were entirely different from school contests, where students had limited gaming time and few skilled players. In contrast, internet cafes were filled with dedicated gamers who practiced daily. "I'm not participating. I'm signing you up," Yang Qianqian giggled, pulling Yu Luosheng into the internet cafe. Yu Luosheng was at a loss for words. "What registration? We have the college entrance examination tomorrow. 10 yuan for the registration fee. And they give you a bottle of Coca-Cola. Just participate for fun. I want to see you compete against skilled players," Yang Qianqian said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Having played together, Yang Qianqian sensed that Yu Luosheng's skills far surpassed her own, and she was genuinely curious about his true prowess. Such a tournament would showcase his abilities perfectly. As dusk approached, Yu Luosheng decided to head home for dinner, turning away from the internet cafe. Yang Qianqian, displeased by his refusal to participate, fell silent. On their way back, Yang Qianqian spoke not a word, not out of shyness, but out of irritation, her lips pursed in frustration. When Yu Luosheng attempted to converse, she merely responded with a huff. "Don't overthink it. We have an exam tomorrow," Yu Luosheng remarked. "You're so annoying." "It's not like you're being sent to the battlefield," Yang Qianqian finally retorted. "This is quite troublesome, and I have an aversion to complications. I, too, am a source of trouble. Why do you choose to draw so near to me?" Speaking of troubles, the mathematics examination today was exceedingly challenging, leaving me with a slight headache. Do not divert the topic. I sincerely apologize, as it is rather inconvenient for me to type while I am away, and being a novice at this, composing words is quite mentally taxing. I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 37. The final step is the push. What marks the coming-of-age ceremony for students across the nation? It is, in fact, the conclusion of the college entrance examination. When you finish the last subject, English, it is nearly impossible to articulate the overwhelming sensation that engulfs you as you step out of the examination hall and take a deep breath of fresh air. In that moment, even those individuals you once found utterly disagreeable somehow transform into charming figures. The Gaokao has concluded, truly concluded, and the world appears to blossom with beauty. At that instant, Yu Luosheng yearns to dash towards another building where Yang Qianqian is taking her exam, to sweep her into his arms and plant a fervent kiss upon her rosy, plump cheeks. If fate allows, Yang Qianqian would likely rush towards him as well. Subsequently, they would encounter each other in the corridor between the two buildings, gazing into each other's eyes with affection, standing at opposite ends before running towards one another, their focus solely on each other. Ultimately, they would embrace tightly in the center of the corridor, crying heartily together. Regrettably, reality does not unfold in such a romantic manner. Yu Luosheng, brimming with excitement, races to Yang Qianqian's examination venue, only to find that she has already left, tossing her elegant hair as she walks away with another female classmate. With someone accompanying her, Yu Luosheng refrains from intruding. It is evident that Yang Qianqian is still upset about yesterday. Otherwise, she would have rushed to him the moment the exams concluded. Nevertheless, Yu Luosheng reassures himself that her anger will not last long. He remains in high spirits, finally able to indulge in a summer of playing League of Legends. Yu Luosheng. While savoring his moment of joy and heading towards the school gate, he suddenly hears an excited voice calling from behind. "What is up?" Yu Luosheng glances back at Wang Qin. "There's a League of Legends competition." Wang Qin exclaims with enthusiasm. "I know. We've already signed up. We just need you to join." Wang Qin insists. "No way. I'm too busy," Yu Luosheng responds, managing to dissuade Wang Qin from his intentions to recruit him for the competition. Yu Luosheng is confident in his abilities, yet he understands that in League of Legends, no matter how skilled one may be, if paired with incompetent teammates, victory remains elusive. In Yu Luosheng's eyes, Wang Qin and his friends are akin to those lackluster teammates. Teaming up with them for the competition would likely lead to an early elimination, a sheer waste of time. "If you don't join, we will." It's a chance to witness true experts in action. Wang Qin appears quite animated. The news of the League of Legends tournament spread unexpectedly, and as Yu Luosheng walks down the street, he often overhears others passionately discussing it, many expressing their determination to compete. Yu Luosheng finds it perplexing. Where does this newfound confidence among his peers, who have just completed their Gaokao, stem from, claiming they will secure top ranks? That evening, the class gathers for a celebration. This gathering turns into a lively affair filled with drinking games, heartfelt tears, resolutions of past grievances, and the blossoming of mutual affection. Dinner concludes late. Yet the majority of students have no intention of returning home. Many of them, having never stayed out overnight, seize the opportunity presented by the end of their exams. Consequently, groups of classmates either seek more places to drink, head to karaoke, or spend the night in internet cafes. Naturally, the League of Legends enthusiasts are bound for the internet CAF, all determined to practice diligently before the tournament. The group from Class 8, led by Wang Qin, is particularly fervent, while Yu Luosheng opts to return home early. As he approaches the bridge on his way home, his phone rings. This device was gifted to him by his mother just days prior, intended for university use. Yu Luosheng only just slipped it into his pocket today, having shared his number with only one person. Hence, the only individual calling him on this number can only be that one person. Where are you? A cool, aloof voice comes through the line. On my way home, Yu Luosheng replies honestly. Come over to my place, Yang Qianqian requests. What for? Yu Luosheng asks. Their SA classmate who is being insufferable, persistently declaring his affection for me despite my countless rejections, she complains. Oh, I'll be right there. Where are you? Which fool dares to harass my woman? After ending the call, Yu Luosheng feels a surge of anger and rushes to the specified location. The situation turns out to be trivial. It's merely a drunken fellow who has mustered the audacity to pursue Yang Qianqian. Upon Yu Luosheng's arrival, the man dares not make any further advances and scurries away in embarrassment. Yu Luosheng had anticipated a moment to showcase his prowess. Tonight, Yang Qianqian appears particularly enchanting, clad in a form-fitting white sleeveless top that accentuates her ample curves, paired with a short denim skirt that tastefully reveals a glimpse of her fair, delicate thighs, radiating youthful vitality and sparking endless imagination. Her perfectly shaped backside, enhanced by her long, slender legs, boasts an alluring curve that is irresistibly enticing. It is no wonder that the drunken man clung to Yang Qianqian. Any man, faced with the prospect of parting from such beauty, would likely pursue her without restraint. Are you going home tonight? Yu Luosheng inquires. Why should I go home? Yang Qianqian snaps back. There are still plenty of things to do. Yu Luosheng raises an eyebrow. I'm not going. I'm heading home. Goodbye. Yang Qianqian turns to leave. Yu Luosheng could never truly let her go and stubbornly follows her. Why are you following me? Yang Qianqian glares at him, clearly displeased. You invited me here, and now you wish to dismiss me? It won't be that easy. Yu Luosheng retorts. You could have chosen not to come. Yang Qianqian turns her face away, unwilling to engage with him. Okay, don't be mad. I'll just join the competition, Yu Luosheng offers. Really? Upon hearing this, Yang Qianqian's beautiful eyes light up, appearing irresistibly charming. Yu Luosheng opens his mouth. This transformation in Yang Qianqian's demeanor is astonishingly swift. Did she just switch screens? Well, it's for fun, Yu Luosheng concludes. He thinks to himself that he might as well join a team, play a few matches, and if the team is weak, there's no hope for advancement anyway. He'll merely aim to please Yang Qianqian. See, it's better to listen. Yang Qianqian's smile reveals a hint of mischief, as if tiny devil horns sprout atop her head. With Yang Qianqian no longer upset, their evening stroll becomes significantly more harmonious. Neither of them shows any intention of returning home early, aimlessly wandering through the city streets and certain parks. On multiple occasions, as they pass by hotels, Yu Luosheng yearns to gallantly invite her inside. Alas, Yang Qianqian glances at the establishments, feigning a desire to enter, yet ultimately passes by with elegance, leaving Yu Luosheng's heart racing with unfulfilled desire. In the end, Yu Luosheng escorts Yang Qianqian back to her home, having not indulged in any of the fantasies swirling in his mind. Indeed, pursuing a girl is akin to playing League of Legends. It is the final step that leads to victory. First base, second base, turret 1, turret 2, the nexus. These are all obstacles that must be overcome beforehand. At the very least, this nocturnal ramble through the city can be considered a private date for the two of them. Chapter 38. Generous Rewards. First prize, 30,000 yuan. Early the next morning, Yu Luosheng attempted to log onto his account in the Freljord network. The college entrance examination had finally concluded, allowing him to engage in ranked matches without worry. He was eager to discover the extent of his skills. Achieving a rank above 2,000 points was indicative of formidable prowess, while reaching 2,200 or 2,300 meant competing with truly exceptional players, whose dexterity, awareness, and teamwork rivaled that of professional gamers. The clash of such high-caliber players stirred Yu Luosheng's fervor. Yet, upon opening this account, he felt an inexplicable void. Casting a glance at the offline status of Shui Yi, he took the liberty of checking her match history using the LOL box, hoping to ascertain whether she had logged on to play. Unfortunately, the records remained frozen at that fateful evening around 8 o'clock. Shaking his head, Yu Luosheng closed the account, lacking the motivation to continue. It was not that he played this account for her sake. Competitive gaming was an innate passion of his. Rather, he sought to unravel the mystery of her sudden departure, wishing to preserve a remnant of the companionship they had shared throughout their youthful years. It may sound peculiar, but Yu Luosheng was a man of principles, steadfast in his boundaries. In simpler terms, he possessed a moral compass. In the days that followed, Yu Luosheng spent his time playing with Yang Qianqian. Her skills had improved remarkably. She exhibited a natural talent for competitive gaming, and he believed her abilities had surpassed those of Wang Qin. "Oh, I almost forgot," Yang Qianqian remarked through voice chat. "What's the matter? Did you forget to write your name on the last English exam?" Yu Luosheng teased. "Stop joking. I signed you up for the competition, didn't I?" Wang Qin and Zhao Kesong are practicing daily at the Internet CAF. "How can you just lounge around here with me?" Yang Qianqian replied. "I don't have a team," Yu Luosheng admitted, disinterested in competing. Having created a new account, he decided not to play the support role anymore, instead experimenting with various positions and champions. While League of Legends encourages specialization, a comprehensive understanding of each hero enhances adaptability and spontaneity. Practicing on a secondary account was not merely about dominating weaker opponents. It was about gaining an all-encompassing understanding of the game, knowing both oneself and one's adversaries. Many high-level players encounter a plateau when reaching certain rank thresholds, such as 1600 to 1700 or 1900 to 2000. When one finds themselves stuck, it is often beneficial to practice on a secondary account and explore different roles, which can lead to newfound insights. Thus, Yu Luosheng found joy in playing on his alternate account. However, it was evident that without Yang Qianqian's encouragement, Yu Luosheng struggled to muster any enthusiasm for such matches. Without a team, why not head to the Internet CAF to find one? Yang Qianqian suggested. "Yesterday, I passed by and saw so many people shouting there. It felt just like teaming up for dungeon raids online. So amusing. Perhaps I shall check it out tonight." Yu Luosheng replied. "I'll accompany you," Yang Qianqian responded with a smile. "All right." Yu Luosheng's eyes lit up at the prospect of seeing the charming Yang Qianqian again. Who knows? Perhaps tonight would bring even greater breakthroughs. That evening, after meeting Yang Qianqian on the bridge, she eagerly led the somewhat lethargic Yu Luosheng to the Luosheng Internet Club. Why not simply call it an Internet CAF? That sounds so mundane. In this day and age, any Internet CAF of a certain scale is referred to as a network club. Luosheng Internet Club was bustling, a representative establishment in Leking, with only a few others like Shuguang, Tianda, and Itzu competing in scale. "Yu Luosheng, come quickly and take a look," Yang Qianqian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pointed to a promotional board. Yu Luosheng discreetly admired the curves of Yang Qianqian's silhouette as she leaned closer to the advertisement, then feigned seriousness as he approached the board to read. It was a promotional announcement for rewards at the Internet CAF, which piqued his interest. This national LOL Internet CAF League is sponsored by Coca-Cola, with the majority of the rewards and prizes provided by them. He chuckled. The announcement detailed the CAF's added rewards on top of the league's prizes. Participants from Luosheng Internet Club who could defeat other CAFs in Leking would be eligible for a special reward of 10,000 yuan from the club manager. 10,000 yuan. Each person could receive 2,000. Indeed, the first prize for the Leking Internet CAF League is 20,000 yuan, meaning the winning team could take home 30,000 in total, equating to 6,000 for each player. Nearby youths gasped in astonishment. "Wow, that is a substantial sum. We must aim for first place. 6,000 each. Wait, I'm only level 27. Just wait. I'll reach level 30 today and sign up. 6,000 is enough to cover several months of internet fees." The group buzzed excitedly, their eyes occasionally drifting toward Yang Qianqian. Yang Qianqian, dressed casually in tight jeans that accentuated her curves, was undeniably captivating. "Did you hear that, Yu Luosheng? 6,000 yuan," she said, her eyes sparkling. "Do you have any idea how many teams will participate from Leking? Achieving first place won't be easy. By the way, are the CAFs out of their minds, offering such generous rewards?" Yu Luosheng mused. Such substantial rewards for CAF competitions were indeed rare. The influence of League of Legends was formidable. Unbeknownst to Yu Luosheng, the rise of LOL had indeed revitalized the waning Internet CAF industry. With most households owning computers, fewer people ventured into CAFs to surf the web or play games, and smartphones had further diminished the need for such establishments. The only patrons who remained loyal were those who enjoyed competitive gaming, relishing the camaraderie of group play in CAFs. It seemed Yang Qianqian was blissfully unaware of the challenges of securing first place, her eyes still sparkling as she smiled at Yu Luosheng. "If you win that 6,000 yuan, will you take me on a graduation trip? I've always wanted to visit the beach, but all we have here are mountains. So frustrating. Just the two of us?" Yu Luosheng raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously at Yang Qianqian. She shot him a disapproving glance, clearly irritated by his suggestive demeanor. Yet, witnessing his triumphant expression ignited a spark of competitiveness within her. "Fine. If you can secure first place, I'll go, just us two. But can you really manage that? Yang Qianqian challenged, puffing her chest in defiance. Her curves drawing Yu Luosheng's gaze. Yu Luosheng instinctively nodded in agreement. However, securing the first position was no easy feat. He lacked the confidence to lead a team to victory in the competitive arena of lekking solely based on his own abilities. I will personally fund your trip, Yu Luosheng declared. During his time in the professional league, he had managed to save some money. He had previously hinted at supporting his family, but his father's stubborn nature prevented him from accepting money earned through Yu Luosheng's academic neglect. Consequently, Yu Luosheng had not touched a single cent of that money, jokingly referring to it as his bride price. In retrospect, this decision appeared sagacious, as a potential partner had now presented herself, making it the opportune moment to utilize those funds. No, if you have the capability to secure first place, then I might consider it. Yang Qianqian deliberately posed a challenge to Yu Luosheng. The beautiful Yang was firmly convinced that Yu Luosheng would attain the top position, which was why she was willing to travel with him alone. To be candid, embarking on a trip with a man did push the boundaries of Yang Qianqian's conservative nature, as it was not typical behavior for a modest girl. Yet, deep within, she harbored a flicker of anticipation, yearning to experience the intimacy of traveling together, sharing a train ride while gazing at the scenery, wandering through an unfamiliar city, and sitting by the beach to watch the waves. Regrettably, reason and conservatism held significant sway in Yang Qianqian's heart, and her fleeting hopes mirrored the improbability of Yu Luosheng emerging victorious among all the competitors in lekking. Thus, she astutely dismissed the idea of traveling alone with him while simultaneously nurturing a faint glimmer of hope. As for whether someone might ignite their inner passion due to this slender hope, well, that remains uncertain. Previously, I had taken breaks from writing, which was merely a minor setback. Now, however, prepare yourselves for a more substantial hiatus. I am committed to completing this book, and issues of abandonment will not arise. The challenge lies in the fact that I may take eons to update a single chapter. This is not due to laziness, but rather a consequence of my hectic schedule, which makes it difficult to focus on the updates for League of Legends. Previously, I could maintain regular updates because of a backlog of material, but that is no longer the case. Henceforth, updates will depend on my mood and availability. I cherish this story and possess an ardent desire to craft a thrilling narrative that stirs your passion for competitive gaming. If the early chapters captivate you, the subsequent plot will ensnare you even further. However, I genuinely have limited time to write, and updates will be contingent on circumstances, unless the success of this book can supplant my busy commitments. During this period, I can only update at a snail's pace. Those who appreciate my work will ultimately be willing to wait. Chapter 39. Without gaming, one feels embarrassed to greet others upon entering the internet CAF. A swift glance revealed an astonishing sight. More than half of the patrons were engrossed in League of Legends. Yu Luosheng, an ardent aficionado of such establishments, recalled that aside from the early days of the legendary online game, he had not witnessed such a phenomenon where an entire CAF was dominated by a single game. In this era of diverse gaming options, the ability of League of Legends to rise above the multitude truly attests to its prowess and popularity. In fact, if one hasn't played League of Legends, they may feel a tinge of embarrassment when encountering others. Greetings have shifted from the traditional good morning, hello, or good evening, to a fist placed upon the chest accompanied by a resounding demacia, followed by a polite reciprocal demacia. Can you envision the scene? It exudes sophistication and flair. Many patrons were preparing for battle, having commandeered the competitive zone primarily for practice. Each row bore handmade signs emblazoned with their respective team names, alongside recruitment notices. The Internet CAF, typically a mlang of individuals from various walks of life, had remarkably coalesced into this orderly assembly, showcasing a commendable competitive spirit. Yu Luosheng, which team will you join? There are so many groups here, such as the Frenzied Dragon team, Blood Red team, and the Cupid team. Haha. There's even an eccentric one called the Standoff team, Yang Qianqian remarked, her eyes curving into delightful crescents, her beautiful gaze evoking a desire for affection. Qianqian, what brings you here? Are you also participating in the competition? Suddenly, a fair-skinned young man rose from his seat, greeting Yang Qianqian with a smile. Yu Luosheng shot a glance at him. It was Lin Su from Class 3. He seemed to have joined a team, yet he was merely observing, akin to an apprentice. I'm not competing. He is. Yang Qianqian pointed at Yu Luosheng. Oh, really? Lin Su's expression shifted slightly as he finally noticed Yu Luosheng. He harbored a dislike for Yu Luosheng, as the latter was often seen in close proximity to Yang Qianqian, and rumors of a blossoming romance between them only intensified Lin Su's anxiety. You're competing too? Which team are you with? Perhaps the Bone Dragon team? Lin Su donned a pretentious smile as he addressed Yu Luosheng. The Bone Dragon team? Isn't that just a collection of elementary-level players who haven't even ranked? Watching them practice in those low-tier matches is amusing. A team like that is merely setting themselves up for failure. A young man with dyed hair and a cigarette remarked disdainfully while deftly maneuvering his champion. In truth, the Bone Dragon team was formed by Wang Qin and his companions, who were likely honing their skills in another area of the CAF. Internal skirmishes had probably taken place, and the Bone Dragon team had likely suffered greatly. Just mentioning them elicited laughter and silence from those with a semblance of skill. Migu, this is the Yu Luosheng I mentioned, the one with exceptional skills in robotics. Lin Su pointed at Yu Luosheng. Oh, the top robot player in Lekking is sitting right across from me. Let us hope he doesn't overhear that, Migu said, casually gesturing towards Yu Luosheng. The top robot player in Lekking? Yang Qianqian inquired, intrigued by the audacity of such a claim. Indeed. I've observed him several times. He truly is impressive, with his incredible hooks. How about I introduce you? He should still be waiting, Lin Su hurriedly offered. Yang Qianqian, somewhat defiant, had partnered with Yu Luosheng for quite some time and had yet to encounter a robot player superior to him. Let us go see, she insisted, taking Yu Luosheng by the hand as they approached the legendary robot player reputed to be the best in Lekking. Navigating around the row of computers, they discovered a young man in his 20s seated opposite Migu, his hair somewhat long and his expression sullen, giving off an unapproachable aura. He leaned back in his chair, fixated on the keyboard, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing the young man's stoic demeanor, Lin Su felt a twinge of apprehension. Wantong, known for his arrogance and mastery across various competitive games, StarCraft, Warcraft 3, Dota, and LOL, had long made a name for himself in the internet CAFs of Lekking. It was rumored that he was also involved in unsavory dealings, and his unpredictable temperament made Lin Su wary. He had only exchanged a few words with Wantong under Miji's auspices, sharing drinks on occasion, but each encounter left him feeling uneasy. Now, witnessing Wantong's grim expression, Lin Su's heart raced with uncertainty. Yet, with Yang Qianqian behind him, he felt compelled to maintain his composure and not lose face. Summoning his courage, he approached Wantong with a broad smile, offering him a premium cigarette. Wangu, I have 2 classmates who also play League of Legends. They would like to observe your gameplay. Would it be alright if we stood behind you? We promise not to disturb you. Wantong ignored the offered cigarette, lighting one of his own instead. He cast a dismissive glance at Lin Su, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. I don't like having people standing behind me while I play. If you want to watch, get your own machine and spectate. His bluntness left Lin Su feeling mortified. He's quite arrogant, Yang Qianqian muttered under her breath. Wantong's keen ears caught her remark, and he turned his gaze toward her, his eyes narrowing menacingly. Startled by his icy stare, Yang Qianqian instinctively clutched Yu Luosheng's arm, retreating behind him. Lin Su's heart sank. He feared Yang Qianqian had provoked this formidable figure. Wantong was infamously known as Mad Dog Wan, and those who crossed him rarely fared well. My classmate was actually trying to say you're really cool, Wangu. You see, she is not very good with words. Lin Su quickly attempted to placate him, plastering a smile on his face. Wantong disregarded Lin Su entirely, his gaze still fixed on Yang Qianqian, exuding an intimidating presence. Mad Dog Wan, Yu Luosheng remarked with a grin, addressing the fierce-looking Wantong. Could you please tone down that menacing expression? You're frightening my friend. Lin Su's heart raced at Yu Luosheng's audacity. Everyone knew of Wantong's reputation, yet few dared to utter such words in his presence. Was Yu Luosheng courting disaster? Within moments, it was certain a throng would gather at the CAF's entrance, ensuring there would be no easy escape. Chapter 40. The Crimson Squad indeed. Wantong rose from his seat and approached Yu Luosheng directly. He raised his fist and suddenly struck Yu Luosheng's chest. Bang! Yang Qianqian was startled by Wantong's action. However, upon realizing that the punch was neither too heavy nor too light, and that it was not intended to harm, but rather resembled a reunion of old friends, Yang Qianqian felt an inexplicable sense of relief. You rascal! If you hadn't shown up, we would have thought you were missing. The gloom that had clouded Wantong's face dissipated, replaced by a broad smile. Haha, I've turned over a new leaf. I'm no longer wandering the underworld. Yu Luosheng chuckled heartily. Nonsense. How old are you? You haven't even witnessed real spectacles yet. Wantong teased with a laugh. While speaking, he deliberately sized up Yang Qianqian, who stood behind Yu Luosheng, and flashed a friendly smile. Is this your little girlfriend? Not bad, quite lovely. Not yet. Yu Luosheng winked at Yang Qianqian. As she observed their interaction, Yang Qianqian realized they were acquainted, which had startled her moments before. However, she found Yu Luosheng's not yet remark to be quite disdainful and shot him an indignant glare. Lin Su, standing nearby, was also taken aback, watching as Wantong despite being insulted as one mad dog, remained unfazed. He momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. Could it be that Yu Luosheng and Wan Tong shared a profound friendship? That seemed unlikely. Yu Luosheng was merely a student. How could he possibly know someone like Wan Tong, who was entrenched in the social underbelly? Do you also play League of Legends? Come to compete? Wan Tong returned to the main topic. Sort of. My classmate invited me to observe the prowess of the top player of Lekking, Yu Luosheng replied. I'm just here to learn a thing or two. Learn? Nonsense. Wan Tong retorted, his mouth full of expletives. Your match is about to commence, Yu Luosheng indicated toward his computer screen. Oh right. Wan Tong hurriedly returned to his seat. Manipulating the keyboard and mouse while addressing Yu Luosheng, Brother Qin is in Area C. You should go find him. They are in need of players. I'm just here to play casually. I don't intend to compete seriously, Yu Luosheng remarked. At the very least, you should meet him. You're being quite inconsiderate. Leaving without a word, Wan Tong expressed his dissatisfaction. Fine, fine, Yu Luosheng sighed with a wry smile. He led Yang Qianqian toward Area C, with Lin Su eagerly trailing behind, though his intentions remained unclear. Once the trio departed, Mi Gu, who had been sitting across from Wan Tong, leaned in curiously and asked, Wan Tong, do you know that kid? Not just know him. It's normal that you haven't seen him since you entered the scene later, Wan Tong replied, focusing intently on his game. In truth, Wan Tong had not divulged to Mi Gu that during their StarCraft days, he would often observe Yu Luosheng's gameplay from behind, admiring his skills. When Yu Luosheng jokingly mentioned wanting to watch him play, Wan Tong couldn't help but retort, that kid may be young, but he can be considered my master in StarCraft. I have no face to let him observe and learn from me. Yu Luosheng, how do you know him? He doesn't seem like a good person, Yang Qianqian remarked disapprovingly, pouting. I've known him for a long time. Back then, he was just a student, albeit one who didn't care much for his studies. He is not a bad person, just looks a little fierce, Yu Luosheng explained. Humph, don't try to cover it up. Don't think I don't know you were also a delinquent back then, Yang Qianqian scoffed. That is a gross misunderstanding. Yu Luosheng protested. While he did frequent bars and was acquainted with individuals like Wan Tong, it was quite normal for everyone to gather in the same internet CAF to play the same competitive game. Wait, how could Yang Qianqian possibly know about my past? Upon arriving in Area C, Yu Luosheng spotted the person Wan Tong referred to as Brother Qin. Brother Qin, whose real name was Qin Ing, was a seasoned veteran in the internet CAF scene. He was not poor due to a lack of income, but rather because he often shared his earnings with his brothers. Previously, he had established a gaming studio, specializing in assisting others with leveling up for profit, and occasionally leading large-scale battles, primarily in online games. It was unclear why Qin Ing had turned his attention to competitive gaming this time, seemingly intent on forming a team for the Internet CAF League. Individuals like Qin Ing, who came from gaming studios, aimed for the top 3 in competitions, and their teams exhibited a certain level of organizational discipline. At around 27 or 28 years of age, Brother Qin stood behind a row of computers, intently observing his 5 team members as they played ranked matches, occasionally furrowing his brow. Is that Brother Qin? Lin Su asked, astonished. Who is Brother Qin? Yang Qianqian inquired, puzzled. Everyone in Lekking's gaming community and Internet CAF regulars knows Brother Qin. He reportedly has shares in the Luosheng Internet CAF, but I'm not entirely sure about the details. He is quite famous in the local gaming circle. A leading figure in this domain, Lin Su explained. Oh, Yang Qianqian nodded, somewhat understanding. Access to Area C was restricted to VIP members, and when Yu Luosheng attempted to enter, a staff member politely asked him to leave. Thus, he stood by the entrance, calling out, Brother Qin. Brother Qin glanced over, initially thinking someone was greeting him, and casually nodded. However, as he recognized Yu Luosheng, his eyes lit up. Well, where have you been for the past year or two? Brother Qin exclaimed as he hurriedly exited Area C. His voice was gruff, echoing throughout the area, drawing the attention of many who were curious about the identity of the person receiving such a warm welcome. Studying, Yu Luosheng replied with a wry smile. Studying? Brother Qin paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing the truth. After all, Yu Luosheng was still quite young. He shouldn't be wasting his youth on virtual trivialities like Brother Qin had done at his age. So, you came to the Internet CAF out of boredom to find someone to play Dota with? Brother Qin asked. No. I signed up for League of Legends and came to find a team for a few casual games, Yu Luosheng explained. His insistence on merely playing casually displeased Yang Qianqian, who discreetly pinched his arm. How could he lack ambition? Did he not wish to strive for first place? After all, she had promised to travel with him. I'm in need of a player, Brother Qin said, his eyes gleaming. Seeing Yu Luosheng's confusion, Brother Qin elaborated, none of these kids wanted to play support. And now it's too late to practice. The few supports I recruited are mediocre at best. They either hold us back or disrupt our rhythm. I simply couldn't endure it and had to let them go. The competition is about to start, and I still haven't found a satisfactory support player. He excels at playing support, and he is exceptionally skilled. Yang Qianqian quickly advocated for Yu Luosheng. Though she did not know Brother Qin, he seemed to be a significant figure within the Luosheng Internet CAF. If Yu Luosheng could join his team, perhaps they could indeed secure first place. Wait. Why was she so eager for him to win first place? Yang Qianqian found herself perplexed. Chapter 41. Could he be a god? That would be splendid. How about joining our Crimson Battle team? Qin, the leader, continued in response to Yang Qianqian's suggestion. Forget it. I won't participate in such competitions. If my father finds out, my life will be at stake. Yu Luosheng hastily declined, waving his hands. Playing in secret is fine. How could your father possibly know? Don't act like a child, treating your father's words as military orders. Come join our Crimson Battle team. Although my team may not be exceptional, they certainly won't hold you back. Qin Ying urged with enthusiasm. Lin Su, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. The Crimson Battle team had recently decimated all the teams at the Luosheng Internet CAF, with most not even lasting 20 minutes. Their strength was beyond compare. What was even more unbelievable to Lin Su was how impressive Yu Luosheng must be to not hinder such a fierce team. Leader Qin, you overestimate me. I haven't played League of Legends for long, and with school taking up my time, my skills are quite mediocre. I wouldn't want to hold you back. I only came to see you, Yu Luosheng replied. Noticing Yu Luosheng's reluctance to join, Qin Ying pondered that perhaps his little establishment truly couldn't accommodate such a formidable player and ceased to press the matter. What is there to see? It's just a struggle. I have a family to support and my parents to care for. My brothers depend on me as well. When you're young, you have fewer burdens. But at my age, it's the same worries. Everything requires money, Qin Ying lamented. Is the reward for League of Legends that enticing, prompting your entry into the esports realm? Yu Luosheng inquired. Indeed, it's unavoidable. I hope these young lads can bring me some honor. Otherwise, we'll all be eating nothing but the wind, Qin Ying replied. It had been nearly 2 years since Yu Luosheng last saw Qin Ying. Compared to 2 years prior, Qin appeared considerably worn down. At merely 27 or 28, the pressures of life had dulled the once vibrant spirit of this man. Moreover, he had chosen the path of virtual gaming, the hardships of which he likely bore alone. Reuniting with an old friend brought forth a wave of sentiment in Qin Ying, but he quickly tucked away those feelings and introduced Yu Luosheng to his Crimson Battle team members. Lin Su had always mingled in Area B, needing to connect through Migu to meet top-tier players like Wan Tong. Yet, by sheer luck, he found himself familiarizing with these superstars in the VIP area, stirring a thrill within him. The Crimson Battle team aimed for a top 3 finish in the city. If he could gain their guidance, his skills might soar. In competitive gaming, one must rely on the expertise of skilled players. It's not merely about having these experts lead you to victory. Rather, entering their circle accelerates the development of one's skills and awareness. Lin Su genuinely loved playing League of Legends and yearned to enhance his abilities rapidly, which is why he preferred the Internet CAF despite having a computer at home, hoping to meet more skilled players. Originally, he intended to impress Yu Luosheng and Yang Qianqian with his connections to adept players. But it turned out Yu Luosheng was the one introducing him to the city's legendary figures. This left him speechless. Could it be that Yu Luosheng was also a master? If not, why did these renowned individuals know him? After bidding farewell to Qin Ying, Yu Luosheng wandered around but failed to find a suitable team. Yang Qianqian trailed him, pouting adorably as she sulked. Her displeasure stemmed from Yu Luosheng's rejection of Qin Ying's invitation. Clearly, he had the potential to secure first place, yet he refrained from pursuing it, despite Qin Ying's earnest invitation to join. Moreover, the way those two prominent figures at the Luosheng Internet CAF regarded Yu Luosheng indicated he was undoubtedly beyond their current level. Yet, why was he so lackadaisical? Yu Luosheng, did you often hang out at Luosheng before? Lin Su asked, his demeanor shifting from condescension to warmth. Not particularly, Yu Luosheng replied, unwilling to disclose his unsavory past, especially with Yang Qianqian nearby. He glanced at her, and, seeing her silence due to her sulk, attempted to cheer her up. You're just brushing me off. Others have kindly invited you to join, and you could easily enter the seed players team. Yang Qianqian said, visibly upset. Did he truly dislike the idea of traveling alone with her? Did he lack the confidence to strive for something? He was always staring at other girls. But when the moment came to act, he hesitated. How infuriating. Suddenly, a rhythmic tune emanated from Yu Luosheng and Apos, as pocket. Apologetically, he smiled at Yang Qianqian, retrieving his phone to find it was his mother calling. She was likely urging him to return home soon. Yu Luosheng answered the call. Xiaosheng, where are you? Hurry to the hospital. came his mother's anxious voice from the other end. I'm out having fun. What happened? Yu Luosheng sensed something was amiss. Your father is hospitalized. Li Yun replied, her tone steady yet grave. Yu Luosheng froze. The nonchalant demeanor he usually maintained vanished in an instant. Is it serious? He asked urgently. We don't know yet. He was brought in by ambulance. I'm on my way. Which hospital? He inquired hurriedly. Central Hospital. As soon as he hung up, Yang Qianqian noticed the change in his expression. What's wrong? She asked, concern etched on her face. I need to go to the hospital, Yu Luosheng stated, offering no further explanation as he rushed outside. I'll go with you, Yang Qianqian called out, chasing after him. There's no need. You can either head home or find Wang Qin and the others, Yu Luosheng replied, not waiting for her as he hurriedly exited the internet CAF. Once on the street, he hailed a passing taxi and quickly jumped in. By the time Yang Qianqian emerged, Yu Luosheng was already speeding towards Central Hospital. Thank you to my friends for your supportive comments in the review section. I will continue to update regularly, though updates may be few. More exciting developments are on the horizon, so please be patient. Also, could you help me with some votes? Popularity fuels motivation. Chapter 42. Regrets of that era. Yu Luosheng harbored a profound aversion to hospitals, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of formaldehyde that permeated the air. There was a time when his father, Yu Jing, was frequently hospitalized, and Luosheng found himself struggling to acclimate to the sterile environment. Presently, however, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with the offensive odor. Upon arriving at the hospital, he hurried to the ward where he found Li Yun engaged in a tense discussion with a duty doctor outside a patient room. Observing the deep furrows of worry etched on her face, Luosheng apprehended that his father's condition had likely deteriorated significantly. Please ensure the patient receives proper care. Tomorrow, when our director arrives, you can discuss it further with him. The director informed me that this patient's condition is worsening and should have undergone regular examinations and treatment sooner. The duty doctor stated before departing, leaving Li Yun standing there, drenched in sweat, her queries silenced by uncertainty. Mom, Luosheng approached her, casting a glance into the ward where he saw his father, Yu Jing, lying on the stark white bed, receiving intravenous treatment. He hesitated to enter. How is Dad? Luosheng inquired. Yu Jing's health had long been precarious, primarily due to liver dysfunction. This ailment had been diagnosed some time ago, yet Yu Jing often insisted he was fine, neglecting his recovery after discharge and returning to work at the factory. It seemed that once again, his liver was wreaking havoc on his health. Nevertheless, a sense of unease gnawed at Luosheng, particularly after the doctor's alarming words, which left him restless. The doctor mentioned it is quite serious. But we must wait for the specialist to arrive tomorrow for a more definitive assessment, Li Yun said, her voice tinged with anxiety. Previously, Yu Jing had been hospitalized on several occasions due to liver issues, but those had been relatively minor. This time, however, he had been brought in directly by ambulance. A stark contrast to past experiences. You look exhausted. I can keep him company. You should go home and rest, Luosheng suggested. All right, I will return later tonight. Li Yun acquiesced, not pressing the matter further. After urging Luosheng to take care of Yu Jing, she hurriedly departed. Once Li Yun left, the ward was filled with silence, leaving Luosheng alone with his father, who lay in stillness. Yu Jing's complexion was bronzed and his skin rough, his lips thin and now pale, likely due to the pain he was enduring. His thick eyebrows, even in a state of semi-consciousness, bore an air of sternness and gravity. Time slipped by, and Yu Jing's brow furrowed, revealing his discomfort as beads of perspiration emerged on his forehead. Witnessing his father's distress stirred a turmoil within Luosheng, who hastily retrieved a towel to dab at the sweat, though he knew it would do little to alleviate the suffering caused by liver afflictions. Awakened by the pain, Yu Jing opened his eyes, which reflected a profound tranquility. He turned his head to glance at Luosheng, maintaining his usual serious demeanor. Where is your mother? Yu Jing inquired. She went home to rest. She will return later tonight. Dad, are you all right? You seem to be in great discomfort, Luosheng replied. What could be worse? Just an old ailment. Nothing I can't endure, Yu Jing retorted. The doctor said the situation is quite severe, Luosheng insisted. Doctors always exaggerate, Yu Jing dismissed. Luosheng refrained from arguing, pouring a glass of water to offer to his father. When will the exam results be out? Yu Jing asked, his concern for Luosheng's academic performance evident even in his vulnerable state. It's still early. We won't know until around June 20th, Luosheng responded. I've been looking into several schools for you. Yu Jing began, but Luosheng interrupted. Enough talking. Just lie down and rest, he urged, assisting his father back into a comfortable position. I told you I'm fine. Yu Jing snapped, but Luosheng knew he could not win this battle of wills. Very well. You may say what you like, but until my scores are released, there's no need to rush into school selections. If I score poorly, All your effort will be in vain, Luosheng replied, unwilling to engage further. If you perform poorly, I will not let you off lightly, Yu warned, somewhat irritated. Can we focus on your health for now? You are in a hospital bed. Shouldn't you prioritize your well-being? You may know your body best. But being brought here by ambulance surely alarms both Mom and me, Luosheng said, his voice firm. Yu fell silent, seemingly unable to counter his son's reasoning. Luosheng too ceased his commentary, recognizing that admonishing his father was best kept to a minimum. One never knew who would ultimately prevail in their exchanges. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Back in my day during the college entrance exams. Yu began, trailing off with a sigh. You had entrance exams? Luosheng interjected. Of course. It was only a few years after the exams were reinstated. Yu replied, his pride surfacing. You know, I was the top student in our high school. How many students were there in your era? Luosheng muttered. Yu scoffed, aware of Luosheng's skepticism, and continued. Back then, gaining admission to a university was 100 times more challenging than it is now. There were only a handful of universities available. Graduates from the 1980s were indeed considered rare gems. They were the true elite of society. Yu Luosheng pondered why, despite being a graduate from that era, his father remained an ordinary factory worker. This question had lingered in Luosheng's mind for quite some time, and he felt compelled to voice it. I failed by 3 points. Yu admitted, his voice tinged with disappointment. As they conversed, the door creaked open cautiously. Li Yun entered, weariness evident in her expression. Upon seeing Yu awake, a weight lifted from her heart, and she settled into a nearby chair. Luosheng, you should go home and rest. I will stay with your father, she suggested. I'm fine. I don't have school tomorrow, Luosheng protested. Go home. Staying here will only disrupt your father's rest, Li Yun insisted, realizing the truth in her words. Luosheng acknowledged that his father would likely recount old stories, which, while enjoyable, would not facilitate his recovery. I will return tomorrow morning, Luosheng agreed. As he stepped out of the ward and gently closed the door behind him, he suddenly remembered that he had left his phone on the bedside table. Turning back, he approached the room just as he overheard Li Yun's voice. He paused, hand hovering over the doorknob. That older brother of yours has no sense of brotherly loyalty. What kind of elder brother is he if he hesitates to lend a small sum? He even wishes ill upon his own younger brother. Forget it. I have no issues, Li Yun continued, her tone dismissive. No issues. I just spoke with the director, and he insists surgery is necessary. How could Director Fong deceive us? Silence enveloped the room. How much will it cost? Yu asked. We'll find out tomorrow, but it will be several tens of thousands, at least. He indicated the situation might be more severe. Will Xiaoyu have enough? Don't worry, she has sufficient funds. But there is also Luosheng's college expenses to consider. Those are still 2 to 3 months away. Let us set his matters aside for now. Li Yun stated. What are you waiting for? You must not delay. Yu replied somewhat loudly. Your health is of utmost importance. Our family's integrity is not so poor. In 2 or 3 months, we will easily gather the necessary tuition fees. If it's a prestigious institution, it won't cost much at all. Alas, I find it difficult to comprehend your perspective. Rest assured, this is no longer the era where everyone is miserly. That's easy for you to say. Once bitten by a snake, one becomes wary of ropes, Li Yun retorted. Yu fell silent. Financial matters can be addressed gradually. First, we must prioritize your recovery. Do not be so obstinate. Li Yun concluded the conversation with a firm declaration. Unbeknownst to both Li Yun and Yu the partially ajar door had gently closed, and outside, the sound of retreating footsteps echoed softly into the distance. Chapter 43. The Blood Red Team's support position in the dead of night. The Luosheng Internet CAF remained ablaze with light. Many patrons were engrossed in all-night sessions of League of Legends, and even in the early hours. The air was thick with the sounds of frustrated roars. Get that idiot over here. Why aren't you going in? Standing beneath the advertisement for the Dragon Ascend Network Club, the dim lights in the distance elongated Yu Luosheng's silhouette, casting it onto the adjacent Coca-Cola billboard. Yu Luosheng tilted his head back, gazing at the Demetia League advertisement, unable to recall when he first wandered through Internet CAFS, watching others play, then honing his own skills. Rising to become an esteemed esports player, and now, once again, reverting to the status of a student, bidding farewell to the dazzling yet largely unrecognized esports stage. In Area C of the Internet CAF, the members of the Blood Red team were still entrenched in their all-night training. Earlier that evening, Captain Sheen had recruited a rather reliable support player. With the competition looming, he decided to keep all the team members to expedite their synergy, particularly focusing on the newly signed support member. How about it? The player I recommended is solid, right? Wu Kai frequently plays ranked and is stronger than his current rank suggests. You know how challenging it is to climb as a support. He simply lacks a team. Huang Mi chuckled. Indeed, he seems promising. We can finalize him. Captain Qin nodded in agreement. Ranked points typically reflect individual skill. Yet there are exceptional players whose prowess does not always translate to their ranking, influenced by various factors that often render it an inadequate metric for evaluating a player's true capabilities. Captain Qin, I need a salary. I've been courting a girl lately, and it's quite an expense. How much can you offer me for joining the Blood Red team? Wu Kai turned to Qin, unabashed. Salary is dispersed monthly, and all prize money is divided among the players, Qin replied. That won't suffice. I'm in dire need of cash, Wu Kai insisted. Rest assured, with my presence, I guarantee a high placement. We'll crush teams like Dawn, Tianda, and Eats You with ease. The bot lane will be obliterated. And how much do you want? Qin inquired. 2,000. Just give me 2,000 to start, Wu Kai stated boldly. Wu Kai clearly exuded confidence in his abilities, believing Captain Qin would be willing to meet his demand at this moment. If Qin refused, Wu Kai was unfazed. Other capable teams had already extended invitations for him to join. All right, 2,000 it is. But if you take the money and fail to deliver, you know my reputation. Qin grimaced as he began to reach for his wallet. Rest assured, my skills are unparalleled. I can dominate any lane, not just support. Wu Kai grinned, eyes gleaming as he fixated on the bills in Qin's hand. Just as Qin finished counting the money and was about to hand it over, he suddenly noticed someone approaching. Captain Qin paused, gazing at the increasingly inscrutable figure standing before him. Luosheng, why haven't you returned yet? He asked Yu Luosheng. I need some money, Yu Luosheng replied, his voice low. For what? How much? Qin queried. My father is ill. I need 30,000, Yu Luosheng stated. Huang Mi, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself how audacious it was for this student to demand such a sum from Captain Qin. Before Huang Mi could voice his thoughts, Qin placed the 2,000 on the table and retrieved a blue card from his bag. The password is 5 5s. There are 20,000 in it. I'll arrange for the additional 10,000 tomorrow. Huang Mi and Wu Kai were left in stunned silence. Did Qin just hand over a card worth 20,000 to this kid? Just moments ago, when Wu Kai asked for 2,000, Qin hesitated and issued a warning. Yet, upon hearing Yu Luosheng's request for 30,000, he promptly produced the card and promised to procure the remainder. Captain Qin must have lost his mind. Thank you. Yu Luosheng carefully accepted the card, glancing at the 2,000 Qin had placed on Wu Kai's table. He stepped forward, retrieved the 2,000, and returned it to Qin. After completing these actions, Yu Luosheng turned and left, leaving Huang Mi and Wu Kai in a state of shock. Captain Qin, that 2,000 was meant for me. Why did you put it back in your wallet? Wu Kai exclaimed, noticing Qin's actions. The Blood Red team is now at full capacity, Qin declared. Full capacity? But you said you lacked a suitable support. Wu Kai was perplexed. We have one now, Qin affirmed. Who? Wu Kai pressed. The student who just took my card. Qin replied. That student? He is joining the Blood Red team as a support? Huang Mi could hardly believe his ears. Yes, he is currently a student, Qin confirmed. Wu Kai, you may leave now. You want me to leave? Wu Kai pointed at himself incredulously. Yes, Qin nodded. Captain Qin, have you lost your mind? Do you honestly believe that student can perform better than me? Wu Kai's anger flared as he pointed accusingly at Qin. I joined the Blood Red team out of respect for your reputation. Other CAFs offered conditions just as good. I traveled a long way, underwent trials. And now you're choosing that inexperienced student without even a game played? Though Captain Qin had a stellar reputation, he was not one to tolerate insults. His expression darkened as he replied, out of respect for Huang Mi, I'll grant you some leeway. Now get as far away as you can. Had he not expelled the previous support in a fit of anger, Captain Qin wouldn't have had to rush into selecting a new one. He had always found Wu Kai's attitude displeasing. With the competition approaching, he had chosen to endure it. When Qin bellowed for Wu Kai to leave, his voice resonated throughout the CAF, drawing the attention of all present, who craned their necks to see who had offended him. Wu Kai's face turned pale with frustration, but he dared not confront Qin directly. Fine, just wait, Qin. I'll join Dawn's team and make sure to obliterate your Blood Red team. I promise you'll regret this. I find your words distasteful, Qin scoffed, dismissing Wu Kai entirely. Chapter 44, Never Surrender. In the central hospital, Director Fong, clad in a crisp white coat, emerged from the ward, his expression grave. Following closely behind him was an intern, diligently documenting the recent developments in the patient's file. Shortly after exiting the room, Li Yun hurried after him, her face a mask of distress. Is it truly that serious? She inquired, gazing at Director Fong. Alas, gather the funds for the surgery first. As for future matters, you must decide for yourselves, Director Fong replied, observing Li Yun's pale countenance with a hint of helplessness. How much will this surgery cost? Li Yun pressed. The surgical fees will be somewhat elevated, and many of the medications required for post-operative care are not covered by insurance. Old Yu's health insurance card is also rather poorly managed. If he had settled everything, we might have been able to resolve this with just 20 to 30,000. But now it seems we will require at least 30 to 40,000, he explained. I simply do not understand why, knowing his liver condition. He did not ensure his insurance matters were in order. Moreover, the medications he has previously taken have developed resistance. They will not significantly aid his treatment. And the new drugs are minimally reimbursed by insurance. Using reimbursable medications is an option, but their effectiveness is another matter entirely. Director Fong spoke with a mix of frustration and reproach. As an acquaintance of Yu Jing, Director Fong had repeatedly warned him to take care of his health. Yet he had stubbornly ignored the advice, leading to this dire predicament. What about the alternative treatment you mentioned earlier? Li Yun hesitated, her words trailing off. We shall see how this surgery goes. Sigh, Li saw, discussing this further is futile. Instead of talking, it would be wiser to find more money. I cannot predict the hospital expenses, Director Fong concluded. Li Yun nodded, refraining from further discussion. She returned to the ward and glanced at Yu Jing, who lay in bed, visibly suffering, her heart heavy with sorrow. Borrowing money was not something Li Yun felt adept at. Their family was neither wealthy nor impoverished. They managed adequately. But as their child grew, expenses began to multiply. The concept of saving seemed to have vanished, replaced by continuous expenditures. Maintaining this balance was manageable. But an unexpected event requiring a substantial amount could easily overwhelm a family already teetering on the edge of financial stability. Li Yun had always been content with their current lifestyle. Occasionally, upon witnessing relatives scurrying about in search of loans, she empathized with their struggles and would lend them money if she had any to spare. Yet, she never anticipated that she would find herself in a position of needing to solicit funds. How would her relatives and friends react when she approached them for assistance? Yu Jing's proud and irritable nature had certainly alienated many relatives. Perhaps some would even take pleasure in her misfortune. Human emotions are indeed unpredictable. Stepping out of the hospital into the glaring sun, Li Yun found herself at a loss as to where to turn for help. 30 to 40,000 was neither an insignificant sum nor a trivial one, and among her acquaintances, few were financially well off. Even those who were wealthy might be unwilling to lend money. The affluent often guard their wealth more closely than the less fortunate. Li Yun, just as she was lost in thought, a familiar figure approached. Old Guan, she replied absently, recognizing the person. I heard Yu Jing is unwell, so I came to check on him, Old Guan said. Old Guan was a man in his 50s. A familiar face from the days when their neighborhood was filled with modest two-story homes. Now, with the area redeveloped, everyone resided in high-rise apartments, and the connections had diminished significantly. Go ahead, he's in room 303, Li Yun directed. By the way, do you have enough money? I heard he needs surgery, which is quite costly. Old Guan asked in a hushed tone. Li Yun forced a smile and replied, it's manageable. I have 40,000 here, just sitting idle. If you need it, please take it, Old Guan offered. Li Yun was taken aback, staring at the man whose face bore many age spots. She had been contemplating how to borrow money, and here he was, offering it so freely. Here, this is the card. The pin is 5 5s. Take it. We are neighbors, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. Remember when I was ill, and your little Chung carried me to the hospital? Otherwise, I might have breathed my last in that dilapidated house. Old Guan said with a warm smile. Li Yun clutched the card containing 40,000. Momentarily at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with tears. Old Guan, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. Oh, it's nothing really. I'm not in a hurry for the money. You can return it whenever you can. I just remembered something, so I must be off now, Old Guan said, hastily departing without waiting for further gratitude. Holding the card, Li Yun remained stunned for quite some time. This timely downpour of generosity took her completely by surprise, and her joy was difficult to contain. For Li Yun, seeking financial assistance from relatives was an arduous task, but now, the monetary issue was somewhat alleviated. With excitement, Li Yun rushed to the bank, half convinced that Old Guan was playing a prank on her, as she could hardly believe he could part with such a sum. Meanwhile, not far from the bus advertisement board, Yu Luosheng emerged slowly. Observing Li Yun's retreating figure, he recalled her teary eyes, and a heavy stone settled in his heart. Qin was not a wealthy man. That 10,000 had been borrowed from others and then lent to him. The sudden need for 30 to 40,000 could easily destabilize a family with an already modest income, let alone someone like Qin, who had to provide for a family. This money needed to be repaid swiftly. Standing in the shadow of the advertisement board, Yu Luosheng stared intently at his palm for a long while. How could he repay the money? By working? Earning 1,000 or so a month was hardly sufficient. He was merely a recent high school graduate, lacking any skills. The one thing he was good at, which had once been his ideal and ambition, had always been ridiculed by his parents, elders, and teachers. Yu Luosheng wondered if Yu Jing would feel more pain at seeing him immersed in gaming day and night than from the suffering caused by his deteriorating health. He was determined to help Yu Jing get into college, even while lying in that hospital bed, still fixated on grades and which school to attend. Yu Luosheng could not bear to see him distressed, knowing that his failing health was largely due to his own neglect. The considerable transfer fee that had allowed him to switch from a second-rate high school to a prestigious one could have been utilized for Yu Jing's recovery. It was his own negligence that had led Yu Jing to suffer on that hospital bed, enduring the torment of illness. Yu Luosheng could not bear to let him witness him engaging in the very activity he cherished the most. Very well, just this once. And only for the substantial rewards of the league, nothing more. He resolved, and above all, I shall not allow myself to lose. Chapter 45. The Internet CAF League. Let the games begin. Hey, our school's esports competition has entered the top 50. You just found out? That happened several days ago. It's surprising you still call yourself a member of the esports club, yet you are unaware of such news? Well, I've been preoccupied lately and haven't followed the matches. I heard that the esports club recruited a remarkably talented freshman this year. It said that with him, reaching the top 8 is assured. Indeed, this is true. It was shared among the members of the esports club, but it seems they have opted not to let him compete yet, presumably to preserve their strength. Who is this person? I have no idea. The teams lined up on the verdant field, where the boys huddled together, discussing either beautiful girls or basketball, and it was uncertain when they would often engage in discussions about esports. The basketball team's performance this year has been somewhat disappointing, facing the awkward prospect of elimination. The soccer team, on the other hand, has fared well, consistently making it to high-scoring competitions. The athletics team has been average, neither particularly outstanding nor disappointing. Thus, the esports club, shining brightly in the intercollegiate esports competition, has drawn the attention of the students. Almost every major has its own group of individuals animatedly discussing the recent matches at Shanghai University. Hey, they still don't know who that freshman is, Jiang Jiu chuckled. Several boys from different majors were conversing about this matter, while Jiang Jiu and Xiu Jingtai, as roommates of Yu Luosheng and novices in gaming, felt a sense of pride. As the flag-raising ceremony commenced, everyone fell silent. Following the moment of silence, the school's leaders stood beneath the national flag, beginning to address the university students. After the speeches, they would publicly commend some exceptionally outstanding students in front of the entire student body. Do not disdain academia. The pride of being recognized in front of thousands is indescribable. Those who scoff at it often do so because they have never experienced the feeling of standing out in a vast crowd. The honorees, whether feigning calmness, basking in their glory, being hypocritically humble, or exuding natural grace, despite the majority appearing indifferent, are inevitably affected by the surrounding admiration. Hey, who is that girl? Xiu Jing, I suddenly noticed a refreshingly unique girl at the back of the honorees while feeling bored. This girl possessed a distinctly different aura from the other award recipients. Even standing at the back, she was easily noticeable. Her posture was erect, her graceful figure accentuated, and clad in a snow-white sports sweatshirt, she resembled a pristine little swan. Wait until the introduction, we'll find out, Jiang Jiu remarked. One by one, students walked across the platform as the head of the department recited their achievements. Unbeknownst to them, more and more people were becoming aware of the girl in the white sweatshirt. She radiated the vitality of summer amidst the autumn chill. Appearing far more composed than the other honorees, her beautiful face adorned with an elusive smile. She stood out, yet there was an endearing accessibility about her, resembling a neighborly girl who had just emerged from the water. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Can those folks up front hurry it up? Jiang Jiu mused, stroking his chin. The crowd surrounding the electronic information section consisted of engineering students who seemed to have noticed her, and discussions about esports inexplicably shifted to the girl. In mathematical modeling, He Liqui achieved outstanding results. Very good, quite remarkable. Now, let us introduce the next student who is poised to become a distinguished member of Shanghai University. She makes us proud, the dean's voice resonated. Previously, the honors of those students had been read by the head of the department, but when it came to the girl in the white sweatshirt, the dean himself took the podium. What is her background? The dean is personally announcing her? Jiang Jiu and Xiu Jing were taken aback. The students present erupted into murmurs of excitement. It was evident that this girl was extraordinary, clearly having received recognition that the dean and faculty held in high regard. Now, quiet down, you little rascals. If you scare our new student, Don't blame me for raising your academic responsibilities, the dean said seriously. However, his remark elicited laughter from the entire school. It seemed not all deans and teachers were so rigid and dull. All right, let us settle down, the dean coughed. Once the field quieted, he gestured for the serene girl to step forward. Those who regularly followed competitive sports should have seen her before. She had won the championship at this year's National Youth Swimming Competition, gracing the Youth Daily and Sports Herald with her elegance and beauty, swiftly becoming a rising star in the swimming world. In subsequent competitions in Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Beijing, she consistently clinched top 3 finishes, a remarkable achievement for a newcomer in the sports arena. Today, she is a candidate for the national team and a formal member of Shanghai's swimming team. She represents the athletic honor of our city and may potentially symbolize our nation's athletic prestige in the future. Moreover, she is now a freshman at Shanghai University. The dean's eloquence surpassed that of other lengthy speeches from the faculty, captivating all students with a simple jest and then passionately detailing the students' exceptional accomplishments, drawing the eyes of the entire assembly to the girl. She is a special recruit. She is a swimming special recruit. The university has long upheld the policy of special recruitment to garner honors in literature, arts, and sports. However, such announcements are rarely made publicly. The singular reason for this manner of announcement is that it is not the school choosing this special recruit, but rather, the recruit choosing this institution. The dean had already recounted her achievements. A national champion is a coveted prize among prestigious universities across the country. Securing such an undeniable first place is tantamount to a guaranteed victory and can be leveraged to promote the school's reputation. Shanghai University is not particularly distinguished among universities, and a student who could have chosen Peking University, Fudan University, or Tsinghua University instead opted for their relatively lesser-known institution. Is this not worthy of a school-wide announcement? Everyone suddenly understood. Upon first seeing her, they instinctively perceived her as a quiet, studious girl. Who would have thought she was this year's national swimming queen? The dean's well-timed embellishment, coupled with her inherently charming demeanor, resulted in an ecstatic uproar among the engineering students as they cheered in excitement at her sweet greeting to the assembly. She's mine. Get lost. Do you know which major she's in? I'm joining the swimming club tomorrow. Tomorrow? I'm joining right now. No one can stop me. I'll pay whatever the fee is, even 1,000. Playing the rich kid, huh? Heh, I'm already part of the swimming team. I actually knew about this beforehand. The basketball team suffered a dismal defeat, while the football team performed admirably, and the esports club surged into the top 50. Yet, the moment a beautiful girl appeared. All these matters were swiftly cast aside, and the conversation instantly shifted to this enchanting maiden. One can easily imagine that after today, the swimming club will undoubtedly be inundated with admirers. Standing on the high platform, she could feel the swell of enthusiasm emanating from the school. A subtle, cunning smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a swan's grace. Her gaze searched the crowd, yearning to find that familiar face. Unfortunately, there were simply too many students, rendering the likelihood of spotting him nearly impossible. However, he must have seen her. One can only wonder about the expression on his face at this moment. Surely, his jaw must have dropped in astonishment, his eyes widened in disbelief, a visage of pride and triumph, while feigning disdain towards his surrounding peers. How irritating, she thought. Let him fret while I ignore his calls. Once the event concluded, Yu followed the school's arrangements to her designated independent apartment. This upscale dormitory housed 4 students per suite, with 2 rooms accommodating 2 individuals each. As she walked, she sensed the weight of many gazes upon her, with numerous individuals approaching to make her acquaintance. Fortunately, with a teacher escorting her, Yu felt a measure of safety in returning to her apartment. Are you in a hurry for something, Yu? Teacher Su inquired. Not at all, Yu replied. Then why do you keep checking the time on your phone? Teacher Su chuckled. She was the female instructor of the swimming club and had been the one to bring Yu to the school. Oh, it's nothing. Yu smiled. Beneath her seemingly innocent smile lay a tempestuous little demon, seething with anger. Damn you, Yu Luosheng, how dare you see me and not call? Yu fumed, having initially resolved to ignore any flattering calls from him. Yet, he hadn't called at all. It made no sense. Surely, he must have seen her during the assembly. How could he not have called? Perhaps he had forgotten his phone? Yes, that must be it. He was likely rushing back to his dorm to retrieve it. Or maybe his phone was dead, and he was waiting for it to charge. Imagining Yu Luosheng frantically dashing back to his dorm, eagerly awaiting his phone to charge, a mischievous grin involuntarily appeared on Yu's face. In dormitory 09, Yu Luosheng was informed, a goddess has arrived at the school today. Oh, he murmured, rolling over to continue his slumber. She is from the swimming club, stunningly beautiful with a gentle and serene demeanor, unlike those high-maintenance beauties. A soft snore escaped him as he drifted back into dreams, entirely oblivious to the allure of such extraordinary beauty. P.S. Just a simpleton who wouldn't know how to appreciate such a level of beauty, Xiao Jingtai remarked disdainfully. Indeed, perhaps he only has eyes for his Bai Feifei, Jiangzhou added. That frigid face of hers could freeze someone to death. Who would dare approach her now that winter has set in? By the way, I know a vice president of the swimming club. Let me see if he can help us join, Xiao Jingtai proposed. That sounds good, but with winter here, how can we swim? Who cares about winter? Even if the gym's pool isn't heated, I'd still jump in. I just want to see what she looks like in a swimsuit. Well said. Monday's classes were particularly numerous, and Yu Luosheng struggled to stay awake. After finally enduring 4 consecutive classes, he headed directly to the cafeteria for a meal, intending to visit the doghouse later that evening. Just as he took his first bite, his phone rang impatiently. Hello, what's up? Yu Luosheng asked. You scoundrel. Yu Luosheng was at a loss for words. What have I done to offend you, Yu? Why does your first sentence have to be an insult? What is wrong with you? He replied. You're a complete jerk. Yu shouted in frustration. Hey, calm down, will you? He found her antics utterly ridiculous. I'll give you 10 minutes to come here and apologize, or I'll never speak to you again. Yu declared. Have you swum too much and gotten water in your brain? Yu Luosheng retorted. Oh, I'm going to get you. Yu was beside herself with rage, vowing to find him in school. The call abruptly ended. Bewildered, Yu Luosheng resumed his meal, pondering what had just transpired. Who was that? You look like you've committed some heinous crime, Jiangzhou teased. Xiao Jingtai joined in, grinning wickedly. Nothing, just my crazy sister. You have a sister? Is that so strange? Do you have a picture? No, don't you dare get any ideas about her. Yu Luosheng replied coolly. Man, when your parents call you by your full name, you know you're in deep trouble. Hearing his mother, Li Yun's voice, Yu Luosheng instinctively rubbed his temples. I swear I didn't bully her. Don't you dare try to deny it. I truly did not bully her, he pleaded, nearly in tears. What kind of chaos is this? She came rushing to your school, and you didn't even call her once. Isn't that bullying? I didn't. Yu Luosheng attempted to argue, but suddenly realized something was amiss and paused. Wait, what did you just say? She's at your school, Li Yun stated. Yu Luosheng's expression changed drastically. She's really at Shanghai University? Oh no, this is going to be a disaster. Chapter 46. The new support of the Crimson Squad. A somewhat frail-looking young man approached Area C, heading directly toward Qining. So, have you seen any formidable teams? Qining inquired. He was not so arrogant as to believe that his Crimson Squad could easily dominate all the teams at the Luosheng Internet CAF. After all, there were indeed solitary masters among them. When these masters banded together after several rounds of practice, their strength was not to be underestimated. That ATM team is quite impressive, the frail youth replied. He was known as Little Cat, a typical slacker who often lingered in the Internet CAF, occasionally working as a manager to earn some money, and sometimes assisting Qining with various tasks. Oh, that group of college students? Qining raised an eyebrow. High school students rarely produced exceptional talents due to their limited time for gaming. However, college students were a different story, especially those in their 3rd or 4th years, who had ample time to indulge in League of Legends. Many high-ranking players in the ranks were indeed college students. It was said that most exceptionally skilled college students were accustomed to crafting their own fulfilling lives through their own efforts. Sigh. Yu Luosheng was soon to become a proud college student himself. He ought not to be disparaged. Little Cat animatedly recounted the ATM team's performance. They initially picked Master E, but were countered by Annie. Later, it became clear that this Master E was a teleport jungler. After several ganks in the mid lane, with Master E either arriving or teleporting, it turned into either a 4v2 or a 4v3 situation. They executed 2 successful tower dives, and with Master ES healing at the tower, the AO team was utterly defeated. Little Cat explained. The AO team, which included Huang Mi, was known to be among the top 5 teams at the Luosheng Internet CAF, yet they had been thoroughly trounced by a group of college students in the preliminary rounds. Indeed, we must pay close attention to this ATM team, Qining nodded. He ensured that members of the Crimson Squad gathered intelligence on other formidable teams within the CAF. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was essential. Qinlada, isn't it our turn to compete soon? Asked the ADC of the Crimson Squad, wearing a lazy smile. The ADC, named Shui Haiyang, was a young man of similar age to Yu Luosheng, recently returned from college for the summer break. He had often worked under Qining to earn some pocket money during his vacations. By the way, where is our new support? Has he not arrived yet? Huang Yu, the team captain responsible for the AP mid-lane role, inquired. It's fine. In these preliminary rounds, we can win even with a 4v5, said the jungler, Xiao Dao. He had been with Qining the longest, originally grinding in an online gaming studio before switching to League of Legends. Let us not be complacent. Let us go. Rest assured, he will definitely show up, Qining replied. As he spoke, Qining led his 4 Crimson Squad members toward the competitive area in Zone B. He was meticulous about details. As members of the Crimson Squad, their attire was also crimson. Shui Haiyang, Xiaodao, Huang Yu, and Xiao Tong were already quite renowned in the Luosheng Internet CAF, undoubtedly among the elite players of League of Legends. As the 4 of them walked behind Qining, donned in their blood-red t-shirts, they unintentionally exuded an aura that compelled the crowd in the CAF to part ways for them. The Crimson Squad has arrived. Wow, they even have matching uniforms. Why didn't I think to wear mine? How cool. Real experts, in such outfits, might even intimidate their opponents. A boy, who was intensely focused on his game, turned to admire the imposing figures of the Crimson Squad. Once they had passed, he returned to his screen, only to find a flood of insults in the chat window. What a useless support. Go to hell if you don't want to play, and just feed the enemy towers. Is this revenge on society? His expression froze, at a loss for words. The corridor leading to the competitive area was nearly packed with people, and those present instinctively made way for the uniformly dressed Crimson Squad members. Of course, these players were often seen in the CAF and exchanged friendly greetings with several familiar faces as they walked by. Are they really the strongest team at the Luosheng Internet CAF? A long-haired beauty whispered to a nearby attentive young man. Yes, just recently they had an internal match, and the Crimson Squad utterly crushed all other teams. Wang Qin replied. As they spoke, Wang Qin suddenly noticed Qining glancing in their direction and slightly nodding toward the long-haired beauty. Wait, does Qining Lao know you? Wang Qin asked curiously. I've seen him once. He is acquainted with Yu Luosheng, Yang Qianqian replied. Previously, when Yu Luosheng had introduced her to Qining in Area C, Yang Qianqian had only known that the Crimson Squad was formidable. She hadn't realized their popularity at the Luosheng Internet CAF had earned them the title of the best team. It was only now that Yang Qianqian understood the significance of Qining inviting Yu Luosheng to join the team. How does Yu Luosheng know this Qining Lao? Wang Qin wondered further. However, he didn't pursue the matter, glancing at Sun Yang beside him. You play the worst. The Crimson Squad's match is about to start. Hurry and grab a spot in the back to observe how the support god of the Crimson Squad plays instead of dawdling here. Sun Yang shot an innocent glance at Yang Qianqian and reluctantly squeezed through the crowd to find a position. Fortunately, his height gave him an advantage, allowing him to see even from the back. Wait a minute. Qining Lao is the captain. He shouldn't be playing. Which means the Crimson Squad currently has only 4 members. Wang Qin counted and realized something was amiss. Others noticed the discrepancy as well. Everyone knew the Crimson Squad had recruited a new support, but very few had actually seen this new addition. Qining Lao, why are there only 4 of you? Someone asked. He'll be here soon, Qining replied. Who is your new support? I heard it's Wu Kai. Idiot. Wu Kai was kicked out by Qining Lao that day. There's no way it's him. Then who is it? Are they even better than Wu Kai? Faced with these inquiries, Qining merely smiled enigmatically, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Of course, internally, he cursed. Damn it. Why hasn't Shengzi shown up yet? Are we really going to have to play 4v5? Why isn't he answering his phone? This is not how one should act. Chapter 47, Wrong Seat? At the central hospital, Yu Luosheng carefully assisted Yu Jing back to the hospital bed. He took out his phone and was startled to see it was already 8 o'clock. Oh no. Yu Luosheng slapped his forehead, realizing he had spent so much time taking care of his sick father. He hurriedly left the hospital, hailed a taxi, and rushed to Luosheng Internet CAF. Once in the taxi, Yu Luosheng quickly dialed a number for Qining Lao. There were numerous missed calls from him, causing Yu Luosheng to feel a wave of anxiety. As soon as the call connected, he heard Qining Lao's voice. Hello? What is wrong with you? Yu Haven T answered your phone, and the match is about to start. I'm in a taxi, on my way now. Yu Luosheng replied, urging the driver to speed up. At Luosheng Internet Club, Qining Lao maintained a calm smile despite the skeptical gazes from the crowd. The Blood Red team was set to face off against the AO team, which had lost to the ATM team earlier that day, led by Huang Mi naturally. Huang Mi was unwilling to accept defeat and paid 300 yuan to enter the revival match. However, when the opponents were drawn again, Huang Mi and his 4 teammates were left in tears. Damn it, the Blood Red team. This 300 yuan was wasted. Huang Mi was frustrated. His team was considered strong in the CAF, but they had been eliminated by the underdog ATM team in the preliminary round. Now, they were up against the formidable Blood Red team. If it weren't for the fact that Huang Mi had drawn the lots himself, he would suspect the CAF manager was deliberately setting him up. Mi, their support might have encountered an issue and may not make it in time. We can still fight. Lin Su whispered to Huang Mi. With 5 against 4, Huang Mi felt confident about defeating the Blood Red team. But was their support truly unable to come? Yu Luosheng arrived in a rush at Longxing Internet CAF and could hear the raucous excitement from the stairwell. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sea of people, with several circles surrounding the competitive seating area, making it difficult to squeeze in. The atmosphere was electric, and Yu Luosheng was taken aback by the sheer number of attendees. After much effort navigating through the crowd, he finally reached the railing. No entry. Only competitors are allowed beyond this point. Spectators must stand behind the barriers. The CAF administrator instructed sternly as he noticed Yu Luosheng trying to enter. Nearby, Zhao Kesong spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. "Hey, isn't that Yu Luosheng?" he exclaimed. "Yu Luosheng, over here. Come watch with us." Wang Qin shouted, having also recognized him. Sun Yang, Yang Qianqian, and Chao Sheng waved at him as well. Yu Luosheng smiled back, saying, "I'm competing." "Oh, you're in the match?" Wang Qin nodded, seemingly recalling something. "Which team are you on?" Yu Luosheng replied. "I'll do my best. We must make it to the semifinals." Our Bone Dragon team was eliminated. His classmates from the 8th class cheered him on, wanting him to represent them well. But if Yu Luosheng is competing, which match should we watch? Sun Yang raised a critical point. The matches were being held simultaneously among 8 teams in 4 groups, and everyone noticed Yu Luosheng wandering aimlessly towards other computer stations, appearing lost. Of course, we should watch the Blood Red team. Yu Luosheng probably just randomly formed a team. No match can compare to the excitement of the Blood Red team versus the AO team, Zhao Kesong asserted. "Let us watch the Blood Red team." "We fought hard for front row seats," suggested Yang Qianqian. As Yang Qianqian began to move toward where Yu Luosheng was competing, she was abruptly halted when Yu Luosheng unexpectedly returned from another match area. He sheepishly scratched his head and smiled apologetically at Yang Qianqian and Wang Qin before taking a seat in the vacant support position of the Blood Red team. Wang Qin, taken aback, shouted, "Yu Luosheng, you're in the wrong spot. That's the support position for the Blood Red team." Zhao Kesong, Chao Sheng, Xiao Mei, and Zhong Xiaoyun all quickly chimed in, urging him to leave. "This idiot doesn't even know which team he is on and sits here for the Blood Red team. Does he even qualify?" Feng Xiaoqing from Class 3 scoffed, witnessing Yu Luosheng's blunder. Yang Qianqian shot a furious glare at Feng Xiaoqing for his mockery of Yu Luosheng. "Is your team from the Blood Red team ready?" the CAF administrator inquired. Qin Laodai, who had been on the phone, noticed Yu Luosheng sitting down and hastily nodded, "Yes. We're ready." He quickly made his way to Yu Luosheng's side, slapping him on the shoulder. "Did you think you were some AP master, making a grand entrance? You nearly scared me to death. My apologies, I'm late because I was at the hospital." "Let us get started," Yu Luosheng replied with a smile of contrition. "Referee, our support, Yu Luosheng, is in position. We can begin." Qin Laodai signaled to the administrator. As soon as Qin Laodai finished speaking, a wave of murmurs erupted among the spectators. "He asked the new support for the Blood Red team? He looks like a student, and he isn't even in uniform. Where did this kid come from? I've never seen him before. He doesn't seem like an expert. Could he be just riding on someone's coattails?" While people whispered among themselves, Zhao Kesong, Chao Sheng, Xiao Mei, Zhong Xiaoyun, and Wang Qin from Class 8 widened their eyes in disbelief. After a moment, Wang Qin exclaimed, "Holy crap, he has actually joined the Blood Red team. How could he possibly be part of the Blood Red team? This is unbelievable." Zhao Kesong gasped. "Wang Laodai, you brought me here to observe the Blood Red team as support play. Could it be that I'm just watching Yu Luosheng?" Sun Yang wondered aloud. Even Feng Xiaoqing, who had just mocked Yu Luosheng, was left in stunned silence. What the hell is going on? He didn't sit in the wrong spot. He is genuinely the support for the Blood Red team. Feng Xiaoqing, who had been lingering at the CAF, was acutely aware of the disparity between the expert teams and their small student squads. After witnessing Lin Su's team being obliterated by a mediocre squad earlier that afternoon, he realized just how far beneath the experts his own team truly was. Only through bitter experiences could one comprehend the vast gap between themselves and the masters. Even an average team could easily dominate them, let alone a powerhouse like the Blood Red team that had previously decimated all other teams in the VIP area. When Feng Xiaoqing had first seen Yu Luosheng, he had instinctively thought he was merely part of a second-rate team, hoping that a strong team would come along and obliterate him to relieve his previous frustrations. Yet, now, this same individual had taken a seat among the ranks of the Blood Red team. Feng Xiaoqing felt as though he wanted to find a hole and burrow into it, ashamed by his earlier derision. Chapter 48. I will claim the first position. Lin Su instinctively exclaimed a curse upon spotting Yu Luosheng seated at the blood color team's position opposite Huang Mi. The referee in the internet CAF shot a stern glance at Lin Su, admonishing him not to mock or insult his opponents, issuing a warning. Huang Mi turned around and shot Lin Su a fierce glare, causing Lin Su's face to flush with embarrassment. He hastily pointed at Yu Luosheng, stammering, "I know him. We're classmates." As he awkwardly explained, his eyes darted toward Yu Luosheng, his mind cursing. How could it be him? "Lin Su, you've faced this guy before. Haven't you?" Huang Mi inquired, turning back. "Yes," Lin Su nodded. Huang Mi's expression darkened. After the match between Class 8 and Class 3, he had boasted to Lin Su that he would show Yu Luosheng what true skill looked like. Now, the opportunity had indeed arrived. With the very person he aimed to defeat seated in the opposing team's position, Huang Mi felt a twinge of anxiety with a 5v4 scenario. He had some confidence in defeating the blood color team, but a 5v5 match left him with no hope whatsoever. The thought of the 600 yuan fee for the second revival match made him wince. Migu, he is probably just there to fill a spot. His skills will surely hinder the blood color team. If your team can exploit this and focus on attacking his lane, you might just have a chance at victory. Lin Su whispered to Huang Mi. Huang Mi nodded in agreement. Indeed, to triumph over the blood color team, they must breach their defenses. Given that Yu Luosheng was a student and a new addition to the blood color team's support role, his skills and synergy with the team's ADC were likely not very coordinated. Huang Mi began to formulate a strategy in his mind. As the match commenced, they entered the ban phase. The blood color team banned 2 heroes that Huang Mi excelled with, followed by the ban on the Spider Queen, Lilith. The intention behind banning Lilith was to prevent the opposing team from choosing her as their top laner, as a short-range developmental hero would be easily overwhelmed by the incredibly powerful Spider Queen in the current meta. Moreover, there was indeed a proficient player of Lilith on the AO team. The AO team banned 2 ADCs commonly used by the blood color team as ADC, Shui Haiyang, specifically Misfortune and Ezreal. They also banned Rise, the most formidable AP hero wielded by the blood color team as captain, Huang Yushi. Both teams clearly had their targets. Yet the decision to ban both of Shui Haiyang's ADCs was somewhat perplexing. In the selection phase, there was no rush for heroes. Both teams' compositions seemed to lack overlap. After all, securing a hero means little if one cannot wield them effectively. The blood color team secured the middle AP, Morgana. The jungle champion, Kha'Zix, the top laner, Malphite, the ADC, Graves, and the support, Yu Luosheng, took Alistar. The AO team comprised Katarina as the mid-AP, the jungler, Rumble. The top laner, Shin, the ADC, Varus, and the support, Sona. It was evident that both teams possessed ample crowd control. The blood color team's composition leaned heavily towards aggressive engagement, while the AO team's counterattack capability was also formidable. Additionally, both teams had champions capable of executing finishing blows. The blood color team had Kha'Zix, while the AO team had Katarina. There was no obvious advantage in their compositions. The outcome would depend on the players' performances and tactical execution. As the countdown reached 30 seconds, Qin Laoda approached Yu Luosheng, quietly informing him and ADC Shui Haiyang. "It seems they intend to target your bottom lane." Shui Haiyang, whose ADC skills were not particularly outstanding, recognized the clear intention behind the AO team's decision to ban his favored champions. "I'm fine, as long as this high school student doesn't mess things up," he remarked lazily, glancing at Yu Luosheng. Having only played one casual match with Yu Luosheng, Shui Haiyang couldn't gauge his true capabilities. Feeling that Yu Luosheng seemed rather distracted. Truth be told, Qin Laoda's inexplicable choice to recruit a recently graduated high school student as his support left Shui Haiyang feeling uneasy. It wasn't that he doubted Yu Luosheng, but he certainly didn't expect anything remarkable from him. "Just play well," Qin Laodao advised without elaborating further. Yu Luosheng crossed his arms, resting his head atop them. "Nervous?" ADC Shui Haiyang teased. "In a match like this, mental fortitude is crucial. Qin Laodao probably saw your skill, which is why he brought you in. But if you haven't trained much or participated in many matches, your hands might feel hot and numb during the real deal. You must learn to manage your mindset." "Don't worry, my hands are steady," Yu Luosheng replied confidently. Hands shaking, feeling hot and numb. Yu Luosheng recalled experiencing such sensations during his first professional match. But that was years ago. The reason Qin Laoda had refrained from further comments was not due to acquiescing to Shui Haiyang's words, but rather because he felt that he had no right to instruct Yu Luosheng, a player who had once reached the pinnacle of esports. Regrettably, Shui Haiyang remained unaware of this. Observing Yu Luosheng's relatively calm demeanor, he said, "Steady hands? Let us hope so, just don't hold us back." As the game transitioned into the loading screen, the players maintained a composed demeanor, while the surrounding spectators buzzed with excitement. Yu Luosheng glanced at the loading interface when his phone, resting beside him, vibrated with a message. Hesitating for a moment, he picked up the phone to read. Yang Qianqian. Humph, you postponed Qin Laoda's invitation that day, and now you're sitting here? I knew you had ulterior motives. Strive to claim first place. You nuisance. Yu Luosheng read Yang Qianqian's message, momentarily lost in thought. He turned to see her standing a few meters behind him, guarded by Wang Qin and others. Yang Qianqian looked particularly charming today, her mere presence stirring emotions within him. Holding her phone, she averted her gaze as Yu Luosheng turned to her. A faint blush gracing her cheeks, playfully pretending the message wasn't he from her. Yu Luosheng smiled at her, feeling a ripple of warmth in his heart. He said nothing to the enchanting girl, redirecting his focus to the computer screen, his expression gradually shifting to one of intense concentration. Silently reminding himself, this solitary journey can wait. I shall claim the first position, but not for the sake of the city. Chapter 49. First Blood in under 3 minutes. Welcome to League of Legends. As a seasoned player, you must never exceed 5 seconds in the fountain when purchasing your gear. Even if you are a support champion who typically needs to buy numerous items upon departure. Yu Luosheng deftly maneuvered his mouse, acquiring a fairy charm, a control ward, 2 stealth wards, and 2 health potions in a mere 2 seconds, coupled with a free biscuit and a blue ward acquired at the 1-minute mark. This ensemble of 4 items undoubtedly formed a formidable 6-slot inventory for a support champion. Yu Luosheng's speed and gear acquisition surpassed that of the adjacent ADC, who was still busy purchasing a Doran's blade. Regrettably, such a skilled display went unnoticed, leaving Yu Luosheng to guide his Alistar around the fountain for a couple of laps. As Alistar, it was imperative to exude a commanding presence, rallying the team. Once all teammates secured their items, he took the lead. But not towards the lane, certainly not as if they were in a casual match. Fellow players, regardless of your position, if you rush straight to the lane after leaving the fountain, I must regretfully inform you that your journey in mastering League of Legends is still long. Very long. Indeed, it is essential to recognize that jungle monsters respawn faster than minions reach the lane, which means clearing a jungle camp before heading to the lane is a guaranteed profit. Of course, if you lack teammates to assist you in the jungle, it would be best to head straight to the lane. Once one accumulates sufficient skill in League of Legends, it becomes imperative to group as 5 at level 1. The Crimson team had already resolved to ambush the enemy jungler with their level 1 composition. Alistar, equipped with his Q ability, Headbutt, possessed the potential for a devastating level 1 team fight, complemented by Morgana's Q ability, Dark Binding, creating a formidable combination of crowd control and poke. There was no reason to hesitate in the jungle. Yu Luosheng's Alistar boasted a speed rune, along with a 4/5 speed advantage from runes and additional speed from his mastery, granting him a slightly faster early-game movement speed. He confidently advanced into the enemy jungle, with 4 teammates closely trailing behind, maintaining a distance of 1 to 2 character widths. Yu Luosheng chose a path that led him from the mid-lane turret into the river's vertical brush, hugging the enemy's mid-lane river wall before slipping into the brush below the curved wall. This particular brush provided a classic vantage point, situated at the lower middle of the curved wall, where enemies entering would be oblivious to the entire area within. Capitalizing on his speed advantage, Yu Luosheng stationed Alistar in this blind spot. With Alistar in the foreground, his teammates maintained a safe distance, not overlapping with him, not due to his imposing stature leaving no room, but to avoid being caught by an enemy taunt that could easily lead to disaster. After a brief wait of less than 5 seconds, a pair of ample, perky breasts gradually parted the brush, revealing none other than Sona. Among the champions in League of Legends, there are few who boast such an impressive E-cup size. As Sona emerged, her pure and graceful visage became visible. Can you imagine? A stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a sensual satin gown, cheerfully frolicking amidst the foliage. However, instead of encountering the idyllic scenery she anticipated, she was faced with 5 menacing figures. For surrounded the brush, while a robust figure with horns, Alistar, appeared to be preparing for an onslaught. Hey there, little lady. They seemed to chuckle sinisterly, sending Sona's heart racing. With a swift flash over the wall, she evaded Morgana's binding just in time. Once behind the wall, she realized her pursuers had not followed, allowing her to exhale with relief, patting her chest and muttering about the close call. On the other side, frustrated voices echoed, I intended to place a ward over there, but they were too quick. One replied, the voice belonging to a man, slightly coarse. A person who overlooked the importance of placement was left to reflect. Although the level 1 ambush failed, the opposing team had retreated, and Sona had burned her flash, which was still a net gain. Naturally, the bottom and mid lanes swiftly assisted Kha'Zix in securing the enemy's blue buff, leaving the opposing fiddlesticks without blue mana for the days ahead, ensuring his suffering. After obtaining the blue buff, Kha'Zix dashed towards his own blue to prevent the enemy from claiming it. However, the enemies were not foolish, while Sona distracted them. They seized the opportunity to snatch the blue buff from Crimson's jungle, resulting in both teams merely exchanging their respective blue buffs. With Sona's flash being the costliest loss. Arriving at the bottom lane, Graves focused on farming, while Yu Luosheng played aggressively from the onset, making both Varus and Sona uncomfortable. "Why is that bull moving so swiftly?" exclaimed AOS ADC, Yisheng. "He is using speed runes. What a lunatic," retorted Zhang Zijian. AOS support. Ollie Star darted back and forth, causing Yisheng to feel increasingly perturbed while attempting to farm. After gaining some experience from minions, both teams reached level 2. Yu Luosheng immediately learned Ollie Star's W ability, Trample, and turned to his teammate, "Don't be too." ADC Shui Haiyang furrowed his brow, but before he could finish, the massive bull suddenly flashed forward. Just as Sona attempted to provoke with her aria of perseverance, Alistair's imposing figure appeared before her. With a mischievous grin, he extended his chained arms, delivering a powerful slam to the ground. The ground shattered, launching the unsuspecting Sona into the air. She soared, her skirt billowing, high enough to catch a glimpse of her undergarments. ADC Shui Haiyang momentarily froze, and upon noticing Sona's attire, hurriedly commanded Graves to activate his E-skill and draw his weapon. Graves advanced a short distance, decisively firing his Q ability, landing 2 of 3 shots on Sona, reducing her health to a critical level. As Sona regained her composure, Ollie Star circled behind her, his mighty horns delivering a brutal blow from behind. Sona was sent flying, landing at the mercy of Graves' barrel. Graves, brandishing his firearm, unleashed a shot that claimed the last remnants of her health. Sona emitted a high-pitched wail, collapsing to the ground. First blood. As she fell, the system proclaimed with authority, "First blood." The bottom lane erupted in chaos. Within less than 3 minutes, the first blood was drawn. Ultimately, Sona could not preserve her virtue, succumbing to the relentless assault from the male and beastly forces that flanked her from both sides, surrendering her precious first drop of blood. Chapter 50. The Escape Amidst the 5-Man Annihilation, Part 1. The clash between the Blood Red team and the AO team is the main event, drawing a crowd of eager spectators craning their necks to witness the spectacle. For players who are fervently seeking to enhance their skills while gauging their own prowess against the expertise of seasoned fighters, the opportunity to observe such a high-level confrontation firsthand is both rare and exhilarating. Where there are spectators, there are discussions. The most talked-about aspect of the battle between the Blood Red team and the AO team is undoubtedly the new support player of the Blood Red team. Prior to this, no one had witnessed his capabilities in action. Just as curiosity reached a peak, this support player unexpectedly executed a flash, securing first blood on the bottom lane Seraphine. Calm, decisive, and overwhelming. Yu Luosheng's Ollie Star instantly captivated everyone's attention. "Beautiful," exclaimed the Blood Red team's ADC, Shui Haiyang, after the first blood was claimed. Reflecting on the series of events leading to Seraphine's demise, he immediately regarded this support player with newfound respect. Had he become overly aggressive? No. He had simply underestimated the situation. Seraphine is notoriously fragile as a support, and paired with the high burst potential of Varus, there was no way they could withstand the explosive combination of Ollie Star and Graves at level 2. The support's choice to target Seraphine rather than Varus was astute. He knew Seraphine had already used her flash during the level 1 skirmish. Without her flash, it meant that Seraphine would dare to flaunt her presence at level 2. And a truly skilled Ollie Star would undoubtedly capitalize on that. "That Ollie Star is quite ferocious," remarked AO team support, Zhang Zijian, with a scowl. "Ferocious, my foot. It's obvious that others are gearing up for a level 2 engagement. But your brain is sluggish. Play it safe and wait for our support," Huang Mi retorted. Once Seraphine returned to the fountain, Varus would have no choice but to retreat to the experience zone. If Ollie Star managed to pin him against the wall, without flash, Varus would be signing his own death warrant. By the 4-minute mark, Graves had established a lead of nearly 10 minions over Varus in terms of last hits and, having pushed the wave, promptly returned home to purchase items. Graves opted for a vampiric scepter, and upon returning to the lane, both Seraphine and Varus had learned to play cautiously. Yu Luosheng continued to maneuver Ollie Star, searching for opportunities to pin Seraphine and Varus against the wall. Even if he couldn't find such an opportunity, the pressure was already palpable. Had anyone noticed how Seraphine walked with trepidation? She was so cautious that merely avoiding Yu Luosheng's grasp was an achievement in itself. When playing such a crowd control-oriented support, if you fail to instill sufficient intimidation and psychological pressure upon your opponents, you might as well not claim to be playing League of Legends. As time progressed, Seraphine and Varus made no further mistakes. Unfortunately, By the time they reached level 5, Varus was down by a staggering 20 minions, compounded by his earlier first blood death, leaving him approximately 700 gold behind Graves. Ah, the disparity. This exemplifies the difference between the Blood Red team and the AO team. Seraphine and Varus were undoubtedly waiting to hit level 6. Both would gain significant crowd control at that point, and with a little assistance from other lanes, they might just turn the tide. Indeed, that was the only course left to them. The spectators murmured amongst themselves. As anticipated, AO team's ADC, Yixing, and support, Zhang Zijian, were biding their time for levels. Finally, both reached level 6 just as Graves and Alistar finished pushing the wave and were on their way home. Varus swiftly pushed the wave back, intending to return to the fountain. At that moment, AO team's jungler, Lin Geng, called out to them, "Don't go back. I just hit 6. The tri-brush is warded, so I'll lie in wait behind the wall. We'll execute a strong ambush under the tower. Isn't that too dangerous?" Zhang Zijian questioned. "What danger? I'm coming too." Huang Mi, controlling the Katarina, dashed through the river and into the tri-brush, taking cover behind the wall alongside the Scarecrow. "Seraphine, you initiate your ultimate to stun them under the tower. The Scarecrow and I will dive in simultaneously and unleash our ultimates to eliminate them. After that, we'll push the tower and secure the dragon, understood?" Huang Mi instructed. Zhang Zijian, controlling Seraphine, understood the plan and wore a vengeful smile. Varus nodded in agreement. "What about Katarina in mid?" Shui Haiyang inquired. "She should have gone back to buy items. I saw her retreating," Huang Yu replied. Shui Haiyang nodded. A wave of minions crashed against the tower, and Graves, without a second thought, knew he had to clear the wave first. Yu Luosheng's Alistar followed closely behind Graves. Seraphine and Varus possessed crowd control. If he recklessly placed a ward now, Graves could be ambushed and killed under the tower. They had to wait until the wave was cleared before it was safe to ward. Yu Luosheng glanced at the map, noting that Katarina had yet to arrive on the lane, while the Scarecrow had been absent from the map for some time. Observing Seraphine and Varus, he sensed they were reluctant to leave, perhaps intending to meet their demise right there. A thought began to form in his mind. Wait, no, they should be aware they couldn't team match us, especially with our newly acquired items. There's an ambush. Yu Luosheng's mind raced with a warning. At that moment, Seraphine abruptly charged forward, unleashing her ultimate, the crescendo. The deep yellow waves of musical energy washed over the unsuspecting Alistar and Graves, instantly incapacitating them with a stunning force that rendered them immobile. What is wrong with her? Shui Haiyang cursed, completely baffled as to why Seraphine would cast her ultimate under the enemy's tower. Little did he know that behind the tower wall, the Harbinger of Doom had already been chanting for over a second, and Katarina's daggers had soared over the wall. As Graves was struck by Katarina's attack, he was granted vision and suddenly realized the ominous presence of the Harbinger lurking there. It's over, Shui Haiyang thought in despair. The Scarecrow's ultimate dealt terrifying damage, and with Katarina's ultimate, they would likely be eliminated before even recovering from the stun. Shui Haiyang never expected the enemy to remain hidden for so long. Roar! Suddenly, Alistar let out a mighty roar. His arms spread wide, as if tearing away the bindings that held him, enveloped in a crimson aura of determination. In that split second when he was stunned by Seraphine, Yu Luosheng activated Alistar's ultimate, negating the stun effect. As the Harbinger descended, a swarm of ominous crows surrounded the area, exuding an aura of chilling terror. The black mist of death surged toward Alistar and Graves. Yu Luosheng's gaze remained cold and composed, his fingers poised over the W key on his keyboard. Trample. Chapter 51. The Escape from the Five-Man Ambush, Part 2. It seemed that the position had been accurately identified, just as the Harbinger of Doom landed. It was met with the sharp horns of the Minotaur chieftain. The force of the impact was tremendous, propelling the Harbinger, who had been unleashing a frenzied assault with its crows, out of the tower, causing a momentary daze. Damn! The jungler from AO's team exclaimed in astonishment. The Harbinger had not even had the chance to unleash its skills of fear and silence before being forcibly knocked away. The speed and reaction of the opposing Minotaur were astonishingly swift. The Harbinger's ultimate ability, which affected a wide area, failed to inflict any damage after being displaced. Nevertheless, the crisis for the Minotaur and Graves was far from over. Caitlyn bravely leaped in, executing a flurry of knives that struck the Minotaur chieftain, Yu Luosheng, and immediately activated her ultimate, Death Lotus. Swish, swish. The death scythe manifested as 7 blades spun around Caitlyn, mercilessly shredding her enemies with terrifying output. Boom. The ground shattered. The Minotaur chieftain violently struck the earth, sending Caitlyn flying just as she had thrown a few knives from her ultimate ability. Caitlyn's airborne skills were interrupted, leaving her suspended in midair. The Death Lotus was disrupted, and the earlier skills that struck the resolute Minotaur during his ultimate were clearly insufficient to secure a kill. Seeing her ultimate thwarted, Huang Mi paused for a moment before shouting to Yixing, "The damage isn't enough. Varus, unleash your ultimate." Huh. Varus responded with a shout as his crossbow released a stream of black binding silk, flying straight toward the forward-positioned Minotaur. At that moment, the Minotaur chieftain activated his flash ability just as he sent Caitlyn flying, intending to evade the Scarecrow's incoming fear. This spectacular maneuver also elegantly dodged Varus's ultimate binding. The black silk only traced a line through the air before vanishing. The Scarecrow pursued frantically from behind, while Caitlyn continued to leap, with Sona and Varus also hastening their pursuit. Meanwhile, a blue shield enveloped Caitlyn, a result of the top lane Twilight Eye, Shun, teleporting to the bottom lane. With low health, the Minotaur chieftain did not look back as he fled toward the rear. Graves, having positioned himself further from the wall, sustained damage only from Sona and Varus, while the Harbinger's swarm of crows and Caitlyn's Death Lotus failed to inflict significant harm upon him. He had also activated a shield for survival. With quick reflexes, Shui Haiyang adeptly employed both his movement abilities to evade the Harbinger's deadly fear skill. Though both were low on health, Graves, shaken but resolute, followed closely behind the Minotaur chieftain, hastily escaping the terrifying battlefield. The Minotaur, already enhanced with speed, dashed forward rapidly, while Graves, equipped with boots of swiftness, sprinted alongside him. They were pursued by 5 formidable enemies. At that moment, a single slow or control skill could spell their doom. Regrettably, the closest Shun lacked the flash ability, rendering his taunt ineffective. At that moment, a wave of minions arrived, obstructing the pursuer's advance. Finally, the Minotaur and Graves escaped the danger zone, heading toward the second tower. Survival from the brink of despair. The entire arena fell silent, as everyone held their breath during those fleeting seconds. When the onlookers witnessed the survival of Graves and the Minotaur chieftain, the gaming CAF erupted into a frenzy. "My God, they survived!" A seasoned player shouted. What godly play!" The top lane Shun had also teleported down, signaling a potential 5-man ambush on the bottom lane, yet miraculously, no one had perished. The CAF was filled with exclamations, expletives, and awe, as only such expressions could convey their astonishment. Sona's cord, the Scarecrow's ultimate, Caitlyn's frantic dance, Varus's binding arrow, and even Shun's ultimate from the top lane, all 5 formidable skills unleashed in mere seconds, created a cacophony of destruction that should have guaranteed annihilation. Yet what did they witness? They beheld Graves and the Minotaur chieftain miraculously escaping such a dire fate. The crowd erupted. AO's team stared at the screen in disbelief, while the Blood Red team was left speechless. Shui Haiyang turned to look at the support he had called a high school student, as if he were witnessing a monster. Throughout the entire ordeal, only Shui Haiyang, having experienced it firsthand, could truly speak to the horror of that seemingly inescapable predicament. Even he was at a loss. Yet the Minotaur chieftain displayed an astonishing calmness, foresight, and decisiveness when he had seemingly given up hope. Even now, the series of operations that the Minotaur executed in the face of life and death replayed vividly in his mind. The resolute will, his ultimate dispelling Sona's stun, making such instantaneous decisions proved he was acutely aware of the looming danger. The brutal charge, thwarting the Harbinger's lethal strike. To have displaced the Harbinger before it could unleash its fear indicated that his cursor had already hovered over the Harbinger's landing point. The ground-shattering blow perfectly interrupted Caitlyn's Death Lotus, showcasing lightning-fast reflexes and skill. Finally, the timely flash to evade the Scarecrow's fear and Varus's ultimate may have involved an element of luck. But who could deny that this was the most direct expression of skill, resolute and composed, with superior foresight and exquisitely elaborate maneuvers? Many might have only seen a flurry of chaotic figures and dazzling skills, overlooking the minute yet remarkable actions that defined the moment. Yet Shui Haiyang, upon dissecting the sequence, recognized the extraordinary talent of the young support beside him, deserving of being regarded as a true prodigy. "Did you all comprehend that?" Zhao Kesong asked Wang Qin upon witnessing the astonishment of those around him. "Not entirely, but escaping from that was quite impressive," Wang Qin replied. "Could Yu Luosheng be possessed by a deity?" Zhong Xiaoyan speculated. "Who cares? In any case, Yu Luosheng is incredibly cool," Xiao Mei exclaimed with unfiltered enthusiasm. Xiao Mei could not analyze the situation as deeply as Shui Haiyang. She simply felt that Yu Luosheng's calm and focused execution of commands radiated an unparalleled charm, exuding an aura of mystique. Yang Qianqian's beautiful eyes were also fixed on Yu Luosheng, sparkling with admiration. She was no longer a novice. Although she didn't express her excitement like Xiao Mei, her gleaming eyes conveyed her thrill. Witnessing the top 10 plays and experiencing them firsthand were two entirely different concepts. And hadn't the entire CAF ignited in excitement? Just as Xiao Mei said, he was truly remarkable. His serious profile, his defiant nose bridge, his focused and composed gaze. The confident yet reserved corners of his lips. A man who embodies seriousness and concentration possesses the utmost charm, even if his passion lies in the realm of electronic sports. Moreover, once you immerse yourself in the world of esports, you will come to realize the breathtaking intensity of split-second reactions, the profound foresight born of experience, the unparalleled skill in execution, and the harmonious synergy during a confrontation. All these elements are nothing short of exhilarating, rivaling any competitive sport in existence. Otherwise, why would this internet CAF be filled with so many fervent enthusiasts? Today features 2 chapters, with the second chapter set to be updated at midnight. Chapter 52, The Magnificent Savage Charge, with author's note. Varus, are you a fool? Why didn't you unleash your ultimate earlier? Huang Mi berated. I manipulated Varus and was at a loss for words. He saw the harpist casting her ultimate and thought to conserve his skills, thinking it would be a guaranteed death in that situation. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? Quickly, push the tower, then secure the dragon. Huang Mi exclaimed, filled with ire. The 5 of them had grouped in the bottom lane, initially poised to secure 2 kills. A tower and a dragon, yet astonishingly allowed the 2 enemies to escape. The members of the Crimson Squad displayed remarkable awareness, since they were clustering in the bottom lane. The Mantis and the Stone Golem pushed the top lane and seized 2 of the opponent's towers. Morgana in the mid lane effortlessly took down the mid tower as well. The AO team only managed to claim 1 dragon and 1 bottom tower, while the Crimson Squad shattered 3 of the enemy's defensive structures, thereby regaining the economic lead. Economics aside, the loss of the mid and 2 top towers was a colossal strategic setback. At least half of AO Team S map was now shrouded in darkness. When AO Team S Twilights returned to the top lane, devoid of the 2 defensive towers, traversing the lengthy path back to safety would mean certain death for him several times over. The Mantis of the Crimson Squad ceased roaming and fervently pushed the top lane, exuding the intent to assault the high ground. The Stone Golem gradually advanced into the mid lane, having already breached the enemy's first tower there. He began to roam frequently in search of an opportunity to initiate a fight. The members of the AO team recognized the impending pressure from the enemy, and after pushing their lanes, they immediately huddled together, resolutely refusing to be pushed down or picked off individually. This semi-engaged state ensnared them. Losing vision over the mid-tower while fearing a forced engagement left the AO team in a passive stance. Time swiftly passed, and the second dragon respawned. The Crimson Squad successfully secured this dragon without the enemy's knowledge, extending their economic advantage once more. Let us push down the tower, commanded Huang Yu. The captain of the Crimson Squad, casting a glance at the advancing minion waves in both the top and mid lanes. After acquiring the dragon, the Crimson Squad grouped to assault the bottom lane's first tower. The members of the AO team reacted swiftly, with Varus, the harpist, and Katarina already stationed beneath the bottom tower. They seemed short-handed. Let us strong push. Stone Golem, hold the tower, Huang Yu instructed. Xiao Tong responded affirmatively, directing the Stone Golem to assertively position himself beneath the tower. The Stone Golem, equipped with Sunfire Aegis and evidently having taken the tower durability talents, absorbed the tower's attacks with minimal damage. If they 1T retreat, we shall attack, Huang Yu declared. Morgana had already acquired her Zhonya's hourglass, her desire for battle palpable. Huang Yu enveloped himself in a protective shield and flashed forward to activate Morgana's ultimate, Soul Shackles. Morgana charged in. What else could the others do but follow? In an instant, the male gunner, Stone Golem, and Kha'Zix all pressed forward. The Stone Golem unleashed his ultimate, his massive form hurtling like a meteor toward Varus. The arrow of retribution. Boom! Varus had no time to react, sent soaring into the air by the Stone Golem's assault. At that moment, Morgana's Soul Shackles had already ensnared Varus for over a second. When he regained consciousness from his stun, he would be met with Morgana's Soul Shackles. This fellow was doomed. Just then, the enemy's harpist spun around, strumming a chord, initiating the crescendo. Yellow strings struck Morgana, the Stone Golem, and the male gunner. Though Morgana, shielded, was not controlled. The gunner and Stone Golem failed to deliver the subsequent damage. Morgana's shackles had a limited range, and as the harpist and Katarina seemed poised to escape, Huang Yu grew anxious, noticing that Alistar lingered behind him, grumbling, Alistar, why aren't you up yet? Give us a combo. The player controlling Alistar was, of course, Yu Luosheng. He sidestepped the Harpist's ultimate and refrained from recklessly charging in, instead positioning himself at the heart of the team. A double knockup on the Harpist or Katarina. Yu Luosheng would not be so simplistic. Such a move might ensnare one of them, but Yu Luosheng chose Alistar not solely for offense, but for a more significant task. Maintaining his composure, he merely used his E-skill to provide a slight heal to his team. Suddenly, a chilling swarm of crows erupted from the wall nearby. The deathly ripples engulfed Kha'Zix, the male gunner, Alistar, and the stone golem. It was the Scarecrow. Huang Yu's complexion shifted dramatically. The apocalyptic Scarecrow relied solely on his ultimate. Having found an opportune position, he leapt into the chaotic battlefield, capable of inflicting monumental damage in mere seconds. Following the cacophony of crows, silence enveloped the battlefield, littered with fallen bodies. The Crimson Squad's tightly knit formation made them vulnerable to the Scarecrow's expertly executed ultimate, successfully infiltrating their ranks. The arrival of the Scarecrow always incited an inexplicable dread and panic, prompting the members of the Crimson Squad to scatter, except for Yu Luosheng, whose eyes remained steady, fixated on the wall. As a flicker of panic crossed the faces of the 4 Crimson Squad members, his dark gaze illuminated with determination. "You know, I've been waiting for you." Yu Luosheng's fingers poised over the W key, and at the moment the Scarecrow descended, he confidently pressed the key. Savage charge. Alistar lunged forth, his wild horns crashing into the Scarecrow's frail body. The Scarecrow, brandishing his scythe, danced like a reaper of souls, fervently flailing his limbs. Yet, unexpectedly, a wild bull came charging in. Bang! The Scarecrow was slammed against the wall. With his already slender form pressed against it, he appeared as comical as wallpaper. Cawing crows swirled around the Scarecrow, yet none struck an enemy hair. This ultimate was rendered nearly ineffective. Wow, that was splendid. Huang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to kiss Alistar's horns. The Scarecrow's effectiveness in team fights hinged on his ultimate, and though it had been executed flawlessly, even if it couldn't eliminate the Crimson Squad members, the damage would be sufficient, for the most terrifying part was yet to come. Once enough health had been stripped, Katarina would inevitably execute a relentless onslaught, akin to the song, "Twirl, leap, I never pause." This would surely lead to a horrifying massacre. However, all of this was elegantly thwarted by Alistar's magnificent charge. Huang Yu had previously urged Alistar for a double knockup, but reflecting on it, had Alistar not conserved his skills, the consequences would have been dire. Chaos. I must deliver some unfortunate news. The League of Legends novel submission regulations state that only novels created after July 12th are eligible for the competition. Those created prior cannot participate. Thus, League of Legends has been barred from the contest. Upon hearing this news, I was utterly stunned. Yes, like everyone else, I believed that as long as League of Legends was included in the competition, victory would surely be ours, as our popularity held an absolute advantage. Yet, I never envisioned such an infuriating, arbitrary rule would exist in such a prestigious competition. Participation in the competition is strictly prohibited, and that is an unequivocal fact. I truly fail to comprehend the rationale behind such a regulation. Prior to July 12th, there existed over 50 literary works related to League of Legends. Yet from July 12th to the present day in August, an astounding influx of more than 500 works has emerged. It can be stated without hesitation that the original intentions of the 50 works already in existence bear no comparison to the motivations behind the creation of these 500 new pieces, which were evidently spurred by the allure of substantial rewards. To the architect of this rigid rule, do you comprehend that in the absence of any rewards, promotions, or competitions, we persist in writing about League of Legends solely because we are genuinely enamored with the game? Our affection for League of Legends leads us to believe in its potential for expansion and improvement. Simultaneously, we await the moment when League of Legends might require a novel to fortify its cultural legacy. That moment has arrived, indeed, with this League of Legends writing competition. During that week in early July, I found myself utterly consumed with activity and uncertainty, as each chapter demanded a considerable investment of time and energy amidst my busy work schedule. I contemplated pausing my efforts and questioned whether writing a competitive piece held any promise. The emergence of this writing competition revitalized my spirit, providing the impetus to continue my updates and compositions. The substantial prize of 50,000 yuan underscores Tencent's recognition of League of Legends literature, and my early commencement of this narrative reflects my earnest enthusiasm in seizing this opportunity. Thus, I resumed my writing, undeterred by fatigue, determined to grasp this chance with unwavering resolve. However, the shocking news of my disqualification from the competition struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving me in a state of disbelief. For the first time, I felt an overwhelming urge to weep due to the plight of my writing. I wish to address the planner. When you steadfastly established this rule, proclaiming your unwavering commitment to integrity, did you ever consider the sentiments of authors like myself and others who have been patiently awaiting their chance? I cannot speak for the other early writers of League of Legends, but I can only surmise that they too feel disheartened. The thought of abandoning my writing has crossed my mind. This unconventional path of authorship seems interminable, and even when hope appears on the horizon, it can evoke profound indignation. But can I truly cease my writing? To whom would I be lamenting? Who would extend their sympathy? While others bask in the glory of their novels, heralded as champions, I find myself retreating into a corner, clutching the abandoned tome of League of Legends, weeping over its injustice. How can I allow myself such pity? I refuse to succumb. I shall continue to write, pouring even greater energy into my craft. This competition offers others a direct ascent to elevated heights. Therefore, I shall ascend through relentless effort. Once I reach that pinnacle, I will strive to climb even higher, standing upon a loftier platform. As Yu Luosheng mentioned in earlier chapters, I intend to claim victory, though not necessarily in this competition. Such declarations may seem brash, even audacious, and indeed, I am furious. Yet, I shall act upon these words. This path is fraught with challenges, and encountering such formidable obstacles will demand immense effort from me, exhausting my very being. Meanwhile, all that others must do is to support this book with their collections and cast a vote. 1 click generates 0. 2 popularity, 1 recommendation yields 10 popularity. 1 collection grants 0. 5 popularity, and a 1 yuan reward provides 1 popularity. I seek your support, and I implore everyone for their utmost assistance. The only game is League of Legends, and the only narrative I desire is League of Legends. I dare to pursue this endeavor. Will you dare to support me? Regardless of the outcome. Here, I bow deeply in gratitude. Chapter 53. The Impact That Defeats the Enemy. Part 1. Zhao Xuxin, the jungler for Team AO, felt his face flush with frustration. Those who play the Harbinger of Doom know well that if his ultimate fails to inflict sufficient damage during a team fight, he becomes nothing more than a mere bystander. Damn it, I must eliminate you. Fueled by anger, Zhao Xuxin unleashed both his silence and fear skills upon the bull-headed champion. It is far better to take down a support than to leave the battlefield empty-handed. The duration of fear from the Harbinger had reached 5 seconds, and with his ultimate and lifesteal, he could undoubtedly dispatch a support champion. However, that wretched bull-headed creature seemed to be prepared, instantly activating his ultimate, unyielding will, to shake off the fear and silence. Boom! The ground shattered. The bull chief directed his limiting skill towards the wall-hugging Harbinger of Doom. Then, with half his health remaining, he nonchalantly moved outside the range of the Harbinger's ultimate, disregarding it entirely as he advanced to the front line to absorb damage. Soon, the Harbinger's swarm of crows dissipated, allowing blood-red team's Kha'Zix to leap onto the Harbinger, unleashing a flurry of skills that left the Harbinger critically wounded. The Harbinger had opted for a hat instead of the Zhonya's hourglass, and once it lost the intimidation power of its ultimate, it was swiftly focused down and eliminated. After claiming the Harbinger's head, Kha'Zix soared into the air, diving straight at the delicate songstress. With a swift slash of his claws, he tore through her flimsy attire, and with a thrust of his blade, he pierced her tender body. The songstress, already low on health, was swiftly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful state. With the songstress dispatched, Kha'Zix took flight once more, targeting the thorny rose, Katarina. Katarina, possessing a substantial health pool, found herself at half health after 2 of Kha'Zix's skills struck her. The stone golem charged in with a flurry of abilities, severely wounding her, forcing Katarina to expend her flash and make a hasty retreat from the battlefield. Viruses became the first casualty, his lifeless body trampled repeatedly by the others. With the Harbinger slain, the Scarecrow eliminated, and the songstress vanquished, all that remained was Katarina's desperate escape. The battlefield was left with only the Twilight Eye, Shun, who had teleported in with his ultimate. As Shun landed and unleashed his taunt, most of the enemies had already perished. Katarina, realizing the situation, abandoned Shun, who, bearing the burden of a black line atop his head, was tossed around like a ball by the 4 members of Blood Red Team. Shun, though robust, could not withstand the onslaught of 4 champions. Ultimately, he chose a position he deemed more favorable, falling heroically upon the songstress. 1 for 4. Only the fallen angel, Morgana, from Blood Red Team had fallen, while the others remained unscathed. Team AO could only count on Katarina's escape, who proved to be of little consequence, unable to prevent Blood Red Team from demolishing 2 towers sequentially from the bottom lane. Thus, Team AO was left with only the first tower in mid lane. having lost all outer towers. The disparity between the two teams had become glaringly apparent. However, one must never underestimate their opponents in a match, especially considering the potential for a comeback from the opposing team. A single misstep could lead to the songstress controlling multiple champions, the scarecrow jumping in, the virus immobilizing, and Katarina sweeping through, causing instant collapse for everyone. The stone golem moved to push a lane, waiting for his ultimate to force a team fight. Captain Huang Yu remarked to the stone golem, Xiao Tong Tong, that this champion relied heavily on his ultimate. Without it, the lava beast would struggle. Akin to playing cards against two relatives of stone golem in the jungle, where teammates would hardly blame him. Team AO showed no intent to engage, continually pushing minion waves and farming jungle monsters. Blood Red Team, on the other hand, awaited the stone golem's ultimate to initiate a fight, while Team AO awaited the Harbinger's ultimate cooldown, as both champions' ultimate cooldowns were notoriously lengthy. Speaking of long cooldowns, Twilight Ishin quietly moved away to push a lane, yet hesitated to go too deep. Next, Blood Red Team began leveraging their advantage in towers, consistently controlling the jungle and making several attempts to force engagements around the dragon and barren areas. Team AO grew increasingly cautious, denying Blood Red Team many opportunities. Both teams circled each other in the jungle and under towers, with Morgana persistently tossing her abilities in a game of chance. Though Morgana's bindings were not exceptionally precise, Yu Luosheng maintained excellent vision control, with 2/3 of the map illuminated in blue. In this scenario, Morgana's long-range binding skills were bound to connect. Indeed, a misstep from Katarina allowed Morgana's binding to ensnare her, signaling the onset of yet another battle. Once more, Blood Red Team's Captain Huang Yu led the charge, with Morgana flashing into the enemy ranks and activating her ultimate, Soul Shackles. Katarina, startled and panicked, hastily used her Shuanpa to escape, even expending her flash. Had it not been for the stone golem's subpar positioning, Katarina would surely have been eliminated. I can strike. My position is excellent. Zhao Xuxin, the jungler for Team AO, declared. The scarecrow lay hidden near the mid-lane second tower, and the skirmish erupted in the narrow passageway to the left of the second tower on the purple side, top side. This meant that if the scarecrow jumped in, the bull-headed champion could not possibly find a better position to push him away in such confined quarters. Moreover, he still held his flash. Even if the bull managed to push him away, he would instantly follow into the fray. Let us go for it. Huang Mi assessed his health, which remained 2/3 full. This terrain greatly favored them, and with the songstress's flash ultimate, they had a solid chance of victory. With determination, all members of Team AO steeled themselves for battle. Twilight Ishin exhibited no hesitation. As the team's soul tank, he boldly charged into the enemy ranks, disregarding Morgana's soul shackles. The songstress, fortuitously, did not retreat any further, instead flashing into the enemy's territory and elegantly performing the grand finale of her symphony. Members of Blood Red Team were utterly unprepared for the songstress's audacity, as the stone golem, bull, gunner, and Kha'Zix were all caught in her ultimate. Excellent. Mi Gu. Prepare to clean up, Zhao Xuxin shouted. Though the songstress had not performed exceptionally throughout the match, this moment, where she executed her flash ultimate amidst Morgana's soul shackles, truly dazzled everyone. All four were stunned, save for Morgana, who surged ahead to activate her Zhonya's hourglass. At that moment, the Harbinger of Doom, the Scarecrow, spread his arms wide, standing at the mid-lane's second tower, and began to chant. I was genuinely moved to see my brothers propel me to second place on the leaderboard. The moment the rankings refreshed, I could hardly believe it, and tears welled in my eyes. Moreover, I felt guilty for the expense my complaints and dissatisfaction had caused everyone. I find it hard to articulate my gratitude. I am truly thankful to you all, and I will strive to write well. 2 chapters will be updated today, with another chapter around 6 in the evening. Chapter 54, The Crushing Blow to the Enemy. Part 2, The members of the Crimson Squad wore grim expressions. Engaging in battle on this terrain was indeed unwise, and they had unwittingly allowed the opposing team's Sona to find an opportunity that could turn the tide. Yes, the stun had worn off, and the Scarecrow's ultimate ability was about to land, which would surely lead to devastating casualties for the Crimson Squad. Following that, the relentless rhythm of Katarina's harvesting would commence. Roaring, the fierce Tauren champion unleashed a powerful shout above everyone's heads, resolutely dispelling Sona's stun effect. I've emerged from Central Asia. The moment I land, let us see how you withstand my charge. Zhao Xuxin sneered. You think your Tauren can target me without consequence? This time, you shall all perish. His expression twisted into a menacing snarl. Suddenly, the massive form of the Tauren vanished from the narrow path, teleporting directly between the mid lane's second turret and its wall. With a ferocious charge, the Tauren chief, imbued with an unwavering spirit, lunged at the scarecrow just as its stealth was about to conclude. The impact of his sharp horns sent the scarecrow flying, crashing down the steps of the high ground. The scarecrow, surrounded not by crows but by a dizzying halo of 0.5 seconds of stun, had its ultimate interrupted during the chant. What the hell? Zhao Shuxin, controlling the scarecrow, was driven to madness, slamming his hand on the table and cursing vehemently. In previous skirmishes, his scarecrow had been disrupted mid-jump, and aside from securing a single kill on Katarina, he had barely managed to unleash a satisfactory ultimate. It was one thing to be disrupted. He could chalk it up to the Tauren's targeting. But this time his ultimate chant was outright interrupted. For the scarecrow, being silenced mid-chant was nothing short of apocalyptic. Zhao Shuxin relished playing the scarecrow. For every time he completed a chant, it conjured a tempest of dark clouds, crows, deathly auras, and an overwhelming presence. But have you ever considered the calamity of a failed chant? The scarecrow, with its grandiose demeanor, suddenly found its incantation cut short, its head tilting in confusion as it gazed upon a clear blue sky, only to see a rolling-eyed crow flying past, squawking in mockery, as if to say, "Fool. Fool, fool." What could be more maddening than witnessing such a scene? That fateful charge from the Tauren was akin to the crow mocking him, leaving the scarecrow in a fit of rage, wishing he could hurl his scythe at it. By my word, that Tauren is extraordinary. The crowd erupted in cheers at this stunning display. Indeed, the most gallant Tauren had teleported into the enemy ranks, crashing into their main damage dealers and sending them reeling. Yet, was there anything more impressive than the Tauren who had dashed through walls to turn the chanting scarecrow into a fool? It was well known that the core of AOS team was not ADC Varus or Katarina, but rather their formidable damage dealer, the scarecrow. If they couldn't diminish the enemy's health, how could Katarina reap the rewards? The entire lineup was nearly rendered obsolete. Yu Luosheng's magnificent performance as the Tauren not only dazzled all, but also made the entire Crimson Squad yearn to express their gratitude towards him. This support was simply divine. The 4 members of the Crimson Squad, who had previously shunned the support role, began to appreciate that a powerful support could indeed be the backbone of the team. No wonder many renowned team captains hailed from the support position. With the enemy's core shattered, the significance of this team fight dwindled. Yu Luosheng maneuvered the Tauren behind the enemy, delivering a crushing blow that sent Katarina and Varus sprawling. The stone golem, now free to breathe, charged at Katarina and Varus with renewed vigor. Katarina's positioning was commendable. She evaded Varus's ultimate, leaping gracefully onto Katarina and Varus, securing their kills alongside the Tauren and stone golem, while the deranged scarecrow surrendered to despair, opting not to even attempt a comeback. Meanwhile, Graves remained unfazed, expertly dancing around the Twilight Eye, whose output paled in comparison to Graves' lifesteal. As for Sona, there was no escape from the depths of the enemy ranks, and a distant ultimate from Graves swiftly claimed her. Soon, all 4 enemy members lay vanquished, leaving the Twilight Eye to endure a pitiful assault alone. If the Fountain could host a game of Mahjong, the Twilight Eye would often find itself missing out due to its teammates finishing too quickly. This time, it was likely to be no different. Let us concede. I'm done playing. Zhao Shuxin, the jungler for AOS team, removed his headphones in frustration. Huang Mi, looking glum, opened the tab screen to find his Katarina had only secured 3 meager kills, instantly losing the desire to continue. He knew defeat at the hands of the Crimson Squad was inevitable, but never had he anticipated such a crushing loss. Damn it. Who said the Crimson Squad's support was merely a placeholder? AO's ADC, Yixing, seethed with anger. Huang Mi glanced at Lin Su, whose expression was one of utter disbelief. To this day, Lin Su struggled to comprehend that the Tauren was piloted by Yu Luosheng, a fellow student who had just graduated high school. As the votes for surrender were cast, GG. The highly anticipated battle between the Crimson Squad and AOS team concluded with the Crimson Squad emerging triumphantly in overwhelming fashion. The Tauren's dazzling charge had utterly shattered the enemy's resolve, leading to an early conclusion of the match. As they removed their headphones, the ADC Shui Haiyang, Captain Huang Yu, jungler Xiao Dao, and top laner Xiao Tong all turned their gazes towards Yu Luosheng in unison. Kid, your Tauren is nothing short of mesmerizing. Huang Yu gave a thumbs up to Yu Luosheng. Haha. It seems we've welcomed a formidable support into the Crimson Squad. Those plays were simply astounding. Xiao Dao chuckled heartily. Shui Haiyang's perception of Yu Luosheng shifted dramatically. After all, the synergy between ADCs and supports was paramount. With such an exceptional support, Shui Haiyang felt no need to complain. Even if the spotlight was stolen, he couldn't help but admire this player's skill and awareness. The Crimson Squad had truly recruited a master. Indeed, the MVP of this match must be the Tauren. That escape during the 5-man ambush and the final strike could easily earn a spot in the top 10 highlights on the official website. Someone remarked, "What was the name of this support that Sheen called out earlier?" The discussions erupted. "Is he accepting apprentices? I also play support. It would be wonderful if he took me under his wing." A petite beauty whispered softly, "My friend. His name is Yu Luosheng. He is indeed my friend." At that moment, Wang Qin timely addressed those gossiping behind him. Meanwhile, the few individuals from Class 8 noticed Yu Luosheng had risen and quickly gathered around him. Standing beside Yu Luosheng was nothing short of a spectacle. This fellow, who usually appeared lethargic and half awake at school, transformed into an utterly charming and impressive figure when engaged in League of Legends. To clarify, my editor has made earnest efforts to amend the rules, but it is Tencent that has imposed restrictions. I hope everyone understands. If we are not participating, so be it. Chaos would betray the support everyone has shown. Chapter 55. Contestants in the international competition. The Blood Red team has enlisted such a formidable support player, significantly strengthening the overall team. It seems that no one can obstruct their path to securing the first place at the Luosheng Network Club, remarked a seasoned, unemployed patron of the Internet CAF. What Luosheng Network Club first place? They are undoubtedly aiming for the top spot in our Leking Internet CAF League, interjected Xiao Mao. That is not so certain, replied another. Shuguang, Itzu, Tianda, those teams possess considerable strength, and they have been training for quite some time. I can hardly wait for the Leking finals to arrive. It will undoubtedly be exhilarating, and the 30,000 yuan prize is simply enticing. After the match between the Blood Red team and the AO team, there were other teams competing, but after witnessing the clash of the skilled teams, the subsequent matches seemed rather dull. However, when the 212 lineup appeared in the fourth group, the Internet CAF was suddenly abuzz with excitement as a crowd gathered to watch. Upon realizing that the players were a group of middle school students, a torrent of witty remarks and playful jabs ensued. Following this match, Yu Luosheng did not linger in the CAF, leaving amidst a throng of his classmates. The other members of the Blood Red team were reluctantly summoned back by Captain Sheen to continue their training. Winning a single preliminary match was merely expected. The victory was anticipated, and there was no room for complacency. Captain Sheen was known for his stringent and demanding approach towards his team, though Yu Luosheng was an exception. "Qining, splendid. Where did you find such an impressive support player?" inquired Tang Nan, the proprietor of Luosheng Network Club, with a grin. "A friend I have known for quite some time," Qining replied, a rare smile breaking through his usually stern demeanor. "Hey, why is he leaving? Isn't the Blood Red team supposed to continue training?" Tang Nan leaned in, observing as Yu Luosheng and the other students exited the CAF. Qining chuckled wryly. "I've asked the Gene to take his place in training. This kid is rather complicated." "Complicated?" Tang Nan queried, puzzled. "Isn't he just a recent high school graduate? Why would Captain Sheen describe him as complicated? Do you not recall that a few years ago, someone from Leking caught Coach Lei's attention and was selected for the Thunder Club?" "Vaguely. I remember. He was around 14 or 15. Tang Nan nodded, recalling the incident. Qining gazed in the direction where Yu Luosheng had departed. Tang Nan followed suit, and suddenly, a realization struck him. "No way, could it be that kid?" "Indeed. It is him," Qining confirmed. "Qining, you're quite something to have invited a player who has competed internationally to your team," Tang Nan exclaimed in astonishment. International competitions and Internet CAF leagues are entirely different realms. International competitions are prestigious events broadcasted on television, where competitors face off against elite players from other nations, individuals of remarkable skill who are often elusive. Captain Sheen, he has returned to being a student and is no longer competing professionally. His joining my team was unexpected, Qining clarified. "Studying? Someone who can participate in international professional leagues is worried about making money?" Tang Nan expressed his excitement. "The world of esports is not as simple as you perceive. He is still young, and if he dedicates all his energy to this, who can guarantee a secure future? Moreover, esports, unlike other pursuits, is fleeting. Once one turns 25, opportunities dwindle. It's wiser to pursue education, gain admission to a good university, and secure a stable job. Esports might offer some monetary rewards and a modicum of fame. But if sponsorships dry up, one could find themselves in dire straits," Qining asserted, drawing from his own experiences of recklessness in his youth, indulging in frivolous activities and gaming. With age, Qining reflected on his past with regret, recognizing that he had squandered his youth without acquiring valuable skills, merely playing games and lingering in Internet CAFs. The studio he formed was barely alive, and with the downturn in the Internet CAF industry, financial pressures mounted. Tang Nan refrained from commenting further. As a network club owner, he possessed some wealth, yet he was not deeply versed in the intricacies of the esports scene. With him on your team, your chances of winning the championship have greatly improved. Tang Nin remarked. I trust in his abilities. As for my other players, I cannot say the same. Xu Guang, Yixiu, and Tiando were likely aware of the situation early on and have formed their training teams. Unlike my blood red team, which is rather new to this, Qin Ying concluded, a hint of concern in his voice. Don't be so pessimistic, Tang Nin encouraged, giving Qin Ying a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Outside the Longxing Internet CAF, Yu Luosheng finally managed to shake off Wang Qin and Zhong Xiaoyan. These fellows were so overzealous that they nearly fell to their knees, as if begging for his guidance. It was merely a game. Did they really need to treat it as though he were imparting the secrets of martial arts? Wang Qin, Zhong Xiaoyan, and Sun Yang firmly believed that excelling at League of Legends would grant them access to beautiful women. After all, their goddess, Yang Qianqian, had been closely following Yu Luosheng, which they attributed to his stunning prowess in the game. Thus, Wang Qin and his crew vowed to enhance their skills during the summer, intending to captivate the ladies with their gaming finesse once they reached university. To conquer women through gaming. Absurd, Yu Luosheng mused. If one truly sought to win a woman's heart, mastering a game like Twilight I might prove more effective. Statistics suggest that among 10 League of Legends players, one is a female. For those who enjoy esports and wish for their partners to share the same passion, they would face 8 competitors. This does not even account for the possibility of the female being a tomboy or one with a less appealing reputation. I'll walk you back. Yu Luosheng offered with a warm smile directed at Yang Qianqian. I'll return with Xiaomei, she replied, shaking her head. Xiaomei? She left a while ago. Yu Luosheng pointed towards the petite figure disappearing around the corner. Is it really okay for her to go back alone? Yang Qianqian murmured. Zhong Xiaoyan followed her. Yu Luosheng stated. Yang Qianqian glanced towards the corner and indeed saw Zhong Xiaoyan stealthily trailing after Xiaomei. Although she was small in stature, as the sports committee member, Xiaomei was formidable when provoked. Zhong Xiaoyan fancied himself as stealthy as a predator. Should Xiaomei catch wind of his intentions, it would be game over for him. Oh, you say you haven't played Stealth Chase? It's an exhilarating chase game that tests both intelligence and skill, adored by many spirited individuals. Female gamers seeking a challenge should certainly give it a try. It's quite engaging. Some plot lines are profoundly moving, rivaling the romantic tales of Xinjiang, easily stirring one's emotions. So it's wise to keep tissues at hand. Stay tuned for more updates. I will strive to write another chapter tonight, with further developments scheduled for a midnight release. Chapter 56. Conquering the Internet CAF, let us go, Yu Luosheng said to Yang Qianqian. Did Zhong Xiaoyan confess to Xiaomei on graduation night? Yang Qianqian inquired, catching up with Yu Luosheng, her tone playful yet curious. It seems so. Yu Luosheng vaguely recalled an incident. Did Xiaomei reject him? Yang Qianqian pressed on. Apparently, Yu Luosheng replied. Does Zhong Xiaoyan truly like Xiaomei? It seems so. Yu Luosheng reiterated. Yang Qianqian pouted, casting an annoyed glance at Yu Luosheng. Can you say something other than it seems so? Oh, don't I look handsome today? Yu Luosheng chuckled. Indeed. And another girl mentioned wanting to take you as her mentor, Yang Qianqian remarked. I already have you, he teased. Such nonsense. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes and quickly changed the subject. That day you rushed to the hospital, was someone in your family ill? Is it serious? It's all right. Yu Luosheng kept his response brief. After a moment of silence, he hesitated before saying, I want to be able to hang out with you for a while. I have some matters to attend to. Okay, I can start ranking up soon. How many points do you think I can achieve? Yang Qianqian asked. Perhaps a maximum of 1,300. 1,300? Really? Am I that skilled? She exclaimed with delight, observing the bright smile on Yang Qianqian's face. Yu Luosheng felt a sense of bewilderment. Upon reflection, he realized she was unaware that the initial ranking score was 1,200. Perhaps it was best to keep this harsh truth to himself for now. His father had fallen ill, and after surgery, he would undoubtedly require care, while his mother still needed to work. Naturally, Yu Luosheng spent most of his time at the hospital. Even Qin Laoda understood that Yu Luosheng had little time for training, usually only notifying him of matches. About 4 days later, the semifinals commenced. During these days, Internet CAFs experienced a remarkable surge in activity, with beverages and snacks flying off the shelves. If the CAFs continued to be this bustling, the establishments in Leking would surely be grinning from ear to ear. On the second day of the semifinals, the Blood Color team engaged in their second battle. This match held little suspense, as they swiftly overwhelmed their opponents across all 3 lanes, revealing a significant disparity in strength compared to the previous AO team. Securing first place in the Internet CAF would grant each player a reward of over 1,000 yuan. Additionally, the top 8 teams would receive some rewards, albeit modest. Yet, for any true League of Legends enthusiast who wouldn't desire to engage in such a fiercely competitive duel, basking in the accolades and applause of numerous fans, the internal competitions in the various internet CAFs would continue for a full 12 days. Under the scorching summer sun, the fervor of battle intensified not only on the streets, but also among the competing teams at Luosheng Internet CAF. Before they knew it, 10 days of fierce competition had flown by. During this time, Yu Luosheng spent the majority of his hours caring for his father, who had recently undergone surgery. Occasionally, he would visit the CAF to practice and harmonize with his teammates. As for the matches they had played for so far, the first against the AO team was quite thrilling. The second match, the details eluded him. All he remembered was the vast difference in skill. The third match against the Wanyan team was lackluster. Yu Luosheng played Soraka support, merely spectating while Shui Haiyang showcased his Ezreal prowess. The fourth match was against the formidable ATM team, the very team that had obliterated the AO team in the preliminaries. This college team, with their seemingly chaotic lineup, managed to effectively disrupt the Blood Color team's rhythm. The fourth battle was crucial, as it determined who would emerge as the 4-time champion of Luosheng Internet CAF. Winning this match would secure a place in the final showdown. ATM displayed a meticulous approach, and their disorganized composition made it challenging for the Blood Color team to exploit any weaknesses. In the early skirmishes, the Blood Color team struggled to gain an advantage. Amidst the evenly matched conflict, Yu Luosheng's dazzling performance ultimately tipped the scales. He opted for his favored champion, Zyra, a support known for her thorny prowess. Yu Luosheng adeptly utilized the all-seeing potion, positioning himself to catch the opposing Ezreal off guard as he approached, ensnaring him with his E ability. As the other 4 members of ATM rushed in to rescue Ezreal, Yu Luosheng executed a flash ultimate, launching all 5 opponents skyward. His performance, initially understated and conventional, took a spectacular turn, dazzling everyone as he unleashed a stunning ultimate that ensnared all 5 enemies. The moment the opposing team was sent soaring, the internet CAF erupted in ecstatic screams. That day, countless spectators would forever remember the captivating scene of entwined vines and soaring serpents. In a balanced confrontation, if one team faltered in a team fight, the match could swiftly turn against them. The ATM team exceeded everyone's expectations. Just when they believed the Blood Color team would dominate, the ATM squad managed to halt their relentless momentum. Yet, in the end, ATM succumbed to defeat, displaying admirable sportsmanship. One of the players with flamboyantly dyed hair stood and gave Yu Luosheng a thumbs up. Yu Luosheng returned the gesture with a friendly smile, acknowledging the camaraderie formed through competition. With the defeat of the strongest ATM team, no other team posed a threat to the Blood Color team's quest for victory. The finals, while perhaps not the most exhilarating, would forever be marked by the thrilling clash between the Blood Color team and ATM. In fact, the Blood Color team's encounter with the formidable keyboard mouse team in the finals offered little suspense, lacking the excitement of their first match against the AO team. Thus, the Blood Color team emerged victorious, claiming the championship of Luosheng Internet CAF. The Blood Color team, ATM team, and AO team were the 3 teams to advance from Luosheng's Luosheng Internet CAF. In 2 days, they would face the top 3 teams from other Internet CAFs, vying for the grand prize of 30,000 yuan. Winning first place would net Yu Luosheng 6,000 yuan, a significant amount for him. Therefore, in the upcoming matches, Yu Luosheng resolved never to allow himself to lose. Chapter 57. Yu Luosheng's sister at the Luosheng bus station, a dedicated coach slowly made its way into the city. Most buses were packed with passengers, bustling with various luggage as people disembarked. However, this particular bus had only 7 or 8 individuals on board. They sat high above, peering through the windows at the city and the throngs of people in the station, their youthful eyes glimmering with a hint of aloofness. "Thank you, Uncle Xia, for taking this detour. I truly apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone," a charming young girl said politely as she stood at the door. The driver smiled gently. "No worries, we're all family here. No need for such formality. Well then, I shall take my leave." The girl waved at the others dressed in branded athletic were inside the bus. Upon her presence, the young men who had been gazing out the window broke into smiles. One tall, handsome man remarked, "Little junior sister, do return soon. Important competitions are approaching, and they will greatly aid your preparation. It would be best not to miss them. Try to visit the swimming pool to practice. Don't let your body forget the sensation of water." "Yes, I will. Goodbye, everyone." With that, the girl grabbed her belongings and stepped off the bus. The 3 young men seated by the right window watched the vibrant girl leave, a trace of reluctance in their eyes. Alas, though there are many female students at the academy, only a handful are truly beautiful and well-endowed. It's rare that she still doesn't have a boyfriend. Now that she's out of sight, I can't help but worry she might be swept away while on break. One of them sighed. Yu has grown increasingly stunning. I never would have imagined that a few years after she joined our swimming academy, she'd become so alluring. One of the boys in a collared t-shirt jested. Haha, don't get your hopes up. The coach is strict, and we hardly have any opportunities, replied the tall young man who had spoken with the girl earlier. Not necessarily. Disruption often begins from within, with an internal and external alliance. Can the coach truly prevent it? Take it slow. We are already part of the swimming team, and there will be plenty of time to get to know her. By the way, do you know why she took leave this time? I believe it's because her father is ill and needs someone to care for him. From her attire, she doesn't seem to come from a wealthy background. Just average. That should make things simpler. As they conversed, the bus restarted its journey, veering away from the urban landscape and back onto the highway, gradually leaving the city behind. Once the bus had departed, two female attendants at the station leaned out the window. One, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "Strange, aren't private coaches prohibited from stopping here? Are you foolish? Didn't you see the provincial team emblem? Perhaps national athletes are aboard." I thought so. There were quite a few handsome guys on that bus. A river flowed gently beneath a bridge, its tranquil waters winding through the mountains, connecting the two districts of the city, where tall buildings stood in orderly fashion. Each morning, Yu Luosheng was greeted by this same picturesque scene, which often struck him as a painting, not for its beauty, but for its monotonous familiarity after so many years. Today, however, a dark cloud loomed ominously at the mountain's peak. As Yu Luosheng accidentally glanced at it, a surge of intuition told him that rain, perhaps a torrential downpour, was imminent. July was oppressively hot without air conditioning, and the fan only stirred warm air, adding to his irritation. Sigh, I'm so tired, I might as well sleep a little longer. He picked up his toothbrush, but suddenly lost the motivation to brush. After a late-night training session at the Internet CAF with members of the Blood Red Squad, rising early felt excessively taxing. Upon reflection, he remembered his mother would be at the hospital today. I can afford to catch a few more Z's. There's no need to rise so early. With that, he returned to bed, finding the warmth of his blankets quite comforting, and soon drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly, barely registering the sound of a key turning in the lock. Likely, his mother had forgotten to take the soup she had prepared that morning to the hospital, but he paid it little mind and continued to sleep. Before long, the door creaked open, and Yu Luosheng caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance wafting into the room. However, along with this delightful aroma, he felt himself slipping deeper into slumber. His room was modestly sized, with two beds occupying most of the space. The larger bed, where Yu Luosheng lay, was beside a creaky electric fan that tirelessly blew air toward him. The smaller bed, seemingly unoccupied for some time, sat empty. In the remaining space stood an old-fashioned wardrobe, a long table, and a computer, leaving little else in the room. The door was now ajar, and a delicate beauty stood in the doorway, dressed in casual athletic pants and a white t-shirt, her hair casually tied back. She appeared both relaxed and refreshingly spirited. Her physique was impressive, the athletic were accentuating her graceful curves. Her complexion was fair and lovely, unadorned by makeup, exuding pure charm. She stood at the entrance, cautiously setting down her large duffel bag, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light as they alighted upon Yu Luosheng, who lay in bed clad only in his shorts. After placing her belongings down, she glided over to him, leaning in close to whisper in his ear. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her strength. "Brother." Her voice rang clear and sharp, jolting Yu Luosheng from his stupor. Disoriented, he blinked awake, only to be greeted by a face that resembled a playful little fox, youthful, charming, and irresistibly cute. "Damn," Yu Luosheng exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. As he comprehended that this woman stood before him, he finally understood the ominous significance of the dark cloud he had noticed earlier. "Brother, I'm back." The little fox grinned brightly. In truth, Yu Luosheng often felt like an only child, as he spent most of his time alone at home, accustomed to such solitude. However, the presence of the smaller bed constantly reminded him of the typical neighbor's child living under his roof. "Look at Yu. Her swimming training performance remains exceptional. She has been selected for the city team. Look at Yu. She is so obedient. Can't you be obedient just once?" The neighbor's child. Only when his parents were around did they incessantly compare him to Yu. But this child lived right beside him, and his parents never ceased to remind him, "Look at Yu. Look at Yu. What is there to look at? Doesn't she know how few accomplishments she has?" As long as she was home, Yu Luosheng found no peace. What are you back for?" he asked, eyeing the impish girl who had come so close. He hastily grabbed a shirt to put on. Mom said Dad is ill and needs care, so I returned. She pouted, visibly displeased. She had finally managed to come home. And the first thing this insufferable brother said was a curse, expressing his shock, as if questioning her return. Had he forgotten she was his sister? In television dramas from Hong Kong and Taiwan, as well as Korean series, one often witnesses the tender affection of an elder brother embracing his younger sister upon her return, gently stroking her hair and exchanging warm pleasantries with a smile. The narrative differs significantly. Today has been rather hectic, and I have only now found the time to update. Chapter 58. A date upon careful reflection. Once Yu Luosheng secures the top position in Leking, he is likely to be dispatched to the provincial capital for the provincial competition. At that time, he will undoubtedly be unable to attend to his hospitalized father. The return of Yu is a blessing, as it ensures that their father will have someone to look after him. After being roused from slumber by Yu, the woman showed no intention of allowing Yu Luosheng to rest, incessantly chattering away without end. Yu Luosheng responded with half-hearted replies. Did you stay up all night playing games again? Yu inquired, gazing at Yu Luosheng, who was still bleary-eyed. Why do you care? Yu Luosheng retorted, clearly annoyed. Is Mom in the hospital? Yu asked. Yes, you should go see her. Don't disturb my sleep, he replied impatiently. Why are you so annoying? I finally return home, and you can't even spare a few words for me. Yu expressed her displeasure. She had been smiling in the car, eager to reunite with family and her perpetually listless brother. However, Yu Luosheng treated her as if she were invisible, which greatly displeased Yu. At school, everyone regarded her like a star. It had been nearly a year since Yu Luosheng had seen Yu. She spent most of her time away from home, training in swimming and studying at a school in another city. This time, she returned in high spirits, hoping to surprise Yu Luosheng with an affectionate embrace. Yet, he was sleeping, and on top of that, he looked particularly disdainful of her presence, which was utterly infuriating. Accompany me to the hospital tonight, Yu insisted, glaring at Yu Luosheng. As she noticed him drifting back to sleep, she seized a pillow and hurled it at him. Yu Luosheng slept soundly until just past 4 in the afternoon, awakening to the delightful aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. After a refreshing shower, he brushed his teeth and prepared for an evening out with Yang Qianqian. He couldn't afford to appear too disheveled. The only advantage of Yu's return was her culinary skills. After his shower, Yu Luosheng found himself ravenous and sat down to eat. Upon finishing her cooking, Yu approached and found him devouring his meal voraciously, her beautiful eyes narrowing in disapproval. Don't eat too much. I still need to take some to the hospital for Mom and Dad, she admonished. Okay, Yu Luosheng nodded, continuing to shovel rice into his mouth. Once satisfied, he checked the time, intending to leave as soon as darkness fell. Recently, he had either been at the hospital or busy with training and competitions, and he felt his relationship with Yang Qianqian had grown somewhat distant. Yu Luosheng truly liked her, and he sensed that Yang Qianqian harbored feelings for him as well. Since they were both smitten, he felt compelled to seize the moment and escalate their relationship. Where are you going? Yu called out as she noticed him heading out. I have plans, he replied. Accompany me to the hospital. She insisted. Go by yourself. You know the way, he shrugged. No way. Who are you meeting? Are you off to play games with that crowd at the internet CAF? Why do you care? On the bridge, a gentle river breeze tousled the hair of a young woman standing by the railing. Her half-length white dress adorned with pink buds perfectly accentuated her graceful curves and gentle demeanor. Her fair legs were exposed, smooth and slender, prompting passers-by to steal glances. Even drivers who risked accidents to admire her beauty. Yang Qianqian leaned against the bridge, pouting in annoyance at Yu Luosheng's tardiness. They had agreed to meet at this time, and she had spent over 2 hours meticulously preparing herself. She had tried on numerous outfits before settling on this one, convinced it was the most flattering. After carefully styling her hair, she was relieved that the breeze was gentle enough not to disturb her efforts. Glancing toward the end of the bridge, Yang Qianqian spotted Yu Luosheng approaching. Her eyes sparkled with a teasing smile. However, as he drew closer, her expression shifted as she noticed a vibrant and strikingly beautiful young girl accompanying him. Clad in casual attire, the girl's youthful charm was undeniable. Her figure exquisite and her delicate features captivating. Any boy would be enchanted by her. Yang Qianqian regarded Yu Luosheng, then the alluring girl at his side. They had agreed to shop together, so why was he accompanied by another woman? What was he thinking? Are you not going to speak? Does silence not bother you? Yu Luosheng remarked as he walked. You said you had plans, humph. Is it that lovely girl in the dress? Yu questioned. Yes, that's her, Yu Luosheng nodded. Yeah, right. You expect me to believe someone that stunning would be interested in you? Yu scoffed, rolling her eyes. What do you mean by that? Yu Luosheng retorted, feeling a twinge of displeasure. What makes you think a beauty wouldn't be attracted to me? While I may not be extraordinarily handsome, I can still catch the eye of a few budding young ladies. Moreover, my inner charisma is my true allure. As he bickered with Yu Luosheng reached Yang Qianqian. Noticing Yang Qianqian's puzzled expression, he gestured toward Yu. This is my sister. She just returned from school and insisted on tagging along. Oh, I see. Yang Qianqian nodded, relieved to learn that the girl was indeed his sister. Meanwhile, Yu stared wide-eyed between Yang Qianqian and Yu Luosheng, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had merely jested about Yu Luosheng dating someone, never believing he would actually be with such a stunning beauty. Yu Luosheng, how did you come to have such a lovely sister? Yang Qianqian asked. Lovely? Yu Luosheng turned to scrutinize Yu's face. Well, it was true. She had grown increasingly beautiful, especially since he only saw her a few times a year during high school. Unbeknownst to him, she had blossomed into a charming young woman. Her skin smooth and her figure elegant due to her rigorous swimming training. If only she would stop nagging him, he might acknowledge that she was indeed a captivating beauty. Yu, on the other hand, was filled with questions. Was this enchanting woman truly Yu Luosheng's girlfriend? No, she had a hard time believing that. Given Yu Luosheng's introverted nature and penchant for gaming, how could he possibly attract a girl as stunning as this? Is she your biological sister, or just a friend? You two don't quite resemble each other, Yang Qianqian remarked, smiling. Your sister is so beautiful, while you Yu Luosheng frowned, feeling insulted. She is my biological sister, he stated darkly. No, I'm not. Yu quickly denied, clinging to Yu Luosheng's arm. Yu Luosheng's expression darkened further. What was this girl trying to do? Create discord? I don't think you look alike either, Yang Qianqian added. What kind of sister would look so hostile at her brother's date? Even if she were pretending, it wouldn't seem so genuine. Go away, don't disturb us. You can head to the hospital, Mom and Dad are there. I have plans tomorrow and can't go. Just keep them company, Yu Luosheng instructed. Yu shot him an icy glare, picking up the container of food and storming off without another word. As Yu departed, Yang Qianqian's curiosity deepened, her eyes scrutinizing Yu Luosheng. Is she truly your sister? She asked. Of course, we share the same parents, he replied. Oh, I see. I always thought you were an only child. Your sister is quite lovely, radiant and charming, Yang Qianqian remarked. It's particularly bothersome, Yu Luosheng retorted, reluctant to discuss her further. Chapter 59. The injured Huang Yu. Today, Yu Luosheng was in high spirits, for Yang Qianqian's radiant and elegant attire garnered envious glances from passers-by. Once, he was among those resentful souls, feeling a pang of melancholy upon witnessing a beautiful woman accompanied by an unremarkable man. However, after immersing himself in the world of League of Legends, he had managed to turn his fortunes around. Now walking beside a stunning beauty who delighted in showcasing her exquisite calves, life suddenly brimmed with positivity. Grateful for GTV, AV, and LOL. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street, Yang Qianqian's fondness for delicate accessories was evident as she lit up with a genuine smile upon seeing the exquisite jewelry shops. Yu Luosheng vividly recalled the moment he first felt his heart race for her, on the evening of their first day of college entrance examinations. She had adorned herself with a pair of elegant silver earrings, tilting her head to reveal her stunningly beautiful face. This image haunted his dreams countless times thereafter. As she tried on various beautiful trinkets, Yu Luosheng felt no impatience. Instead, he gazed at her with a foolish smile, constantly thinking, if only I were wealthy, I would buy everything in this store for her. However, Yang Qianqian's thoughts were somewhat different. Though she appeared calm and cheerful on the surface, internally, she felt a flicker of annoyance. This guy is so infuriating, staring at me with those lecherous eyes and grinning like an idiot. Your phone is ringing, Yang Qianqian exclaimed, glaring at Yu Luosheng. Oh, right, Yu Luosheng replied, having been momentarily oblivious. Yang Qianqian was simply too captivating today. He could hardly tear his gaze away, let alone concern himself with his phone. Hello, Yu Luosheng, came the icy voice of his mother, Li Yun. Yu Luosheng was taken aback. Li Yun typically called him by his nickname with warmth. Hearing his full name, especially with his surname, instilled an ominous premonition within him. He knew that when a mother resorted to using a full name, it signified that he had crossed a line. Of course, names with two characters were an exception. Mom, what is it? Yu Luosheng cautiously inquired. Have you been bullying Yu again? Li Yun interrogated. Yu Luosheng's expression darkened instantly. It was indeed this troublesome sister. Was she jealous that he had found a girlfriend who was more mature and alluring than herself? I haven't, Yu Luosheng denied. Not yet. But you've already upset her to the point of tears. Where are you? Hurry and come over. Yu Luosheng wanted to curse but restrained himself, considering he was speaking to his mother. I have something to do. I'll be there later. What could be more important? Get over here now. Li Yun's tone was firm. Mom, I truly have something to attend to. Are you disregarding my words? After hanging up, Yu Luosheng felt an overwhelming torrent of frustration surge within him. In most instances, Li Yun was his nurturing mother, but whenever that sister appeared, Li Yun morphed into a stepmother. Honestly, at times it was difficult for Yu Luosheng to discern who he had truly been blessed with. What's wrong? You look troubled, Yang Chanqian asked with concern. I told you, my sister is particularly bothersome. She reported me to my parents and wants me to go apologize. Didn't your sister see you with me? Yang Chanqian remarked, but then felt the awkwardness of her words and averted her gaze slightly. She's doing it on purpose. I think she's just mad at you. Why provoke her? She's your sister. As the older brother, you should be more accommodating. My brother never dares to bully me. If he does, I report him to Dad, Yang Chanqian said, her tone laced with pride. Yu Luosheng's expression darkened further. It turned out that all sisters shared a common trait. He couldn't ascertain whether his mischievous sister was deliberately sabotaging his date or genuinely upset. Upon reflection, he recognized that he had been somewhat indifferent to his sister, who had returned home after a long absence, and decided to go apologize. Knowing that Yu Luosheng's father was hospitalized, Yang Chanqian accompanied him to the hospital, claiming that a classmate's father was ill and needed visiting. This revelation pleased Yu Luosheng, realizing that Yang Chanqian was quickly preparing to meet his family. The hospital was not far, they walked there easily. Upon entering the hospital lobby, a group of 4 or 5 individuals burst in, exuding a menacing aura. Their raucous voices echoed in the lobby, and since it was night, there were no appointments or doctors available, leaving them to shout in vain. Yang Chanqian was startled by the intimidating presence of these youths and instinctively hid behind Yu Luosheng. Turning around, Yu Luosheng suddenly spotted his acquaintance, Qin Laoda, among them. Are these your teammates? Yang Chanqian inquired, noticing their familiarity. Yu Luosheng's expression darkened as he hurried towards them. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Huang Yu, the captain of the blood-red squad, had his hand wrapped in cloth, stained with blood that continued to drip. What are you shouting about? This is a hospital. If you don't quiet down, I'll have security escort you out. A nurse scolded as she approached them. Showdown, filled with rage, was about to unleash a tirade at the nurse, but Qin Laoda quickly intervened. Ma'am, my brother is injured. Please take him for treatment, Qin Laoda said, his demeanor amicable. At this hour, the doctors are off duty, the nurse replied. But there must be an on-call doctor, Qin Laoda insisted. The on-call doctor is only responsible for emergencies, the nurse clarified. Qin Laoda frowned, glancing at Huang Yu's bleeding hand. Damn it, I swear I'll chop off that bastard Wu Kai's hand. Xiao Dao seethed, turning to leave the hospital in fury. Xiao Dao, come back, Qin Laoda barked. The nurse, startled by Qin Laoda's sudden outburst, was taken aback by his previously amiable demeanor now transformed into a formidable presence. Wang, they are my friends. Could you please help him dress his wound? Yu Luosheng approached the nurse, addressing her directly. Nurse Wang, undeterred, peered at Huang Yu's hand and lamented, honestly, you lot are always getting into brawls. Our hospital despises catering to your kind. You often show up in the dead of night, forcing us medical staff to sacrifice our rest for your reckless behavior. As she continued her complaints, she walked toward the treatment room, glancing back over her shoulder at Qin Laoda. Why aren't you helping your friend over here? Do you want him to remain untreated? Qin Laoda, taken aback, hurriedly motioned for Xiao Dao and Xiao Tong to assist Huang Yu. Others stay out. It's not like he has lost a limb, Nurse Wan added, prompting Qin Laoda and his companions to awkwardly retreat to the waiting area. Yu Luosheng approached them, observing their grim expressions, and quickly inquired, what happened? How is his hand? Qin Laoda remained silent, his face clouded with worry. Huang Yu, as the captain of the blood-red squad, had a crucial match in the upcoming Leking League. If his injury was severe, he would be unable to compete. The prize money of 30,000 yuan was the culmination of their daily training efforts. With Yu Luosheng's involvement, Qin Laoda had felt confident in their chances. But little did he expect that one of his own would be dealt such a blow. It must have been that bastard Wu Kai's doing. I saw him lurking around. Xiao Dao's face twitched in agitation. Enough. Control your temper, Qin Laoda warned coldly. Chapter 60. It's just 4 against 5. We won T lose. After listening to Boss Qin's account, Yu Luosheng grasped the general course of events. With no training scheduled for the evening, Huang Yu, who often frequented small bars, decided to unwind. As fate would have it, he encountered members of the leading team from Tianda at the bar. There are only 4 well-known internet cafes in Leking, and those who frequent them are generally aware of one another. Following his expulsion by Boss Qin, Wu Kai harbored resentment and, upon spotting Huang Yu, the captain of the blood-red team, he pointed him out to others. Some of them recognized Huang Yu and mockingly reminded him of a girl who had once rejected him. This incident was a sore spot for Huang Yu, who would not tolerate any mention of it. After a heated exchange, a brawl erupted. It felt almost intentional. What began as verbal insults escalated into physical confrontation, culminating in someone shattering a bottle and stabbing it into the back of Huang Yu's hand. The damage was severe, as the tendons in his fingers were now compromised, rendering him incapable of agile movement necessary for gameplay. Their intentions were crystal clear: to incapacitate Huang Yu ahead of the crucial match the following day. With a prize pool of 30,000 yuan at stake, every team was keenly aware of the competition. With Boss Qin, a seasoned player, at the helm, the Blood Red team had a strong chance of securing victory. Thus, Tianda's actions were unmistakably aimed at eliminating this threat. Such underhanded tactics were despicable, and even the demure Yang Qianqian, upon hearing Boss Qin's narrative, felt an urge to curse. It was one thing to hear rumors of teams resorting to underhanded schemes before a match, but to witness such blatant deception in an LOL tournament was shocking, justifying Xiao Dao's rage towards Wu Kai. Xiao Dao, Huang Yu, Xiao Tongtong, and Shui Haiyang had all engaged with League of Legends from an early age and possessed a fervent passion for the game. Initially, the four were quite laid back and prone to idleness, but in preparation for the competition, they had dedicated 2 consecutive months to training for 10 hours each day at the Internet CAF. Such rigorous training was akin to that of professional esports athletes. Playing games for 10 hours a day may seem manageable for a few days, but maintaining such a schedule for 10 days straight, or even months, becomes a monotonous ordeal, with thoughts consumed by relentless training. Their transformation from carefree gamers to diligent trainees was solely motivated by the aspiration to claim victory in the Lekking Championship. Just as they drew closer to their goal, they faced a cruel setback from such unscrupulous actions. Everyone understood that Boss Qin relied on gaming for his livelihood. Many struggled to make ends meet, even with a month's salary, let alone Boss Qin, who had invested significantly into the Blood Red team over the past 2 months. Seated in the hospital, Boss Qin repeatedly pulled out a cigarette, only to return it to his pocket upon remembering he was in a medical facility. "Can we temporarily replace a player?" Yang Qianqian inquired softly. There were indeed several competent mid laners at Longxing Internet Cafe who could potentially join the Blood Red team for the competition, increasing their chances of winning. Boss Qin shook his head, stating, "Players cannot be replaced." "Boss Qin, why not step outside for a smoke?" Yu Luosheng suggested, patting Qin on the back. Qin nodded and instructed the others to wait outside the medical room while he stepped out with Yu Luosheng. "Boss Qin, how much have you invested?" Yu Luosheng asked. Boss Qin was taken aback. "You noticed? Anyone can see it. You're aiming for a career in professional esports," Yu Luosheng replied. Providing food and accommodation for the team, paying salaries, and mandating training schedules constituted a rudimentary model for professional esports players. Having been a professional gamer himself, Yu Luosheng recognized the signs. Professional players typically engage in prolonged training, operate within established teams, and often have their own clubs and sponsors, in stark contrast to ordinary competitors who are merely skilled amateurs gathering to compete. The Blood Red team's success at Longxing Internet Cafe was no mere coincidence. Nor was it solely due to Yu Luosheng's presence. They trained harder than any other team in the cafe, a fact evident to all who observed them daily. "Yes, I've invested quite a bit. The online gaming sector is becoming increasingly unprofitable. If I cannot find a viable path," Qin sighed. "The road of esports is fraught with challenges, despite its low entry threshold, requiring merely a computer and a room to form a team. The competition is fierce. Moreover, there are only a handful of authoritative tournaments, and everyone is vying for those opportunities, akin to a multitude of fish gathered beneath a dam, all hoping to leap into success. While some do indeed make it, many suffer devastating falls, and even those who succeed may not find prosperity. You understand the esports industry better than I do and have truly walked this path," Qin remarked with a wry smile, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. "But you're still young. If you choose the wrong path, you can always turn back and select a more promising route." The phrase struck a chord with Yu Luosheng, causing a pang in his heart. To this day, he remained uncertain whether he had chosen the right path. And what about me? At my age? In my youth, I thought playing games was a trivial pursuit, surrounded by a group of underlings, merrily passing the days. Now, approaching 30, I find myself devoid of skills beyond gaming. Many of those brothers have moved on to better fortunes, and they still call me Boss Qin, which I suppose reflects their loyalty, yet I find myself questioning the value of that title," Qin lamented. Yu Luosheng remained silent. Boss Qin continued, "You know Xiaobing, Gudong, and Tu Mao. You were there when we made our pact, and we laughed at your youthful naivety. Those individuals were wise enough to recognize the futility of this path and departed early, while I foolishly persisted, leading to my current plight. Now, when told to pursue a different path, I find myself at a loss. Sure, I could work for someone else or start a small business, but could I bear to have my wife and children suffer alongside me? You've seen how your sister-in-law, Maywen, cannot stand to be looked down upon. So, you aspire to pursue a career in professional esports? Yu Luosheng inquired. Indeed, League of Legends is immensely popular, and it has been a long time since a game captivated audiences to such an extent. A secondary city tournament offers a prize of 30,000 yuan, and further victories can accumulate, Boss Qin responded, extinguishing his cigarette. Honestly, you're right. Stepping away from professional esports is a wise decision. The pitfalls along this path are more numerous than those in a summer vacation ranked match below 1,200 points, claiming many victims. But at my age, I truly have no options left. I know you're talented, and I genuinely implore you to help me perform well this time, at least to secure a championship in Leking. It means the world to me, Qin Ying earnestly pleaded. Seeing Qin Ying's heartfelt disclosure stirred something within Yu Luosheng. He recognized that there were many like Boss Qin, individuals whose livelihoods depended on the gaming industry, left with no choice but to tread this uncertain path to the bitter end. Qin, the leader, had always faced hardships in life, and yet he managed to gather a substantial sum of 30,000 yuan. This profound gesture of loyalty left Yu Luosheng at a loss for words in expressing his gratitude. Now, with Huang Yu, the captain of the blood-red battle team, injured, Qin had placed all his chips on this endeavor. Should he fail to achieve a modicum of success and recognition, his path in the world of gaming would become increasingly treacherous. Yu Luosheng could not bear to witness Qin's potential defeat. Moreover, without securing first place, how could he repay the 30,000 yuan borrowed from Qin? When he had sought the funds, Qin had handed over his card without a moment's hesitation. The absence of one member did indeed cause Yu Luosheng some trepidation, yet upon reflection, had they not faced situations of 4 against 6 or 3 against 7 in ranked matches before? It was merely a matter of 4 against 5. They would not lose. They simply could not afford to lose. Chapter 61. This is a competition, not a game. Huang Yu sustained an injury to his left hand from a beer bottle, rendering his fingers nearly immobile. After being bandaged, Nurse Wang mentioned that full recovery would require at least a month, given the damage to the tendons. The glass was removed, ointment applied, and the wound dressed. As Huang Yu exited, he spotted Qin Ying and others seated outside, their faces reflecting deep remorse and unable to articulate their feelings. It's not serious, just avoid water, the nurse advised before attending to other matters. Let us head back, Qin Ying instructed, not elaborating further. As Xiao Dao and Xiao Tong accompanied Huang Yu home, Boss Qin, Huang Yu stood there, his hand heavily wrapped in gauze, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet hesitating. Boss, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Huang Yu couldn't bear to meet their gazes. The blood-red team was a collective effort, and Qin Ying had invested significantly in it, yet due to his foolish actions, it seemed the team might falter. Enough of that. Focus on your recovery. Who says we're destined to lose? Qin Ying reassured him. But I can't even press the keyboard, Huang Yu lamented, staring at his bandaged hand. Rest up. For now, Yu Luosheng will take over the mid lane, Qin Ying declared. Huang Yu blinked, bewildered as he looked at Yu Luosheng. The others shared his confusion. Xiao Dao was the first to speak. Yu Luosheng is an excellent support, but mid lane is a different ballgame, with distinct strategies and rhythms. If he takes mid, won't we leave our strong support position vacant? While everyone acknowledged Yu Luosheng's prowess as a support, they understood that excelling in one role did not guarantee mastery in another. In League of Legends, no one could truly claim to be a jack of all trades. We'll forego the support position, letting the ADC take top lane, while our original top player will handle the bot lane duo, Qin Ying outlined. Are we really going to play 4v5? Xiao Dao, Xiao Tong, and Huang Yu were taken aback. In casual matches, a 4v5 situation might be tolerable, given the varying skill levels. However, in a serious competition, every team fight required 5 players united. Losing even one could lead to annihilation. This was especially true in late-game scenarios. A 4v5 in the early game would present a stark disadvantage. Development would lag, equipment would fall behind. And with one less player in team fights, what purpose would the match serve? Boss Qin, even at 5v5, we might not have a chance. How can we expect to compete at 4v5? Xiao Dao questioned. Then what? Should we just concede? Wouldn't that render our 2 months of training pointless? If we don't try, how can we know we'll lose? Qin Ying replied, challenging their defeatist mindset. His words struck Xiao Dao, Shui Haiyang, and Xiao Tong, leaving them momentarily speechless. Indeed, Conceding before even stepping into the fray was precisely what the naysayers at Tianda Internet CAF would relish. A 4v5 match was not devoid of hope, with a well-chosen lineup and seizing the opportunity before the opponent could fully develop. They could potentially dismantle the opposition and swiftly push for victory. This was not an unheard-of scenario in casual matches. Let us fight. We'll crush those scoundrels. Xiao Dao declared fiercely. 4v5 it is. If Tianda loses, they won't be able to hold their heads high again. Xiao Tong added. Captain Huang Yu observed his companions, guilt weighing heavily on him. He spoke softly. I'll step in as support. I won't do anything else. I'll focus solely on placing vision wards and thwarting the enemy jungler's gank attempts. With one hand, I can still manage the wards. Right. It doesn't have to be a complete 4v5. Huang Yu can still maneuver the mouse, and a significant part of a support's role involves vision. If we can secure adequate vision, we might stand a chance. Shui Haiyan concurred. Exactly. Proper vision is crucial, Qining affirmed. Then let us do it. We'll return to practice. The Blood Red team, known for their tenacity, found it hard to accept defeat without a fight. With that, they turned and left the hospital, heading towards Luosheng Internet CAF, their training ground. Yang Qianqian stood in the hospital lobby, watching the departing figures of the Blood Red team. While she initially felt a tinge of aversion towards these individuals who seemed like societal youths, witnessing Huang Yu's determination to manage the team's vision with his bandaged hand stirred a profound emotion within her. For them, the LOL League was not merely a pastime. It represented their relentless pursuit of success, a contest they were unwilling to abandon even in the face of adversity, tied to their livelihoods and dignity. Can they win? Yang Qianqian tugged at Yu Luosheng's sleeve, earnestly seeking his thoughts. I can't say for certain, Yu Luosheng replied, shaking his head. LOL is not Dota. While Dota requires flawless synergy among 5 players, LOL demands an even greater emphasis on teamwork. He may not possess the extraordinary mechanics seen in Dota, 3C, or War 3. Nor does it require exceptionally high APM, yet it necessitates an acute sense of team awareness and coordination. In Dota, Yu Luosheng could lead a second-rate team to triumph against professional squads, transforming the match into a showcase of his abilities. However, in LOL, his experience was limited, and the game's nature did not allow for excessive individualism or heroism. Thus, even with his background in international professional esports, Yu Luosheng could not confidently predict a victory in a 4v5 scenario. Yet, as Qining had articulated, how could they ascertain defeat without a trial? For players could still form a cohesive team. I believe in you. You can certainly outplay the opponent. Yang Qianqian's smile was enchanting, her eyes sparkling like precious gems. Yu Luosheng, captivated by her beauty, chuckled ruefully. Why do you have such faith in me? I'm just a high school graduate. In a different game. I'd be more confident. I don't know. I just feel your gaze while playing LOL is different from others, she replied. You think this is like Chinese cooking, where one can be grand and imposing while preparing a dish. Yu Luosheng teased. It's precisely that uniqueness. Isn't it particularly charming? Everyone says so, she countered playfully, not wishing to dismiss his jest. I will give it my all. The path of esports often lacks support. And Yang Qianqian's unwavering belief warmed Yu Luosheng's heart. Sigh, with such a wonderful girl, not marrying her would be a disservice to my own face. Today, I am quite busy and can only update 1 chapter at this time. My work doesn't offer weekends, and I apologize. I will strive to deliver 2 chapters on Monday or Tuesday if time permits. Regarding updates, I will gradually increase the output, soon. Producing 5,000 to 6,000 words daily will not be an issue. However, it truly requires League of Legends to thrive, necessitating everyone's strong support. Chapter 62, the Electronic Mall League. The scale of the City Tournament and the Internet Cafe Tournament exhibited notable differences. The City Tournament was held in a grand arena within the Electronic Mall, which had been transformed into an indoor competition venue days in advance. The Electronic Mall itself attracted a significant number of electronic enthusiasts, and with the League of Legends City Tournament taking place here, the excitement within the mall surged dramatically. Admission to the mall venue was free, and the organizers had initially worried that the substantial number of seats might result in a sparse atmosphere if attendance was low. In the past, the mall's owner had hosted similar esports events to draw in crowds, but often found a large portion of the seats empty, which was quite disheartening. However, this time the organizers underestimated the situation. Over 1,000 seats were completely filled, and throngs of people continued to pour in. Those without seats congregated in open areas, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a star-studded concert. Huang Junjia, the deputy manager of the Electronic Mall, stood backstage with a broad smile, exclaiming that what the mall truly needed was an overwhelming influx of visitors. For players, electronic products were akin to battle gear. and Huang was certain that those attending the tournament would be irresistibly drawn to the array of mice, keyboards, headsets, and microphones displayed around the venue, prompting them to spend money. Furthermore, the tournament would span several days, allowing for a continuous flow of revenue. While those who had never shopped at the electronic mall before would instinctively choose to purchase their future electronic devices here after experiencing the event, thereby cultivating a larger base of loyal customers. Consequently, the mall's revenue was bound to increase. Boss Huang, I previously mentioned the sponsorship of the team. A man with a narrow face said with a grin. Sponsorship is not a significant issue. To be honest, I did not anticipate this game would become so popular. If we can attract even more customers, sponsorship will be a minor expense, Huang Junjie replied generously. The man's eyes narrowed into slits. Since it's a direct sponsorship from the Dalijia Electronic Mall, it must involve a considerable sum. If we can secure it, our Tianda Internet Cafe members are quite formidable. Boss Huang, you might want to consider us, the man suggested. Let's wait for the tournament results. Sponsorship will certainly go to whoever secures first place in our city, Huang Junjie responded. Indeed. But it is only a matter of time before our Tianda team claims that top spot, the man said with a smile. Meanwhile, in the venue, Qin Laoda gazed upward, his eyes fixed on Huang Junjie and the narrow-faced man conversing backstage. Who are those two? Yu Luosheng inquired, following Qin Laoda's gaze. The one on the left is Huang Junjie, the deputy general manager of Dalijia Electronic Mall. He holds shares in approximately 70% of the shops in the mall. Qin Laoda explained. 70%. Wang Qin exclaimed in astonishment. The electronic mall boasts 5 floors, aside from the large exhibition hall on the first floor. The remaining area is filled with electronic shops, housing hundreds of vendors selling various electronic goods. Having a store here typically guarantees profitability. Yet Wang Qin was astounded to learn that someone could possess 70% of the shares. What an astonishing sum that would yield in dividends at year-end. And who is that next to him? Yu Luosheng asked, ignoring Wang Qin's outburst. Wang Qin had stubbornly followed along, self-proclaiming himself as the leader of the blood color team, taking it upon himself to serve tea and offer massages. Qin Laoda scoffed. That is Lianfeng, the small owner of Tianda Internet Cafe, as well as the leader of the Tianda team. If I'm not mistaken, Huang Yu's incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. If that rascal Wu Kai wasn't under Lianfeng's protection, he wouldn't have dared to touch my people. Yu Luosheng nodded, understanding why Qin Laoda's gaze was filled with anger towards them. Qin Laoda glanced at Yu Luosheng and continued. This tournament is crucial for securing sponsorship from Dalijia Electronic Mall. If we establish a connection with Huang Junjie, numerous opportunities to profit will arise in the future. Qin Laoda, it seems Lianfeng is quite familiar with Huang Junjie. Do you think he might use his connections? Shui Haiyang speculated. Qin Laoda shook his head. I know Huang Junjie well enough. He only values profit. Friendship and relationships mean little to him. As long as we secure first place in this city, we won't have to seek out Huang Junjie. He will send someone to find us. The group nodded in agreement. Yes. That shameless Lianfeng is like a dog begging for sponsorship. We must ensure the sponsors come to us. Just as they spoke, a host stepped onto the exhibition stage. The electronic venue gradually quieted, and the host announced, the LOL Leeching Internet Cafe League is proudly sponsored by Dalijia Electronic Mall and the Coca-Cola Leeching branch. We warmly welcome everyone to Dalijia Electronic Mall. I have some exciting news to share. During the tournament, all friends purchasing the displayed electronic devices will enjoy a 20% discount. Moreover, if you make a purchase, you can exchange your receipt at the entrance of Dalijia for tickets to the final match of the LOL Leeching Internet Cafe League. The ticket price is 50 yuan, but purchasing a device you desire could significantly enhance your skills. After the host detailed Dalijia's promotional activities, many attendees felt compelled to make purchases. It was worth noting that a considerable number of people were standing without seats, and as the finals approached, the venue would surely be packed. In that moment, possessing a ticket would allow one to comfortably sit down, sipping a can of Coca-Cola while watching the thrilling finals. What a delightful scenario. Devices like mice, keyboards, and headsets inevitably face wear and tear, and sometimes fail to meet expectations. Now, let us invite the champion teams from our 4 major internet cafes to the stage. They are the Dawn team from the Shuguang Internet Cafe, the Yitu team from the Yitu Internet Cafe, the Tianda team from the Tianda Internet Cafe, and the Blood Color team from the Luosheng Internet Cafe. Upon the host's announcement, the 4 champion teams lined up in order and approached the exhibition stage. The stage was modest, featuring a hardwood floor covered with carpet, flanked by 10 high-performance black computers arranged in a V-shape. A large LCD projector in the center displayed the match footage on a grand screen. At this moment, the champion teams stood in a row before the audience, clad in uniforms emblazoned with their respective internet cafe logos. As applause and cheers erupted, the members of these champion teams indeed felt like they were basking in the glow of stardom. Wait, what happened to the captain of the blood color team, Huang Yu? Why is his hand bandaged? I heard yesterday that Huang Yu had injured his hand, and I thought it was just gossip, but it seems to be true. How is he supposed to compete with an injured hand? Before long, whispers began to circulate regarding the captain of the blood color team, Huang Yu's injury. Chapter 63. Who was more caustic? The order of the matches had already been decided beforehand, with the first contest featuring the blood red team from Luosheng Internet Cafe pitted against the Tianda team. The representative team from Luosheng Internet Cafe was not directly named after the establishment, which indicated that Boss Qin would not confine this team to the narrow confines of the Internet Cafe. In contrast, the other teams were named after their respective establishments, signifying their allegiance to those cafes. Now, the exhilarating moment of the competition had arrived. Let us welcome the teams to take their positions, the host declared emphatically. The Itsu team and the Dawn team withdrew, leaving only the Tianda team and the Blood Red team on stage. All 5 members of the Tianda team were clad in deep blue attire, and Yu Luosheng noticed Wu Kai arrogantly standing at the far right of the Tianda team. Directly opposite him, Wu Kai smirked, his gaze fixed on Yu Luosheng. The two teams stood relatively close together, and amidst the commotion of the grand venue, Wu Kai deliberately adjusted his volume to taunt Yu Luosheng, saying, "High schooler, be careful not to wet yourself later. Do you wish to lick?" Yu Luosheng replied nonchalantly. Wu Kai scoffed derisively. "Huang Yu, feeling any better? I hope you're using your right hand for certain tasks. Otherwise, not only will you falter in League of Legends, but you may also struggle with daily life. I recall you being single." Wu Kai swiftly turned his attack to Huang Yu. Huang Yu was known for his quick temper, and Wu Kai's words were particularly venomous, provoking a strong desire in Huang Yu to rip the smirk off his face. The other members of the Blood Red team glared furiously at Wu Kai, seething at the opportunity to retaliate against this arrogant bully. "Would you like to help him lick?" At that moment, a calm and dismissive voice floated through the air. It was Yu Luosheng. While Wu Kai had initially dismissed the first comment, his expression visibly twitched upon hearing the second remark. The members of the Blood Red team, who were previously brimming with anger, couldn't help but chuckle at Yu Luosheng's scathing words, envisioning Wu Kai in a humiliatingly absurd scenario. Wu Kai, noticing the expressions of the Blood Red team, felt his own countenance darken. Just as he was about to retort, the host approached, requesting the players to take their respective positions. Wu Kai, unable to contain his frustration, turned and made a dismissive gesture, his thumb pointing downward, a seemingly casual, yet overtly contemptuous act. Many spectators caught sight of this gesture, eliciting a wave of murmurs from the front rows. The host noticed it as well, but chose to feign ignorance. As both teams prepared to take their seats at the computers, Yu Luosheng remained stationary. "Is there a problem, contestant?" the host inquired, eyeing Yu Luosheng. "The rules prohibit provocative or disrespectful gestures towards opponents, and someone just made that gesture towards me," Yu Luosheng stated candidly. The members of the Blood Red team turned to look at Yu Luosheng in astonishment. Such petty gestures were not uncommon in competitions, and many had been overlooked before. However, neither Boss Qin nor Huang Yu had anticipated Yu Luosheng's seriousness. "Did anyone see that?" The host feigned ignorance. They all saw it. Yu Luosheng pointed towards the front row audience. The audience, known for their love of drama, thrived on the tension between the two teams. "Yes, we saw it. That player made that gesture," the host confirmed. The hostess' face displayed uncertainty, and at that moment, a match coordinator approached, halting the proceedings to inquire about the situation. The pause in the match and the arrival of staff indicated that the matter had escalated. The faces of the Tianda team darkened. They had not expected to face such an eccentric opponent. "Damn, students will be students, reporting like little snitches," Wu Kai muttered under his breath. "Wu Kai, have you lost your mind?" Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, frowned. "Really, can't you tone it down? We're sure to win this match. Don't create any mess." At this moment, the staff member approached, his expression serious as he addressed the Tianda team. "Wu Kai, due to your disrespectful gesture towards your opponent, you are receiving a warning. A second infraction will result in the disqualification of your team from the competition." The staff member was earnest. Such matters left no room for negligence, especially in a city tournament with thousands of spectators. Wu Kai's expression turned grim, and the faces of the Tianda team reflected their displeasure as they cast scornful glances at the instigator, Yu Luosheng, their expressions promising retribution. Once the minor uproar subsided, both teams returned to their positions. The audience could now sense the palpable tension between the Tianda team and the Blood Red team, and rumors began circulating about Huang Yu's injury, suggesting it was caused by the Tianda team. Huang Yu from the Blood Red team, what happened to your hand? The host inquired. The host sought to generate conversation, and when at a loss, often turned to the contestants. I was bitten by a few dogs, Huang Yu replied. Oh, it must have been rabid dogs. Be cautious. A male contestant's hands are invaluable, the host quipped, prompting laughter from the audience. However, at the same time, the host sensed a chill behind him, mistakenly attributing it to the air conditioning, while in truth, it was the murderous glares from the Tianda team. I can't operate the keyboard, Huang Yu answered directly, yet he knew what needed to be done. Given that, the Blood Red team is effectively one player short. Are they to compete 4 against 5? The host remarked. 4 against 5. The host's statement reignited excitement in the venue. Many unsuspecting spectators believed Huang Yu's bandaged hand was merely for show, anticipating a dramatic reveal during the match, akin to a swordsman unveiling their treasured blade at the moment of battle. In reality, Huang Yu was indeed injured, leading to the assumption that the Blood Red team would be at a distinct disadvantage. Regrettably, I only just learned of Huang Yu's injury. This is truly unfortunate news. Nevertheless, the Blood Red team will continue to compete despite being down a member, and such tenacity is commendable. It reminds me of players in League of Legends ranked matches who, upon encountering a slight disadvantage, immediately call for surrender, acting as if they can foresee the entire course of the game. I must say, if you cannot withstand a challenging match, why engage in ranked play at all? Competition demands a spirit of resilience. A lack of courage in the face of adversity merely indicates a weakness in competitive spirit. Please refrain from gracing arenas filled with competitive fervor. Perhaps you should stick to casual play. The host's words, tinged with personal sentiment, might offend some. Yet Yu Luosheng found them quite apparent. Now, both teams have logged in and are selecting their runes. We will soon enter the banning phase. The host adeptly shifted the topic. Chapter 64. The card master of Yu Luosheng teacher Fong, along with his colleagues, celebrated their victory as Qin Ting exclaimed with palpable excitement. His voice still somewhat hoarse from the continuous encouragement he had offered throughout the live broadcast of the competition. Despite Yang Ying and Yu Luosheng being oblivious to his cheers for Shanghai University, their triumph overshadowed all else. Members of the basketball and football clubs, who traditionally dominated the school's popularity, felt a pang of envy and humiliation as they witnessed an overwhelming number of students cheering for the esports club's victory. Particularly, Wang Lang, the head of the club department, looked as if he could shoot daggers with his eyes. Wasn't he it said that Zhejiang University possessed formidable esports prowess? Wang Lang remarked with frustration. Who could have anticipated that they would lose? The previous national runners-up, the formidable team from Zhejiang University, had been defeated. A shock not only to those watching from both universities, but also to a wider audience once the video made its rounds online. Let us prepare to welcome them at the school gate, Teacher Fong said, his face beaming with pride. These students had not let him down. He could already envision the contorted expression of the director of education, who had intended to suppress the esports team's players. Had Yu Luosheng been ordered not to compete, the honor of the entire school would have been lost. As the team returned from their match, Teacher Fong led the cultural department members in organizing a grand welcoming ceremony. They had self-funded their participation, returning with the honor of the entire institution. While facing formidable opponents, they had remained silent. Now, upon their triumphant return, they would greet them with the warmest of receptions. Regardless of the outcome, it was indeed a remarkable match. Regrettably, our Zhejiang University would cease its journey here, unable to grasp the championship. Congratulations to Shanghai University for securing a spot in the top 16. Their strength astonished us, and it is likely that no other school can hinder their advance to the semifinals. Though we, Zhejiang University, face defeat, we shall quietly rally behind the rising star team of Shanghai University, wishing them success in the finals. The hostess remarks somewhat eased the somber mood among the students of Zhejiang University, who moments ago wore expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated such a loss. The outcome was as shocking as a thunderclap to their minds. The 5 members stood, gazing at the jubilant team from Shanghai University in the distance. They had lost. Their national runner-up glory, which had placed them on par with the second team of the Apocalypse Squad, was overshadowed by their defeat to Shanghai University. What could have gone wrong? How could they have lost when their strength seemed superior? Captain Ku Xiaoying looked at Zheng Feilong, momentarily at a loss for words. Captain Jiang Qiming was seething with frustration. Zheng Feilong stared at the 5 from Shanghai University for a long time, finally focusing on Yu Luosheng. He recognized that the person supporting the team appeared somewhat languid, yet he was evidently a force to be reckoned with. Who exactly was this individual capable of leading a team that previously struggled to meet even the minimum professional standards to triumph over them? Having wandered through the esports scene for so long, Zheng Feilong had never encountered a support player as formidable as the one from Shanghai University. They must have a remarkable background, Zheng Feilong finally uttered. What kind of background? Ko Xiaoying looked on, but could not discern anything particularly special about Yu Luosheng, who seemed merely a freshman. I don't know. I'll have to ask by phone and the others. They should be able to identify him once they review our match footage, Zheng Feilong replied. Captain, they were just lucky. We didn't perform well, Jiang Qiming insisted. Still unwilling to concede defeat, Zheng Feilong shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Qiming, coldly retorting, if you remain so blinded by your delusions, it's simply laughable. The support player from Shanghai University is someone even Lin Xiong from Fudan University respects. I've warned you countless times not to underestimate them, yet you continue to make such mistakes. It seems we may need to replace our ADC. Ko Xiaoying and the others were taken aback. That player had even posed a threat to Lin Xiong, whose prowess was well understood by Zhejiang University. Jiang Qiming, too, was stunned, unable to comprehend that he had just been stripped of his position as the team's ADC. You all are simply amazing. Lu Meiqi, wearing a snug top, excitedly embraced each member of the Shanghai University team, leaving those around them envious. When she hugged Yu Luosheng, she lingered a moment longer, whispering in his ear, Junior, I find myself liking you more and more. Yu Luosheng turned crimson, sneaking a glance at Yang Qianqian, who puffed her cheeks in frustration. Not only was she embracing her boyfriend in front of her, but she was also uttering such flirtatious remarks. It was utterly unbearable. That said, Yang Qianqian, despite being a student of Zhejiang University, had hoped from the start that Yu Luosheng and Yang Ying would triumph. Yes, she admitted she was a biased girl. As anticipated, Yu Luosheng remained captivating, leading the team to victory with his exceptional skills. Hey, Teacher Fong, Qin Ting, and many others are waiting for us back at school to throw a celebration. Jian Feng ran over, jubilantly shouting, let us pack up and head back. Yang Ying was eager to return to school immediately. Initially, Shanghai University had presumed they were destined for defeat and had even purchased their return tickets in advance. Now, having secured victory, they were determined to rush back, as this competition was the most anticipated in the history of Shanghai University, with the entire community bustling with excitement. I can't wait to witness such a scene. Chapter 65, a surprise assault by Zhao Xian, with the prince in tow. With deft control, the card master entered the lane, and Yu Luosheng immediately began to shuffle his cards. Every card he drew was a blue card, ensuring that his mana remained perpetually replenished, rapidly clearing minions to level 2. Yu Luosheng allocated points to his Q ability, the versatile card, and he would cast it whenever the cooldown allowed. Similarly, he employed his W ability, picking cards at every opportunity, ensuring a steady recovery of mana. While Brand, the fire mage, was not slow in pushing the lane, he was undoubtedly outpaced by the relentless Q and W skill casts of the card master. After all, Yu Luosheng had opted for the Doran's ring from the outset, and with his continuous blue card selections, he could barely keep pace with the skill spamming. By level 3, the minion wave had begun to push towards the enemy, at which point the Widowmaker's earlier ward had successfully detected Zhao Xian's movement towards their F4 camp. It was evident that the Tinda Team's jungler was targeting the mid lane. Let us observe Zhao Xian's impending gank. The card master is an exceptionally fragile champion, and early on, encountering a jungler as lethal as Zhao Xian could swiftly result in his demise, even if the mid laner failed to assist. Sensing danger, the card master retreated, clearly aware of Zhao Xian's intentions. Recognizing the ward's presence, Zhao Xian withdrew as well. Once he departed, Yu Luosheng resumed his relentless push. At this juncture, Huang Yu's Widowmaker had wisely placed a ward in the left river, ensuring the safety of Yu Luosheng's left side. With both sides secured, Yu Luosheng's lane pressure became even more audacious. The vibrant red, opulent yellow, and pristine blue cards danced swiftly between the card master's fingers, displaying a remarkable finesse. His card shuffling speed was impressive, never allowing for a fourth transition, and often, the blue card was deftly plucked with ease, a sacred blue projectile cradled between his slender fingers. After casting the blue card, the Q ability followed suit. Yu Luosheng's Q was never directed at the enemy Brand, but rather aimed at striking the maximum number of minions at the most elegant angle. In the intervals between card shuffling, tossing, and sweeping, his basic attacks would swiftly finish off any minions left with scant health. This card master is quite irritating, exclaimed Xiao Guangjuan, the player controlling Brand, in frustration. The opponent's brazen lane push was apparent, and while the vengeful spirit could push just as swiftly, its W ability, Pillar of Flame, and E ability, Flame Surge, possessed commendable AoE damage. It suffered from a severe mana deficiency. making it impossible to unleash skills as recklessly as the card master. Moreover, he had started with 1 boot, 2 health potions, and 1 mana potion, intending to dominate the card master through superior positioning. However, the minion wave continued to press onward, leaving Xiao Guangjuan hesitant to use his skills, lest the wave encroach upon his tower. Let him push. I'll take him down when the time is right, declared Li Sheng, the jungler for Tenda. As he maneuvered Zhao Xian towards his red buff, he discovered only a small lizard remaining, evidently claimed by the enemy prince. Zhao Xian had taken the opposing red, followed by his own blue, resulting in a mere exchange of buffs without any losses. Li Sheng quickly dispatched the stone golem and F4, reaching level 4. He glanced at the top lane, where the opposing top laner was Kale, the Judgment Angel, serving as the ADC for the Blood Red squad. They had opted for a lane swap, allowing Kale to farm in the top lane, while the Crocodile took on the duo of Ashe and Leona below. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xian ultimately decided to gank the mid lane. Given that the right side had vision, the left was likely devoid of wards. Observing the card master too far forward, Li Sheng was resolute. Soon, the level 4 Zhao Xian began to creep into the left river bush. You may proceed. Li Sheng instructed Xiao Guangjuan. This fellow's movements are a bit erratic. I may not be able to stun him. You initiate. Xiao Guangjuan's W, Pillar of Flame, had scarcely struck the card master. On one hand, the opponent's movements were indeed cautious, and on the other, he'd been utilizing his W to clear minions. If he were to initiate with E followed by Q to stun the card master, the success rate was low. All right, let us go. Li Sheng's eyes gleamed as he commanded Zhao Xian to leap from the bush, brandishing his gleaming spear towards Yu Luosheng's card master. Not enough distance. Flash. Zhao Xian decisively utilized his flash, lunging towards the card master, intent on triggering both the E ability and the red buff's dual slow effect. This flash was executed with remarkable decisiveness. Once the card master was slowed, given his current position, even a flash may not allow him to retreat safely to the tower. The card master was in peril. The announcer's voice reverberated through the arena, and an abrupt silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the card master. To make matters worse, Brand had arrived on the scene. With a flourish of his hand, a scorching pillar of fire erupted beneath the card master, poised to unleash a searing blast at any moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Luosheng flashed away, narrowly evading Brand's devastating stun and the high damage of W. Pillar of Flame. The card master's flash was executed in an unexpected direction, veering to the right instead of straight back. In that instant, a yellow card appeared almost instantaneously in his grasp. His slender fingers delicately pinched the opulent yellow stun card, as if it had been preordained. Devoid of any notion of card selection, with a flick of his wrist, the luxurious stun card soared forth, incapacitating Zhao Xian before he could reach him. Following up with a basic attack and a sweeping Q, the card master, having immobilized the lethal Zhao Xian, did not retreat but unleashed a flurry of skills upon him. Amidst the spectators' astonishment at the card master's audacious maneuvers, a banner suddenly plunged into the ground beside Zhao Xian. The kill banner struck first, followed by a sweeping spear like a dragon. It was none other than Jarvan IV, the Dalmatian prince, arriving just in time to assist the card master. It became clear that the prince was there to counter Zhao Xian's assault, explaining the card master's composed demeanor. Zhao Xian, having committed to a flash to assassinate the card master, now found himself in grave danger. The announcer declared loudly. Chapter 66, The Fated Death Card, Part 1, as anticipated. Once the yellow card stun effect wore off, the prince leaped into action, sending Zhao Xian hurtling into the air with a well-timed strike. After a swift basic attack, he activated his W ability, applying a shield and slowing Zhao Xian further. Caught in a flurry of control skills, Zhao Xian found himself ensnared by the prince's red buff and shield, effectively trapping him in a relentless pursuit of basic attacks from both the card master and the prince. The fire mage, having exhausted his skills, could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xian was mercilessly struck down. With his health plummeting, Zhao Xian attempted to escape, but his efforts were futile. A sharp red card struck the back of his head just as he seemed poised to retreat to the safety of the mid lane turret. In a final, desperate moment, the blood red card from the card master sealed his fate, resulting in a kill that netted 300 gold for Yu Luosheng. The anticipated moment of the card master's triumph elicited a wave of cheers from the crowd. The host, observing from the mid lane perspective, exclaimed with excitement, "What a splendid play. This is a classic mid lane ambush strategy." The card master consistently pushed the lane, placing himself in a precarious position, which made it likely for the enemy jungler to attempt a gank on the vulnerable card master. By employing such logical reasoning, our jungler lay in wait. ready to strike as soon as the enemy jungler made a move, catching them off guard. Oh, and there's an important detail that I wonder if everyone noticed. When the card master was ambushed by Zhao Xian's flash and E ability, he immediately flashed away and, remarkably, switched to a yellow card in an instant. Yes, a quick switch to a yellow card, a detail I remember distinctly. I cannot tell if this was sheer luck or if this player, Yu Luosheng, possesses an extraordinary level of mastery over the card master, enabling him to execute such a rapid switch even under pressure, which ultimately allowed his teammate, the prince, to secure the kill on Zhao Xian. It's a pity that if he had acted 10 seconds earlier, it might have resulted in first blood. Earlier, during the skirmish in mid lane, the crocodile was forcefully killed under the tower by the female tank. The host, evidently a League of Legends expert, highlighted this detail, prompting a wave of admiration from the audience. A swift switch to a yellow card. For many, such rapid card switching is seen as a profound skill of the card master. To play effectively as a card master, one must first grasp the patterns of card selection, red, yellow, blue, cycling through them fluidly. Mastering the ability to select the desired card is fundamental for any card player. Further refinement allows one to limit card selections to 4 attempts or fewer while also preparing the right card even under duress. The first 2 skills are not overly difficult. With practice, they can be mastered. However, the ability to switch cards instantly requires remarkable reflexes, as the card will disappear within half a second after switching, compounded by the element of surprise during a gank, making precise execution challenging in real combat. In the recent gank and counter-gank sequence, Yu Luosheng's card master vividly demonstrated the art of an instantaneous yellow card switch. Damn, this guy is also incredible with AP. Wang Qin's admiration for Yu Luosheng was evident. In the audience, Yang Qianxian smiled at Yu Luosheng's prowess with AP, contemplating whether it was too much to ask him to always play support for her. The early 300 gold was crucial for Yu Luosheng, but even more significant was the blue buff he obtained after eliminating Zhao Xian. With the blue buff in hand, he could now wield his cards with renewed fervor. Upon returning home, he purchased an 860 explosive magic wand and was on the verge of reaching level 5, paired with a level 3 Q ability, allowing for swift wave clearing. During the early game, Yu Luosheng refrained from targeting the fire mage, knowing that regardless of his confident positioning, the fire mage held a strong advantage in lane. A single combo from him, possibly coupled with ignite, could easily spell disaster. Now, however, Yu Luosheng's magic power was evidently superior to that of the fire mage. With the blue buff aiding him, he could avoid direct confrontations while relentlessly pushing the lane, leaving the blue-starved fire mage in considerable distress. Yang Yu, please place vision wards on both sides, Yu Luosheng instructed. Yang Yu's Widowmaker was tasked solely with warding. At this point, his Widowmaker was only level 2, having gained some experience after the crocodile was forcefully slain under the tower. With the wards placed, Yu Luosheng maximized his safety from potential ganks, especially since he had no flash available. As he arrived in lane, a wave of minions approached, easily reaching level 5. His level 3 Q ability cleared minions rapidly, and with the blue buff, he could directly select a red card to push the lane. The fire mage had evidently returned home to replenish his items, but he would find upon his return that Yu Luosheng had already amassed 4 to 5 minions in his favor, putting him a level behind. With a graceful flourish, the universal card split into 3 leaves, slicing through the minions while also grazing the fire mage's health. Each cast of the universal card was executed with precision, as Yu Luosheng sought out the most advantageous angles to whittle down the fire mage's health. The fire mage could only use his skills to clear minions, and though he attempted to engage the card master, Yu Luosheng cleverly maintained a safe distance, evading any significant damage while the fire mage's attacks barely impacted him. The host began to analyze the farm counts. In the top lane, Kayle has 43 last hits, while her opponent, Olaf, is struggling at a mere 30. In the bottom lane, the crocodile has only 19, suffering immensely against the opposing Ashe, who has 45, nearly matching Kayle's count. In mid lane, wow, this card player showcases truly solid fundamentals. With the 7-minute mark approaching, his minion count has already reached 60. If I recall correctly, there were fewer than 60 minions available in mid lane before the 7-minute mark, and considering he also cleared F4 once, it means he has missed no more than 5 minions. Though I cannot verify the accuracy of these figures, looking at the fire mage's last hits reveals only 43. This means Yu Luosheng has a staggering 17 minion lead over the fire mage at the 7-minute mark, which is quite remarkable. Many players overlook the importance of minion counts, failing to grasp the significance of even a few last hits here and there. In reality, a lead of 17 last hits equates to the value of a kill. and combined with the earlier kill of Zhao Xian, it signifies that even if no further kills occur in mid-lane, Yu Luosheng's card master will undoubtedly hold an economic advantage over the fire mage. Now, the card master possesses his ultimate ability. One wonders when he will venture forth to assist his teammates in other lanes. Alas, fighting in a 4v5 is indeed challenging, otherwise. The success rate of the card master flying down to the bottom lane for a kill would be quite high. Unfortunately, his ally down there is a struggling crocodile, the host remarked. As the clock approached 7.5 minutes, Yu Luosheng's attention was firmly fixed on the fire mage, whose health hovered around 2/3. At that moment, the fire mage moved to the right after pushing the wave, entering a shadowy area. Yu Luosheng's eyes lit up, focusing intently on the narrow pathway between the enemy's blue buff and mid-turret. At 7:30, Yu Luosheng had been anticipating this exact moment. It could be said that upon selecting the card master as his champion, he had already drawn a fateful death card. This card would soon be played between the 7 and 8 minute mark, directly claiming the life of the enemy AP champion. Chapter 67, The Preordained Death Card, Part 2. Damn it, hurry up and secure the blue buff for me, or my economy will be crushed, exclaimed Xiao Guangjuan of the Tianda team. Yes, it will respawn soon. Your health is quite low. Are you not afraid of being targeted by the card master? Replied Li Sheng. Can he dare to? The moment he lands, I will eliminate him swiftly, Xiao Guangjuan asserted with confidence. Li Sheng maneuvered Zhao Xian towards their blue buff. Around the 2-minute mark, Zhao Xian claimed the enemy's red buff before securing their own blue buff, which meant the blue buff would respawn slightly later at the 7-minute mark. Zhao Xian had acquired the red claw, and all his items were defensive. At this stage, his attack power was not particularly high, and his jungle clearing speed was rather slow. As Zhao Xian's health dwindled to a sliver, the fiery protagonist unexpectedly cast a pillar of flame from behind the wall at the blue buff, securing that crucial resource. With the blue buff, just wait and see how I'll take him down. Xiao Guangjuan was already seething with frustration. For any AP champion, being forced to farm under the tower for the majority of the game is exceedingly frustrating, especially for a dominant champion like the fire mage. The blue buff's aura enveloped the fire mage, rapidly replenishing his diminishing mana. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in the sky, surveying the battlefield with an omniscient gaze. Goodness, the card master has activated his ultimate, Xiao Guangjuan exclaimed in shock. Cards, shimmering with a radiant sheen, fluttered above the fire mage in the tall grass, forming an elegant card ring. In that instant, the card master emerged brilliantly from the center of the card ring, as if stepping through a bizarre dimensional portal. With a regal yellow card in hand, he flung it forward, sending the yellow card slicing through the air in a deadly arc, brimming with lethal intent. Clang! The yellow card struck the fire mage squarely on the forehead, instantly immobilizing him and causing a significant drop in health. Universal card. The 3-leaf universal card dispersed, with the blade card slicing through the fire mage once more, further depleting his health. Ignite and card deception. The cards swirling around the card master coalesced into a single entity, and coupled with the newly formed radiant effect. This basic attack inflicted yet another blow to the fire mage's health, having already lost 2/3 of his health and used all his potions. The fire mage was mercilessly battered by the card master's skill combination, combined with the lingering burn from Ignite, leaving his health nearly depleted. Though the fire mage did not perish, he retaliated with his skills. Unfortunately, in his panic, he failed to stun the card master in time, allowing the card master to deliver 2 more basic attacks, enhanced by Ignite, which secured the kill. The fire mage let out a wretched cry, his form swiftly transforming into a charred, humanoid carcass upon the ground. With grace, the card master collected his cards, elegantly flicking his coat as he claimed the blue buff from the corpse of the vengeful spirit, returning effortlessly to his lane to continue farming. This entire sequence flowed seamlessly, embodying the artistry of a master who cunningly claimed the lives of others with his cards. Oh, the composed card master has struck again, single-handedly eliminating the vengeful spirit brand. He did not ascend the top lane for support, nor did he descend to claim kills. His first ultimate was directed precisely at the fire mage. As Yu Luosheng secured the kill on the fire mage, applause erupted within the arena. While some might dismiss this as trivial, an adept card player merely executing a standard play, League of Legends is far more intricate than it appears. In this instance, the card player demonstrated impeccable timing, striking just as the fire mage ventured to claim the blue buff. Previously, the card master had consistently applied pressure on the fire mage, creating a situation where, upon the blue buff's respawn, the fire mage would instinctively rush to claim it, a simple logical deduction. Moreover, given the card master's prior harassment of the fire mage, alongside the knowledge that he had no healing potions left. It was only natural for the card master to unleash his ultimate at the opportune moment. As viewers observed on the big screen, it was clear that the Tianda team's blue buff location had been preemptively warded by the stealthy Evelyn, allowing the card master to strike after the fire mage secured the blue buff rather than ambushing him mid-approach. This strategy not only ensured the acquisition of the blue buff but also capitalized on the fire mage's moment of vulnerability. For the fire mage, possessing abilities, jumping in to cast his ultimate could have easily resulted in being countered with a full combo from the card master. While many players lament their misfortunes in the game, believing that the gap between them and experts is negligible, the reality is that the distinction lies in these very details. Those who can eliminate you often think several steps ahead, if not more. The host's insights rang true. League of Legends does not fundamentally showcase extraordinary skill in execution, as the mechanics of a single champion generally revolve around a limited set of abilities. But is the game truly that simple? Each champion possesses 4 skills and 1 passive. Some, enhanced by passive effects, can wield as many as 8 abilities. Are you fully aware of the intricacies and hidden effects of each skill? What summoner spells do you and your opponent use? Have you diligently noted whether they have been activated? What equipment does your opponent have? And how much health could their combo potentially strip from you? Have you calculated your own setup against theirs? When the jungler vanishes from the map, is he lurking to ambush you? And when you face an opponent who appears timid yet suddenly becomes aggressive, it is evident that they have backup. When will the blue buff respawn? And when will the enemy attempt to claim it? This is another critical consideration. Rather than merely being a game of teamwork and mechanics, League of Legends emerges as a cerebral contest. Therefore, never assume that someone who can eliminate you is merely fortunate. Xiao Guangjuan's face had taken on the same charred expression as the fallen fire mage's corpse, blackened and defeated. What is the most intolerable aspect of playing League of Legends? Undoubtedly, it is the crushing weight of intellectual superiority. In a confrontation between the fire mage and the card master, one would assume the fire mage holds the upper hand. The card master's burst damage is certainly lower, and their trading potential should be evenly matched. Moreover, the card master would normally hesitate to engage the fire mage with his ultimate. The moment the card master lands, he should throw a W, pillar of flame into the card ring, followed by a Q, flame mark. Although the card master's yellow card would still be thrown, it is highly likely that he would be stunned in return. Yet, Xiao Guangjuan could not fathom that his opponent would strike, just as his W, pillar of flame, was on cooldown. There must have been a ward here, undoubtedly placed by the stealthy Evelyn. Zhao Xian, the jungler, could only watch helplessly as his teammate was eliminated on the other side of the wall, ultimately erupting with a frustrated exclamation. "Did you really need to say that?" Xiao Guangjuan retorted, his annoyance palpable. Chapter 68, A Crucial Battle. Enough chatter. Let's take the dragon. Captain Lu Qi instructed Xiao Guangjun and Li Sheng. The opposing team was perpetually 1 player short, indicating that the blood color team had no resources to contest the dragon. The resurrected fire mage swiftly arrived at the dragon's location, and the 4 members unabashedly secured it. If the Tianda team aimed to claim the dragon, the blood color team truly had no countermeasures. It all hinged on whether the prince could steal it. Indeed, the blood color team conceded the dragon without a fight, the commentator remarked. Yu Luosheng refrained from sending the prince into a risky dragon steal, recognizing the futility of such high-risk maneuvers when they were already at a disadvantage in numbers. Calmly, Yu Luosheng farmed minions, continuously using his blue cards to attack the enemy's mid-lane turret. The health of the mid-lane tower had already diminished considerably, and with Cardmaster's rapid pushing speed, it was destined to fall. While the opponent secured a dragon, Yu Luosheng successfully demolished the enemy's mid-lane turret. Before long, the other 3 members of the Tianda team began to group at the bottom lane, executing a decisive kill on the crocodile. The opposing team was now thoroughly exploiting their numerical advantage, continuously grouping in 3s or 4s, leaving the prince unable to roam and merely accompanying the underperforming crocodile in the bottom lane, who could scarcely recover. In the top lane, the Judgment Angel was thriving. Olaf's attempts to forcefully engage her ended poorly, as he was sent retreating time and again. Zhao Xian's efforts to assist the top lane Angel allowed ample opportunities for the Cardmaster to appear and safeguard his teammates' growth. The Blood Color team, utilizing the Widow, consistently placed wards to monitor Tianda's movements, thwarting their early jungle gank attempts. Yet, this was not a sustainable strategy. Once Tianda's 5 members became properly equipped, they could continuously claim dragons and even the Baron or directly assault towers. How would the Blood Color team respond? 5 members were ultimately 5 members. And with the crocodile's economy notably suppressed, the situation of 4 against 5 grew increasingly challenging. Each time Yu Luosheng unleashed his ultimate, his target was the mid-lane fire mage or the jungler Zhao Xian. By the 12-minute mark, his card master had amassed 4 kills and reached a minion count of 120, with the Lich Bane in hand and a pair of sorcerer's shoes. His equipment was indeed lavish for 15 minutes into the game. It could be said that any slightest error from Tianda's fire mage would instantly turn him into Yu Luosheng's cash cow. Approaching the 14-minute mark, Yu Luosheng once again single-handedly eliminated the fire mage. This kill effectively shattered the fire mage's presence in the mid lane. The members of the Tianda team finally realized they could not allow the card master to develop unchecked and quickly convened to devise a strategy. How could we be so overwhelmed? Lu Qi of Tianda said coldly. This card master knows how to play, and Zhao Xian isn't helping me gank, complained Xiao Guangjun. Damn, there are wards everywhere in mid, and the prince is lurking there, Li Sheng grumbled. Relax, it's just a card master. I'll charge right at him. Wu Kai declared. The female tank's offensive capabilities were formidable, and it was Wu Kai's strongest support hero. For a short-legged hero like Cardmaster, being caught would mean instant death, thus posing no significant threat. Captain Lu Qi of Tianda glanced at the mid lane. His Ashe had just returned to exchange equipment, and the bottom lane tower had already been taken down, allowing him to directly attack the mid lane turret. Fire Mage, I'll initiate a play in mid. And you take him out, Captain Lu Qi commanded. The terrifying aspect of Ashe lay in her ability to unleash a stunning arrow from the shadows, particularly in mid lane, where it could easily strike an inattentive AP champion, leading to a swift takedown by teammates. Holding his ice sword, Captain Lu Qi swiftly activated his ultimate. An arrow of ice shot forth, soaring over the heads of the minions from the purple side. The stunning ice arrow traced a chilling path, aimed directly at the card master, who was busy farming in the mid lane. Yu Luosheng continued to quickly farm in the mid lane. Without his ultimate, he cleared the F4 and 3 wolves, maximizing his economy. However, while collecting this wave of minions, a chilling arrow suddenly flew towards him, startling him. Yu Luosheng furrowed his brow and, upon seeing the ice arrow, darted to the left to evade. If he had his flash, his speed and reaction would have certainly allowed him to dodge the arrow, but he had already used it when he single-handedly killed the fire mage moments ago. He consciously attempted to evade, but the arrow was indeed cunningly timed, arriving precisely as he aimed to farm. Bang! The arrow struck Card Master squarely in the face, shattering the ice into pieces. The Card Master was immediately stunned in place. The long stun duration from this arrow shot from afar left Yu Luosheng acutely aware that he was now in dire straits. With a flash, the Fire Mage, desperate to eliminate the Card Master, lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of skills upon Yu Luosheng's Card Master. Shut down. The once flawless 500 record now bore a mark of death, as a full 500 gold was snatched away by the Fire Mage's flash and ignite. The blood color team, centered around Yu Luosheng, exhibited signs of panic as his card master was brought to an end. What is happening? Xue Haiyang, who had been oblivious to the mid-lane skirmish, inquired hurriedly. Caught off guard by Ashe, the Fire Mage flashed in and unleashed his skills. Xiao Dao explained. That arrow arrived too abruptly. It was nearly impossible for anyone to react in time, and it was unfair to blame Yu Luosheng for the oversight. The LL group push mid, delay the tower, but don't engage, let them have it. Hold the second tower. Wait for my respawn, Yu Luosheng calmly instructed his teammates, unaffected by the sudden death. With the card master down, Tianda's 5 members indeed grouped to push mid. The nearly full health tower was quickly demolished, forcing the Judgment Angel, thriving in the top lane, to return to mid to defend, lest they lose the second turret effortlessly. Captain Lu Qi of Tianda recognized that this single arrow had dramatically altered the course of the game. Many had previously questioned the choice of Ashe, a seemingly fragile hero, in the match. In truth, her presence was highly advantageous. The blood color team was clearly at a numerical disadvantage, rendering their team fights exceedingly difficult. Ashe possessed one of the strongest initiation capabilities in all of League of Legends. The commentator remarked with expertise. Ashe, while having both advantages and drawbacks, could utterly dismantle the enemy team if her strengths were properly utilized. The choice of Ashe by Tianda as captain and ADC was, as her catchphrase goes, a wise decision. At least, this arrow had already proven its worth. The future death-dealing arrows would pose the greatest threat to the blood color team. The blood color team found themselves in a precarious situation, for the Tianda team could easily replicate this strategy, positioning themselves in mid or another lane, whittling down the enemy's health, and then unleashing Ashe's ultimate to initiate a fight. Even with a defensive tower, the blood color team might struggle to withstand the onslaught in a 4 versus 5 scenario. While the cardmaster player from Blood Color was indeed exceptional, facing off against Tianda's early grouping left them feeling utterly powerless. The commentator lamented, for against 5 was, after all, exceedingly challenging. The audience, upon hearing the commentator's remarks, began to doubt the Blood Color team's prospects, as no matter how well the Widow placed wards, it would be futile against the relentless group push from their opponents. Alas, it is indeed disheartening. Only moments ago, I was filled with excitement, believing that the cards could save the world, remarked a youthful figure resembling a university student seated in the front row. Forming a coalition so early, the cards have no recourse. Had they delayed for over 20 minutes to enhance their equipment, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. Yet, the members of the Tianda team are not foolish. They recognize the prowess of the cards and thus deny them ample time to develop. It is likely that they will reach level 20 soon. The crocodile in the bottom lane has suffered grievously, having perished 3 times, rendering him ineffective until the sunfire was completed. The audience began to murmur, most wearing expressions of despair and shaking their heads. Yang Qianqian sat in the spectator area beside her visibly troubled teammate, Wang Qin. Alas, it seems to be just as the host suggested, Wang Qin stated. A sense of unease crept into Yang Qianqian's heart. Recalling the events in the hospital, she fervently wished for the Blood Color team to triumph in this match, yet the current situation appeared bleak. Wraith is placing vision at the dragon. Yu Luosheng informed Huang Yu. Huang Yu had been traversing the jungle, wary of approaching the battlefield, knowing that at Wraith's level, any deceleration could lead to instant demise. Anyone could easily eliminate him. The dragon? Huang Yu replied, puzzled. They were currently clustered at the second tower. What purpose did placing vision at the dragon serve? Despite his confusion, he complied, venturing to the dragon's vicinity and establishing vision at several key locations around it. At this moment, Yu Luosheng respawned and swiftly made his way back to the lane. With the appearance of the cards in the team, their rapid wave clearing would not afford the opponents the opportunity to push the tower, thus preserving the second tower. Realizing they could not take down the second tower, and after several moments of hesitation, the Tianda team decided to retreat and genuinely headed towards the dragon. The Tianda team secured the dragon at the 9-minute mark, which respawns every 6 minutes. Now, at 15 minutes, the dragon had indeed respawned. With the first tower in the bottom lane, the first tower in the mid lane, and 1 dragon secured, the overall economy of the Tianda team was evidently superior. Should the opposing team secure the second dragon, the economic gap for the Blood Color team would only widen. Under the pressure of this economic disparity and the impending team fight, Yu Luosheng earnestly addressed the members of the Blood Color team. We must contest the dragon. We must win this battle. Xiao Dao, Xiao Tongtong, and Shui Haiyang glanced at Yu Luosheng. They too sensed the critical importance of this dragon skirmish. Victory would grant them a chance to continue fighting, while defeat would render any hope of resurgence nearly impossible. Chapter 69, a step between life and death from the current trajectory of the Blood Red team. Their resolve is clear. They intend to engage the Tianda team in a fair and honorable confrontation at the dragon's location. The host's voice rose in pitch, and the audience fell into a hushed anticipation as they watched the 4 members of the Blood Red team rush towards the dragon battlefield. Their eyes glued to the big screen, eager not to miss a single moment of the impending battle. The entrance to the dragon has always been a strategic hotspot. The members of the Tianda team, stationed at the minion line, spotted the approach of the Blood Red team and chose not to attack the dragon immediately. Instead, they lingered, baiting the Blood Red members to come closer. They want to fight us. Li Sheng, controlling Zhao Xin for the Tianda team, exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I really don't understand why they didn't just forfeit. Why risk everything with a clumsy player? Do they truly believe they can win a 4v5? Wu Kai scoffed. He could not forget the humiliation he faced when Qin Ying publicly dismissed him at the internet CAF. He would sacrifice anything for the sake of restoring his pride. After teaching Huang Yu a lesson last time, Wu Kai felt a sense of relief, but it was not enough. This match, witnessed by thousands, demanded that he thoroughly trounce the Blood Red team. He longed to see Qin Ying's face contort with despair. The berserker charged directly at the cardmaster. Do you understand? Lu Qi inquired. I do. No worries, I'll definitely catch him. Just follow up and take him down, Wu Kai replied confidently. Soon enough, both teams were locked in a fierce struggle at the Dragon River. Without his ultimate ability, Frost Archer could not initiate an engagement, leaving it to Olaf to decide the moment to unleash his own ultimate, or for Wu Kai's Leona to secure a target. Wu Kai, adept in his role as a support, positioned himself strategically within the Dragon's Canyon, aiming to catch an opponent off guard. The Cardmaster, being the sole source of damage for the Blood Red team, would undoubtedly attempt to maneuver closer to unleash his skills, but Wu Kai's gaze remained fixed on him, ready to strike the moment he made a misstep. The sharp gold card spun through the air, slicing through the brush and grazing the skin of the Tianda team's frontliners, Berserker Olaf and Zhao Xian. While the gold card flew slowly, skilled players could easily evade it, but with the Tianda team crowded in the Dragon River, it was inevitable that someone would be struck by the treacherously angled card. Fire Mage continuously launched spells, aiming to whittle down the health of the Blood Red team's front line, the Crocodile and the Prince. Unfortunately, the Fire Mage's equipment was woefully inadequate. His skills barely scratched the armored Prince and Crocodile, while the Cardmaster's gold card flew by with greater impact. At the 15-minute mark, with items like the Lich Bane, Sorcerer's Shoes, and the Oblivion Orb, the Cardmaster was indeed equipped lavishly. The combined damage from Fire Mage and Frost Archer paled in comparison to his single-handed output. Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, recognized the futility of this strategy and signaled Wu Kai. Wu Kai, annoyed, noted the Cardmaster's cautious movements, providing him no chance to capitalize. While the gold card's strikes had already reduced his health by a third, with Lu Qi calling for an engagement, Wu Kai could no longer hold back. His focus remained solely on the Cardmaster. As he saw him attempting to approach for another strike, Wu Kai decisively pressed the D key. With a swift flash, the radiant Dawn Leona leapt from the Dragon Canyon. Solar Flare! Leona shouted, raising her golden sword high. Instantly, a blazing solar flare erupted in the river, targeting Yu Luosheng's Cardmaster. The golden flare presented a double ring, the inner ring stunning, the outer ring slowing. Wu Kai aimed this ultimate ability to incapacitate the core hero, the Cardmaster. Leona initiated the fight, her sword aimed at the Cardmaster. The host's voice boomed, invigorating the audience. Everyone understood that the pivotal moment in this 4v5 scenario hinged on the Cardmaster. Should he fall, the Blood Red team would be left with no means to contend against the Tianda team, and a loss would spell their demise. The screen quickly shifted to focus on the Cardmaster, revealing the deadly solar flare flashing ominously beneath his feet, threatening to ignite his cloak. Wu Kai's ultimate was cunningly placed. It was released just behind the Cardmaster. Thus, should he instinctively retreat, he would fall right into its grasp. Conversely, if he advanced, the golden sword would find its mark. At this moment, the Cardmaster faced a crucial decision: to retreat or advance. The choice between life and death heightened the tension for all spectators. Suddenly, attempting to move closer to his teammates, the Cardmaster stepped back. This maneuver evaded Leona's stunning ring, but he could not escape the outer ring, resulting in his slowdown. Without a flash or an escape skill, this debuff proved fatal. Moreover, the radiant Dawn Leona with her golden sword stood right before him. A cold smile crept across Wu Kai's face. The Cardmaster's fate was sealed. Dawn's blade. Leona fiercely swung her golden sword, its radiant light transforming into a tangible force, piercing straight for the Cardmaster. This was a direct assault. Evading the stunning ring was already a feat in itself, but this strike offered no chance of escape. As the golden sword flew through the air, the Cardmaster promptly shifted right after stepping back. This lateral movement created a perfect 90-degree angle to evade Leona's sword, executing the most elegant maneuver in League of Legends, the right angle dance. What is the right angle dance? It is a technique applicable to all linear, non-targeted skill evasion, such as Lux's Binding, Blitzcrank's Hook, Thresh Chain, and Lee Sin's Sonic Wave. When skills are released, the enemy is directly in front, and moving along the same trajectory guarantees a hit. However, by moving at a right angle to the skill's path, one can easily evade such linear, non-targeted abilities. This maneuver requires extensive practice and extraordinary judgment to anticipate the angle of the opponent's skill release. In this moment, the Cardmaster's movement formed a right angle with Leona's golden sword, evading this lethal control skill with a mere step to the right. A beautifully executed maneuver. The Cardmaster evaded two of Leona's most deadly control skills. Wow, look! The Cardmaster is even cutting cards while dodging, the host exclaimed. Faced with such a sudden assault, the Cardmaster managed to cut cards with remarkable composure. Chapter 70, A Fierce Melee. Wu Kai was enraged to see that his abilities had missed. At that moment, the Cardmaster was holding a dazzling red card. With a swift motion, the red card was hurled, striking the face of the Goddess of Dawn. A whirlwind of red cards swirled around her, leaving behind a trail that slowed all who crossed it. Zhao Xian, intending to charge directly at the Cardmaster, found himself hindered, his movements impeded by the red card's effect. This astute maneuver effectively thwarted any aggressive advances from his opponent. However, Olaf activated his ultimate and surged forward. The commentator spoke rapidly, explaining that Olaf's ultimate rendered him immune to any control or slowing effects, as the Berserker charged fearlessly at the card master, brandishing two bloodstained axes. With a burst of speed, Olaf was like a rampaging bull, swiftly closing in on the card master. The Goddess of Dawn blinked into control. Zhao Xian charged recklessly, and Olaf unleashed his ultimate alongside his sprint. One could sense the intensity of the hatred the Tian de team harbored for the card master. The commentator exclaimed that with three such formidable heroes seeking to engage, even those with escape skills would meet a grim fate. The ally, Crocodile, positioned himself just in time before the card master, but alas, he could not deter the wild Olaf. Xiao Tong Tong felt urgency as the card master appeared to be within reach. Demacia! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as Jarvan, the Prince of Demacia, leaped into action, thrusting his spear straight into the shallow river. Boom! The ground trembled as rocks erupted around Jarvan's spear, forming a formidable circular stone barrier. No matter how wildly Olaf charged, he was trapped within this rocky prison. Bravo! Jarvan's ultimate successfully thwarted Olaf's ferocious assault, leaving Zhao Xian in an awkward position where he could not reach the backlands. At this moment, the Judgment Angel found a prime spot to unleash her damage. It was worth noting that this Judgment Angel, Kale, was equipped with the blade of the Ruined King and Swiftness boots, making her output formidable. Kale was built for AD. Despite her AP potential being greater, this battle required her to deliver physical damage. Armed with a large blue potion, her ranged cooldown skills had minimal intervals, allowing her to stand firm and deal damage. The card master had also found refuge among his two teammates, positioning himself at Kale's flank. In team fights, the ADC and AP should ideally align along the Y-axis, enabling them to support one another when opponents engage. With a swift draw, he selected a card, unleashing all his skills upon Olaf. As Yu Luosheng's intent was clear, eliminate the most dangerous foe, Olaf, in the shortest time possible. Red card, a Crimson Whirlwind. The card master's trickery, the effect of Lich Bane, allowed a basic attack to deplete Olaf's health significantly, coupled with the universal card sweeping across Olaf. Olaf bore no magic resistance equipment. His reliance on the 30 points of magic and physical resistance from his ultimate was negligible. Yu Luosheng had accumulated 5 kills and 160 minion kills within approximately 15 minutes, his splendid gear striking fear into Olaf, who possessed merely a single piece of thornmail. As Olaf's health plummeted, Zhao Xian could not remain passive, maneuvering around Jarvan's ultimate, disregarding Crocodile and Jarvan, charging directly at the card master. Retreat. Yu Luosheng promptly commanded the card master to pull back, while Zhao Xian dashed forward, inflicting slow and damage upon him. At that moment, Xiao Tong Tong's Crocodile leapt off Olaf, executing a second E to swiftly return to the card master, stunning Zhao Xian with his skill. The formation of the blood color team was disrupted by Zhao Xian's charge, prompting Kale to shift her focus. As she retreated, all her damage skills were unleashed upon Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's development had been mediocre. Had his ultimate struck multiple targets, he could have gained significant resistance, but it only affected Crocodile, yielding little impact. With resolve, he pressed forward, undeterred. Stunned by Crocodile and slowed by Kale's Ruined King, Zhao Xian could not even execute his 3-hit Q effect before absorbing a torrent of damage. Unable to reach Cardmaster and Kale, Zhao Xian redirected his assault toward the weakened Jarvan, intent on eliminating him first. Jarvan, Prince of Demacia, was a champion Zhao Xian was particularly adept at using. He had not utilized his E-skill during his ultimate to block enemy pursuit, as Olaf could not be knocked up, and his damage was insufficient to penetrate the enemy backlands without risking his life. Seeing his health dwindling, Jarvan decisively executed a double EQ, bursting forth from the fray. With but a sliver of health remaining, the Tian de team as Fire Mage possessed subpar equipment, yet the hero's burst potential was indeed formidable. More alarming was the presence of the Iceborne Gauntlet, which, despite Jarvan's substantial armor, still threatened to overwhelm him. Regrettably, as Zhao Xian turned to retreat after absorbing some damage for Olaf, he inadvertently struck the nearly defeated Jarvan with his skills. Alas, Jarvan cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. The battlefield was fraught with tension, and Yu Luosheng had no time to dwell on Jarvan's demise. With his skills on cooldown once more, he unhesitatingly pressed the W key to select his card. Once again, it was a red card, immediately after the blue card had been dispatched. He locked onto the red card. The red card flew forth, unleashing a vibrant wave of slowing winds centered on Zhao Xian. The universal card soon followed, slicing past Zhao Xian's visage. A basic attack triggered the effect of Lich Bane once more. The card master drew exclusively red cards, and combined with Q's universal card, these two skills delivered substantial AoE damage. Both Xiao Xian and Olaf, clad in tanky gear, found their health rapidly dwindling. It must be said, the chaos and intensity of the scene made it impossible to determine the victor until the very end. The battle raged from the Dragon's Canyon River to the position of the blue side's F4. The Tianda team S. Xiao Xian barely clung to life, having managed to save himself at the last moment. As Xiao Xian helped to absorb some damage for Olaf, the latter launched another ferocious onslaught, his axe slowing the Judgment Angel Kale. Simultaneously, the Goddess of Dawn suddenly burst in from another angle, her dawn blade striking Kale's face directly, followed by the stunning Q shield. Leona's timely ambush placed the Judgment Angel Kale in dire straits. The commentator was wholly absorbed and exhilarated, his fervent words resonating with all the spectators focused on the unfolding battle. The arena was engulfed in silence, save for the commentator's voice echoing, tugging at the heartstrings of the crowd. Chapter 71. As long as my cards remain alive. With a fearsome roar, Olaf brought down his axe, inflicting nearly a third of Kale's health in a single, terrifying blow of true damage. The icy arrows from Ashe flew in as well, and it seemed that the ensnared Kale was on the verge of being eliminated. In a moment of urgency, Shui Haiyang pressed the R key, bestowing upon himself the divine protection of the Holy Shield. This shield rendered him completely invulnerable and immune to any slowing effects. With a swift acceleration, the Judgment Angel managed to escape the hail of projectiles, albeit with only a third of her health remaining. It was clear that Kale's ultimate ability was reserved for her own survival, allowing her to narrowly evade disaster. However, Team Tianda had no intention of letting her go. Indeed, Olaf and Leona relentlessly pursued her. With an impressively short cooldown, Olaf's axe struck once more just as Kale's invincibility ended, slowing her down significantly. This debuff proved to be lethal for Kale, as being slowed by Ashe's W left her with little hope for survival. Just as they were about to close in on Kale, a red card suddenly flew out from the side. The card struck both the Berserker Olaf and the Dawn Goddess, causing the effects of Olaf's ultimate to fade momentarily, thus halting their pursuit. In a timely fashion, another red card followed, thwarting Team Tianda's intention to continue chasing after Kale. The announcer spoke rapidly. With a swift motion, the three-leaf universal card swept through, grazing Olaf. With his health critically low and now hit by two more skills from the card master, Olaf's life essence was extinguished. At that moment, Shui Haiyang decisively pressed the keyboard, using the crocodile's reaping blade to finish off Olaf, whose blood splattered as he fell between the F4 and the river. After Olaf's demise, the crocodile was quickly targeted by Ashe's slowing abilities. Ashe's kiting skills were formidable, and with this debuff applied, the crocodile was left with little chance to escape. His development had not been optimal, and he could scarcely endure much damage. At this juncture, Shui Haiyang glanced at the health of the opposing fire mage. Without hesitation, he executed a second E, choosing not to flee, unleashing a full barrage of skills upon the fire mage, igniting him in the process. The fire mage's health was reduced by at least 2/5, and although the crocodile lacked significant offensive items, the burst damage was undeniable. The fire mage maintained his composure, applying flame burn to the crocodile before casting fire mark to stun him. Meanwhile, Ashe's devastating critical arrows rained down, targeting the crocodile relentlessly. Overwhelmed by the two assailants in the bottom lane and lacking adequate equipment, the crocodile could not withstand the assault for long, and his health quickly dwindled. Fortunately, he managed to unleash his full skill set upon the fire mage, severely damaging him. The ignite's effects lingered, ultimately leading to the fire mage's demise at the hands of the burning damage, as the crocodile claimed his life in exchange. Shui Haiyang felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing his teammates sacrifice themselves for his protection. He turned to finish off the injured Leona, but just then, Ashe's longbow was drawn back, unleashing a massive magical crystal arrow that soared towards Kale. Alas, it was unfortunate. Ashe's ultimate was off cooldown, and the arrow struck Kale squarely in the face, leaving her with no escape. Indeed, Ashe swiftly applied her W to slow the stunned Kale, adhering closely, her skillful maneuvers leaving Kale with no chance of survival. In a final, desperate attempt, Kale swung her angelic sword twice at Ashe, but regrettably, Ashe's health remained nearly full, rendering Kale's efforts futile. Ultimately, Kale met her tragic end beneath Ashe's icy arrows. True to her reputation as the captain of Team Tianda, Ashe skillfully claimed the lives of both the crocodile and Kale. With the prince fallen, the crocodile traded his life, and Kale was lost in a heartbeat. The entire blood color team had perished, leaving only Yu Luosheng's card master on the battlefield. Even more dire was the fact that, at this point in the battle, the card master's blue mana was almost depleted, leaving him capable of casting perhaps one more spell. Team Tianda had only lost the Fire Mage and Berserker Olaf, while Zhao Xian and Leona were critically injured, and Ashe was nearly at full health. The blood color team had fought valiantly in this team skirmish, with the card master's red cards and universal cards inflicting significant AoE damage. However, they were ultimately outnumbered, leading to a 2-4-3 exchange that placed Team Tianda in an undeniable position of superiority. Were the blood color team destined for defeat? The announcer speculated. Defeated? Qin Ying's gaze was fixed on the screen, his eyes dimming in despair. As someone entrenched in the gaming community, losing this match drained the color from his face, akin to a crushing blow to a life already fraught with failures. Shui Haiyang, Xiao Dao, and Shui Tongtong stared blankly at their gray screens. This skirmish represented the blood color team's sole hope, and defeat would spell utter ruin. At this moment, they longed for their summoner spells to include resurrection and teleportation, yearning to confront Team Tianda once more with fervor. Yet, the gray screen and the vivid death notifications only deepened their sense of defeat and helplessness. They had never anticipated becoming so captivated by this game, nor had they imagined dedicating over 2 months to training for this competition, enduring the monotony of daily practice. They certainly had not foreseen the emotional turmoil stemming from thousands of victories and defeats, particularly as the imminent shattering of their dreams loomed over them, igniting an overwhelming urge to smash their keyboards in frustration. They had exerted tremendous effort, even as their captain Huang Yu sustained injuries, refusing to abandon what could have been a humiliating match. And yet, they were on the verge of losing. Captain Huang Yu gazed at Shui Haiyang, Xiao Dao, and Shui Tongtong. At this moment, his sense of shame reached its zenith. Had it not been for his impulsive actions, his teammates would not have found themselves engulfed in such despair and indignation. His Widowmaker had yet to reach level 6, relegated to merely pushing lanes in the top lane during skirmishes. But what good was destroying the top tower when it could not salvage the impending collapse of the entire team? Just moments ago, his teammates had been shouting in excitement for the fierce battle. Now, silence enveloped them, the once vibrant sounds replaced by an oppressive stillness that was maddening, steeped in frustration and agitation. The card master. The card master was determined to fight on. Suddenly, the announcer exclaimed. With his teammates fallen and the enemy still boasting 3 members, the card master chose to continue the battle, casting another spell. Was this usually composed player about to lose his rationality? The members of the blood color team heard the announcer's voice, their gazes converging on Yu Luosheng, filled with confusion. Had he truly given up, merely aiming to trade a life for a life? Yu Luosheng's eyes were locked on the screen, his focus sharper than ever. Defeated? Absolutely not. As long as my cards remain alive. Dear friends, I kindly remind you to share your book reviews frequently, as this will expedite the accumulation of experience. Your support is invaluable to me. I sincerely request that you remember to cast your votes. When clicking to read, please make sure to log into your account. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Chapter 72, Life and Death in 1. 5 seconds. The card master emanated a radiant blue glow. As Yu Luosheng resurrected and stepped out, he carried a substantial supply of blue potions, having purchased an ample quantity to replenish his mana. It was common knowledge that without the blue buff, the card master was severely mana depleted when casting abilities. This consideration prompted Yu Luosheng to prepare accordingly. Yet, despite his foresight, he found himself entirely out of blue potions. Casting a quick glance at Leona's position, he swiftly drew a blue card. The card, shimmering with a liquid-like azure sheen, was hurled towards the low health support, Leona. This single blue card drained Leona's health to 0. However, to Yu Luosheng's dismay, she did not perish from the blow. His action seemed profoundly ill-advised, as attacking Leona meant he was now ensnared by Ashe's chilling grasp. The commentator remarked, observing the blood-red team's players, who watched Yu Luosheng, realizing he was sacrificing his own life as an AP champion for a mere support kill, an utterly futile exchange. It appeared that Yu Luosheng had indeed resigned himself to this fate. True to form, Ashe unleashed her volley, slowing the card master's escape. Yu Luosheng furrowed his brow, having previously estimated that a single blue card would suffice to eliminate Leona. However, he was taken aback to discover that Leona had opted for magic resistance boots and had amassed additional magic resistance items, explaining her survival through multiple engagements. This miscalculation placed Yu Luosheng in a precarious situation once more. Ashe's slowing effect had ensnared him, while Leona, displaying remarkable wisdom, chose to retreat. avoiding the risk of being struck by the card master's versatile abilities. With his health dwindling, a few more blows would surely seal his demise. The commentator's voice echoing in everyone's ears. 1 arrow. 2 arrows. Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, smirked slightly. This kill would be his. Suddenly, the card master vanished into the thick brush behind the red buff, instantly losing visibility. Yet, this mattered little. The slowed card master could not escape. Lu Qi directed Ash into the brush, glancing at the cooldown of his ultimate ability, which was nearly ready. No matter how the card master attempted to conceal himself, death was inevitable. Upon entering the brush, he spotted the card master's sluggish form, reminiscent of a wounded soldier crawling under the weight of his arrows. Lu Qi, towering above, could leisurely raise his bow at any moment to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Lu Qi observed the card master selecting a card. What could it possibly achieve? Even if he drew a yellow card, escape was futile. Lu Qi sensed the card master's desperate struggle. It was pointless, even if stunned. The brief one. 5 seconds of incapacitation would not allow the slowed card master to evade Ash's next barrage. With his current health, a mere arrow or Ash's volley would spell his end. The commentator too wore a worried expression. Indeed, the card master chose the yellow card. Ding! The stunning yellow card struck Ash, who had nearly reached him. Ash was rendered immobile. Lu Qi smirked disdainfully, holding his fully charged W ability, ready to claim the kill as soon as the stun wore off. Suddenly, a crimson eye appeared above Ash's head. Lu Qi paused, glancing back at the card master, who was still struggling for survival. A beam of red light enveloped him, forming a scarlet pattern around the card master. His ultimate ability? At this moment, the card master activated his ultimate. Not only was the commentator perplexed, but all spectators were bewildered, unable to comprehend why the seemingly doomed card master would expend his ultimate in this critical moment. Lu Qi, noticing the red glow surrounding the card master, suddenly realized something and swiftly pressed the W key. 1 second. 5 seconds. The duration of the stun precisely matched the timing required for the card master to execute his ultimate and escape. Ash unleashed her volley. The ice-white arrows scattered, nearly grazing the card master's face. In that instant, the card master vanished from sight. The arrow struck nothing but the brush. Damn it! Lu Qi cursed, a mix of shock and anger flashing across his face. It felt as though a seemingly cornered maiden, stripped bare, suddenly sprouted wings and soared away. Absurd and unbelievable. Where did he go? Where did the card master vanish to? Damn! The furious exclamation came from Wu Kai, who had been controlling Leona from a safe distance. Returning to base, only to abruptly find his screen turned gray. Wu Kai barely grasped how he had met his demise. Oh my god! The commentator exclaimed. Card master! Card master! Can you see this, everyone? My heavens, the card master, who appeared doomed, utilized a yellow card and his ultimate not only to evade death at Ash's hands, but also to claim Leona, who was retreating. Incredible, simply incredible. Moments ago, the crowd had deemed the card master lost, yet now, all eyes were wide in disbelief, fixated on the towering LCD screen. Clad in a trench coat, bearing wounds and clutching a bloodstained card, the card master, Twisted Fate, stood triumphant over Leona's lifeless body. The arena erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. This miraculous maneuver left everyone in awe. One could only imagine the spectacle of thousands rising in unison, captivated by the brilliance of the moment, their eyes glued to the screen. A level 3 yellow card stun lasted 5 seconds, precisely matching the casting time of the card master's ultimate. What level of composure must this player possess to execute such a maneuver in the face of impending doom? My heavens, my heavens. The commentator was left utterly speechless. Chapter 73, Turning the Tide of Battle. The card master utilizes his ultimate ability to evade danger, a technique that every card master must master. However, at the moment the card master entered the brush, he was left with but a sliver of health, making that yellow card crucial. Wait, let us not dwell on this for now. It seems the card master is still on the move. The commentator was about to recount the splendid escape and kill executed by Yu Luosheng, but he noticed the card master advancing toward the enemy's jungle. Yu Luosheng approached the bush to the right of the enemy and Oppos's first tower and made his way toward the opposing blue buff and Oppos's brush. Suddenly, he maintained a small distance from the brush. 3 cards were swiftly grasped in the hands of the card master, who flicked his wrist, sending colored cards flying into the brush with a sharp spin. Suddenly, a scream erupted from within the brush. Double kill. At this moment, the system loudly announced, double kill. What is happening? Could there still be foes hiding in the brush? The commentator was taken aback and quickly shifted his focus there. The battle had been chaotic, with Zhao Xian escaping on low health, and most had overlooked him. It was indeed Zhao Xian. Astonishingly, the card master had achieved a double kill in such a dire situation, with no mana and minimal health. Before the crowd could recover from the card master's escape and the spectacular kill of Leona, this sudden turn of events ignited a wave of excitement throughout the arena. The brush by the enemy blue buff was devoid of any sight of the blood color team, and at the moment Yu Luosheng unleashed his ultimate, he swiftly dispatched Leona, merely catching a glimpse of Zhao Xian's position out of the corner of his eye. Upon killing Leona, Yu Luosheng was struck by the realization that Zhao Xian was quite near and could potentially see his bloodied self flying toward this location, using the brush to ambush him for an easy kill. Thus, he cast a wild card in the direction of the blue buff's brush with sheer instinct. Indeed, Zhao Xian did not return to base, but charged toward him. Incredible, truly incredible. The card master withstood immense pressure, using his elegant maneuvers and keen awareness to claim 2 enemy kills. It is worth noting that just moments ago, he had been fleeing from the icy arrows of ash. With a yellow card, an ultimate ability, a basic attack from the Lich Bane, and an exceptionally perceptive wild card, he reversed the tide of battle. A 3-4 exchange, the blood color team triumphed in this team fight. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena as Yu Luosheng maneuvered the card master away from Ash's pursuit, eliciting even louder cheers from the crowd of over 1,000. The card master, clinging to his last sliver of health and empty mana, gradually made his way to safety. And in that moment, everyone gazed upon him with fervent admiration, as if he were a hero, for his miraculous double kill. In the words of Wang Qin, so cool. Absolutely stunning. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Qining suddenly leaped from his seat, letting out a resounding shout. Without ever experiencing despair, how could one comprehend Qin Ying's euphoric elation at this moment? Just moments ago, he believed the blood color team was destined to lose, sitting despondently in his chair, his mind blank. Yet, within mere seconds, Yu Luosheng's card master orchestrated a miraculous turnaround with 3 skills and a basic attack, altering the entire course of the battle. With a look of shame, Huang Yu lifted his head, his face a mask of disbelief as he beheld the kill notification. As an AP player, Huang Yu had also dabbled with the card master, but always felt the damage was insufficiently potent. Yet, witnessing Yu Luosheng's execution of that yellow card, his ultimate, and his stunning escape while elegantly collecting kills, Huang Yu felt an instantaneous affection for the card master, and even more so, for the young man wielding him. The card master in his hands was nothing short of an art form in killing, breathtaking yet graceful and composed. Push the lane, Huang Yu. Hurry and push the lane. At that moment, Xiao Tongtong and Xiao Dao shouted at the astonished Huang Yu in unison. Huang Yu had relinquished control when the Judgment Angel fell, as he, a level-less Widowmaker, felt utterly insignificant. However, with 4 enemies down, and Ash pursuing the elusive card master in the bottom lane, the top lane was wide open. Huang Yu could even penetrate her defenses. His fingers tingled with excitement as he gripped the mouse. He was overwhelmed with exhilaration. In a 4v5 team fight, the outcome was a 3-4 exchange, giving the blood color team a kill advantage. Now, he could demolish 2 towers in the top lane, which were crucial for establishing a significant economic lead in this match. Huang Yu feverishly clicked Widowmaker's abilities, while the blood color team's Xiao Tongtong, Xiao Dao, and Shui Haiyang came alive in that moment, eager to take control even before their heroes respawned. With this team fight won, the match still held promise. Remarkably, in a 4v5 scenario, the blood color team's economy had begun to pull ahead. It is common knowledge that Widowmaker's economic contributions were negligible, while the blood color team's resources were concentrated on the 2 primary damage dealers, Kaisa and the card master. Even with Widowmaker's split pushing to dismantle towers, the blood color team might not necessarily face defeat in a 4v5. As the commentator uttered these words, the crowd erupted in a crescendo of excitement. This match, initially expected to be one-sided, had taken an astonishing turn, transforming the 4v5 situation into a potential victory. If they truly emerged victorious with 4 against 5, this match would become legendary. Undoubtedly, the most dazzling performance would belong to the card master. Now, all eyes were fixated on the screen, as the audience eagerly awaited to see whether the card master would deliver an even more stunning display, unleashing yet another wave of breathtaking annihilation with his elegant card play. Chapter 74, The Sting of Hatred. Huang Yu's Fury Zhang Aijing opened another folder, aptly titled Dota Player Strength Rankings. The game Dota continues to captivate a multitude of players, and she had obtained this invaluable data from another Dota analyst. Upon accessing the document, She was greeted by a plethora of meticulously organized names on the left side. With a mere click, additional information would unfold. The first name on this extensive list was Doing. Doing, individual strength, 9 points. Team fight strength, 9 points. Tactical guidance, 9 points. The strength data table for Dota, however, lacked a crucial metric, the strength fluctuation coefficient. Initially, Zhang Yijing employed Dota's model to draft statistics for League of Legends, LOL, but she gradually realized that these three figures inadequately represented a player's true capabilities. Thus, she learned from an analyst in Korea and incorporated the strength fluctuation coefficient into her evaluations. For Zhang Yijing, this coefficient held significant importance, rivaling the aforementioned metrics. Regrettably, Do Ying's information on the Dota list had not been updated for some time. With a total score of 30, Do Ying's comprehensive Dota strength was recorded at 27 points. In truth, players scoring above 18 points are classified as top tier, while those reaching 21 points are deemed elite, often recognized internationally. Scoring 24 points signifies an extraordinarily formidable player, dominating domestically and instilling fear among foreign competitors. As for Yu Luosheng, whose comprehensive strength soared to 27 points, he was nothing short of an anomaly. Globally, few players exceed 25 points. Domestically, the most formidable player, Yin Luo Wang, boasts a comprehensive score of 25 points. Had Do Ying's 27 points been in the realm of LOL, he would undoubtedly be a true king without a crown. Zhang Yijing firmly believed that had Do Ying not forsaken competitive gaming, his comprehensive strength would have remained above 25 points, potentially cultivating a leader capable of guiding Chinese teams to triumph over international competitors. Alas, he chose to abandon this path. After nearly 2 years away from professional esports, how much would his comprehensive strength have diminished? While observing Yu Luosheng play Night Hunter Vayne, Zhang Yijing assigned him a personal strength rating of merely 7 points. This rating, where 1 point signifies a professional player and 6 points or more denotes a top-tier professional, left Zhang Yijing astonished. Nevertheless, compared to his illustrious Dota peak of 9 points, a decline of 2 points proved to be quite detrimental. She pondered whether, should he return to the professional league, he could regain his peak strength of 9 points in the LOL domain. Internationally, players with a personal strength of 9 points have emerged, yet domestically, none have reached this pinnacle. Wait, there should be one such individual. Zhang Yijing suddenly recalled and quickly typed in the search bar, Qianming. Qianming, non-professional player, personal index, 9 points, team index, 6 points, tactical index, burst index. The notation after the scores indicates a minimum of 6 points. Team and tactical indices can only be derived from formal competitions. And since Qianming has never participated in professional events, only the personal index can be confirmed at an astonishing 9 points. Seeing the name Qianming left Zhang Yijing feeling somewhat helpless. Upon his emergence in the domestic scene, the top 8 LPL teams frantically extended invitations, offering substantial sums to enlist him. Unfortunately, to this day, very few have managed to add him as a friend. The most enigmatic and powerful player in the domestic sphere. A non-professional whose prowess leaves even elite professionals in awe, Zhang Yijing found herself deeply intrigued by this player and wished to uncover more about him. Equally, her curiosity was piqued by Do Ying. Several of his strength indices remained as question marks. For Zhang Yijing, accurately filling in the data for a player of her interest felt akin to crafting a flawless masterpiece. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that since he had formed a team, he would inevitably grace the competitive arena, at which point she could complete his data. A smile graced her face as she gazed upon Do Ying's name. Zhang Yijing began to anticipate the appearance of the LM team in the upcoming preseason. Their victory over the second team of the 71 team indicated that their foundational strength was considerably robust. Given more time, they could very well emerge in the spotlight of the top tier. She contemplated which teams might rise to prominence in this preseason. The Taichin team? The LN team? The Fudan First team? The Paradise team? The esports community had witnessed 2 matches, resulting in 1 victory and 1 defeat. The second team of the 71 team demonstrated commendable strength. Wu Sun stood up, removing his headphones. They had anticipated winning both matches, but unexpectedly lost the first game. The defeat stemmed from the initial team fight, where both the jungle and bot lanes were relentlessly targeted, and despite De Luo's stellar performance, the situation could not be salvaged. The second match commenced smoothly, and they emerged victorious. The capabilities of the opposing team evidently surpassed those of the 71 team's second squad. Wu Sun, what are your thoughts? Yu Luosheng inquired, recognizing Wu Sun's experience as a first-tier player. He believed his insights would be more profound. Poor pressure resistance. They struggle in unfavorable situations. Once the enemy gains an advantage and transitions into team fights, defeat is nearly inevitable, Wu Sun responded. The initial team fight is fraught with uncertainties, and even the strongest players can falter. Losing a kill ISN and Oppos, the worst outcome. The true peril lies in allowing the enemy to snowball. Professional players excel in their capacity to capitalize on even the slightest advantage, incessantly expanding it while avoiding exposing vulnerabilities that could lead to a reversal. There was no reason to lose the first game. In the elimination rounds, losses are unacceptable. If we encounter a team of 71's caliber in the first 3 matches, facing such a disadvantage from the outset would result in immediate elimination, Yu Luosheng stated with gravity. A strong team should be capable of handling any situation. If you cannot navigate early game deficits, you must be vigilant in the elimination rounds. Avoid engaging in initial team fights with them to prevent such predicaments. Remember, Yu Luosheng instructed. Understood. Having previously served as captain, Yu Luosheng's words elicited nods of compliance from the others, with minimal dissent. Lindong. Take note of these statistics. The second team of the 71 team has an average player strength of 4 points, a team strength of 6 points, and a tactical strength of 1 point, Yu Luosheng concluded. Chapter 75. The Soul of Tango, the Card of Harvest, Part 1. The system's crisp notification echoed, and immediately a green image of the widow appeared on the right, surrendering the enemy, while the slain red figure was none other than the goddess of dawn, Leona. The widow had vanquished Leona. It seemed that the card master intentionally allowed this kill, perhaps as a response to Leona's earlier provocation, the host remarked. In the meantime, it is wise not to approach League of Legends with an overly arrogant mindset. One often walks along the riverbank. Yet how can one avoid getting their shoes wet? The host's words clearly targeted the unsportsmanlike behavior of Team Tianda, as everyone knew that Huang Yu had sustained an injury, impairing his ability to control his hero effectively. Yet, he had the audacity to provoke his opponent during their one-on-one encounter, resulting in his downfall. On the side of Team Tianda, Wu Kai's face turned a shade of green. If he had been taken down by the card master, Wu Kai would have accepted it, given the card master's superior equipment. However, it was the last shred of health that he failed to attack, allowing the clumsy Huang Yu to claim his life, a sheer humiliation. Wu Kai, what are you doing? Captain Lu Qi exclaimed, visibly irritated. I couldn't do anything about the card master's ultimate, Wu Kai explained. You should have just retreated from the widow. Why flaunt your skills? Lu Qi chided. Wu Kai dared not speak further and could only wait in the fountain. Having slain an enemy support, the Crimson team no longer needed to hold back. Seizing the advantage of the minion wave in the mid lane, the Crimson team swiftly secured a dragon and pushed towards the mid-tier 2 tower. The cardmaster's efficiency in clearing minions was formidable. As soon as the wave appeared, a single wild card cleared nearly the entire wave. With the minion wave pushed forward, the Angel of Judgment and the cardmaster took turns chipping away at the health of the mid-tier 2 tower. The cardmaster's ability to inflict damage was truly terrifying. A few cards flew by, leaving Zhao Xin with only 2/3 of his health, Olaf with 3/4, and the unfortunate Brand, lacking both recovery and life steal, fell below half health. Suddenly, a magical crystal arrow appeared, piercing through the air with a chilling aura, heading directly towards the slightly overextended Angel of Judgment. The arrow was entirely unexpected. Shui Haiyang had no time to react. Bang! The magical crystal arrow struck the Angel of Judgment with a resounding impact, stunning her in place. Team Tianda was about to initiate a forceful engagement, targeting the enemy's crucial ADC. The host exclaimed. Yu Luosheng felt a weight in his heart. The opposing Frost Archer was indeed formidable, capable of capitalizing on such a minute misstep in positioning. Leona had certainly revived and was rushing towards them. If they were to be forcibly engaged now, retreating would be nearly impossible, especially with a relentless hero like Olaf in pursuit. There was no escaping the lengthy mid lane. With no option to retreat, they must engage. Yu Luosheng swiftly drew a card, selecting a yellow card to hold in his hand. At that moment, he noticed a figure clad in golden armor. The goddess of dawn, Leona, had appeared to the side. Her resentment towards the card master had reached its peak. She disregarded everyone else. Her gaze locked onto Yu Luosheng's card master. Yu Luosheng immediately pulled back, maintaining a safe distance from the oncoming enemies. Olaf activated his ultimate. Zhao Xian charged forward, and Leona unleashed her long-range stun. Any one of these skills landing on the card master would result in his swift demise from their concentrated fire. In this dire moment, Yu Luosheng found himself at a loss. He could not locate a suitable environment to deal damage. After all, the Angel of Judgment was ensnared within the enemy ranks. And without flash, even with his ultimate, her fate was sealed. The brief period of invulnerability could not save her. Ultimately, she was swiftly eliminated by the enemy's onslaught. Without the primary damage output from the Angel of Judgment, the team could not hope to win this skirmish. The Crocodile and the Prince defended the Cardmaster while retreating. But with the Frost Archer's relentless slow, escaping from the mid-tier 2 tower back to safety seemed nearly impossible. In the end, both the Crocodile and the Prince fell, having only taken down the enemy brand in exchange. The most terrifying aspect of the Frost Archer lay in her ultimate. A well-placed ultimate could decisively shift the balance of victory. After Team Tianda eliminated the Angel of Judgment, the Crimson team immediately crumbled, resulting in a splendid 1-4-3 exchange. With the main forces of the Crimson team defeated, Team Tianda swiftly pushed down the mid-tier 2 tower and directed their efforts toward the Baron. Team Tianda was aiming for the Baron, the host proclaimed. As the host stated, should Team Tianda secure the Baron, the Crimson team would face significant challenges. Even if they were not forcibly engaged, all outer towers would inevitably fall. One Baron yields 1,500 gold. 2 towers in the top lane and 1 in the bottom lane total 2,250 gold, creating a nearly 4,000 gold disparity. The Crimson team was already at a disadvantage with 1 less combatant. If the economic gap widened further, as long as Team Tianda made no mistakes, their subsequent battles would become exceedingly arduous. They must prevent them from claiming the Baron. Yu Luosheng glanced at the enemy's health. Olaf had half health remaining. Zhao Xian was at half. Leona had a third left, and the Frost Archer was at full health. They would undoubtedly have Zhao Xian or Olaf absorb the damage. Given the Baroness damage, both would soon find themselves severely weakened, making it difficult for them to charge forward. The crux of the matter lay with Leona. The goddess of Dawn's crowd control was formidable. Should he be ensnared by her Dawnblade, the opposing team would swarm him, and he would be instantly slain. Yu Luosheng's mind raced, contemplating whether to adopt a stable defensive strategy in the high ground or to thwart their attempt at securing the Baron. Yu Luosheng, I have my ultimate. At that moment, Huang Yu, who had been split-pushing, rushed towards the Baroness location. Yu Luosheng paused, quickly glancing at the Widow's level. Unbeknownst to him, the split-pushing Widow had reached level 11, meaning she had acquired her second-tier ultimate. Yu Luosheng's eyes lit up. The Widow's ultimate was an area of effect slow, dealing damage based on their current health percentages. If she could hit 3 or more opponents, their health would undoubtedly plummet. Combined with the Baroness damage, creating an opportunity for a decisive harvest. Chapter 76, The Soul of Tango. The Harvesting Card, Part 2. Huang Yu was adorned with numerous eyes, with a true sight perched atop his head. He did not recklessly approach the great dragon. Nearly 20 minutes of battling the beast would not yield swift results. To secure victory in this moment, it was imperative to reduce the health of the opposing Olaf and Zhaoshan to a critical point. Otherwise, these two resilient champions would easily withstand the onslaught, rendering the Widow and the Cardmaster incapable of executing the harvest. Nestled along the outer edge of the Dragon and Apos' canyon, Huang Yu, controlling the Widow with one hand, furrowed his brow in concentration. After all his time playing League of Legends, he had never felt such tension as he did now. At last, he neared the entrance of the Dragon and Apos' lair and spotted the Frost Archer positioned at the edge, dealing damage. In front of her stood Olaf, Leona, and Zhaoshan, their formation tightly clustered, likely wary of a potential ultimate from the Cardmaster. The optimal strategy against the Cardmaster's ultimate was for teammates to huddle together, allowing for a rapid elimination upon its landing. How many players had knowingly strayed from their team, hiding in seemingly safe corners only to be caught off guard by the Cardmaster's decisive strike, returning to base in shame? The Tianda team was cautious, clustered together, leaving no openings for the Cardmaster to exploit. A golden opportunity. Huang Yu's heart raced with elation. Those who played the Widow understood that the more concentrated the enemies, the more advantageous her ultimate became. If he could land it, they would all suffer a 50% reduction in speed. A 50% slowdown was utterly devastating, especially when facing a dragon that incessantly spewed poison. His right hand began to tingle, and Huang Yu felt a tremor in his fingers. In this match, he had contributed little beyond providing vision. Now, with his 3 teammates fallen, Yu Luosheng's Cardmaster was valiantly holding on. All Huang Yu could do was create the perfect conditions for a harvest, though his health was low and his damage negligible. Devoid of any substantial equipment save for the Ice Stone, he knew that delivering a flawless ultimate would prove to all that he, Huang Yu, was not a burden to the team. Instead of using the mouse to trigger his skill, Huang Yu struggled to press the R key with his stiff thumb. It trembled violently, the veins on the back of his hand feeling as if they were pierced. Even the slightest pressure brought pain and further tremors. At last, he pressed the R key, and the skill's trajectory emerged. Now was the moment. With his speed activated, Huang Yu willed his hand to steady, guiding the widow resolutely towards the 4 enemies. Look at the widow. Is she going for the dragon? The host quickly shifted focus to her. The accelerated Evelyn darted into the dragon's canyon, her crimson attire billowing as she moved, her concealed form slicing through the air towards the foes. Embrace the pain. Huang Yu pressed the R key with determination, fearful that his unsteady hand might falter. The venomous embrace descended, vibrant and striking. The 4 members of the Tianda team were caught entirely off guard by the widow's sudden appearance. Her ultimate struck all 4 of them. They were all slowed, and their health diminished proportionately to their current levels. Except for the Frost Archer, who was at full health, the others were severely weakened. As the widow's ultimate combined with the dragon's previous damage left Zhaoshan and the Berserker in dire straits. Brilliant. The widow of the blood color team has landed a massive hit on all 4. The host exclaimed. All 4 had fallen victim to the widow's painful embrace. The sinister crimson stings rendering their movements agonizingly slow. Finish him. Quickly eliminate her. Roared Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team. Wu Kai reacted swiftly, controlling the goddess of dawn, Leona, to execute a swift EQ combo in an attempt to incapacitate the approaching widow. Zhaoshan, Olaf, and the Frost Archer immediately redirected their attacks toward her, aiming to obliterate her in an instant. Seeing the enemy team fully activated, Huang Yu grinned maniacally. He had no intention of escaping unscathed. With deft control, he directed the widow deeper into the dragon's lair, drawing them further into the fray. The widow's ultimate bestowed a 225 shield for each enemy hit. Having struck all 4, a shield of nearly 1,000 appeared around her. Coupled with her existing health from the Ice Stone and her level, the Tianda team, lacking the explosive power of a fireman, could never hope to eliminate the widow before she could retaliate. Without hesitation, Huang Yu propelled Evelyn into the depths of the dragon's canyon. His skills bore no damage, yet he could rely on the dragon for output. Each second he delayed meant greater depletion of the enemy's health, and then the widow's health plummeted rapidly. Yet Huang Yu found himself laughing. A bunch of fools. Did you think I came to steal the dragon? For the sake of victory, one must sometimes expose oneself utterly to the enemy's blades. Because once you fall, a trusted ally will eliminate every last one of those foes. In Huang Yu's heart, Yu Luosheng was the most trustworthy teammate. From the moment he had relinquished that kill to Huang Yu, this belief solidified. Thus, he resolved not to strike down the weakened Olaf with his hate spike, nor to exact frenzied vengeance upon Leona. His sole purpose was to sacrifice himself, allowing the widow to perish in the most opportune position. In League of Legends, there exists a unique skin for Evelyn and the Card Master. The elegant, world-weary Card Master clad in a blood-red tailcoat, and the coldly noble Evelyn dance passionately in the shadows. The tango requires perfect synchronization and trust, a moment when one leans back, confident that a pair of hands will catch them. A red card, silently gripped in hand. The Card Master watched as his partner Evelyn fell dramatically beneath enemy assaults, his gaze calm and solitary. This vivid red card bore witness to the Card Master's inner thirst for blood. For enemies? What of it? Once the blood red card is cast, all the Card Master must do is bend down to collect the harvesting cards from the fallen foes, coldly wiping the blood from their surfaces. Quadruple kill. A chilling voice proclaimed, a declaration of authority. Quadruple kill. For kills. You cannot fathom the fervor that erupts in a professional match upon securing 4 kills. It rivals the heart-stopping tension of a penalty shootout in football or the electrifying climax of a buzzer beater in basketball. In this moment, Evelyn and the Card Master had created a blood-soaked battlefield, embodying elegance and composure within the chaos, performing a tango that left the audience in awe. Chapter 77, The Inferno. The final battle at the Heights, Part 1, Stunned. The 5 members of the Tianda team were completely taken aback. They could never have anticipated that the clumsy widow would suddenly emerge while they were contesting the Baron. Nor could they have imagined that all 4 of them would fall victim to her ultimate ability. Even more shocking was that just as they were about to eliminate the widow, the Card Master cornered their severely weakened team at the exit of the Baron pit. In their previous chase, they had expended all their summoner spells just to leave behind the opposing Jarvan and Renekton. When trapped in the Baron pit, there was no possible escape route left for them. With a single versatile card, the Card Master swiftly claimed the lives of Olaf and Xian Zhao. A red card struck Leona and Ashe, once again slowing them down. Leona quickly succumbed to the poison from the Baron, while the slowed Ashe stood no chance against the Card Master, who could eliminate her with a single combo. With unwavering resolve, the Card Master executed a flawless harvest after the widow's demise. A quadruple kill. Typically, achieving a quadra kill during ranked matches would incite fervor, let alone in such a formal competition. The announcement of quadruple kill, quadruple kill, quadruple kill ignited the arena, making it seem as if the electronic venue might explode from the excitement. Qining, Xiao Tongtong, Little Knife, and Shui Haiyang were overwhelmed with emotion, feeling a multitude of wild beasts roaring within them. Meanwhile, Huang Yu sat there, his bandaged hands trembling increasingly. A quadra kill. The cardmaster had indeed achieved a quadra kill. Huang Yu's initial thought was that he would do everything in his power to prevent the enemy from securing the Baron. More optimistically, he hoped the cardmaster could claim 1 or 2 kills to turn the tide slightly, and then proceed cautiously, leveraging the cardmaster's overwhelming equipment advantage to potentially secure victory. What Huang Yu never anticipated was that Yu Luosheng would actually achieve a quadra kill. The process of this harvest was incredibly swift. Huang Yu merely saw the cardmaster throw out the versatile card and a blood-red card. The red card blocked the enemy's escape route, while the versatile card swept across to reap the rewards. Quick, attack the Baron! Qining suddenly realized and urgently shouted to his teammates. The Judgment Angel Kale, Desert Butcher Renekton, and Dalmatian Prince Jarvan had all revived, with the ecstatic Kale even purchasing a home guard to rush out from the fountain. The flapping of her wings and the roaring flames behind her clearly indicated Shui Haiyang's ecstatic heart. Jarvan executed his EQ combo, Renekton rolled in, and Kale flapped her wings with all her might. They had to seize this opportunity to take down the Baron. The trio hurriedly made their way to the Baron, stepping over the corpses of the fallen foes, and commenced their assault on the Baron. Both Kale and the cardmaster dealt substantial damage, and the Baron was successfully claimed by the blood color team. Huang Yu, hurry up! Qining urged as he noticed Huang Yu's widow had revived. Huang Yu glanced at his teammates, realizing they were all waiting for his lead. For some reason, he felt a moment of warmth in his eyes. He was no longer a burden. He had contributed to the team to the best of his ability. Damn it, if they actually won this match, he would quit drinking. Huang Yu cursed inwardly. For a 9 ghost, such a decision was incredibly difficult. However, if one could rise from guilt to rekindle their fighting spirit like Huang Yu, even the most adverse habits could be courageously cast aside. If they could win a 4v5, what else was impossible? Huang Yu's hand, controlling the mouse, began to heat up and tremble, this time not from anxiety, but from excitement. He was the only one without Baron Nashor's buff, but the fighting spirit emanating from his teammates was spurred by him, and that was enough. Next, he would continue to sacrifice himself. As long as he could land one perfect ultimate, the enemy would surely fall apart. After the arrival of the Widowmaker Evelyn, a chilling aura surged through the mid lane, sweeping towards the enemy's high ground. The Cardmaster's versatile cards repeatedly harassed the foes, forcing them to retreat for supplies. Whenever an enemy returned to base, the blood color team would immediately shift their focus to the side lanes, sending Jarvan or Renekton to tank the towers and demolish the enemy's outer turret. The Baron buff and the morale boost from the quadra kill transformed the blood color team into a bloody storm, sweeping away all of the enemy's outer turrets. Each defensive tower represented a gap in economy, and soon the blood color team had an average economic advantage of over 5,000. Coupled with the ongoing effects of the Baron buff, they could confidently assert that if the Tianda team dared to initiate a team fight, they would be utterly annihilated. Let us return for supplies, then regroup in the mid lane to take down their high ground tower. Yu Luosheng instructed the team. All right, Xiao Tongtong, Huang Yu, Shui Haiyang, and Little Knife nodded in unison, their eyes shining brightly. Remember, during the tower dive, Renekton and Jarvan must not go too deep. They should stay within 700 yards of the high ground tower. Never chase low health enemies. If they retreat, we take the tower. If they come at us, we engage. Yu Luosheng cautioned. Xiao Tongtong and Little Knife nodded seriously. Everyone on the blood color team understood that this remarkable turnaround in the 4v5 scenario was entirely thanks to Yu Luosheng, who said one person couldn't save a team. At the very least, Yu Luosheng's cardmaster had proven that. Despicable Tianda team, huh? Just wait to be utterly defeated. I feel like I'm on fire. Damn, this is exhilarating. Wang Qin was ready to unleash his inner beast. Seated in the audience alongside the players, Yang Qianqian was equally ecstatic, having often felt the urge to scream like the female players in the stands, and at the moment Yu Luosheng achieved the quadra kill, she even felt an impulse to rush forward and kiss him. Forget about the suave basketball dunks or the brooding guitar melodies. Nothing could compare to the stunning spectacle of Yu Luosheng claiming 4 lives with his cardmaster. The blood color team's determination to win burned like an unquenchable flame. This fervor, this momentum, would not falter, absolutely not. Note, a side note regarding the Tencent original book house. It seems they are also serializing my work League of Legends, but there are issues with the updates being out of sync. It seems they haven't updated in days. That platform is for mobile reading, and I have indeed noticed the discrepancies in updates. For the fastest updates, please read on the Chuangshi Chinese network, where updates are posted daily, albeit slowly and not consistently. These issues will be resolved in the future, and I hope everyone can be patient. Also, for the excited friends, please be considerate. Just sign one post. I will highlight it, and please refrain from flooding the comments, as it makes it difficult for me to read your reviews. Chapter 78, The Inferno. The Final Stand on the Heights, Part 2. It is truly unfathomable that the Crimson team has seized the advantage. The remaining duration of their Baron buff is sufficient for them to engage in a team fight, and it is certain that the Crimson team will cherish this opportunity to assert their dominance. Advancing down the mid lane, the 5 members of the Crimson team, including the elusive assassin, have surged toward the high ground of the Tianda team. Are they preparing to initiate a confrontation? The host's rapid-fire commentary stirred the excitement of the 1,000-strong audience as they grasped the gravity of a 4 versus 5 scenario. Many had already resigned themselves to the belief that the Crimson team would meet with ruin. Yet a flicker of hope lingered in their hearts that they could triumph against such overwhelming odds. And that very scene materialized before their eyes. Even the air-conditioned environment could not quell the fervor of these League of Legends enthusiasts eager to witness the spectacle of a 4v5 victory. With only 1 minute remaining, a wave of minions gathered beneath the tower, and the outcome hinged upon this moment. The host announced, in the preceding minute, Yu Luosheng's card master continued to utilize his versatile cards to wear down the enemy. Yu Luosheng has always been adept at unleashing his cards from unexpected angles, ensuring that each sweep would strike at least one adversary. It is worth noting that the card master's equipment was nothing short of luxurious. Even champions with low health like Ashe and Brand would find themselves swiftly diminished, let alone the tanky Olaf and Xian Zhao, who would also suffer grievously from his attacks. Positioning. Pay attention to your positioning. Lu Qi, captain of the Tianda team, exclaimed in frustration. During this minute, the card master, empowered by the blue buff, unleashed at least 15 versatile cards, inflicting nearly 5,000 damage. Considering that Olaf's health hovered around 4,000, this depletion was akin to eliminating an entire frontline champion. Engage. Jarvan is ready to initiate, and Evelyn will target the backline of Ashe and Brand. Yu Luosheng glanced at the approaching wave of minions and promptly communicated with Jarvan. Jarvan's capacity to start a fight is formidable, and given that the enemy must defend their high ground, a well-timed EQ combo followed by his ultimate would lead to a decisive clash. The members of the Tianda team recognized that the Crimson team was poised to engage, prompting their primary damage dealers, Ashe and Brand, to retreat slightly. However, Jarvan had no intention of cutting through the backline. With a thunderous impact, Jarvan surged forward, his golden armor gleaming as he lifted Xian Zhao and Olaf into the air. Without hesitation, he activated his ultimate, Cataclysm, trapping both Xian Zhao and Olaf within its confines. Roar! The crocodile bellowed, his body enveloped in a bloodthirsty whirlwind, growing more formidable as he used Olaf and Xian Zhao as a springboard to dive through Jarvan's Cataclysm. Charging toward Brand and Ashe like a mad beast, Brand and Ashe had initially intended to focus their fire on Jarvan and eliminate him swiftly, but they were compelled to divert all their abilities toward the crocodile. Brand's equipment was subpar, having been pressured in the early game by the card master. He had been slain multiple times. His abilities could still pose a threat to squishier targets, but against the crocodile in his ultimate state, even the mightiest of strikes would struggle to bring him down. The true terror lay with Ashe, who had acquired the Infinity Edge, Blade of the Ruined King, and other formidable items. Even the crocodile could not withstand her piercing attacks for long. Fortunately, Ashe's burst potential was not exceedingly high, and in a battle of attrition, it remained uncertain whether Olaf and Xian Zhao would perish before the crocodile and Jarvan did. As the crocodile forced back the enemy's damage dealers, his health plummeted. At that moment, Huang Yu's Evelyn traversed the chaotic battlefield, charging directly at Ashe and Brand. Painful embrace. This ultimate struck both Brand and Ashe, instantly slowing them by 50%. Seizing this opportunity, the crocodile hastily utilized his recently restored E ability to retreat, averting a certain demise. The objectives of both the crocodile and Evelyn were simple: to drive away the enemy's primary damage dealers, preventing them from dealing damage during this crucial moment. As the crocodile and Evelyn distracted the enemies while absorbing damage, Yu Luosheng's card master and Kale stood resolutely on the high ground, delivering consistent damage. The reckless Leona believed she had ensnared the card master with her ultimate and aimed to swiftly eliminate him with Xian Zhao's assistance. However, Shui Haiyang observed their misguided efforts with a cold smirk. Without hesitation, Shui Haiyang enveloped Yu Luosheng's card master in Kale's ultimate, divine protection, and commenced unleashing ranged attacks. While Xian Zhao and Leona had built substantial resistance, Kale had opted for pure AD, making her damage output quite formidable. In fact, against a support and a jungler, Kale required no evasive maneuvers. She could easily absorb their meager damage, all while drawing their crowd control abilities away from the card master. With 5 seconds of invulnerability, Yu Luosheng found no need to reposition, forming a Y formation with Kale before quickly switching cards to strike Xian Zhao. Once the 5 seconds of invulnerability elapsed, Yu Luosheng's health was reduced to half by Xian Zhao and Leona, coinciding perfectly with a critical cooldown for his abilities. The card master remained steadfast, seemingly reckless in his resolve. The host remarked in astonishment at how the card master was not even attempting to kite, standing firm. Finish him off. Hurry and finish him off. Wu Kai shouted frantically at the sight of the card master's health dwindling rapidly. If they could eliminate the card master, victory in the team fight would be assured. Wu Kai wished fervently for items like the Black Cleaver or Blade of the Ruined King to swiftly dispatch the card master. Xian Zhao continued to unleash his assaults, and as the card master's health dwindled to a third, Xian Zhao pounced like a ravenous beast. Ding! At that moment, the card master's form transformed into a golden statue, shimmering radiantly. Zhonya's hourglass. 5 seconds of invulnerability. Damn it! Wu Kai and Li Sheng were left dumbfounded. The earlier 5 seconds of invulnerability from Kale's divine protection had already incited their ire, and now another 5 seconds of Zhonya's appeared. A full 5 seconds of invulnerability had driven both Wu Kai and Li Sheng to the brink of madness. Chapter 79, The Divine Card Master. With 5 seconds of divine protection and another 5 seconds of Zhonya's hourglass, the card master enjoyed a full 5 seconds of invulnerability. Although the Judgment Angel's ultimate ability grants immunity to damage, Zhao Xian and Leona's skills could still control the card master. However, their control only lasted as long as the card master's abilities were on cooldown. What good was it to control him if they were unable to inflict any damage? The card master could leisurely wait for his abilities to recharge during that time. After delaying for a moment, once the Zhonya's effect wore off, the card master would be ready to unleash his skills once more. With a red card in his hand, he flicked it out, slowing both Zhao Xian and Leona. During the time the card master absorbed their aggression, Kale had already whittled Zhao Xian down, who had little armor. A universal card swept across, instantly depleting Zhao Xian's health. Yu Luosheng disregarded the nearly defeated Zhao Xian and directed the effects of the Lich's curse and the card master's trickery towards Wu Kai's Leona. Leona's health plummeted, the terrifying magical damage making Wu Kai feel as if he wanted to throw his keyboard in despair. Wu Kai knew he could never kill the card master or Kale and attempted to retreat. However, with the red card slowing him, Kale applying her own slow, and the active effect of Blade of the Ruined King also slowing him down, Wu Kai found it nearly impossible to take a step forward, let alone escape. Even with a jungler and a support, how could they possibly kill a card master equipped with 2 life-saving skills? Soon, the two met their demise, their eyes filled with resentment as they perished. After disposing of them, Yu Luosheng and Shui Haiyang immediately redirected their damage towards Olaf. With a yellow card stunning him and the Judgment Angel slowing him down, Olaf, who had prematurely activated his ultimate, found escape futile. The Judgment Angel's damage was relentless, and the card master's burst damage was simply too overwhelming for Olaf to withstand. Ultimately, the tanky Olaf could not endure the onslaught and fell victim to the card master's cards and the Judgment Angel's assault. With Olaf's death, the situation became clear. Without a frontline, the Ice Archer and Fire Mage dared not advance recklessly and were forced to retreat. A remarkable 3-4-1 exchange. Seizing the opportunity granted by the Baron Nashor buff, the Crimson team swiftly pushed towards the high ground, employing a dual harassment strategy with Renekton and Evelynn, successfully eliminating the front line of the Tianda team, Zhao Xian, Leona, and Olaf. The Fire Mage and Ice Archer dared not approach, knowing that a single yellow card from the card master would spell their doom. Ding! The host had yet to finish his sentence when Yu Luosheng's card master suddenly blinked, evading the Fire Mage's WQ combo. A stunning yellow card struck the Fire Mage, who had misstepped. This yellow card instantly took away half of the Fire Mage's health. The shocking damage left the audience gasping in astonishment. A universal card swept through, followed by a basic attack. The Fire Mage's health was obliterated, and he was swiftly executed beneath the tower. Godlike. A 7-kill streak. The card master had achieved a 7-kill spree. My heavens, this card master was on a divine path. Be it the aggressive fire mage in the lane, Zhao Xin's ruthless ambush, or the solitary struggle after his teammates fell, or the critical moment by the Baron, nothing could halt the card master's ascent to divinity. The host passionately exclaimed. Who would have imagined that a 4 versus 5 situation would culminate in the Crimson Team's overwhelming dominance over the Tianda team? Everyone understood that this breathtaking match arose from the dazzling and heart-stopping card master, whose cards were not only instruments of slaughter but also the most exquisite artwork of the game, having already achieved 7 kills. From the initial double kill in the dragon fight to the subsequent quadruple kill at Baron, and now the execution of the fire mage. A total of 7 kills had been secured. Just one more kill, and the card master would truly become invincible. It was hard to fathom witnessing such a display of divinity in a match of this caliber. Before long, the crowd below began to chant for his divine status. Divine, divine, divine. The card master is divine. Sitting in the player observation area, Wang Qin could hardly contain his excitement, wishing to tear off his shirt, bite his finger to draw blood, and inscribe the words card master divine before the audience while shouting in exhilaration. The host, glancing at the lone ice archer remaining from the Tianda team, remarked, the card master's health is not high, and given the ice archer's awkward positioning, it seems unlikely that he will secure this kill. The host secretly yearned to witness the card master's divine moment, but it appeared there was little hope. The minion wave was not favorable, and they couldn't directly push past the twin towers of the enemy base. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes appeared above the ice archer, Ash. It was the card master's watchful gaze. Once those eyes opened, it signified that death was approaching from behind. The card master activated his ultimate. He aimed to take down the ice archer. The timing of this ultimate was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with the moment the ice archer was intending to return to the fountain for healing. It was evident that the card master had been waiting for his skill cooldown to conclude, and now that it had, Ash's life was forfeit. In 1.5 seconds. Could Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, escape the clutches of the card master? The host exclaimed. The audience roared for the divine moment, and Yu Luosheng seemed to resonate with their eagerness. He directly unleashed his ultimate, landing at the steps of the enemy fountain to thwart the ice archer's intent to return for healing. A temporary selection. My heavens, during the 1.5 seconds of his ultimate's flight, the card master had to make a choice. If he failed to select the yellow card, it would be his own demise. Blue, red, yellow. Every 0.8 seconds, the cards flipped. It was only on the third flip that the yellow card appeared. As Yu Luosheng descended before the ice archer, he held a yellow card in hand without fail. Ding! A stunning effect ensued, even though the ice archer unleashed a volley of arrows to slow him down. She ultimately could not escape the stuns of the yellow card. The effects of Lich's curse were triggered, and a universal card swept through, swiftly depleting the ice archer's health from 2/3 to nothing. This series of moves executed the ice archer and her shield in a single blow. Another dazzling execution. Legendary, legendary, legendary. The card master had achieved divinity. The system's voice echoed triumphantly throughout the venue, even beneath the enemy fountain. Even with their defensive towers still standing, this well-placed ultimate snatched the ice archer's life, and the card master had officially attained divine status. The entire arena erupted in response to the card master's achievement, echoing the system's announcement with shouts of legendary. Watching this match was even more exhilarating than attaining divine status in ranked play. The divine card master. This match was nothing short of a personal showcase for the card master. His confidence was simply breathtaking. And with the ACE and the card master's divine achievement, the 5 members of the Tianda team felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces were pale, muscles twitching, and frustrations mounting. They were on the brink of madness. 5 individuals, unable to triumph over a mere 4 opponents, and suffering such a complete defeat, even being slaughtered like dogs, conceding an extraordinary number of kills. This is a competition held in front of thousands. Is there anything more humiliating in this lifetime? Chapter 80, Tears of Victory. Is this the moment of triumph? The speed of the Judgment Angel's attacks is astonishingly swift, and the blue card of the card master serves as a formidable tool for dismantling towers, provided the wave of minions can withstand the turret's damage. With a cannon minion in play, the Blood team appears to be exceptionally fortunate. Glancing at the clock, it seems they may just pull this off. The Blood team is on the verge of victory. Shui Haiyang and Xiao Dao's hands tremble with excitement. Victory is within reach. The opposing base is reduced to half health. And just then, Zhao Xian revives. After purchasing a home defender, Zhao Xian lunges at the judgment angel like a rabid dog. Shui Haiyang, however, disregards Zhao Xian entirely, relentlessly assaulting the enemy's crystal base. In the next moment, Leona respawns, and Wu Kai from the Tianda team frantically hammers his keyboard, attempting to control the card master. Wu Kai, are you foolish? Why not control the judgment angel instead? Why focus on the card master? Team captain Lu Qi nearly slams his keyboard at Wu Kai in frustration. Wu Kai stands dumbfounded. Had he managed to control the judgment angel moments ago, perhaps they could have saved their base, for a significant wave of minions had just revived, and their teammates were close to respawning. Yet, due to his blunder, their final opportunity slips away. With the judgment angel's last basic attack, time seems to freeze for everyone. The scene uncontrollably shifts to the purple team's crystal base, where a horde of purple minions encircles it, with Zhao Xian and Leona standing by. As a pulse of purple energy flickers, the crystal base erupts in a violent explosion, leaving them wide-eyed and incredulous, as shards of their defeated crystal splatter their faces. Had this occurred at the enemy's main base, they would have deemed it inevitable. But witnessing this calamity unfold within their own base, accompanied by the system's announcement of defeat, the five of them collapsed despondently into their chairs, faces etched with despair, disbelief, resentment, and utter frustration. Are you an idiot? You didn't know to control the judgment angel? Blame me? Why not blame the mid laner? That fool who allowed the card master to become so powerful. Wu Kai seethes. If only we had let the mid lane handle things directly, why engage with them? At this moment of defeat, the Tianda team members nearly come to blows. Losing a 4v5 match, especially one where no one walks away with 6,000 RMB, would cause anyone's true nature to emerge, revealing their ugly and ridiculous sides. In stark contrast, on the side of the blood team, Xiao Tongtong, Xiao Dao, Shui Haiyang, and Huang Yu stare at the screen for what seems like an eternity, struggling to believe their eyes. Did we win? We truly won. We actually won. Without experiencing the depths of despair, how could one fully appreciate the ecstasy of victory that floods in at this moment? The four of them leap from their chairs, consumed by a euphoric frenzy, unleashing all the pent-up emotions and immense pressure they had endured, their veins throbbing visibly on their faces. Qi Ning is already embracing his teammates with unrestrained joy, akin to a madman, locking eyes and shouting in exhilaration. Soon, their victory frenzy shifts towards Yu Luosheng. Yu Luosheng, still basking in the joy of triumph, is suddenly besieged by five exuberant teammates, showering him with affection. The most emotionally charged are undoubtedly Qi Ning and Huang Yu. For Qi Ning, this match signifies not just glory, but a fateful crossroads with no retreat. To lose would mean utter ruin, a futile endeavor. To win, however, would provide at least one reason to strive and to fight. At the moment Huang Yu was on the brink of withdrawing due to injury, no one could fathom the depths of despair and desolation faced by a 27-year-old man, still navigating the gaming world, who was willing to gamble everything. He shared a glimmer of hope with Yu Luosheng, who is a full decade younger than him. And Yu Luosheng truly delivered. This kid. Qi Ning wipes away tears of joy that nearly spill over. You wait, my daughter will grow up soon. Qi Ning's excitement is genuine, while Huang Yu is on the verge of tears. Faced with such circumstances, Huang Yu feels utterly humiliated, having already reconciled himself to the aftermath of their loss. But if given the choice, would he truly want to part ways? These brothers are so close they share the same pants. Even if a bar of soap were to fall, he would unabashedly pick it up in front of them. The thought of separating to work in a foreign city, living a transient life, terrifies Huang Yu. Thus, at the moment of victory, tears of joy fill his eyes. Let the tears flow. He must desperately conceal his emotions, as thousands are watching. Any expression of gratitude feels futile. Huang Yu resolves that from this day forth, should anyone dare provoke Yu Luosheng, he will retaliate fiercely. Yu Luosheng embraces each member of the blood team, while even the hapless Wang Qin rushes in, as if he has found a long-lost father. Yu Luosheng pushes aside this repulsive figure, his gaze fixated on the blushing face of Yang Chanqian, who is flushed with excitement. Having endured much from these brutish men, Yu Luosheng contemplates, why not seize this moment of exhilarating victory and let Yang Chanqian indulge in a bit of affectionate play? Yu Luosheng opens his arms, ready to welcome the passionate embrace of this beauty. However, the sultry goddess stands still, her gaze tender yet unresponsive, ultimately offering only a thumbs up. What on earth? Yu Luosheng had envisioned a different scenario. Why wasn't Yang Chanqian rushing into his arms? Undeterred, Yu Luosheng beams with a smile, exclaiming, "Hooray, we won." He then boldly jogs over to Yang Chanqian, enveloping her in a bear hug. So soft, so fragrant, so smooth, so bouncy. After the embrace, Yu Luosheng decisively turns away and returns to embrace the other blood team members, who now look on in bemusement at his sluggish celebration. Wang Qin observes this scene with wide eyes, shocked. Damn it, I've never seen someone so shameless. Yang Qianqian, taken aback by Yu Luosheng's sudden embrace, stands there dazed for a moment. After witnessing Yu Luosheng's ostentatious display, she angrily stamps her foot, exclaiming, "That bastard." Suddenly, a wave of victorious cheers erupts within the arena. The cheers are calling for the card master. Everyone knows that the most dazzling aspect of this match was indeed the card master. All eyes were on the card master's calm demeanor, his composure, his breathtaking maneuvers, and his resolute 4 kills. In this match, Yu Luosheng showcased the card master in all his glory, akin to the colors of his cards, the serene blue, the charming yellow, and the lethal red. Whether this match will be remembered as a classic comeback from adversity remains uncertain, but from the moment the crowd erupted in calls for the card master Twisted Fate, countless League of Legends players will undoubtedly fall hopelessly in love with this hero and his tango-like dance of fate. Chapter 81, 30,000 sponsorship fee. The voice of the card game echoed throughout the electronic mall. This sensation felt so familiar. One could almost inhale the enthusiasm that rushed forward, feel the ardent gazes of everyone present, and bask in the glory held aloft by the many stars. How many individuals, who struggle to garner attention even in their classes, yearn for the experience of being observed by thousands? Yu Luosheng's eyes momentarily flickered with confusion, but he quickly regained his composure. Whatever, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was the name of that mouse that had recently surged in popularity? On the second floor stands Huang Junjie, witnessing the swell of excitement in the arena. Eagerly turned to his colleague. Is it the Rapu color-changing mouse? The supervisor replied. Yes, let's create an advertisement featuring the card master holding that mouse. I'll give you 2 days to finalize it. Huang Junjie commanded. The supervisor, quick-witted, immediately understood that the manager intended to leverage the card master's remarkable performance to promote the color-changing mouse. Given the already impressive sales of the Rapu product, a promotional tie-in with the competition would surely entice those wavering between purchase and hesitation. A product imbued with a compelling narrative inevitably drives sales. Should we allocate additional funds to have that card player participate in the advertisement? It might yield even better results, the supervisor inquired hastily. No need. Huang Junjie shook his head. The supervisor was perplexed. Surely, having the player involved in the promotion would double the impact, and Huang, as a wealthy benefactor, would not be so frugal, would he? What a thrilling match it was. Congratulations to the Blood Red team for their victory, propelling them straight into the finals of the Lekking Championship. The host approached the members of the Blood Red team, beaming with joy. At that moment, 5 young women clad in white and blue kipayos gracefully entered, accompanied by the sound of symphonic music, presenting floral wreaths to the 5 players. Next, we welcome Huang Junjie, the vice president of Dalijia Electronic Mall, to congratulate the players. The host glanced sideways, adopting a serious demeanor. Huang Junjie, sporting a white shirt and a noticeable beer belly, stepped forward, smiling broadly at the players. Mr. Huang, about our Tianda team's recent loss, the sponsorship. The team leader, Lian Feng, managed a forced smile as he approached Huang Junjie. Huang Junjie merely offered a polite acknowledgement and disregarded Lian Feng, striding towards the victorious Blood Red team. His disdainful expression seemed to convey, how absurd, losing a 4-on-5 match and still daring to ask for sponsorship. Lian Feng's sharply featured face darkened, his eyes seething with anger as he glared at Tianda team members Lu Qi and Wu Kai. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. It felt as if he had raised a bunch of worthless players. Meanwhile, Qin Ning of the Blood Red team quickly noticed Lian Feng's shameless approach to Huang Junjie and exhaled in satisfaction. Serves you right for employing underhanded tactics and injuring my people. Now, you're reduced to being kicked aside like a dog. Boss Qin, haha, long time no see. Huang Junjie greeted warmly, shaking hands with Qin Ning. In front of Mr. Huang, I hardly qualify as a boss, Qin Ning replied modestly. Let us not stand on ceremony. Congratulations on your team's victory. Your players were outstanding. Huang Junjie beamed, casting a glance at the host. The host quickly caught on and announced, this is Huang Junjie, our vice president of Dalijia Electronic Mall, to express gratitude to the players and esports enthusiasts for their support. In 2 days, the Electronic Mall will hold a League of Legends event, featuring significant discounts on electronic products and generous gifts. Furthermore, every verified League of Legends player will receive a voucher of varying value. To demonstrate our commitment to esports, Mr. Huang will sponsor the teams in the Lekking Championship finals, with an initial sponsorship fee of 30,000 RMB. Upon the announcement of this news, the The members of the blood red team were momentarily stunned before their eyes sparkled with excitement. The first prize of the Lekking Championship is a reward of 30,000 RMB from Coca-Cola. Notably, previous regional and national competitions have offered rewards of only a few thousand. For a second or third tier city to offer 30,000 is astonishing. With 30,000 RMB in cash rewards, plus the 30,000 RMB sponsorship from Dalijia, the total amounts to a staggering 60,000 RMB. My goodness, Xiao Tongtong, Xiao Dao, Shui Haiyang, and Huang Yu had never seen such a sum in their lives, and now it was tantalizingly within reach, provided they triumphed in the upcoming match. The most exhilarated among them was Qin Ying. Such a substantial investment signaled a promising future for League of Legends, and the esports industry would ascend to new heights thanks to this game. Choosing to pursue this path was undoubtedly the right decision. A total of 60,000 RMB, once within grasp, now felt utterly unattainable. The members of the Tiande team, upon hearing this news, wore expressions darker than eggplants. It was certain that upon their return, they would clash. No need for Qin Ying to take revenge. They would turn on each other and leave battered and bruised. Damn it. I've never felt this exhilarated in my life. Xiao Tongtong exclaimed. Did you see Wu Kai's face? It was more satisfying than confronting him directly. Xiao Dao replied crudely. Cough, cough. Let us remember there are ladies present. Shui Haiying coughed, attempting to assume a gentlemanly demeanor. Yet, his excitement was hardly concealable. Akin to a child who had just stolen cookies. 60,000. They almost squandered it. The finals were still a ways off, and Huang Yu's hand should be healed in time. Only one final match remained. Do not let excitement cloud your judgment, especially remember this lesson. Qin Ying admonished earnestly. Yes, yes, yes. Boss Qin is right. We will give it our all. The group of excitable players immediately quieted, attentively listening to their leader. However, if we win, we must celebrate. Tonight, I'll treat you all. You decide where to eat. Qin Ying's stern expression transformed into a radiant smile. Wow. The blood red team erupted into cheers once more. All right, let us head back and rest. We'll connect later. The members of the blood red team naturally dispersed, while Wang Qin was dragged away by Xiao Tongtong. Yu Luosheng, however, remained, as others were accompanied by their loved ones. Even if he was a classmate, he had no reason to intrude on their celebration. Outside the Dalijia store, only Yu Luosheng and Yang Qianqian remained. Yang Qianqian, perhaps still miffed about Yu Luosheng's bold embrace, pouted her rosy cheeks, refusing to speak first. Hey, isn't that the handsome player who controlled the card master? It really is. I couldn't see clearly from afar. He is quite handsome. 3 stylishly dressed girls walked by, recognizing Yu Luosheng, instantly chattering excitedly like a flock of charming sparrows. Yang Qianqian felt threatened by these girls attempting to encroach upon her territory. She shot a fierce glare at the approaching trio and pulled Yu Luosheng away. Look at you two, making fools of yourselves, while everyone else's girlfriends are getting jealous. The girl with short hair remarked, who is trying to curry favor. Clearly, it is you who is smitten by her charm. The girl in the strappy dress retorted. The laughter of a few girls continued to echo behind them. Yang Qianqian grew increasingly vexed. What has become of today's girls? Can't they exhibit a modicum of modesty? Is it customary to be so forward? The moral fabric of society is indeed deteriorating. Why are they laughing so heartily? They are merely caught up in a fleeting whim. Do you truly believe they are genuinely fond of you? Yang Qianqian expressed her discontent upon witnessing Yu Luosheng's cheerful demeanor. I am laughing at you. You just resembled. Yu Luosheng grinned widely. Resembled what? Yang Qianqian inquired, puzzled. When a puppy is eating, it instinctively perceives nearby creatures as threats, revealing its ferocious nature. This instinct is known as food guarding. A vein throbbed on Yang Qianqian's forehead as she enunciated each syllable. Yu Luosheng. At that moment, she wished nothing more than to transform into a puppy and bite Yu Luosheng. Irrelevant comment. Over 80,000 views, yet only a little over 1,000 likes. This defies logic. Furthermore, League of Legends is serialized on the Chuangshi Chinese website, and reading is entirely free. Everyone is encouraged to create an account on this site. The reviews also guide you on how to gain likes. This book desperately requires each and every bit of support from you all. I sincerely urge everyone to cast a vote for the likes. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 82. The Swimming Queen. The sun shone brightly, and the aroma of breakfast wafted through the crack of the door. In the past, Yu Luosheng would often skip breakfast, as his father worked at the factory from Monday to Friday and his mother left for work early, leaving no time to prepare a meal. The scent of congee signified the presence of a woman in the household. Although she could be quite bothersome at times, her diligence in cooking and laundry was commendable. Oh, it was delightful that Yu had returned. Life felt considerably lighter. One must understand that when she was away, both his brother and father had to cater to him. Go wake your brother, Li Yun's voice echoed from the living room. Tell him to get up for breakfast, and then he can accompany you for a stroll. It's been a while since you've been home, and with all the busyness between the hospital and home. Half awake, Yu Luosheng vaguely heard his mother, Li Yun, conversing with Yu. Get up. Moments later, he heard Yu's exasperated voice. Yu Luosheng turned over, clutching his soft pillow, drifting back to sleep. He had celebrated with the Blood Red Squad the previous night, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, leaving him with a slight dizziness. Lazy pig, get up for breakfast. Yu tugged at his arm insistently. With a groggy blink, he opened his eyes to see a vibrant young woman in a light spaghetti-strap dress, playfully leaning over his bedside. The dress, slightly loose with age, revealed the alluring curve of her fair neck as she bent down. Not as pronounced as Yang Qianqian's, but still quite appealing, he mused. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. Get up. Yu grasped both his arms, forcing him away from the bed. All right, I'm getting up. In the past, anyone who dared disturb his slumber would face his wrath. Not even his mother was exempt. Yet, he was utterly helpless against Yu. If he turned on her, she would retaliate even more fiercely. Where did you go yesterday? You came back so late, reeking of alcohol. Yu queried, leaning closer with a scrutinizing gaze. I was just chatting with a few friends. Hey, where are my pants? He wondered aloud. I took them to wash. They were soaked in alcohol, she replied nonchalantly. Oh, I remember wearing them last night. Yu Luosheng scratched his head in confusion. Yu casually retrieved a pair of jeans from his wardrobe and tossed them to him. As he received the clean pants, a sense of irritation washed over him. First of all, someone must have stripped him of his pants last night, or else he wouldn't have woken up in mere underwear. Secondly, was his sister being too bold? Could she not refrain from hovering over a man in his undergarments, as if she were waiting to supervise his dressing? I'm going to the swimming pool today. I haven't swum in ages. I fear I might lose my touch. You're coming with me, she declared as she noticed the disarray in his closet and began tidying it up. Can't you just go by yourself? He retorted, slipping into his clothes and heading for the bathroom. Once he finished washing up, Yu appeared outside the bathroom. I've prepared your swim trunks, goggles, and cap, she announced. Wait, did I say I was going swimming? He protested. You sit in front of the computer all day. Your bones are going to stiffen. A little exercise won't kill you. Yu replied, clearly displeased. I'm not going, he insisted. Are you out of your mind? Swim with Yu? She is practically a water goddess, likely a candidate for the provincial swimming team now. Despite her petite and delicate appearance, once she hits the water, she exudes an aura of dominance. Yu Luosheng considered himself a proficient swimmer, yet in comparison to his sister Yu, he continued to eat breakfast. And Yu fell silent, granting him a rare moment of peace. After consuming half a bowl of congee, he noticed Yu remained quiet, her head lowered, appearing as though she might burst into tears. Today, she had let her hair down, framing her already adorable face, enhancing her allure. What's wrong? He asked, his heart sinking with unease. You rarely come home, and you always act like this. Yu's voice quivered, laden with a nasally tone, as if she were on the verge of tears. You'll be back at school in a few days, training every day? And it's hard to find someone to talk to. When I call you, you barely say a few words before hanging up. When I see you, you act as if I annoy you. Seeing Yu genuinely on the brink of tears, he quickly reassured her. All right. I'll accompany you to the swimming pool. Whatever duration you want to swim, I'll swim right alongside you, even if it means getting sunburnt. Please, don't cry. How could we swim all day? We need to go shopping for clothes tonight, she replied weakly. Fine, I'll go with you, Yu Luosheng nodded. Upon hearing his agreement, Yu lifted her head, and with a swift motion, wiped her eyes, breaking into a jubilant smile. Now that is more like it. Yu Luosheng gazed at her impish smile, opening his mouth in resignation. After all these years, how do I keep falling for her tricks? There are plenty of beautiful women at the swimming pool, with stunning figures, Yu consoled him. Can I bring a beautiful girl with me? He inquired. Are you referring to me? Yu's smile radiated even more brightly. No, someone else, he clarified. The one in the long dress? Yes. No way. Yu's expression turned serious. While there were indeed many attractive women at the pool, Yu held her own confidence, convinced none could surpass her beauty or physique. However, the girl from the bridge was a different matter altogether. Speaking of which, with the heat so intense, Yu Luosheng struggled to devise a better excuse to invite Yang Qianqian out. Suggesting a trip to the swimming pool seemed like an excellent choice, especially considering how many men drooled over her long, shapely legs. If she donned a swimsuit, revealing those legs fully, He couldn't help but fantasize about the sight of her snug-fitting bikini accentuating her curves. Is she really your girlfriend? Yu asked curiously. To be honest, Yu Luosheng's character was no secret to Yu. She harbored doubts about whether someone of his caliber could attract such a stunning beauty. Not yet, but there's hope. He replied confidently. Humph, she might just find you amusing for the moment, Yu retorted cynically. Don't be jealous. Who is jealous? I'm just as good as her. That's debatable. You're still so young. Yu Luosheng. Yu pointed at him, ready to explode. Tell her to meet us at the swimming pool. Today I can only update at this time due to other commitments. Apologies for the delay. Monday is quite important. Please cast your votes. Thank you. Chapter 83. Solo. Demacia. Just as Yu was furiously pointing at Yu Luosheng, her proud figure poised for a showdown, the exclamation of Demacia instantly lightened the atmosphere. Text messages flooded in. Yu Luosheng retrieved his phone from his pocket and discovered that the sender was none other than Yang Qianqian. What a delightful coincidence, he thought to himself, eagerly opening the message from the goddess. Are you awake? Get online. I'm awake, I'll be there, he swiftly replied. After finishing his porridge and munching on a fried dough stick, he hurried to his room and powered on his computer. Upon seeing Yu Luosheng's mischievous grin, Yu immediately deduced the identity of the message sender and unhappily began clearing the table. A ray of sunlight filtered through the small green shoots by the window, casting dappled patterns on the pristine wooden floor. A few pairs of adorable slippers were scattered about, but aside from that, the room exuded an aura of cleanliness, orderliness, warmth, and charm. On the windowsill sat a Sony laptop, renowned for its aesthetic appeal, particularly favored by young women. A pair of delicate, fair hands danced joyfully over the keyboard. I challenge you to a duel. She typed swiftly, adding a grinning emoticon. After a moment of silence, a reply flickered on the screen. You must still be half asleep. Yang Qianqian puffed her cheeks adorably at the message. Tell him it's just for practice, a casual game, suggested a tall young man beside her, smoking a cigarette. No smoking in my room. Yang Qianqian shot him a fierce glare. Yang Ying reluctantly tucked the cigarette back into his pocket, muttering, seriously, how dare you say I'm not as good as this guy? Do you know I was the president of the esports club in college? My team has claimed numerous championships, and I've gone toe-to-toe with many professional players. So what? You're still not as good as him, Yang Qianqian retorted, her lips pursed in irritation. Noticing that Yu Luosheng had already created the duel room, she stood up and vacated her seat for her defiant brother. Humph. Do you think the Dawn team made it to the finals just by luck? Excelling in this game requires not just practice, but also talent and intelligence. Without me and Lao Wu, the Dawn team wouldn't even have made it to the finals. Just watch, he'll definitely be crushed by me. Yang Ying boisterously proclaimed as he settled into the chair, expertly handling the mouse and keyboard. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he mumbled, this laptop isn't ideal for gaming. Oh well, I'll let him have a chance. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes, remarking, if you had watched the match the other day, you wouldn't dare say that. What's so impressive about it? It's not surprising to dominate a game with a 4v5 situation. The internet CAFISNT filled with top-tier players. If you had seen the professionals from renowned teams, you'd understand the real disparity, Yang Ying said while adjusting the mouse sensitivity. Once he was satisfied, he noticed a new message in the chat. He invited you to go swimming, Yang Ying informed Yang Qianqian, snorting derisively afterward. As Yang Ying was Yang Qianqian's older brother, he often dealt with various suitors bothering his sister, having kicked out more than a few who dared to pursue her. Being a man himself, he understood that inviting a girl to swim was a step away from an invitation to a hotel after a movie. You have some nerve to think about my sister. Yang Qianqian pretended not to notice, her mind racing as she scolded Yu Luosheng internally, questioning his timing. Who would swim with a lecher like you? The mere thought of appearing before Yu Luosheng in a revealing swimsuit made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Let's just go for a mid-lane AP duel, Yang Ying suggested. Yang Qianqian, still preoccupied with how to decline Yu Luosheng's invitation, was inattentive to her brother's words. Soon, the loading screen appeared, and Yang Ying instinctively reached for a cigarette. But upon catching Yang Qianqian's glare, he sheepishly returned it to his pocket with a forced smile. Let me tell you, I've played a few matches with Xiao Guangjuan from the Tianda team. He can handle low-tier players, but against real experts, he has nothing. If I were to face him without jungle support, I could easily take him down. It's normal to crush him. I chose Fizz and he picked Lux. Your male classmate is asking for trouble, Yang Ying stated confidently. Why? Is Fizz particularly good against Lux? Yang Qianqian inquired, puzzled. Not just good, it's practically a blowout. Yang Ying replied with assurance. Is that so? But Lux has such long-range skills, and Fizz is a melee champion. How could you possibly overpower her? Yang Qianqian countered. The only reason anyone struggles against Fizz is that they're timid. Yang Ying asserted as he finished purchasing his items. Since this was a solo match, both players headed to the mid lane. Yang Ying, controlling Yang Qianqian's account, maneuvered Fizz towards the center. Upon arrival, he spotted Yu Luosheng's Lux comfortably dancing in the lane. Yang Ying couldn't help but chuckle quietly, knowing that Yu Luosheng had no idea that he was facing her older brother instead of Yang Qianqian. Let you dance for a moment. If you underestimate me, I'll take your life in a minute. Yang Ying mused. Is Fizz really that impressive? I've hardly seen him in matches, Yang Qianqian asked. Not just impressive. In ranked games, aside from Diana and Annie, there aren't many who can match him. Humph, if the opponent is smart, they hide under the tower and stay alive. If they're a novice, they want to know how to play defensively. And I'll definitely crush them. Just watch. He probably thinks Fizz is short-ranged and that Lux can counter him. By levels 2 and 3. If he tries to last-hit minions without using flash, he's as good as dead, Yang Ying explained. Oh, I see. Yang Qianqian felt a flicker of belief in her brother's words. Truth be told, she was somewhat anxious, uncertain if Yu Luosheng could handle the challenge. She was well aware of her brother Yang Ying's skills. After all, he was the captain of the Dawn team. Unlike the common thugs hanging around internet CAFS, he was a student at a prestigious university. In fact, the Dawn team had been utterly defeated by Yang Ying's team during internal competitions at the CAF, leading the owner to pay for Yang Ying's team to represent the CAF's name, or else they would have lost all credibility. Chapter 84. First Blood in Solo. In a typical solo match, victory is defined by either claiming 3 lives or destroying 2 defensive towers. However, the official rules stipulate that one can win by achieving 100 minion kills, demolishing a tower, or securing a single kill. Yang Qianqian, not particularly versed in these nuances, received explanations from her brother, Yang Ying, as they played. Meanwhile, Yu Luosheng stood defiantly in the center of the arena, provocatively taunting the small fishman. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated starting with a Doran's blade. An AD build for Lux, perhaps worth a try. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Recognizing the disrespect it would show towards his female opponent, such arrogance would surely invite repercussions. Choosing instead to commence with a Doran's ring. Yu Luosheng's first instinct when facing an opponent is always to assess their equipment. However, given the considerable gap in skill, there was no need to scrutinize Yang Qianqian's choice of items for her fishman. The equipment would have little bearing on the outcome of this solo match. Qianqian, would you like me to let you have a skill? He casually typed. No need. Yang Ying scoffed in response. As the minions clashed, Yu Luosheng adopted an aggressive approach from the outset, using basic attacks to bully the short-ranged fishman. He understood that in a mid-lane matchup, Lux could only assert dominance at levels 1 and 2, and by level 3, the tables would turn. He suspected that Yang Qianqian was unaware of this fact, so he continued to harass the fishman with basic attacks while also securing minion kills. Look, I'm already 7 minions behind, Yang Qianqian exclaimed. This guy has solid minion killing skills. Yang Ying murmured. The early game for Lux is notoriously challenging. Yang Ying's fishman had only secured 5 minions while Lux had claimed all 12, despite several attempts to disrupt her farming. I told you, he is quite formidable, Yang Qianqian smiled. Yang Ying merely curled his lip in disdain. After a while, he glanced at the experience bar and then at the minion wave pushed under his tower. He is going to die, believe it? Yang Ying stated confidently. No way. How could that happen? Yang Qianqian retorted incredulously. The fishman under Yang Ying's control was at half health, while Lux remained at full health, clearly indicating an advantage for the fishman. Suddenly, the fishman struck, securing a minion kill and hitting level 3. Yang Ying swiftly upgraded his W skill, activating it immediately. The fishman's trident glowed as he dashed through several ranged minions, executing his skill with precision. The mischievous strike surged forward, creating a wave of blue energy that targeted the errant Lux. This attack, combining standard and magical damage, also triggered the W skill's tearing effect. Yet, the fishman's ambush seemed to have only taken a modest amount of Lux's health. With a confident grin, Yang Ying kept close to Lux, relentlessly employing basic attacks. Indeed, the fishman's WQ combo initially inflicts minimal damage, but his basic attacks are unparalleled among AP champions. As expected, Lux's health began to plummet under the relentless barrage, dwindling to half in no time. Still not using flash? Then perish. Yang Ying smirked, decisively applying ignite as Lux's health dipped. At this moment, Lux finally sensed the impending defeat and cast her Q ability to retreat. Yang Ying, an experienced player, anticipated this move and promptly activated his E ability, allowing the fishman to leap and evade Lux's binding light. With a resounding slap, the fishtail struck down, unleashing a surge of blue energy that further depleted Lux's health. In a desperate bid, the critically injured Lux finally activated her flash. Yang Ying, with a cold chuckle, mirrored her action at the exact moment, launching another attack imbued with the W skill's effect. Lux's health dropped significantly, and after this basic attack, Yang Ying turned away with unwavering confidence. The combination of ignite and the bleeding effect ensured Lux's demise was imminent. 1 second, 2 seconds. A chilling scream echoed as Lux fell to the ground. First blood. Yang Qianqian gaped in astonishment, her eyes fixed on the screen. Had Yu Luosheng truly been bested so easily? It seemed as if everything unfolded according to Yang Ying's script, with Yu Luosheng's every move calculated. Despite being extraordinarily skilled, he was defeated so effortlessly. Could it be that her brother was indeed superior to him? After finishing a wave of minions, Yang Ying leisurely retreated to base, turning to Yang Qianqian with a grin. Did you see that? Yang Qianqian pouted in discontent, hoping deep down that Yu Luosheng would triumph over her arrogant brother. Yet, here he was, slain at level 3 by Yang Ying. This game is not as simple as it appears. True experts must possess an understanding of calculations, calculating their levels, damage, and health, while also assessing their opponent's levels and health. Your classmate may have decent mechanics, but if he hasn't learned these fundamentals, he can only reign in this small place and won't rise to prominence, Yang Ying elaborated. Having secured a kill on Lux, Yang Ying spoke with newfound authority, as he had achieved victory even while at half health, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their skills. Of course, he acknowledged that the fishman held a significant advantage in direct confrontations, but if the opponent lacked even this understanding, they were hardly deserving of the title of expert. Yang Qianqian, pouting, defended Yu Luosheng. You were just playing casually with my account. Yang Ying, aware of his sister's indignation, continued, from this point onward, he will have to rely on skills to farm. If he dares to come out, he will surely perish. Curse it, I've been played. Yu Luosheng muttered in frustration. It was evident that the opposing player, under the ID light dance in the wind, was not being controlled by Yang Qianqian. He spat out the chicken claw he had been chewing on into the trash can and adjusted his posture, placing his greasy left hand on the keyboard. Chapter 85. Defending a bit of dignity for the underdog, Yu Luosheng had indeed used his fists to strike at the keyboard, managing to execute a flash just as the fishman's E skill descended. However, he inadvertently struck the F and G keys instead. Who could it be, demonstrating such skill? Yu Luosheng purchased a magic resistance cloak and guided the resurrected Lux towards the lane. The opposing players clearly possessed a deep understanding of the fishman's capabilities, daring to engage him at half health while he stood at full. Most would cower in fear of leaving the safety of the tower. Yet, his approach was undeniably correct. The fishman was unafraid of challenging other AP champions, particularly against Lux, whose abilities were non-targeted. With confidence, he could even take down a full health opponent while being low on health. Yang Ying, someone is looking for you. A woman's voice resonated from downstairs. Oh, I'm coming, Yang Ying replied, rising from her seat and passing the computer and mouse to Yang Qianqian. It's probably the guys from Dawn calling me. You can play with him. I'm off. What? The duel isn't over yet? Yang Qianqian protested, unwilling to let Yang Ying depart. She was eager for Yu Luosheng to make a comeback. Otherwise, her brother Yang Ying would incessantly brag about his remarkable skills. There's nothing left to fight for. He's already lost. After reaching level 4 or 5, he could play defensively, but once he hits level 6, a kill under the tower is virtually assured. Yang Ying stepped out of Yang Qianqian's room. Such confidence. Yang Qianqian retorted defiantly. He's the AP from the Crimson team, right? After our match with the Dawn team, I'll be facing him in the finals. I wouldn't mind if you went to warn him. Let him return to support. If the crucial mid-lane AP position gets overwhelmed, there's hardly any hope left. Yang Ying tossed his hair back, lit a cigarette, and walked away. Witnessing Yang Ying's smug demeanor left Yang Qianqian feeling quite vexed. Damn Yu Luosheng. He's usually so impressive, yet falters at critical moments. It's infuriating. Yang Qianqian returned to her seat, taking over Yang Ying's fishman. Eager to vent her frustrations on Yu Luosheng unsurprisingly, Yang Qianqian's fishman was easily dispatched by Yu Luosheng's Lux, rendering her efforts futile. In a fit of anger, Yang Qianqian closed the game and sent an angry emoji to Yu Luosheng on QQ. Yu Luosheng scratched his head. Glancing at the 1-to-5 kill ratio, am I overthinking this? He muttered to himself. In the afternoon, Yu Luosheng was set to accompany Yu to the swimming pool. The Lekking swimming pool was rather expensive when Yu Luosheng wanted to swim. He usually opted for more public, less costly venues. However, Yu was particular. Being a girl, she disliked the unwelcome attention of lecherous men, especially now that she had developed. Moreover, as a professional swimmer, she found it challenging to showcase her skills in crowded public pools. The swimming pool, of course, was also public, but the facilities were relatively clean. Most importantly, certain pools were designated for the swim team's training, allowing Yu to swim for free without disturbances, provided she presented her school credentials. Upon arriving at the swimming pool, Yu Luosheng changed into his swim trunks. It had indeed been a while since he last exercised. Stretching his muscles would do him good. Of course, it would be even better if there were bikini-clad beauties around. As Yu Luosheng warmed up, he suddenly caught sight of a slender, alluring silhouette behind the plastic curtains of the women's changing room. Wow, a beauty! His eyes lit up. With long, graceful legs and an enticing figure, the form-fitting dark blue swimwear clung to her body, accentuating her softness and elasticity. Between the ample curves, a glimpse of fair skin and a deep cleavage tempted the imagination to gaze deeper. Yu Luosheng wiped his mouth, surprised to see that the beauty had parted the curtain and was walking towards him. He pretended to continue his warm-up while discreetly admiring her figure. Normal clothing often concealed the finer details, but a swimsuit revealed the woman's true essence, her delicate curves, slender waist, shapely hips, and beautiful legs. The snug fit of the swimsuit left much to the imagination, enhancing a man's allure for the unattainable. Seeing the beauty brought some comfort to Yu Luosheng. Perhaps accompanying the troublesome Yu to swim wouldn't be so dull after all. Wait. Something fell off after stealing a few glances. Yu Luosheng finally looked at the beauty's face. Upon recognizing it, his expression shifted dramatically. No way. It's Yu. How could this be? When did she develop such a figure? Yu Luosheng vividly recalled the last time he saw Yu. Her chest was flat enough to serve as a mouse pad. Can you imagine? The girl who had always been a little lowly in his mind had suddenly transformed into a sultry goddess. The shock mingled with disbelief and a hint of surprise, creating the expression now adorning Yu Luosheng's face. Yu flung a towel at Yu Luosheng's face, fuming. What are you staring at? Yu Luosheng swallowed hard, his mind swirling with exclamation marks. While he could display a foolish expression in front of Yang Tranqian, he could never allow himself to appear this way before his sister. He cleared his throat and deliberately averted his gaze. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since Yu Luosheng last saw his sister, Yu. She had been scouted by her swimming coach early on, whisked away for training before completing her studies, returning home only twice a year. During high school, as he pursued a professional gaming career, opportunities to see her dwindled. It had been nearly 2 years since their last meeting. In Yu Luosheng's memory, Yu remained the clingy, meddlesome girl with a flat chest. However, for a young girl, 2 years could transform her from a gangly child into a captivating young woman, especially given that swimming is known to enhance one's figure. Yet, witnessing this transformation in his own sister left Yu Luosheng feeling quite unsettled. Unsettled, indeed. Naturally, he was willing to try to adapt. After all, as a man, one must confront the harsh realities of life, facing all the incredible changes that come one's way. Yes, he would need to confirm with their mother later that Yu had indeed been adopted. Initially, Yu Luosheng was convinced that when Yu was brought into their family at the age of 7 or 8, she was intended to serve as a maid. Wasn't that how it went in those tear-jerking dramas? A little girl adopted by a family, forced to do their laundry and cooking daily, waking up early and toiling late, often bullied by the young masters and mistresses. Yet, over the years, Yu Luosheng realized he had been misled by those dramas. Maid? Housekeeper? Every relative who visited their home firmly believed that she was the biological child, while the snot-nosed little brat sitting in the corner was merely her servant. Coming from the same household, Yu Luosheng remained rooted in his origins, while Yu gradually evolved into a goddess. Just look at her figure, her face, and her prestigious status as a formal member of the provincial swim team. She might very well become a dazzling sports star one day. As for him, clad in beach shorts, a t-shirt, and sandals, still obsessively lost in video games. This was the rhythm of a life squandered. Yu Luosheng does not truly disdain his younger sister, Yu. Rather, he is consumed by jealousy and a sense of inferiority. Thus, the more Yu clings to him affectionately, the more Yu Luosheng adopts an indifferent demeanor, striving to preserve what little dignity he possesses. Admittedly, at times, her behavior can be quite irksome. Although she is his sister, she insists on assuming the role of an older sister, admonishing her younger brother, which is precisely what frustrates Yu Luosheng the most. In the past, one could dismiss her as merely inexperienced and immature. However, what can one say about her now? Perhaps one could remark on her ample figure, albeit lacking in intellect? But is that truly a compliment? Chapter 86. The arrival of the finals. The hour was early, and the swimming pool was nearly deserted. After warming up, Yu submerged herself in the water, not rushing to swim, but reclining on the soft steps of the diving pool, appearing as if she were luxuriating in a bath. When feeling down, she enjoyed lying quietly in the water. When in a cheerful mood, she would frolic like a little mermaid, playfully swaying her waist. Many times when Yu Luosheng thought of Yu, it was while she was in the water. She had always loved the sensation of being enveloped by the cool, gentle water. When she wished to escape the clamor of the world, diving into the water would quiet everything around her. Brother, which university do you plan to attend? Yu asked with a smile. I'll try to get into a university in Shanghai if possible, Yu Luosheng replied. Shanghai, a vast metropolis, was incomparable to a small city like Leking. Going there again? Yu murmured softly. This time it's for studying, Yu Luosheng stated. Playing games is not good, Yu remarked. Not wanting to dwell on the subject, Yu Luosheng changed the topic. When do you start school? In a few days. The teacher said I should participate in some preliminary competitions, Yu said, splashing water onto her face. The clear water cascaded down her round cheeks, gliding down her graceful neck to her collarbone and chest, undeniably alluring. Are you ready to embark on your journey? Yu Luosheng inquired. Considering that Yu had trained in swimming for many years, her coach was finally willing to let her compete. The ocean was vast, and Yu Luosheng was uncertain how far Yu would go in her athletic career. Perhaps one day she would see news of her achievements. Yu nodded with a smile. Yu Luosheng suddenly found her mind racing with thoughts. In a moment of distraction, Yu dove into the water, her slender legs splashing on the surface like a playful little mermaid, showering Yu Luosheng with droplets. After swimming a short distance, Yu resurfaced, her head breaking through the water as she giggled at Yu Luosheng, who shot her a disapproving glare. Yu stuck out her tongue and dove back down. As she swam, her lithe figure glided gracefully through the clear water, her movements fluid and elegant, accentuating her curves and creating an indescribable beauty. Yu Luosheng leaned back, propping her head on her hands, watching the girl soar in her aquatic realm. It was no wonder their parents treated her as their own. She was more obedient, more understanding, and now the beloved pupil of a renowned swimming coach, her future brimming with promise. Yu was a child of the water, destined to blossom magnificently on this path. And what of herself? Gaining admission to a reputable university felt like merely a grain of sand in the vast sea of humanity. Yu Luosheng submerged her head beneath the water. As Yu had said, the world became silent, leaving only herself. However, in this profound silence, why did cheers and shouts suddenly erupt? Why did she hear someone calling her name? Why, when she closed her eyes, did she see faces brimming with tears, and one person angrily pointing at her, accusing her of being a coward? She wished to say sorry, to know if they were well. Suddenly, a wave surged toward Yu Luosheng, disrupting her tranquil world. She surfaced to find the mischievous little mermaid causing havoc once more. Yu Luosheng managed to smile and dove back into the water. In the days that followed, Yu Luosheng only visited the Longsheng Internet CAF at night to train with the Blood Red team members. One evening, they trained until the early hours, and after sharing a midnight snack, she left. Upon returning home, she found her parents seemingly asleep. After surgery, Yu had been recovering and had returned home yesterday, as hospital stays were exorbitantly expensive. After taking a shower, Yu Luosheng paused before opening her door, carefully pushing it open. A beam of light spilled into the room, illuminating the small bed. Cautiously, she undressed and lay down on her own bed. Brother, came Yu's voice from the small bed. Still awake at this hour? Yu Luosheng replied. I have a bus to catch at 10 tomorrow, Yu stated. Leaving so soon? Yu Luosheng expressed surprise. I've told you several times. Then you should get some rest. Feeling weary, Yu Luosheng embraced her cool pillow and closed her eyes. The coach said if I can win more awards. Yu Luosheng did not catch all of what she said, responding absent-mindedly. I can choose, then I'll get to see you often. Are you happy? With a soft snore, Yu Luosheng's breathing filled the air, serving as her response. Yu's voice shifted from gentle to sharp. You lazybones, I'm talking to you. And you've fallen asleep. Yu angrily threw her pillow at her, tossing and turning without a pillow. Yu found it uncomfortable and climbed onto Yu Luosheng's bed to retrieve her own pillow. The weather was gloomy, a state that often left men pondering whether to carry an umbrella. In any case, Yu Luosheng decided against it, trusting that Yang Qianqian would bring one, allowing them to grow closer on the way back. The final match of the Leking Internet CAF League was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and by 8, enthusiastic gamers began to flock to the Dalijia Electronics Mall. Prior to the finals, numerous adjustments were needed, and participants had to take their seats early. The event had been heavily promoted, and even before the competition began, the exhibition hall was nearly filled to capacity. Originally, the organizers believed one exhibition hall would suffice for the League of Legends enthusiasts, but it quickly reached capacity, prompting them to designate the second floor's circular area as additional seating. Thus, the first floor exhibition hall and the surrounding second floor area became a bustling scene, the likes of which Dalijia had never witnessed. Seeing the massive crowd, Huang Junjie could hardly contain his smile. Opportunities abounded. Around 9 o'clock, Yu Luosheng and the members of the Blood Red team were waiting. While conversing with Qin, her phone rang unexpectedly. Without glancing at the screen, she answered. "Where are you?" Yu's angry voice came through the line. "Oh, what is up? I have a bus at 10. Yu's voice had turned icy. "I have something to attend to, so I want to be able to see you off," Yu Luosheng replied. "Yu Luosheng, I hate you." Beep, beep. The line went dead, and Yu's voice echoed in the air. The surrounding team members regarded Yu Luosheng with curious expressions, including Yang Qianqian, who looked at her strangely. "My sister," Yu Luosheng awkwardly explained. Chapter 87. The best players aren't AP. On the opposite side of the AP player seats sat the members of the Dawn team. Unlike other teams, the Dawn team lacked a formal leader. Instead, the owner of the internet CAF watched from the sidelines. The de facto leader was Yang Ying, who had previously served as the president of the esports club during his university days. He had witnessed numerous grand events and personally led his school's team to participate in prestigious competitions. He would not have engaged in this CAF league unless the rewards were substantial. Yang Ying cast a glance towards the other side and noticed Yang Qianqian joining the Blood Red team. He muttered to himself, "Really? You can't even support your brother? If I win, I'll give you some pocket money to buy beautiful clothes, but you choose that guy. Yang Ying, it's all on you." Apart from the 30,000 yuan prize for the competition, there's an additional 30,000 yuan sponsorship from the Dalijia Mall. "Each of you could walk away with at least 10,000 yuan, said the owner of the internet CAF. For Yang Ying, 10,000 yuan was quite a significant sum. Although his family was financially stable, his father imposed strict limits on his spending. In contrast, his sister Yang Qianqian received whatever she desired without question. What could a freshly graduated high school girl possibly spend? Having made numerous friends in university and hoping to impress some girls, that extra money would certainly enhance his lifestyle next semester. "Don't worry, I've soloed against the AP from the Blood Red team," Yang Ying declared confidently. "You challenged him one-on-one. How did it go? Did you win?" The other members of the Dawn team eagerly inquired. Although Yang Ying was absent during the match between the Blood Red team and the Tianda team, the rest of the Dawn team had watched and unanimously agreed that the opposing AP posed the greatest threat to their chances of winning the championship. The Dawn team's primary strengths lay in their AP player, Yang Ying, and the jungler, Lao Wu, both of whom surpassed their teammates in skill. "Of course I won. I soloed him at level 3, Yang Ying replied. "Really?" Lao Wu said. "The AP from the Blood Red team is exceptionally skilled. There's no need to speculate. We'll find out in the match." "Lao Wu, make sure to support the other lanes," Yang Ying instructed. With Yang Ying's unwavering confidence, the entire Dawn team felt emboldened. The 10 computers remained arranged in an 8 shape, with a lavish LCD screen at the center. Above it hung 2 large screens for the audience on the second floor. The area around the second floor screens was packed with people, and the exhibition hall on the first floor was overflowing. Despite the air conditioning working hard, the atmosphere remained electric. Unlike the previous finals, this championship match was more grandiose. Before the opening, the biggest boss from Dalijia made an appearance to say a few words. Following that, Huang Junjie took the stage again to a warm welcome. This fellow was straightforward, emphasizing that the victorious team would receive a direct prize of 30,000 yuan from Dalijia Mall. "Now, let us introduce the 2 finest LOL teams from our venue, the Blood Red team and the Dawn team," the host announced enthusiastically. A few elegantly dressed women gracefully led the 5 members of both teams onto the esports stage. As the players took their seats, cheers erupted from the crowd. It was evident that both the Blood Red team and the Dawn team had garnered significant popularity after rising above all the teams in the venue. Playing LOL in an internet CAF is a vastly different experience compared to playing alone at home. Competitive games thrive on atmosphere, which fuels passion, motivation, and allure. Approximately half of the audience were regulars at the CAF, and upon entering, they would gaze at the large billboard showcasing the 10 finalists. In the CAF culture, it was customary to look up to them before starting ranked matches, inspiring a sense of pride. The Blood Red team, Yu Luosheng, renowned for his mastery of the card master, left an indelible impression on countless spectators that day. Thus, when the host introduced each player and reached Yu Luosheng, thunderous applause filled the venue, creating a magnificent wave of sound. "Damn, I'll have my day like this too," Wang Qin, seated nearby, confidently remarked while watching Yu Luosheng bask in glory. Yang Qianqian's beautiful eyes quietly observed Yu Luosheng. She pondered why, despite the throngs of admirers and cheers surrounding him, he appeared so unfazed. After all, he was just a high school student like herself. Yang Qianqian recalled her own nervousness the first time she performed in front of an audience, her hands trembling and missing notes. Yet, Yu Luosheng's nonchalance seemed unaffected by the crowd. Was his composure innate, or had he long since grown accustomed to such scenes? Qianqian, aren't you going to tell them that the person sitting opposite is your brother? Xiaomei leaned in and whispered to Yang Qianqian. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Qianqian recalled that initially, Yu Luosheng had no intention of participating in such competitions. She wasn't naive. After accompanying him to the hospital to visit his sick father, she sensed that his motivation for entering was likely the prize money, hoping to alleviate some familial pressure. If that was the case, she wholeheartedly wished for his victory. Now, facing her brother Yang Ying as Yu Luosheng's opponent, Yang Ying had no financial need. Any winnings would probably be squandered. After careful consideration, Yang Qianqian decided to inform him. Picking up her phone, she dialed Yu Luosheng's number. With the players already seated, it was inappropriate for anyone else to move around. So she resorted to calling. Yu Luosheng had muted his phone, and upon feeling the vibration, initially thought it was his sister Yu calling to scold him. He almost dismissed it, but reconsidered. Not sending her off was indeed a bit inconsiderate. Yu Luosheng, what is up? He replied, puzzled as to why Yang Qianqian was calling him now instead of earlier. I'm the captain of the Dawn team. Yang Ying is my brother. Your brother? Yu Luosheng paused, taken aback. Yes, he is the president of the esports club at Shanghai University, has participated in LOL college leagues, ranked in the top 10, and faced off against some professional players. Many of them are no match for him. His rank score is apparently over 2,000. Oh, and his most frequently used champions are Fizz, Rise, Morgana, Annie, Ari, and Zed. Yang Qianqian rapidly shared all this information. Yu Luosheng listened intently, processing the flood of information without uttering a word for some time. Hello, are you even listening? Yang Qianqian asked. I'm listening, Yu Luosheng confirmed. So, do you feel confident about facing him? Yang Qianqian cautiously inquired. I don't know, my strongest role ISNTAP, Yu Luosheng replied. Yang Qianqian was taken aback. During the match against the Tianda team, Yu Luosheng's performance as the card master had been nothing short of spectacular. Yet he claimed that AP wasn't his forte. Chapter 88. Top 10 contenders in national universities, what's wrong? Qining inquired, glancing at the somewhat serious-faced Yu Luosheng. There are likely two individuals on the opposing team who possess strength akin to semi-professional players, Yu Luosheng replied earnestly. Though his experience in League of Legends was not extensive, he had indeed faced off against some professional players. Yet, victory in this game does not solely hinge on individual prowess. Setting aside Yang Ying's capabilities, the opposing jungler is also formidable. The jungler plays a pivotal role in orchestrating the rhythm of the entire team, should he succeed in exploiting the other two lanes. Even if Yu Luosheng were to excel individually, he might find himself overwhelmed. In his mind, Yu Luosheng had already formed a rough estimation of the Blood Red team as strength. They could only be classified as skilled amateurs, with a noticeable gap separating them from professional players. Are semi-professional players really that impressive? Xiao Tongtong queried. Yu Luosheng relayed the information Yang Qianqian had shared with him to his teammates. Although the members of the Blood Red team aspired to transition into professional gaming, they had yet to formally embark on that path, rendering their understanding of tournaments and skill evaluations rather nebulous. Top 10 in the national university rankings? That is quite impressive, Shui Haiyang remarked. How so? They're merely a group of students. How formidable could they possibly be? Xiao Dao countered. You may not be aware, but as a university student myself, despite having skipped classes for quite some time, I am quite familiar with that environment. I participated in the University League of Legends tournament with some seniors, and I would say my skill level was mediocre. Do you know what place our team secured? Qining, Xiao Dao, Xiao Tongtong, and Huang Yu regarded Shui Haiyang with blank expressions. Shui Haiyang chuckled self-deprecatingly. At that time, my university had 7 teams competing, and only my team advanced past the preliminary rounds. The others were eliminated. When my team reached the provincial tournament, we were utterly crushed by the team from Fujian Normal University, unable to last even 20 minutes before our base was destroyed. What was the strength of your team? Qining asked. That was months ago, so I can't precisely assess it now, but the team that obliterated us, Fujian Normal, must possess greater skill than the Tianda team. Shui Haiyang replied. I recall Fujian Normal University ranked fairly well in the League of Legends University League, perhaps within the top 20, Qining noted. She had kept an eye on these tournaments, as such information often appeared on the League of Legends homepage. That is not too shabby then. If we manage to defeat Tianda, it suggests we are on par with the top 20 universities nationally, Huang Yu concluded. Qining nodded, acknowledging that the disparity was not excessively vast. The other 3 members of the Dawn team should possess skill levels comparable to those of the Tianda team. And with two top 10 players from national universities on the opposing side, the difference in capability would not be insurmountable. Shui Haiyang shook his head with a wry smile. Continuing, if that were the case, I wouldn't have much to worry about. What? Do you lack confidence in us? Shui Haiyang, you need not belittle yourself. You have trained for over 2 months. Your skills must have improved significantly. Qining encouraged. Shui Haiyang responded, initially, I thought as you do, believing that being defeated by a team capable of entering the top 20 was not shameful. However, upon further investigation, I realized that was not the case. The team that crushed us was indeed from Fujin Normal, but they were their third team. Qining, Xiao Tongtong, Xiao Dao, and Huang Yu were taken aback. The third team? Shui Haiyang nodded helplessly, mirroring their astonishment when he first learned the news. Shui Haiyang, you must be joking. We can't be that incompetent. Xiao Dao exclaimed. At this point, would I have any reason to jest? I speak the truth. I feel our team S strength is likely comparable to Fujin Normal S third team, perhaps slightly stronger, but not by much. Based on the national university rankings, we are undoubtedly outside the top 100, Shui Haiyang articulated. Outside the top 100. Had the speaker not been a teammate, Huang Yu, Xiao Dao, and Xiao Tongtong would have found it difficult to believe. Qin Ying's expression grew notably grave as she eventually remarked, Shui Haiyang's assessment is unlikely to be inaccurate. We only need to look at our team ranking to confirm. So, does that mean the opposing team has 2 players from the top 10? Xiao Dao questioned incredulously. How could the Dawn team possibly possess such exceptional individuals? The previous incarnation of the Dawn team was eliminated during the internal competition at the Internet CAF, Yu Luosheng explained. He had obtained this information from Yang Qianqian. Eliminated? But didn't they form their team earlier than us? Huang Yu queried. The Group S expressions darkened further. The Tianda team, the Dawn team, the Itsu team, and the Longsheng Blood Red team. All 4 teams should possess relatively comparable strengths, provided no other elements were at play. The surprising defeat of the previously favored Itsu team by the Dawn team had raised many eyebrows. However, what no one anticipated was that the original Dawn team had already been eliminated during the internal CAF competition. Thus, the current team bearing the Dawn name comprised entirely different individuals, including 2 players ranked among the top 10 in national universities. Why wasn't this critical information disclosed earlier? After evaluating the capabilities, Xiao Dao began to grasp the implications of the 2 exceptional players on the opposing team. I only just found out myself. Yu Luosheng turned back to glance at Yang Qianqian with a bittersweet smile. Yang Qianqian, eyes widening in disbelief, clutched her phone. She had overheard the Blood Red team's earlier conversation, and it dawned on her just how remarkable her brother, Yang Ying, truly was. Could it be that his previous boasts were indeed grounded in reality? I should have informed you sooner. And it was he who took down the little fish that day, Yang Qianqian hurriedly added. Oh, that makes sense, Yu Luosheng mused, recalling how he had been preoccupied with a chicken claw snack and had inadvertently been defeated. The match has commenced. Let us give it our all, Qining declared, patting her teammates on their shoulders with earnest conviction. It would have been better not to know. Our morale has already taken a hit before the match even began, Xiao Tongtong remarked. Qining shook her head. This information is of utmost importance. Only by being aware can we prepare and strategize, lest we be caught off guard and overwhelmed. Shengzi, can you handle it? Qining whispered to Yu Luosheng as the team repositioned. I am uncertain. As the support, I cannot dictate the rhythm, Yu Luosheng replied. Should we switch you with Huang Yu, allowing him to take on support while you face that player in the lane? Qining suggested. Yu Luosheng shook his head. My AP skills likely do not surpass his. If I cannot outplay him, we shall lose, especially with their formidable jungler. It would be best for Huang Yu to handle AP. I will strive to open up the bot lane, where I feel more confident. Just ensure Huang Yu plays it safe. Very well, Qining conceded, not pressing the matter further. Chapter 89. Yu Luosheng's support looks alright. The players have taken their positions. We are now entering the ban and pick phase. The host's voice resonated through the arena. The match officially commenced, and the atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity and gravity. Oh, the Dawn team has banned the first hero, Twisted Fate. The host's voice rose a few decibels. This decision from the Dawn team elicited a wave of murmurs from the audience. In the previous match between Tianda and Blood Red teams, Yu Luosheng's Twisted Fate had dominated the game, making all players wary of this champion. The Dawn team was determined not to give Yu Luosheng the chance to select Twisted Fate, marking it as their first ban. What a pity. It seemed we would miss witnessing yet another magical display of card tricks. However, this decision clearly illustrated the significant threat that Blood Red's AP player posed to the Dawn team's aspirations for victory, as the host remarked. On the other hand, Blood Red team was unfazed by the bans, as their AP player this time was not Yu Luosheng, but rather the considerably recovered Huang Yu. Blood Red proceeded to ban the highly aggressive jungler, Lee Sin, followed by 2 AP champions that Yang Ying was proficient with, targeting him specifically. Once the bans concluded, it was time for the picks. In the first round, the jungler Xiao Dao swiftly secured Jarvan 4. Jarvan 4 was Xiao Dao's signature jungler, boasting impressive overall capabilities, agility, crowd control, strong gank potential, and team fight prowess, making him a champion that simply must be picked if not banned. Following Xiao Dao's acquisition of Jarvan 4, the opposing team immediately chose Varus, the Harbinger of Doom. In Season 3, the 2 most formidable ADCs were Caitlyn and Varus, not because they were enhanced, but rather because other ADCs had been significantly nerfed. Champions like Ezreal, once a staple in competitions, saw a notable decline in their presence. Varus was a champion with exceptionally high damage output, complemented by a team control skill, making him a formidable presence among ADCs. After Varus was selected, the Dawn team quickly opted for the Thunder Roar Bear. This champion is primarily designated as a jungler, occasionally appearing in a support role. In truth, Thunder Roar Bear is not particularly suited for support. The ADC's development in the bot lane relies on the ability to engage and disengage, while Thunder Roar Bear's all-in approach can lead to disastrous results. Most critically, this champion has a short attack range, hindering its ability to effectively harass enemies as a support. The Dawn team's confidence in picking Thunder Roar Bear early was palpable. After securing Varus and Thunder Roar Bear, it was Blood Red's turn to select. Huang Yu hesitated in choosing his mid-lane champion, but ultimately settled on Jace, a champion he excelled with. However, against a bear jungler, selecting Jace in the mid-lane was not a particularly wise choice, yet Huang Yu confirmed his decision. Next, Xiao Tong chose Singed for the top lane. With Jace and Singed, Blood Red's lineup left many curious about their strategic direction. The Dawn team finalized their picks with Taric, the Gem Knight, and Fizz, the Title Trickster. If memory serves correctly, the Dawn team's AP player should be Yang Ying, who previously showcased an exceptional performance with Kha'Zix, executing a flawless cleanup. This time, however, he opted for a more unconventional AP champion, Fizz, and we eagerly anticipated his performance. Upon selecting Fizz, Huang Yu found himself bewildered. He had faced numerous champions in the mid lane, but his experience against Fizz was limited. Frankly, Jace does not hold a significant advantage against Fizz, as Jace's EQ combo can be easily dodged by Fizz's playful trickster ability. Huang Yu lamented that they should have banned Fizz due to his formidable engage potential. "Fear not, I will ensure proper vision. He won't have many opportunities to flank us," Yu Luosheng reassured. While Fizz is not particularly strong in team fights, this is perhaps why he has seen limited play in competitive matches. However, it seems this champion has recently gained popularity, with a significant increase in usage. As Blood Red continued their selections, Yu Luosheng wasted no time and promptly chose Lux, the Lady of Luminosity. "Oh, Lux is likely to be a support, isn't she?" This strategy from Blood Red seems rather peculiar. The selection of Lux was even more surprising than Fizz's. While Lux can fulfill a support role, she is regarded as a weaker option, primarily shining in late-game team fights. Oh, they've changed their mind. They've selected Zyra instead. Actually, Zyra is significantly stronger as a support compared to Lux. Oh, they've switched back to Lux. Confirmed. It is well known that Lux requires exceptional predictive abilities, as all her skills are non-targeted. Many players struggle to perform well with Lux, but to truly excel, one must master a multitude of nuances. I wonder how deeply Huang Yu comprehends the support role of Lux. With the bans and picks concluded, both teams finalized their compositions, entering the final countdown of 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the Coca-Cola Cup final of the League of Legends tournament officially begins. I am sure everyone present is a fervent enthusiast of League of Legends. What thrilling match will our 10 players deliver today? Let us eagerly anticipate. The host's words ignited the atmosphere, prompting a wave of cheers throughout the venue. It is nearly impossible to quantify how many League of Legends fans reside in this city. But one thing is certain. The 10 players on stage are undoubtedly the finest among them, and their clash is sure to capture public attention. With a grand prize of 60,000 RMB and the prestigious title of the best in the city at stake, this is a hot topic among all League of Legends aficionados. The screen transitioned to the loading interface. Let us revisit both teams' compositions. Oh wait. The mid laner for Blood Red, Jace, is not being controlled by Yu Luosheng. It is Lux, the Lady of Luminosity. Lux is equipped with Exhaust, indicating that the player who previously showcased the artistry of Twisted Fate is now playing a pivotal support role. This is somewhat unexpected. The host's astonishment was mirrored by the crowd's uproar. Yu Luosheng's mastery of Twisted Fate had left an indelible mark on many. And to see such a talented AP player relegated to the support role felt like a waste of potential. Chapter 90. How could one be so self-destructive? Yu Luosheng, the master of card games, wielded his skill with an artistry that could only be described as sublime when it came to slaying opponents. Many in attendance had purchased tickets solely to witness Yu Luosheng's prowess, and they had eagerly bought the color-changing mouse endorsed by him. Yet, as they anticipated yet another display of card magic from him, the Dawn team swiftly banned his signature champion. While some hoped to see a splendid performance from another of his heroes, what left the audience utterly astounded was Yu Luosheng's unexpected choice to play as a support. This decision bewildered the crowd, who were left in a state of disappointment and disbelief. In League of Legends, the support role has traditionally been undervalued, often leading to frustrating exchanges during ranked matches. Why are you running? Fight, one might hear when outnumbered. But there are 3 of them, and only 2 of us. In truth, there were merely 2 players and 1 support. Does the support even count as a player? Let us not deny it. Anyone who has played League of Legends has likely, at some point, viewed the support as less than human. However, one must acknowledge that viewing a support as a player can sometimes lead to defeat, regardless of the audience's mixed emotions. Yu Luosheng executed his duties as a support with the nonchalance of someone snacking on sunflower seeds after placing vision wards. The host, too, seemed to harbor expectations for Yu Luosheng's card master, albeit hesitantly stating, the support role is crucial. Many professional team captains have been supports. They do not consume resources yet deliver maximum value. We hope to see outstanding performance from Yu Luosheng in the support position, especially since he is playing Lux, which offers ample room for skillful play. As for the compositions, the Blood team featured top, Xiao Tong Tong, Alchemist, mid, Huang Yu Jace, the Future Guardian, jungle, Xiao Dao, Jarvan 4, the Dalmatian Prince, ADC, Shui Haiyang, Caitlyn, the Sheriff of Piltover, support, Yu Luosheng, Lux. The Lady of Luminosity. The Blood team's composition was a hybrid of poke and aggressive team fighting, yet it lacked a definitive identity, as the host remarked. The Dawn team's lineup also seemed to lack coherent synergy. Top, Huang Xiangqiao Riven, the Exiled Blade, mid, Yang Ying Fizz. The Title Trickster, jungle, Lin Laowu, Volibear, the Thunderous Roar, ADC, Tao Fong, Varus, the Arrow of Retribution, support, Zhonghe, Tarek. The Gem Knight. The host described this composition as utterly perplexing, seemingly casual, yet formidable in team fights. After introducing both lineups, the waiting period ended, and both teams proceeded to purchase their equipment at the fountain. Yu Luosheng had chosen the AP growth talent, with runes featuring gold generation, armor, magic penetration, and mana regeneration. His starting items consisted of 2 control wards and 3 stealth wards, a minimalist approach. Having swiftly acquired his items, he was the first to venture out, heading towards the mid lane. Given the opposing team's composition, the likelihood of an early skirmish was significant, particularly with Tarek's crowd control and Volibear's charge. As a member of the purple team, top side, Yu Luosheng placed his first control ward at the intersection between the enemy's F4 and the river. No sooner had he placed the ward than it revealed Tarek's presence. Yu Luosheng's speed in purchasing was impressive. Without those fleeting seconds, he would have hesitated to place the ward so boldly. After securing his vision, he made his way to the bot lane. Observe how adeptly this support operates. He first utilized Lux's ability to scout for vision before placing a ward in the bot lane's tribrush. Yu Luosheng's performance as a card master was so remarkable that the camera instinctively shifted to him. The significance of these 2 wards cannot be overstated. If one spawns on the purple side, one need only place a ward at the intersection between the enemy's F4 and the river and another in the bot lane's tribrush to achieve multiple objectives. This dual placement serves several purposes. Initially, it prevents the enemy from invading the purple side's blue buff and engaging in an early skirmish. Moreover, the ward lasts for 180 seconds or 3 minutes, thereby safeguarding the mid lane's development from a potential gank, particularly from champions like Volibear, who possess formidable ganking capabilities at level 2. A single misstep could easily lead to an unfortunate first blood. Furthermore, should the enemy jungler attempt to gank the purple side's bot lane via the river, this ward marks a critical juncture of their approach. If the mid lane and bot lane champions coordinate a response, the enemy jungler will find their plans thwarted. Lastly, the ward in the bot lane's tribrush effectively obstructs the enemy jungler's potential gank from their jungle. In essence, both essential pathways have been sealed off, rendering any attempts by the enemy jungler to disrupt the bot lane futile. The skill of a support can often be gauged by their ward placements. Initially, the audience, not comprising many high-level players, paid little heed to Yu Luosheng's ward placements. However, following the host's elucidation, they experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that protecting the bot lane's vision for the purple side only required 2 wards. The Dawn team attempted to invade the Blood team's jungle, but, after a fruitless circuit, retreated to their red buff area. In the initial 90 seconds, no skirmishes occurred, with all lane champions, except for the junglers, visible on the map. Notice the appearance of Volibear at the warded location. After securing the red buff, he aimed for a mid-lane gank. Without this ward, a slight misstep from Jace could have resulted in a forced flash. After lingering in the brush for 3 seconds, Volibear sensed his position was compromised and swiftly retreated to his blue buff, opting to reach level 3 first. Showdown, witnessing Volibear's movement, had no intention of contesting the blue buff. Engaging with such a formidable early-game champion was ill-advised. In the mid lane, it seemed that this was not the same card master as before. Lin Laowu, the jungler for the Dawn team, commented while securing his blue buff. "I suspect my sister must have spilled the beans. It's wise of him to play support, but picking Lux? I truly cannot fathom why he would be so reckless." In their solo encounters, Yang Ying had previously bested Yu Luosheng's Lux with his Fizz. In the official match, he again played Fizz while Yu Luosheng, now in the support role, posed no threat to Yang Ying, who might find Lux to be an easy source of gold. Chapter 91. The keen-scented beast in the lower lanes. No significant skirmishes occurred. However, in the mid lane, the interactions between the Fishman and Jace appeared to be quite frequent. The Fishman commenced with a magic potion and health potion, and logically, Jace should have been quite formidable at levels 2 and 3, given that he possesses 6 skills. Nevertheless, under the condition that the Fishman received ample healing, Jace, with minimal recovery, was unable to gain much advantage. In the mid-lane confrontation, Yang Ying's Fishman played with remarkable aggression and confidence, frequently engaging in battles with Jace at levels 2 and 3. Although the Fishman typically suffered in these exchanges, his extensive healing allowed him to endure, while Jace, equipped with only a longsword and 2 health potions, struggled to capitalize effectively. The lower lane remained tranquil, with both sides steadily farming without any severe altercations. The support was the only one with time to observe skirmishes in other lanes. Upon noticing the red attack signal flashing beside his teammates' avatars on the left side of the screen, Yu Luosheng realized that a confrontation had erupted in the mid lane. First blood. Before long, the first blood was spilled. The green icon indicated that it was a teammate who secured the kill. Huang Yu was the one to achieve first blood, as the Fishman played aggressively, prompting the prince to ambush from the shadows, striking fiercely as the Fishman initiated his advance. Once the Fishman was ensnared by the red buff, he resigned himself to his fate, failing to use his flash and willingly granting the first blood. Impressive. The Crimson team claimed the first blood. This 400 gold bounty would significantly benefit Jace's development in the mid lane, as the Dawn team's Fishman player had been rather reckless. The commentator noted that since Jace had begun with a longsword, this 400 gold would allow him to return home for a replenishment, enabling him to acquire a brutalizer shortly thereafter. With the brutalizer in hand, Jace would undoubtedly hold an advantage against the Fishman. Not a big deal. Just wait for me to ambush again, and this Fishman will be rendered ineffective, the prince confidently asserted. If the Fishman was stifled early on and failed to secure any kills in the early to mid-game, he would be rendered entirely obsolete in the mid to late phases. The prince understood that the enemy mid-lane AP was formidable, so his plan was to lie in wait. Yu Luosheng, having heard the prince's words, pressed the tab key to check the minion counts in the mid lane. Upon viewing the numbers, he furrowed his brow. The Fishman had actually outfarmed Jace by 5 minions. As a melee champion, the Fishman's farming should have been considerably more challenging, yet his continual harassment had proven highly effective, resulting in an unexpected lead in minion kills. It's crucial for Huang Yu to focus on last hitting, Yu Luosheng advised. Huang Yu was currently trailing behind the ADC by 10 minions, which was unusual as the mid lane should typically yield more farm than the bottom lane. This deficit indicated that his economy was indeed being hampered by the Fishman's harassment and pressure. The lower lane remained peaceful, with Yu Luosheng initially placing a ward but subsequently failing to do much more. This was not a deliberate attempt to endanger the lower lane. Rather, the jungler's bear would find it challenging to achieve results unless he executed a successful gank from behind. Lux's Q binding and Caitlyn's E-trap could effectively stifle any attempts by the enemy jungler, Thunder Roar. By placing fewer wards, Yu Luosheng would complete the Philosopher's Stone significantly ahead of the opposing support. For his next item, he aimed directly for the Lucky Hand of Catch. Overall, his strategy as a support Lux was to expedite the acquisition of these 2 gold-generating items. Both pieces were immensely beneficial for Lux, as the Philosopher's Stone provided substantial healing and Catch's Lucky Hand enhanced ability power, affording Lux increased poke potential and burst damage. If the support in the lower lane were to be a Lux, one must never underestimate her damage. Once she reached level 6, a standard combo could easily deplete over half the health of the opposing ADC. Xue Haiyang was applying pressure on the enemy while the gem support had no skills available. When suddenly a strong scent of blood wafted from the mid lane, Yu Luosheng swiftly shifted his focus to the mid lane double kill. However, upon switching, the system immediately reported that the fishman had secured a double kill. Yu Luosheng frowned as he deduced from their death positions that the prince must have been ambushed by the enemy jungler's bear while attempting to gank. The bear's counter-gank capabilities were formidable. Once the enemy had prematurely expended their skills, the bear could easily absorb damage from both and retaliate effectively. Moreover, the enemy jungler had demonstrated keen intelligence by allowing the fishman to claim both kills. This level 6 double kill instantly augmented the fishman's wealth. Upon checking the minion counts again, the fishman's farm remained equal to Jace's, indicating that the mid lane would soon face a distinctly disadvantageous phase. Bad news continued to pour in. Within half a minute, the top lane's alchemist, Xiao Tong, was slain by Riven and the bear, transforming the kill count from 1 to 0 to 1 to 3. The Dawn Team's jungler had exhibited exceptional skill, creating 3 kills for his teammates in the span of just 1 minute. What a bear with a keen sense of smell, the commentator remarked. Xiao Tong wore a grim expression as he watched a wave of minions approach his tower. Damn it. I thought he would recall. I never expected him to come up here and kill me with that health, he muttered to himself. The Dawn Team's jungler had lost 2/3 of his health in the mid lane, and typically, a jungler would retreat to replenish and purchase items. Yet, he unexpectedly appeared in the top lane, catching Xiao Tong's alchemist off guard. With the bear's passive healing accounting for 1/3 of his health, combined with his original third, he effectively had 2/3 of his health remaining, rendering a return to base unnecessary, something Xiao Tong failed to recognize. One must admit that the opposing jungler had a profound understanding of the bear's capabilities, displaying bravery in attempting to ambush the alchemist despite his health status. Xue Haiyang, let us look for an opportunity to strike when we hit level 6. Let us eliminate gem directly, but be cautious of Varus' binding, Yu Luosheng instructed. Alright, but you must ensnare gem, Xue Haiyang replied. Yu Luosheng nodded. Throughout the landing phase, he had scarcely utilized his Q binding. It wasn't due to a lack of confidence in his skills, but rather because even if he ensnared the enemy, it would bear little significance. However, after reaching level 6, Lux's burst potential became exceedingly daunting. Though Gem was a tanky support, her physical defense was substantial, yet her magic resistance was relatively low. Xue Haiyang, recognizing Yu Luosheng's intent to eliminate Gem, deliberately wore down her health. As the opportunity arose, Yu Luosheng feigned a misstep in positioning. Sure enough, as an aggressive support, Gem could not resist, emerging from the brush to unleash her stun skill on Yu Luosheng's Lux. Let us take a look at the lower lane. The support Lux from the Crimson team has made a positional error. The commentator hastily shifted the view to the lower lane. In an instant, everyone both inside and outside the venue perked up. The lower lane had been too tranquil, leading many to question whether a godlike card player truly existed there. Yet now, the battlefield was about to erupt, and the spectators' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chapter 92. It doesn't feel like the same game. Beam confinement. With a flourish of his wand, a milky white beam shot straight towards the gem knight Tarek. Tarek, who was approaching Lux, had no chance to evade at such close range. He showed no intention of dodging. The beam barely made a dent in his health. Finish him off, shouted the support player, Zhonghe, of the Dawnlight team. Confinement differs from stun. Confinement merely prevents movement and the use of mobility skills, while the gem's stunning abilities can still be executed even when confined. Zhonghe charged forward, resolute in his intent to kill. The stun hammer was cast, and a white object resembling diamond dust arced through the air, heading straight for Lux's forehead. The trajectory of the gem knight's stun was unmistakable. As the moment arrived when the stun was hurled, Yu Luosheng, unfazed, pressed the R key. Ultimate light. The light magic danced joyfully before Lux. Points of light coalesced into a pre-aimed beam that shot straight across the flat ground, instantly piercing from the river's edge to 1,000 yards beyond the tower. The gem knight's stun had already struck Lux, yet the milky white ultimate light continued to gleam blindingly amidst Lux's sharp cry, crashing against the armor of Tarek. Incredible damage erupted, causing Tarek's health to plummet. Crack! A trap was laid beneath the gem's feet. Xue Haiyang had long since prepared to deal damage. The positioning of the ADC, Caitlyn, was astutely advanced, ensuring maximum output. The Gem Knight attempted to apply his armor-breaking skill on Lux, but that cursed trap ensnared him once more. Damn it! Zhong He from the Dawnlight team exclaimed. With nearly 4 seconds of control time combined with Lux's terrifying burst, the Gem Knight was nearly finished. Zhong He dared not advance further and hastily used Flash to escape. It seemed he had been prepared all along, as Tarek, now low on health, flashed away. Lux's Lucent Singularity and Caitlyn's Q, Piltover Peacemaker, both struck the gem simultaneously. Where could the Gem Knight run? A scream echoed as the gem was pierced through the armor and body by Caitlyn's Peacemaker, spilling blood as he fell lifeless to the ground. Virus, the Reckoning Arrow, upon witnessing his teammate's demise, rushed forward, intent on claiming the scant health that Lux had left. The shield surrounding Yu Luosheng faded instantly. 2 more hits from Virus would assuredly seal his fate. He did not immediately use Flash, but instead angled towards the brush, evading Virus's line of sight. With ample health, Virus pursued without hesitation, aiming to cut off Yu Luosheng's escape route. However, as he reached the edge of the brush, he discovered Lux running in the opposite direction, about to enter the edge of his own jungle. Not enough distance. Without hesitation, Virus used Flash to secure the kill. Yet, how could Yu Luosheng not have calculated that his opponent would flash to kill him when choosing his escape route? At the moment Virus activated Flash, Yu Luosheng too cast his, aiming almost directly towards the enemy tower. The ADC of Dawnlight, Tao Fong, smirked. Lux had nowhere to flee. Once the next Q skill was ready, she was doomed. Suddenly, a metallic sound rang beneath him. A trap, Caitlyn's cursed trap. Virus had reached the brush, his eagerness to slay Lux blinding him to the trap at the edge of the brush. The deadly trap drove the ADC player Tao Fong of the Dawnlight team into a frenzy. Quickly escape. Just one more hit on Lux, and she'd be dead. Bang. Suddenly, a headshot. Caitlyn, before Virus could escape the trap, shot him down. Double kill. In the end, Virus failed to land that final blow. At that moment of death, Tao Fong's face darkened. He had calculated the direct health, certain he could take Lux's life and escape with a sliver of health. Yet, he had not accounted for stepping into that damn trap. With all skills and summoner spells expended, the skirmish in the bottom lane should have at least resulted in a trade of 1 kill. Yet being 0 for 2 like this meant they would struggle in the next wave. A splendid collaboration, the commentator exclaimed. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause as they witnessed Yu Luosheng's Lux standing at the enemy tower's edge, miraculously unscathed. The combination of Virus and Tarek should have been overwhelmingly powerful. Many in the audience surely wondered how such an elegant double kill had transpired in the bottom lane. The commentator began to analyze the series of battles that had just unfolded. To be honest, I am increasingly impressed by Yu Luosheng of the Blood Color team. The commentator said, wasn't it Caitlyn's foresight with the trap that was commendable? Why praise the support? This statement left many perplexed. Had the battle contained hidden, sophisticated maneuvers? Excellent. The cameraman has provided us with a replay, the commentator announced. The replay showcased Yu Luosheng's Lux in what appeared to be a positioning error. We all assumed it was a mistake, but pay attention to Lux's next move. This was clearly a bait. The instant Lux saw Tarek approaching, she cast the beam confinement skill. This is the most classic moment everyone must observe. In the replay, after casting the Q confinement skill, Lux immediately unleashed her ultimate. Many would wonder, isn't Lux's standard combo to use Q for confinement, then E, and finally her ultimate? Did everyone see that? The Gem Knight's stun had already been thrown. Had she followed the standard combo, the ultimate could not have been cast immediately. Moreover, this player utilized a classic technique, employing Lux's ultimate to negate the stun. The commentator beamed with excitement. What? Lux's ultimate can negate stuns? This remark left many in the audience bewildered. In the players section, Wang Qin stared blankly at Yang Qianqian. She too was at a loss. This was an exceptionally intricate maneuver. Watch closely. Lux released her ultimate at the exact moment the gem stun struck her. Everyone should know that both Lux's ultimate and Ezreal's ultimate have a casting animation. And once that animation begins, the skill cannot be interrupted unless the character dies. In other words, this player utilized the duration of being stunned to cast her ultimate, allowing the character to continue the casting animation, effectively negating the stun for about a second. The Gem Knight's stun was rendered practically ineffective. An uninterruptible ultimate? Opening the ultimate at the moment of being stunned, the character's action 1t cease? As the commentator explained, the arena fell silent. Could it really be played this way? Suddenly, many began to question if they were indeed playing the same game as Yu Luosheng. Chapter 93. The Art of Deception. One must not underestimate the significance of this intricate maneuver. Consider, without the clever application of such tactics to gain even a fleeting second, Would the Requiem arrow of Varus not have sealed the fate of the cornered Lux? The host, undoubtedly a seasoned player himself, could not have captured such nuances without a profound understanding of the game. It was during his encounters playing Ezreal that Yu Luosheng grasped this technique. Should any ADC players face off against Vayne or Varus while controlling Ezreal, they would inevitably confront a grave dilemma, post-level 6, under equivalent gear circumstances. Ezreal clearly struggles against the Night Hunter, Vayne. The crux of Ezreal's disadvantage lies in the casting time of his ultimate, which may also fail to connect. So, how can Ezreal hope to triumph over Vayne after reaching level 6? Simply put, if Ezreal can successfully land his ultimate on Vayne, while simultaneously striking 4 minions to stack his passive to 5 layers, and deftly maneuver to avoid being pinned against a wall, while ensuring his E and Q abilities are not wasted, then victory may be within reach, though it remains but a possibility. Another tactic involves the adventurer, Ezreal, who, upon realizing he is about to be cornered against a wall by Vayne, must, unless possessing Flash, unhesitatingly unleash his ultimate towards Vayne. This principle mirrors Lux's strategy of mitigating the effects of a stun with her own ultimate. Admittedly, the techniques discussed are of considerable difficulty. Young players are advised to practice under parental supervision. Returning to the matter at hand, the host has resumed his analysis of the recent 2v2 skirmish in the bot lane. Observe Lux's escape. Once Varus's binding dissipated, the player's chosen route to flee was remarkably composed. He refrained from dashing toward his defensive tower, as it would offer no refuge from Varus's relentless pursuit. Should he use Flash, Varus could easily follow suit. Retracing his steps would spell certain doom. Instead, he opted to enter the brush and retreat in the opposite direction, thereby increasing the distance between himself and Varus, compelling Varus to expend his Flash first. When he ultimately utilized his own Flash, it was executed from a remarkably strategic angle, as Varus would inevitably trigger a trap set by Caitlyn while pursuing in a straight line. High-level players can, within the briefest of moments, harness every available resource. Do not mistake Varus's final entrapment by the trap as mere coincidence. It was all meticulously calculated in Lux's escape route. This is precisely why my admiration for this player has grown. Few can maintain such poise and decisiveness under duress. The host's lengthy exposition left the audience somewhat bewildered. Could it be? A trap can be counted as a tactic? Who in their right mind, while escaping with low health, would think to bait their pursuers into a trap? Indeed, one has learned something new today, as Wang Qin remarked. Initially, he believed Yu Luosheng's prowess to be merely a tier above his own. However, after dissecting so many intricate details, he finally recognized the vast chasm between them. If Yu Luosheng were akin to the Buddha, he felt as if he were but the ashes of a furnace. Entirely disparate concepts. The impressive double kill in the bot lane brought the score to a tied 3-3. Witnessing Yu Luosheng's stellar performance as a support dispelled the earlier frustrations harbored by the audience. Caitlyn secured 2 kills, and it was clear that Varus and Sona would soon face overwhelming pressure in their lane. Anticipation mounted for Yu Luosheng's Lux to unveil even more dazzling displays of skill. Upon returning to base, Yu Luosheng procured 2 pieces of gold-generating equipment, accompanied by 3 control wards. His decision to purchase 3 control wards in one go stemmed from his awareness that the bot lane would soon be frequented by the opposing mid laner, Fizz, and their jungler, Bear. Yu Luosheng's placement of wards was exemplary, effectively sealing off all entry points and denying the enemy jungler and mid laner any opportunities to engage. Shui Haiyang continued to farm minions, while the opposing Varus exercised extreme caution, wary of Caitlyn's potential to inflict severe damage with her critical strikes, especially considering she had already acquired a Stormblade. Let us observe as Sona removes a ward from the edge of the brush. Lux, devoid of a control ward, and Caitlyn both retreated, displaying commendable awareness. While contesting the bot lane, one must remain vigilant. If the enemy's support, previously inactive in ward clearing, suddenly produces a control ward, it signifies the potential presence of the enemy jungler or mid laner. As the host elucidated, he also imparted fundamental lane strategies to the audience. Should I provide assistance in the bot lane? Huang Yu inquired, noting the absence of Fizz and mid. Yu Luosheng glanced at the brush devoid of vision. Fizz's disappearance effectively confirmed his lurking in that very spot. However, he remained uncertain whether the enemy jungler was also present. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Yu ultimately declared, "Withdraw. I shall push their mid-tower." The Prince of Demacia remained in the top lane, poised to ambush Riven. There would be no time for him to arrive in the bot lane. Yu Luosheng nodded, opting to retreat to the tower. Yet, shortly thereafter, a scream echoed from mid-lane. Huang Yu's Jace, while pushing the lane, was suddenly ambushed by the lurking Bear and Fizz, leading to his untimely demise. Huang Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. The enemy had not been in the bot lane. They had been lying in wait in the mid lane all along. The Dawn team executed this tactic with remarkable finesse. With the mid lane lost, the enemy jungler revealed himself in the top lane. The Dawn team's Fizz, Bear, and bot lane duo would undoubtedly converge on the dragon. True to form, the four quickly gathered at the dragon's location, swiftly securing the first dragon. The dragon has always been a crucial resource for widening the economic gap, and Yu Luosheng furrowed his brow. It is evident that the top 10 players in the nation possess exceptional tactical acumen, employing a feigned retreat strategy to great effect, successfully securing a dragon in the process. It is clear that the Dawn team has a remarkably astute commander at the helm. Chapter 94. The crumbled mid lane after losing the dragon. The mid lane Fishman became exceedingly formidable, while the future Guardian Jace effortlessly dispatched Huang Yu in solo combat. Each time he eliminated Huang Yu's future Guardian, Yang Ying would circle around Huang Yu's lifeless body, flaunting his Indian-style braids, exuding an air of nonchalance and ease. This fellow is truly arrogant, Huang Yu thought darkly. It was evident that the future Guardian Jace could not build magic resistance. Doing so would render the hero nearly useless. Yet, Huang Yu found himself in a tragic position, forced to rely solely on EQ to farm minions. Even if Prince Showdown ambushed the mid lane, it would likely result in a one-for-one exchange. Most critically, the opposing jungler's instincts were remarkably sharp. The moment a skirmish broke out in the mid lane, he would surely appear shortly thereafter. Both the Fishman and the Bear had chosen not to engage in the bot lane, yet they had decisively shattered the mid and jungle positions of the Blood Red team. 20 minutes had elapsed, and Huang Yu's future Guardian Jace had merely acquired a single whisper. Although the whisper granted armor penetration, without bolstering the future Guardian's base damage, the EQ's time shockwave could not inflict sufficient harm. The bot lane of the Blood Red team held the advantage. Yet this edge could not compensate for the economic deficit in the mid and jungle roles. Huang Yu opted to play cautiously under the tower. Even when the Fishman controlled the wave, Huang Yu resolutely resorted to using skills solely to secure minions. Did you think you could escape death under the tower? Yang Ying of the Dawn team chuckled. As the minion wave pressed under the enemy tower, Yang Ying casually farmed with the Fishman. Just as Jace was about to strike the cannon minion, the Fishman unleashed his ultimate. Shark. A small, light green fish leapt forth, accurately ensnaring the future Guardian Jace. Waves of water rippled beneath Jace's feet, transforming the ground into a stunning pool. The pool was deep, and an enormous silhouette abruptly emerged from beneath the surface. A colossal head, lined with sharp fangs. The white shark lunged greedily, sinking its teeth into the future Guardian Jace, as if intending to sever him in two. With the trident of the sea stone, the Fishman executed a mischievous strike. He darted through the air, and his lithe form erupted with terrifying damage. Jace's health plummeted dramatically. Huang Yu quickly shifted forms, attempting to repel the Fishman. However, the Fishman nimbly closed the distance once more. With a fierce swipe of his tail, he struck the future Guardian's face, inflicting yet another devastating blow. Huang Yu was powerless against this relentless assault, forced to lure the Fishman deeper under the tower, hoping the tower's damage would vanquish him. With several trident strikes and an ignite spell, Yang Ying confidently turned to leave. This health. The ignite may not finish off the future Guardian Jace. Is the Fishman truly departing? The commentator mused. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. On the 5th second, the last sliver of Jace's health was extinguished, and he fell with a cry, perfectly falling victim to the final ignite effect. Oh, I almost forgot. The Fishman's W skill also inflicts bleeding damage. Yang Ying's calculations of the Fishman's damage were impeccable. The commentator observed the fallen Jace, his expression betraying surprise. Killed under the tower without a shred of resistance. Huang Yu stomped his foot in frustration, his face a mask of distress. Suddenly, his screen went dark. Huang Yu froze, quickly glancing down to discover he had inadvertently disconnected his power supply in a fit of rage. The Dali Jia electronic arena was hastily constructed, and the cables had not been properly concealed. The staff had warned the players to be cautious prior to the match. Huang Yu had not anticipated making such a blunder and promptly raised his hand to signal the referee. The referee reacted swiftly, immediately notifying for a game pause. As the pause screen appeared, the audience erupted in murmurs of confusion. It seemed a minor issue had arisen, and it should not take long. Everyone was asked to be patient. The commentator hastily offered an explanation, seizing this opportunity to analyze the current situation. In the top lane, the alchemist was initially suppressed by Riven, but after 20 minutes, his economy has begun to recover. His team fighting potential should surpass Riven's. Although if Riven can eliminate the enemy's squishies instantly, it might be considered balanced. In the mid lane, the clash between Jace and the Fishman has been ongoing since the match began. Aside from the initial gank from Prince that secured first blood, it has been the Dawn team's Fishman and Jungler Bear wielding the advantage. The recent powerful solo kill under the tower and precise calculations of health clearly demonstrate the disparity in strength between the mid laners. One must commend the Dawn team's captain Yang Ying for his profound understanding of the Fishman, effectively dismantling the Blood Red team's captain Huang Yu. As the commentator reached this point, he seemingly recalled something and quickly added, "Oh, let me mention that the recently received data indicates that Dawn team S. Yang Ying is a national collegiate trophy player, having secured the 10th position nationally. This level of skill can rival that of some professional players." The revelation of the national 10th place stirred a wave of astonishment throughout the audience. There are nearly 2,000 colleges across the nation, each teeming with electronic sports enthusiasts. Who could deny that those who spend their days holed up in dorms, munching instant noodles and gaming, are not masters of esports? To emerge from competition among 2,000 colleges and claim the 10th spot is nothing short of terrifying. No wonder the Fishman crushed Jace so decisively. Indeed, having executed a successful tower dive, the levels of strength are clearly not on the same tier. I was wondering how the Dawn team had suddenly become so formidable. It turns out a master has joined. Speaking of which, what position did our Lekking University achieve? Lekking also has a university, albeit of mediocre reputation, not quite a 211 school. I'm not sure. It seems we didn't even make it into the top 10 of our province. At this moment, some young individuals in the hall lowered their heads, their expressions betraying embarrassment. It was clear that they were students from Lekking University. In fact, Shui Haiyang was also a member of Lekking University. After being eliminated by the third team of Fujin Normal University, the feeling was simply sigh. It felt akin to a popular internet joke, when a girlfriend texts to say she wants to break up, and before one has the chance to feel sorrow, she follows up with an apology, saying it was a mistake. In any case, Shui Haiyang knew that the team that had thoroughly defeated his university was the third team of Fujin Normal University, and his mood was akin to receiving that sorry. Wrong text message. Chapter 95. Under Siege. I have always believed that the Professional League of Legends tournament should incorporate a halftime break. This would provide the players on both sides a moment to relax amidst the intense competition, allowing them to gather their thoughts and strategize for the next phase of the game. However, since the regulations do not permit such a pause, one must resort to creative means to achieve a temporary respite. For instance, one could sever the internet connection, feign a technical glitch, or repeatedly press the R key while lamenting the inability to unleash a Q ability. Ultimately, Huang Yu made a wise decision by disconnecting the power after suffering a significant setback, granting a much-needed pause to the relentless momentum of the opposing team. "I sincerely apologize, everyone," Huang Yu said, his expression filled with remorse. In the finals, he had faltered in the first match, leaving his 4 teammates to face 5 opponents. Now, as captain, he found himself directly overwhelmed by the adversary. "It's not your fault. That Fishman is truly formidable," Qin Ying replied steadily. Yu Luosheng nodded in agreement. He recognized from the very beginning that the Fishman's last-hitting prowess indicated a player far superior to Huang Yu. With exceptional individual skill, coupled with seamless jungle support, Huang Yu was essentially facing the relentless assaults of 2.5 semi-professional players. Moreover, Xiao Dao's jungle prince had suffered severe economic setbacks after being ambushed multiple times, forcing him to abandon the mid lane to assist the top and bottom lanes. Yet, even with these adjustments, he still found himself trailing behind the opposing jungle in terms of equipment. The host has just revealed that their mid laner is among the top 10 in the collegiate league, Qin Ying remarked. "How can they be so powerful? They don't even qualify as professional players, yet we feel utterly powerless against them," Huang Yu lamented. Such opponents were rare for him, especially after he experienced an early defeat. He was even killed beneath the tower. Beneath the tower. Is this truly the caliber of the top 10 collegiate League of Legends players? Their Crimson Blood team aspired to reach the professional ranks and hoped to qualify for the LPL League. Yet, being so thoroughly outmatched by a semi-professional player left Huang Yu questioning his ability to persevere and secure victory in this match. "Let us group up. Before the Fishman acquires the Zhonya's hourglass, our chances in team fights will be somewhat favorable," Qin Ying suggested. Yu Luosheng shook his head. "We cannot engage in team fights. Although Jace excels in team battles compared to the Fishman, his potential cannot be realized until he is adequately equipped. When the enemy's bear stands in the front line to absorb Jace's skill shots, Jace becomes utterly ineffective. Moreover, our top lane alchemist has yet to reach full development. Forcing an early engagement would only diminish his contributions in team fights." Xiao Tongtong, Play your alchemist more aggressively to draw the attention of their jungle, ideally. You should disrupt their minion waves, Yu Luosheng instructed. Disrupt the minion waves? Is that appropriate? Xiao Tongtong questioned. Indeed, even if you are caught and killed, the economic loss will be minimal. Upon respawning, you can catch up with the minions. Sacrificing a few kills to the enemy's riven and jungle will be preferable to collapsing under their early aggression, Yu Luosheng replied. Huang Yu's computer reconnected, and all players resumed their positions. The large screen displayed a countdown, signaling the players to prepare for the resumption of the match. The strategy, as outlined by Yu Luosheng, instructed Xiao Tongtong in the top lane to adopt a more daring approach to attract the attention of the enemy bear and fishman. What does it mean to disrupt minion waves? It entails a hero crossing the enemy's defensive tower to eliminate all enemy minions between the two towers. Such an act is akin to a bikini-clad blonde throwing a bar of soap on the ground in front of everyone, then ostentatiously bending over to pick it up, feigning several slips as she exposes her voluptuous figure. In simpler terms, it is a blatant display of seduction. What Xiao Tongtong's alchemist was doing now was nothing short of outrageous. In typical ranked matches or casual games, it is certain that few men could endure such provocative antics. Yang Ying, the alchemist, is disrupting the minion waves. Should we attempt to ambush him? The mid lane Jace is no longer a threat. Lin Laowu from the Dawn Warriors inquired. Leave him be. Let him disrupt while we invade the bottom lane. Yang Ying replied without hesitation. The top lane alchemist was nearing the enemy's stronghold, yet no one paid him any mind. The map clearly indicated that the fishman and bear had repeatedly roamed to the bottom lane, frequently encroaching upon the Crimson Blood Team's jungle. They're not taking the bait. Xiao Tongtong grew anxious. He was practically dancing provocatively at their high ground, yet nobody seemed to acknowledge him. Is this appropriate? Yu Luosheng's expression darkened as he spoke. They are clever. They intend to force us into a small skirmish. If we are drawn into a skirmish without the top lane's involvement, with Jace inadequately equipped and the prince lacking durability, it will be a losing battle. Oh no, they're about to dive the tower, Shui Haiyang exclaimed. At that moment, the enemy's fishman and bear had arrived at the bottom lane, encircling Yu Luosheng and Shui Haiyang and trapping them beneath the tower, with wolves in front and tigers behind. Yu Luosheng's Lux and Shui Haiyang's Caitlyn stood alone beneath a defensive tower, suddenly confronted by a four-man assault from the enemy. A massive wave of minions was about to surge into the tower, and it was evident that the four opponents would capitalize on this opportunity to engage. Under siege, the enemies surrounded the tower, yet only Lux and Caitlyn stood guard. Xiao Dao, Huang Yu, do not come over. Push the mid-lane tower quickly. Yu Luosheng urgently instructed his teammates. The arrival of his two teammates would be too late, and crucially, even if they did arrive, their equipment would only lead to the loss of 2 more lives. In the brush behind the tower, a ward had spotted the enemy's fishman and jungle bear. The fishman brandished his bloodied trident, ready to leap forth and claim the lives of Yu Luosheng and Shui Haiyang. Meanwhile, the jungle bear lurked in the brush, baring its teeth, eyes gleaming with ferocity, eagerly anticipating the chance to pounce on the 2 fragile female champions beneath the tower. Shui Haiyang, on the count of 3. You flash and use E to escape. Don't look back or target anyone, just run. Yu Luosheng commanded with a serious demeanor. And how will you escape? 3. Yu Luosheng did not answer, already beginning the countdown. 2. 1. Chapter 96. The demise of the little fish. The ADC, with a quick flash, evaded capture, and the opposing team showed no intent to pursue. Alone at the tower, Lux faced her impending doom, or rather, it was certain death, even with a flash. Survival was futile, as the commentator remarked. As the minions advanced toward the tower, Yu Luosheng, hiding beneath it, clearly observed the movement of the little fish. Yang Ying, brimming with confidence, prepared to be the first to absorb the tower's wrath. In truth, the concept of tanking the tower was non-existent. Should the little fish merely cast a skill and retreat, Lux would undoubtedly be dispatched by the other 3 teammates with ease. It was futile to think that even an ADC or jungler could survive a full-on assault under the tower. With no escape route, Yu Luosheng had no intention of fleeing. His gaze was fixed intently on the little fish. Instead of unleashing a grand spell, the little fish approached Lux and utilized his East ability to close the distance. With agile leaps, he soared into the air, executing a wide arc that allowed him to clear a wave of minions obstructing his path. His tail whipped up a surge of waves, crashing heavily onto Lux's face. This time it will be far easier than the last solo duel. Yang Ying chuckled. Fully aware that this Lux was controlled by Yu Luosheng, the person his sister incessantly praised. Alas, despite his skill, he was destined to face Yang Ying. In such a small arena, even in the provincial capital, few could escape his merciless onslaught. As he prepared to claim a second kill, Yang Ying secretly wished for the absence of his 3 teammates. This 4-against-1 slaughter beneath the tower would hardly showcase the finesse of his little fish's lethal skills. In close quarters, the little fish's skill struck away nearly a third of Yu Luosheng's Lux's health. The damage was astonishingly high. No wonder Yang Ying refrained from using his ultimate ability. With the Trident of the Sea Stone, he executed a seamless combination of moves, using his E to engage under the tower, then employing the mischievous strike's penetrating effect to not only land all his skills on the enemy, but also swiftly retreat from the tower's attack range. After unleashing his skills, Lux's health plummeted to less than 1/3. With his little fish nonchalantly retreating, a silvery light rapidly followed Lux's binding beam. Was this guy still desperately casting spells? A smirk appeared at the corner of Yang Ying's mouth as he maneuvered the little fish to evade. Wait, what a tricky angle. Despite his evasive action, Yang Ying was grazed by the edge of Lux's binding beam, becoming ensnared at the tower's edge. Ding, ding. The tower relentlessly struck the little fish, and his health dwindled rapidly. Lux's binding lasted 2 seconds, and Yang Ying calculated that he would undoubtedly suffer 3 tower hits. Lux's spell combo could easily reduce his health by half, and with 3 more tower strikes, he would be left with barely any health. Furrowing his brow, Yang Ying urgently instructed the Gem Knight, "Don't let him unleash his combo." The Gem Knight's stun was already airborne and in slow motion. One could clearly see the moment the stun hammer collided with Yu Luosheng's Lux, a milky white energy began to coalesce around her. Light binding, ultimate flash, Lux's standard combo. A dazzling light disc crackled like thunder as it descended beneath the ensnared little fish, while a massive reservoir of magical energy surged wildly in front of Lux's chest. Confident in her abilities, Lux could fully release her standard combo in just over a second. The Gem Knight's stun could not interrupt Lux's sequence, and the Roaring Bear still had a short distance to cover before reaching Yu Luosheng, while the execution arrow needed more time to strike. Demacia, with one final incantation, the ultimate flash pierced through the brush, shattering several walls in its path, manifesting as an extraordinarily lengthy beam of light that struck the little fish. In that moment, the radiant light burst forth like thunder, adding an extra layer of brilliance to the mesmerizing magical energy. As this striking magic surged forth, the little fish's health plummeted drastically, leaving him with a sliver of life. Goodness, how is the damage so high? Yang Ying's confident smile evaporated instantly, and he couldn't help but curse. Yu Luosheng smirked, glancing at the faint glow from the tower as it descended toward the little fish's meager health. Die, and thank you for the free bounty. Ding. The final blow from the tower landed on the little fish, who, having prematurely used his E-skill, could no longer evade the damage. Even if Yang Ying had flashed, it would have been in vain. You have been slain, the system announced promptly. Yet soon after, a resounding voice declared, shut down. The little fish's life was claimed, and 500 gold was secured. Yu Luosheng smirked. Damn, did you think you were the only one with confidence? When he saw Yang Ying's little fish take the first hit from the tower, Yu Luosheng chuckled, initially believing he would only trade a support for a support. Little did he know, the little fish had initiated with his E-skill. I merely sought a simple prize, yet you provided me with a saintly figure in a miniskirt. Upon hearing the demise notification, Yang Ying's handsome visage instantly darkened. His bounty was worth a full 500 gold, while the support's kill, combined with assists, barely amounted to 450. Swapping a mid-AP for a bot support was a significant loss. Yang Ying, why the rush? Let me tank the tower first. Lin Lao said with an expression of grievance. I'm anxious, but it's fine. It's just a support. I'll give him a bit for wards, and later I'll reclaim it tenfold. Yang Ying responded calmly. Reclaiming tenfold means 1,000. You'll need to kill him 4 or 5 times, Lin Lao remarked. Is there a problem with that? Yang Ying raised an eyebrow, questioning. No, haha. Anyway, you mentioned that Lux is your ATM, Lin Lao laughed. Monday. Fellow gamers, have you voted today? Oh, did you? Please, remember to vote. Mondays is extremely important. Chapter 97. The Pride of Profession, the Book of Killing Alas. The little fishman acted with undue haste. What should have been a steady sequence of taking heads, pushing towers, and securing dragons was instead capitalized upon by Lux, leading to a life for a life. The commentator remarked. A 4-man assault, with Lux lacking any escape abilities, was undoubtedly a fatal situation. However, Yu Luosheng calmly seized upon an opening in the opponent's strategy, sacrificing his support's life to claim the little fishman's for a mere 500 gold, a significant profit. Indeed, just moments ago, player Yu Luosheng demonstrated once more the technique he had previously mentioned. In League of Legends, timing can often hinge upon a mere second, or even half a second. Seizing that fleeting moment can lead to entirely different outcomes. Around the 25-minute mark, the Dawn team had decisively opted to group together. The enemy's Riven, armed with the Blade of Exile, boasted formidable damage output. In numerous team encounters, the little fishmen charged in recklessly, denying the Crimson team any opportunity to wear down their opponents. The composition of the Crimson team leaned towards a semi-burn strategy, which struggled against aggressive advances. Furthermore, the mid-lane Jace's equipment left much to be desired, and as the enemy's little fishmen, Bear, and Riven executed their relentless assaults, the Crimson team's attempts in team fights consistently faltered, further widening the gap in kills. In an instant, they found themselves trailing by 7 kills, compounded by the fact that the Dawn team had almost entirely claimed the previous dragons, leading to a significant economic disadvantage. Alas, if only they had a card master. Indeed, it was perplexing why he had taken on a support role, relinquishing the crucial mid-lane position to another. Should that vital role falter, the entire dynamics of the game would become exceedingly difficult to salvage. Though support Lux could fend off some aggressions, her damage output was sorely lacking. A murmur of discontent arose among the spectators. Those who had witnessed the Crimson team's previous match knew full well that Yu Luosheng's mid-lane prowess far surpassed Huang Yu's, and his mastery of the card champion had captivated everyone present. Yet, the Crimson team had inexplicably assigned him to support. While he had managed to create an advantage for the bot lane, even the most well-equipped Caitlyn could not withstand the fierce onslaughts from Riven and the Little Fishman, resulting in her demise before she could execute any significant damage. One must acknowledge the exceptional prowess of the Dawn team's captain, Yang Ying, who had repeatedly eliminated Shui Haiyang when he was most vulnerable. With the ADC fallen, the team lost its most vital source of damage output. They seemed to be attempting the Baron. "I shall take a look," said Xiao Tongtong. "Wait, establish vision first," Yu Luosheng began. But Xiao Tongtong had already ventured into the Baron area. The alchemist stepped into the depths of the thicket, only to be startled as 5 fearsome figures leaped from the underbrush. An ambush. Xiao Tongtong hastily activated his sprint to escape. Yet, the Bear's embrace, Riven's stun, the Gem Knight's immobilization, and the binding of the Requiem arrow combined to ensure his downfall. No matter how resilient the alchemist, he could not evade death. One cannot traverse the river without getting wet, and frequently slipping on soap leads to inevitable misfortune. This time, the alchemist withstood the onslaught of 5 adversaries, but ultimately fell into their clutches. "Xiao Tongtong, what were you thinking? You went in without vision. Didn't Yu Luosheng instruct us to establish vision first?" The jungler scolded. I had no idea." Xiao Tongtong's expression darkened. Yu Luosheng furrowed his brow. The enemy's vision tactics had been executed with impeccable timing, eliminating the team's principal alchemist and leaving them with no choice but to push towers and secure dragons at their will. As expected, the enemy consolidated their forces and advanced through the mid lane. The Crimson team dared not defend at the second tower and could only retreat while attempting to inflict damage from a distance. The situation was dire. The Dawn team needed only to methodically push towers, forcing engagements and claiming victory without issue. In the previous match, Yu Luosheng had salvaged the world with his mid-lane card master. Now, in the support role, his impact in such team fights was negligible, and it appeared all hope was lost. The commentator noted, Huang Yu, Xiao Tongtong, Shui Haiyang, and the jungler all felt the weight of despair. When facing the Tianda team, even in a 4v5 scenario, they had not sensed such overwhelming pressure and could always see a glimmer of hope. However, when contending against the Dawn team, they felt completely manipulated, with the opponents exhibiting experience, tactical flexibility, and fierce teamwork, executing their plans with a caution that never sacrificed aggression, making it nearly impossible to find an opportunity to strike. Compared to the Tianda team, the Dawn team's strength was on an entirely different level. As they found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage, the 4 members of the Crimson team began to understand the truth of Shui Haiyang's earlier statements. The top 10 players in the nation were indeed formidable, so much so that they felt utterly at a loss on how to respond. The substantial prize money and the honor they desperately needed, which would shape their future in esports, weighed heavily on each member of the Crimson team. As the enemy pressed forward with relentless intensity, the screen repeatedly dimmed to shades of black and white. The mounting pressure rendered them increasingly unable to maintain composure. "Xiao Tong, what is going on? Why did you trap me in there too?" Xiao Tongtong exclaimed in frustration. "If I hadn't, Caitlyn would have died. I could have slain the little fishman. And what good would that do? The backline is entirely wiped out." The cacophony of the Crimson team's escalating discord filled the air, and the characters' movements and coordination on screen became increasingly chaotic. Yu Luosheng remained silent, even disabling his teammates' voices. Such noise could only disrupt one's concentration. Silence was far more conducive to clarity. Yu Luosheng bore no ill will towards his teammates' mutual blame. They were under immense pressure, repeatedly falling to the enemy's onslaught. And maintaining calm was a challenge for anyone. Vision. Why not establish vision? What is this? You built a book of killing? Our vision is completely under their control. What on earth are you doing with a book of killing? Xiao Tongtong's eyes widened in horror upon realizing that Yu Luosheng had sold the ice stone for a book of killing. Have you lost your mind? The jungler shouted. A support building a book of killing? At this point, merely preserving the tower would be a significant achievement, let alone eliminating the enemy. Yet, in this moment, Yu Luosheng, as a support, had chosen to construct a book of killing. Building such an item in a favorable situation was commonplace, as it allowed one to accumulate kills and enhance their ability power. However, to do so in the current circumstances was an unfathomably foolish choice, even for a mid-lane AP champion. Hey, hurry up and sell the book of killing. Establish vision. Indeed, we have lost nearly all our vision. Both Xiao Tongtong and the jungler were filled with discontent towards Yu Luosheng's actions. They recognized his prowess, yet such recklessness in this dire situation was unacceptable. Both of you, cease your chatter. Can't you see Yu Luosheng has already silenced his teammates? Huang Yu spoke with authority. Huang Yu's ascension to the role of captain was not due to his unparalleled skill, but rather because he commanded the highest respect among the four, able to temper Xiao Tongtong and the jungler's frustrations. Xiao Tongtong and the jungler paused. Indeed, Yu Luosheng had indeed muted his teammates, standing in the background. Qining also noted this, and a distinct change appeared in his demeanor. Observing Yu Luosheng's composed posture, Qining felt a pang of shame. He had performed admirably, ensuring a significant advantage for the bot lane. However, the four players he trained ultimately proved to be inadequate. When compared to Yang Ying, who is close to a professional level, the gap is undeniably vast. Qining understood that they were holding Yu Luosheng back, and the mutual bickering and accusations among the team members must have left him disheartened regarding the players he had nurtured. By silencing the voice chat with his teammates, it signified his abandonment of them in the match itself. As for issuing a kill order, perhaps it was his way of asserting that he would not allow himself to lose without a semblance of dignity. Qining sighed as he gazed at Yu Luosheng. He had once been a peak professional player, and surely there resided within him a sense of pride, even in defeat. He would not opt for a loss devoid of value. Chapter 98. Where is the surrender key? With his headphones on, isolating him from the external clamor, Yu Luosheng muted the sound of the game and finally silenced his teammates' voices as he purchased the killing book. In that moment, it felt as though he had submerged into the depths of a tranquil abyss, despite the surrounding chaos of the venue and the palpable tension in the atmosphere. Both the world and his mind were enveloped in profound silence. As they exited the high ground, a new wave of smoke surged from below the elevated city. The arched walls and the trio of lonely defensive towers loomed against the backdrop of the Crystal Nexus. The approaching enemies aimed to dismantle the central Crystal Nexus. Seizing this route would lay the foundation for their victory. With the voices of the blood-red team finally muted, they wore solemn expressions, watching as the adversaries trod over the ruins of the defensive tower, drawing ever closer to the high ground tower. How could they defend against such a fierce onslaught? How could they withstand the overwhelming assault? Their opponents bore the formidable dragon buff, and the aura of impending doom shook the high ground walls. They're coming, Shui Haiyang stated, his voice steady. A massive horde of minions advanced, casting a dark shadow. Leading the charge was the imposing and formidable Thunder Roar Volibear, its claws sharp and shimmering ominously, arcs of electricity flickering from its fingertips. Following closely was the agile Tidecaller S Blessing Fizz, whose petite form brought forth waves of despair each time it charged into the blood-red team. The masters of these two champions were Yang Ying and Lin Laowu from the Dawn team, both top contenders in the Collegiate League of Legends circuit, their prowess rivaling that of professional players. These two individuals exerted immense pressure on the blood-red team, the sense of defeat even causing the once calm and collected members to begin blaming one another. It could be said that the spirit of the blood-red team had been crushed under the weight of these two opponents. Having triumphed over the formidable Tianda team in a 4 versus 5 scenario, they entered this final match brimming with confidence, only to be rendered powerless against the Dawn team. The disparity. Indeed, this was the stark contrast that illuminated the reality of their weakness when compared to true masters. As they regained their composure, their gazes frequently drifted toward Yu Luosheng. In their previous encounter with Tianda, it was Yu Luosheng's card master who had salvaged their despair. Yet this time, even he had seemingly abandoned them, opting instead to venture alone and acquire an inconsequential killing book. Forget it, we are lacking in strength. Let us surrender. Xiao Tongdong, devoid of fighting spirit, pressed the surrender key. On the right side of the screen, A voting option appeared, green for yes, red for no. Xiao Dao and Shui Haiyang both chose yes. If even Yu Luosheng had given up the fight, how could they possibly continue? With all 3 votes cast for surrender, 3 prominent green boxes occupied the voting panel. Huang Yu had yet to cast his vote. He turned to look at Yu Luosheng. He noticed that Yu Luosheng's screen also displayed the voting window. Yet it seemed as if Yu Luosheng was oblivious to it. For a moment, Huang Yu found himself at a loss for what to choose. No. Finally, gritting his teeth, Huang Yu clicked number 3-1. Surrender failed. Only at this moment did Yu Luosheng slightly turn his head and glance at Huang Yu. Aware that the lone no vote belonged to him, Yu Luosheng's gaze flickered momentarily before settling calmly on the screen. His black eyes, once tranquil, gradually sharpened with intensity. Had all 4 of them voted yes, Yu Luosheng would have silently stood up and departed. They were unworthy of being professional players. He would only advise Qin Ying to cultivate another group of players. Yet, since someone had voted no, the match would continue, and Yu Luosheng would persevere in this contest. Regardless of the outcome, he vowed to give his utmost and showcase the caliber of a true professional. The very notion of surrender was foreign to Yu Luosheng in the realm of esports. Surrender? Apologies, but after playing League of Legends for so long, I am still unaware of where the surrender key is located. Shui Haiyang, watch your positioning, Yu Luosheng typed to the ADC. Seeing this message, Shui Haiyang paused momentarily. He understood that his positioning had often been inadequate, with Yu Luosheng sacrificing himself multiple times to save his ADC from certain death. Every support ought to possess the heart to shield their ADC from harm, and Yu Luosheng had fulfilled this role admirably. Yet, this could not alter the reality of their retreat. Understood, Shui Haiyang replied, assuring Yu Luosheng that he would be cautious. Yu Luosheng nodded, his gaze fixed on the enemy's Fizz and Riven. Facing these 2 aggressive champions, a cold smile crept across his lips. In this game, Yu Luosheng's Lux had perished 4 times, first under the relentless assault of 4 enemies beneath the tower, then wiped out in a team fight, and twice more in efforts to protect his ADC. He smirked, for his deaths had solidified at the number 4. No matter how fierce the onslaught, they would not lay a finger on him henceforth. As a wave of minions surged forth, the enemies Bear and Riven were already signaling their intent to ascend the high ground. Yu Luosheng's eyes locked onto Riven. He knew that eliminating the enemy's top laner, the Blade of Exile Riven, was the only feasible option. The skills of Lux required exceptional foresight and precise calculations of enemy movements, particularly when attempting to ensnare a target amidst chaotic skirmishes. From his vantage point, Yu Luosheng detected Riven's imminent aggression. Suddenly a flash. The enemy's support, the Gem Knight, decisively used flash to stun their mid laner, the future Guardian Jace. Clearly, they intended to force a team fight, using the support to draw fire. In an instant, Jarvan and Singed acted, compelled to protect Jace's safety. The flames of battle ignited, skills erupted in a cacophony. Yet, Yu Luosheng remained unfazed. He awaited Riven's move, resolute in his intent to immobilize the Blade of Exile and ensure that the first exchange would eliminate her. No room for error. Absolutely no mistakes. As usual, the reviews are urging for updates. 1 update a day, recently around midnight. This will continue for about a month. Following that, updates will increase, likely around mid-October. So please be patient. If you enjoy this book, please consider adding it to your collection and casting a vote. Your support means the world to me. Thank you.